Perfect Superstar Chapter 642 to Chapter 730. In terms of film and television special effects, there was still a considerable gap between China and the world's advanced standards. This was not just in terms of technology, but also in terms of creativity, concept, design, and most importantly, foundation. The simplest example was the material library for special effects production. The top special effects studios in Europe and America had a deep foundation in this area. For example, for an explosion effect, a domestic production company might only have a few or a dozen explosion effects in their material library, but the former often had hundreds or thousands of explosion effects. Some special effects materials could not even be bought with money. They were the exclusive secrets of a famous studio. Even if the other party was willing to sell, the price was usually very high. Good special effects software usually came from Europe and America. A set of legal software installed in a workstation, and the fees were calculated by the year. Buying the materials was like running water. Ordinary small companies could not afford it. An American special effects company used more than $100 million for a renderer. In the end, they had to develop it themselves, but they also needed to hire a large number of professional technicians, and the expenses were not low. To catch up in China, money alone was not enough. They also needed enough time and patience. Because of this, not many film and television production companies were willing to set up their own special effects studios. Most of them chose to outsource. Xianxia Media's special effects studio, DreamWorks Studio, had just been established not long ago. It had no reputation in the industry, nor did it have any works. The studio currently had more than 80 employees, but only 3 were certified special effects engineers. Li Cha was the only one certified by the American Industry Association as a senior special effects engineer. Their technical strength was very weak. Computer technology was very advanced, and software was much more intelligent than before. Big foreign special effects studios or companies often had hundreds or even thousands of employees, and the annual salary was very high. In comparison, DreamWorks Studio was weaker than a baby. Not to mention surpassing their foreign counterparts, just catching up to the world's mainstream standards would require a lot of investment and a long time of accumulation. Most of the employees in DreamWorks Studio were very young, with an average age of less than 25. Many of them had just graduated from university, or had graduated for a year or two, and lacked sufficient work experience. Other than the low salary, their only advantage was that they were willing to learn. You from the Star is the first special effects production project that Lu Chen entrusted to DreamWorks Workshop. As an urban romance TV series, although it involves science fiction elements, there are not too many special effects shots in this TV series, and the requirements are not as high as those in movies, which is suitable for the studio to practice. With a high-level special effects engineer like Richard at the helm, there shouldn't be any problems. After shooting You from the Star, Lu Chen's next step was to shoot The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and there was no doubt that he would go further in terms of special effects. Ding ling ling. After watching a CG special effect for You from the Star with Richard Cha's company, Lu Chen's cell phone in his pocket rang. He said to Richard Cha, walked out of the studio and answered the phone, "Sister Mushy?" It was Li Mushy who called Lu Chen. Li Mushy asked, "What are you busy with?" Lu Chen said, "In the company, Sister Mushy, what can I do for you?" Li Mushy was unhappy. "Can't I call you if I have nothing to do?" Lu Chen chuckled. His relationship with Li Mushy was a bit special. They were friends, but they were not so close. He was really good friends with Li Mubai. They were partners, but they were more familiar. Generally speaking, if there was nothing urgent, Li Mushy would not call him. Since she took the initiative to call, there must be a reason. Li Mushy said again, "Are you free in the afternoon? Come to Borui. I have something to talk to you. Let's have dinner together." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Since you are looking for me, Sister Mushy, and I can get a free meal, I have to make time even if I don't have time." Li Mushy snorted and said, "What a glib tongue." After that, she hung up the phone. Lu Chen looked at the mobile phone and smacked his lips. He felt that Li Mushy was a little angry today. Was it a relative? Of course, he would definitely give face to this young lady. So at 3 p.m., he came to the Borui Club near the 2nd Ring Road CBD. Lu Chen had VIP status in the Borui Club, so he could go in directly by brushing his face. When he saw Li Mushi again, the domineering female president was wearing a black tight fighting suit and practicing with Wang Yong in the ring. The two sides were fighting very fiercely, and the ring was surrounded by a circle of people. Wang Yong was originally the coach in charge of fighting in the Borui Club. Later, he was asked by Lu Chen to form the Lu family class and became the head of the Lu family class. Most of the members of the Lu family class were recruited by Lu Chen from the Borui Club. After shooting a Chinese ghost story in Hong Kong, they returned to the capital and had been training in the Borui Club. This team was of great use to Lu Chen, and its importance was no less than that of DreamWorks, so he would rather spend money on it than disband it. On the contrary, he was ready to continue to expand. In the future, the Lu family class would not only contribute to his films and TV plays, but also go global. Of course, he only hid this ambition in the bottom of his heart, and he didn't even mention it to Chen Fei-er. Not to mention anything else, Lu Chen had to give face to Li Mushi just because of the Lu family class. Without the latter's consent, there would be no Lu family class, which was now famous in Hong Kong. Moreover, after the Lu family class returned to the capital, the Borui Club specially set aside a place for Wang Yong and others to train. Otherwise, the headquarters of Qinfei Media would not be settled. Li Mushi kicked Wang Yong's arm with a flying leg, forcing him to retreat to the edge of the ring. But she didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue. Instead, she turned around and waved her fist at Lu Chen, who had just come over. "Come on." Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Lu Chen, and Wang Yong took the opportunity to retreat from the ring. Lu Chen couldn't help rubbing his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't do it? Could it be that this young miss had called him over in the afternoon to have a battle with him? Li Mushi was sweating and full of vigor. Hearing this, she immediately glared and said, "What are you afraid of? Are you still a man? Quickly come up and exchange a few moves with me. We must determine the victor today." The last time she fought with Lu Chen was a few months ago. At that time, the two sides ended in a draw. That was the result of Lu Chen's deliberate letting her win. Li Mushi must be clear in her heart, so she was very unconvinced and wanted revenge today. Although they were not very familiar friends, Lu Chen still had a good understanding of Li Mushi's character. The eldest daughter of the Li family had a stubborn temper. Once she decided on something, she would not easily change her mind. Similarly, she had her eyes on him today. If he didn't go to the ring, it would probably be difficult for him to leave the Borui Club. So even though her provocation was very poor, Lu Chen had to eat it. "You forced me to do this." Lu Chen went to the locker room and changed into his fighting suit. He turned over and jumped into the ring. He moved his hands and feet to warm up and said to Li Mushi, "Don't cry when you lose." "Humph." Li Mushi snorted and said disdainfully, "Let's see who will cry." Having said that, she absolutely did not dare to underestimate Lu Chen. Even if she had strengthened her training in recent months, she was not sure that she would win against Lu Chen. Since she was a child, Li Mushi has always been regarded as a genius. Whether it was in her studies or many hobbies, she had outstanding talent and had trampled many excellent men under her feet. But when she met Lu Chen, her reputation as a genius was seriously challenged. Needless to say, Lu Chen's talent in music went without saying, but he also showed outstanding creativity in the business field. For example, the concept of online crowdfunding, even her most respected father praised it. After taking over most of the shares from Lu Chen, it expanded to the point where it was eligible to be listed on Nasdaq in just a year or two. Lu Chen, who had transferred to online crowdfunding, did not focus on the entertainment industry. He invested in the establishment of Happy Entertainment, launched a small game called Happy Farm, which became popular all over the country and was sold to QQ Games at a sky-high price. The profits from this investment alone were enough to shame domestic investors. Lu Chen also invested in Star Factory Media. The first program, China's Voice, was still making a lot of money, and it was a money tree that could make money in the long run. Li Mushi returned from abroad to start her career. With her ability and the background and contacts of the Li family, compared with Lu Chen, who was basically just playing around in business, she was still a long way behind. How could she be convinced? She really wanted to give Lu Chen a good beating, so she had been training hard for the past 2 months. Director Li will win. When Li Mushi and Lu Chen put on their protective gear and faced each other in the arena, the lackeys in the crowd cheered loudly for her. Then, everyone cheered and supported Li Mushi, wishing that she could defeat Lu Chen with a few punches and kicks. Li Mushi was unhappy. So noisy. All of you, get out. This time, it could be said that their bootlicking fell on deaf ears. The group of lackeys hurriedly scampered away, and even Wan Yong did not dare to continue watching the show, leaving the huge room to the two of them. Pa! Pa! Li Mushi's fists hit each other, making a dull sound. She stared at Lu Chen like a female leopard hunting for food, and said hatefully, "It's finally quiet. Watch this." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mushi suddenly launched an attack, pouncing at Lu Chen with lightning speed. She swung her fist towards the left side of Lu Chen's face at lightning speed, and the fist made a hissing sound like a viper's tongue as it pierced through the air. The Li family's Missy was very beautiful, and her figure could be said to be perfect, especially her pair of long legs that were simply breathtaking. She was more than enough to be a model, but that did not mean that she was a spoiled girl. On the contrary, her fighting ability was quite strong, and there were not many opponents in the club. Once she got serious, it was no joke. If this punch landed, it was even possible to knock out Lu Chen. Bang! Seeing that the fiery red glove was about to hit Lu Chen, it was blocked by his left arm in time. But this punch was not the focus of Li Mushi's attack. At the moment when the fist was blocked, she suddenly twisted her leg, and her left leg flew towards Lu Chen's right rib. Deep, fierce, accurate, and fast close combat. If it was an ordinary opponent, they would inevitably suffer under such a fierce and swift attack from Li Mushi. However, Lu Chen's reaction was faster than Li Mushi's attack. He seemed to have already predicted the opponent's follow-up move. Li Mushi had just lifted her leg, and her whole body rushed forward, heavily crashing into the latter's chest. Bang! Another dull sound. Li Mushi did not manage to kick Lu Chen, but was instead knocked back a few steps, and fell heavily on the ring with her back on the ground. But she quickly jumped up with the momentum of the fall, and her eyes were full of unwillingness as she stared at Lu Chen. After not fighting for 2 or 3 months, Lu Chen had become stronger. This was what Li Mushi was most depressed about. People like Lu Chen, who mingled in the entertainment circle, usually had a full schedule, and it was impossible for him to take a lot of time to train. Then how did he maintain his condition and constantly improve himself? The fist never leaves the hand and the song never leaves the mouth. Fighting skills originate from ordinary hard training. Strength is accumulated bit by bit. Lu Chen's performance was too monstrous. Clenching her teeth, Li Mushi, who was unwilling to admit defeat, attacked again. But Lu Chen chose to defend more. He parried left and right, constantly blocking Li Mushi's fierce attacks like a storm. His breath and footsteps were not chaotic at all, and his defense was very methodical. But he was not purely defending. When he was forced to the edge of the ring by Li Mushi, he suddenly counterattacked, and often succeeded in interrupting Li Mushi's offensive. Li Mushi became more and more depressed as she fought. After all, she was a woman, and her physical strength was naturally at a disadvantage. She attacked so fiercely at the beginning, but later she could not persist. After dozens of rounds, she was still sweating and panting. "I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore." She finally realized that she would lose face if she continued to fight like this. She irritably took off her boxing gloves and threw them at Lu Chen. "You're really not happy." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Mushi, can you be reasonable?" Li Mushi stared at him for a moment, and suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Come here, I have something to say." Lu Chen was vigilant, but he still walked over. "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Li Mushi suddenly grabbed his hand, sent it to her mouth, and fiercely bit it. "Ah!" Caught off guard, Lu Chen didn't have time to shake his hand. He said in pain, "Are you a dog?" Li Mushi let go of his hand, and a smile returned on her face. "You're wrong, I'm a tiger." Lu Chen was very speechless as he looked at his left hand that was bitten. The back of his hand had swollen, 2 rows of deep teeth marks were clearly visible, and the broken skin was oozing blood. The bite was really fierce. Lu Chen was not a masochist, but he could see that Li Mushi was in a bad mood today, so he didn't care about this matter and asked, "Did you encounter something? Can you tell me?" Li Mushi suddenly froze, and after a moment said, "I like women." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was no secret that Li Mushi was a lesbian among her close friends. Lu Chen had known it for a long time, and he had reminded his sister to be vigilant against this young lady of the Li family. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I also like women." Lu Chen's teasing tone made Li Mushi glare at him fiercely, and then a trace of depression appeared on her face. After a while, she sat down on the edge of the ring and said, "Yesterday, my family forced me to go on a blind date again." Lu Chen suddenly understood. Not to mention the dignified Li family, even an ordinary family would not have peace of mind if they had a daughter like Li Mushi. Although Lu Chen had not seen Li Mushi's parents, he believed that they must be worried about Li Mushi's marriage, so it was normal for them to arrange a blind date. Compared with the more relaxed social environment abroad, the domestic tradition was more conservative. Such a blind date undoubtedly made Li Mushi very upset, but she could not be rebellious, so she was naturally in a bad mood. Lu Chen took 2 bottles of mineral water from the tray next to him, sat down next to Li Mushi, handed her a bottle of water, and thought of a solution for her at the same time. "Then you can find a boyfriend to deal with for a while." "Humph." Li Mushi rolled her eyes. "Do you think that my Empress Dowager can't see through a fake boyfriend? I think you have watched too many melodramatic TV dramas. What kind of bad ideas come up with?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then I have no other way. This is the best way I can think of." "Maybe," Li Mushi showed a thoughtful look, and her eyes became strange as she stared at Lu Chen, "or I can find a man to give birth to a child, and then throw it to my Empress Dowager to play. Maybe it can solve the problem." Lu Chen was creeped out by her eyes, and he could not help but move his butt back. "Ahem, I think if you really do this, your Empress Dowager is more likely to kill you." This young lady's brain circuit was really a little different from that of ordinary people. Lu Chen felt that it was better to keep a distance. Li Mushi bit her lips and suddenly threw away the mineral water in her hand. She stood up and said, "Let's have a few more moves. This time, you must show all your skills. I don't want you to give in." Lu Chen sighed. He calmly got up and said, "Since you want to be tortured, I'll fulfill your wish." Li Mushi stared at him, feeling that she had bitten too lightly. 3 minutes later. The young miss of the Li family staggered, lost her balance, and fell heavily onto the arena once more. Lu Chen retracted his fists and smiled. "Is that enough?" In the second round, he followed Li Mushi's request and did not go easy on her. He knocked her down 3 times in just a dozen rounds, and this was the 4th time. Compared to before, not only did the gap in strength between the two sides not shrink, but it had also widened a lot. Li Mushi lay on her back on the arena. Her towering chest rose and fell violently. Her crystal-clear jade-like skin was full of sweat. Her pair of black eyebrows wrinkled with a bit of pain, and her eyes were full of unwillingness. Lu Chen waited quietly for a moment. He was a little surprised to see that Li Mushi had not gotten up yet. He quickly took off his boxing gloves and leaned over to pull Li Mushi. "Are you all right?" Could it be that this young miss was so shocked by him that she couldn't even stand up? He had a sense of propriety when he attacked. Li Mushi did not resist Lu Chen's help. She was pulled up by him, and her face returned to normal. "I'm fine. I'm just wondering how you usually train. Why are you getting stronger and stronger?" This was the strangest thing about Li Mushi. Lu Chen wanted to create, sing, shoot TV and movies, and run all over the world. Even if he insisted on exercising every day, it was impossible for him to have such training conditions as the Borui Club. There were the best training equipment and first-class sparring partners here. In order to defeat Lu Chen, she also deliberately strengthened the actual combat training. As a result, she lost even more miserably. For Li Mushi's doubt, Lu Chen touched his nose and didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he didn't know, could he, since experiencing that dream, in addition to possessing the wealth of memories of a world, Lu Chen clearly felt the changes that had taken place in himself. His spirit, will, and even his body were becoming more and more powerful. Big improvements in his memory, sharp reactions, and the effect of daily exercise were excellent. His energy was getting more and more exuberant. Usually, when he made love with Chen Fei or in bed, it often ended with the latter begging for mercy. Lu Chen himself felt that these kinds of changes were incredible. He could only attribute it to the gift of God. In the arena, not to mention facing Li Mushi, even if Mo ran, the memory mentor, fought with him, Lu Chen had full confidence to win. It was just that he couldn't answer Li Mushi honestly. He couldn't say that he was cheated, could he? I'm talented. For Lu Chen's answer, Li Mushi's response was to raise a middle finger. I'm not going to talk to you. Let's go to the tea room and sit down. I have something to tell you. Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly went to the locker room to change clothes, and then went to the tea room with Li Mushi. From the arena area to the tea room, there was an indoor tennis court in the middle. To be more precise, the former tennis court has now been transformed into an exclusive training ground for the Lu family squad. So when Lu Chen passed by, he stopped for a moment and looked at their training. After the Lu family squad finished shooting a Chinese ghost story in Hong Kong, they returned to China and were arranged to return to the Borui Club to continue training. Li Mushi gave them face by vacating the indoor tennis court. The original net racks were all removed, and the ground was relayed with thick flexible plastic. There were various specially customized training equipment on it. Among them, more than a dozen wooden poles used to practice Wing Chun fist were very eye-catching. In addition, there were as many as 4 wires hanging on the top. A member of the Lu family squad was being hung and flying in the air, making various movements. The lens of a high-definition digital camera followed him closely and filmed all his moves. Li Mushi curled her lips disdainfully and said, "Is it really useful to play these tricks? Those Hollywood action blockbusters don't have such flowery fists and impractical kicks." Most of the members of the Lu family squad were originally from the Borui Club. They were trained as the exclusive security force of the Li family. Naturally, they learned practical fighting skills. But now Lu Chen asked them to train something very different. Several people's moves and styles were completely acting. It gave people a very fake feeling, and there was no strength in their punches. Li Mushi naturally couldn't stand it and couldn't help complaining a few words. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. Lu Jiaban was an important team for his future wuxia IP plan. It was mainly used in the shooting of fighting scenes in films and TV series, which was completely different from real fighting. In a real fight, the pursuit was to use the fastest speed and the smallest cost to defeat the opponent. If it wasn't a competition with rules, one could completely use any means, no matter how ruthless, no matter how beautiful it was. No matter how fancy the action was, it was useless to knock down the opponent with one punch. Making a movie was completely different from making a TV series. The audience pursued visual effects, especially the martial arts film that Lu Chen wanted to shoot. Fighting was a very key content, and every move was very particular. It needed to be wonderful and beautiful to attract the audience. The straightforward action mode of Hollywood blockbusters, which was not suitable for martial arts films, was not suitable for martial arts films. What Lu Chen wanted to take was a unique path. It was because of its uniqueness that there were not many precedents to follow. Martial arts actors needed to be trained by him personally, and even had to be accompanied by a special action photographer. Otherwise, the required effect would not be achieved. If there was no early training and accumulation, it would be useless when it was really needed. Therefore, Lu Chen attached great importance to Lu Jiaban and was willing to invest money in it. For example, the training equipment here was custom-made. The hired cameraman had signed a long-term contract with Chinfei Media. Just the high-end digital cameras alone were placed here for them to play with. Not only that, but Lu Chen also instilled the shooting methods and concepts of martial arts action films to them according to his own memory. In fact, he had taken on the role of action director. However, it was very troublesome to explain these things, and Li Mushi would not understand, so he simply did not say it. In fact, Li Mushi was not really curious. She just seized the opportunity to ridicule Lu Chen a few words to vent the depression of being defeated by Lu Chen in the ring. After the training ground, it was the leisure tea house. Miss Li gave the order, and the tea house had already prepared a private room and tea. The specifications of the Borui Club were extremely high, and the tea room for rest was also extraordinary. It was fully decorated in a retro style, and the private room was connected to the courtyard outside. There was a green bamboo pond with a gentle breeze, which made people feel refreshed. Lu Chen took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the dark red teak floor. He tasted the freshly brewed special-grade Longjing tea and listened to the wind as he admired the bamboos. Lu Chen's mood became much calmer and more peaceful. Li Mushi sent the tea master away and personally brewed tea for Lu Chen. Her movements were very skillful. After drinking 2 cups of tea she made, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Sister Mushi, what are you looking for me for?" Could it be that he was called over today just to fight and drink tea? Li Mushi put down the teapot and said angrily, "What's the hurry? There's still a guest who hasn't arrived yet." Lu Chen asked curiously, "Who?" Li Mushi said lightly, "You'll know when you get here. Actually, I'm just a middleman today to give face to others. I'll introduce you to someone, sort of a leader." Leader? Lu Chen couldn't help but be more curious. Listening to Li Mushi's words, the other party's official position was obviously not very high. It was just that he couldn't help because of a favor. Favor was an invisible big net, covering the world and everywhere. Unless one jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements, no one could escape this net. It was normal for Li Mushi to have his own favor. Lu Chen also owed Li Mushi a favor, so he didn't ask any more and waited for the mysterious guest to arrive. He didn't have to wait long. Li Mushi's set of kung fu tea was finished, and a middle-aged man with a good temperament came to the private room accompanied by the club staff. Li Mushi asked the waiter to remove the tea set and replace it with a new one, and then introduced him to the 2. "This is Lu Zhenhai, the director of Shonan TV, the other party quickly corrected, "It's the deputy director." He took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu Chen, I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you." The deputy director of Shonan TV, Lu Chen was really surprised. He didn't expect that a senior figure of Shonan TV would come to the capital to find him. Vice Station head LV Zhenhai was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. After shaking hands with the other party, Lu Chen said, "Hello, Director Lu, I'm also very honored." After the polite greeting, the 3 sat down together and chatted around the tea tray. This time, it was the tea master of the club who was responsible for making the tea. Obviously, Lu Zhenhai didn't enjoy the treatment of Lu Chen. However, this deputy director was very humorous and didn't speak with much officialdom. Even if Lu Chen was wary, it was difficult for him to have any dislike for him. Moreover, in Lu Zhenhai's words, there was a hint of goodwill. The conflict between Lu Chen and Shonan TV was not a secret in the circle. As the most famous and powerful new idol artist in the domestic entertainment circle, he had never appeared on the screen of Shonan TV, and Lu Chen had never had any cooperation with Shonan TV. Not only that, the TV series and variety shows Lu Chen participated in had trampled Shonan TV under his feet. Even the newcomers promoted by the latter had their heads broken by Lu Chen. Speaking of grievances, the grievances were not small. Shonan TV did not stop making things difficult for Lu Chen, but they also tried to reconcile with conditions. For example, the last Golden Luan Awards selection, but Lu Chen refused. Later on, at the Golden Luan Awards ceremony, Full of Romance, which was the ratings champion last year, only won a small award and was scolded badly by Lu Chen's fans. However, Lu Chen did not care about this kind of shady awards at all. He did not want anything from Shonan TV. Others were scrambling for it, but in his eyes, it was nothing. Therefore, there was no need for him to make do with them. Now, it was Shonan TV who took the initiative to make do with Lu Chen. In fact, Lu Chen knew that Shonan TV had already shown goodwill to him. The cause of Jin Hongwei's downfall was that Shannan's garrison had interrupted the cooperation with Juxing Corporation, which led to the latter's collapse. Jin Hongwei was undoubtedly Lu Chen's biggest opponent in the circle, and he had done many bad things to him. Come to think of it, LV Zhenhai's appearance today was both unexpected and reasonable. As the overlord of the local satellite TV stations, in the face of the rapid rise of Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV, and the continuous decline in the ratings of their own programs, Shonan TV finally could not sit still. This made Lu Chen very curious. He didn't know what LV Zhenhai brought this time, and what did he want to take away? Bang, the car door closed with a dull thud. LV Zhenhai sat in the back seat and buried his body in the thick seat. He closed his eyes and thought quietly. Although this 2005 Mercedes-Benz had been driven for more than 100,000 kilometers, it was well maintained. As the official car of the Shonan TV office in Beijing, only a high-level official like LV Xianxia could enjoy it. This time, LV Xianxia was very low-key when he came to Beijing. He only brought an assistant, who was sitting in the driver's seat. The assistant knew LV Xianxia's habits very well. He didn't ask or start the engine, but waited patiently. After 4 or 5 minutes, LV Xianxia finally opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Drive back to the hotel." He was recalling the whole process of meeting with Lu Chen, including the conversation between them. This was LV Xianxia's old habit. When he encountered an important person or thing, he would take advantage of the fresh memory to recall it to make sure that he didn't miss any details or places that he should pay attention to. This good habit benefited LV Xianxia a lot. The reason why he could become the deputy director of Shonan TV at his current age was also related to this habit. After receiving LV Xianxia's instructions, the assistant skillfully started the engine and drove the Mercedes-Benz back to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, LV Xianxia got out of the car with his briefcase. The assistant followed him, and the two took the elevator to the floor of the hotel. After entering the room, LV Xianxia put the briefcase aside and sat down on the sofa in the small living room of the suite. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After smoking half a cigarette, his whole body relaxed. The assistant served the tea that had just been brewed. LV Xianxia didn't drink the tea immediately. Instead, he pointed to the seat next to him and said to the assistant, "Xiaoshan, sit down and chat with me." The assistant didn't hesitate and immediately sat down. He carefully asked, "Uncle, is everything going well?" The assistant didn't call him by his name because he was LV Xianxia's distant nephew and also the latter's confidant. He called him by his title in front of others, but in private, he called him by his elders. It was precisely because of this trustworthy identity that LV Xianxia didn't hide many things from him. He even discussed with him and asked for his opinion. The nephew's assistant knew the most important purpose of LV Xianxia's visit to Beijing this time. He also knew who he met before. LV Xianxia forced a smile and said, "It's all right." In fact, it wasn't as good as he had expected. This time, he had used his connections and resources and didn't hesitate to condescend himself to find Lu Chen. It wasn't just to show his goodwill, but also to establish a good cooperative relationship with Lu Chen. At present, the situation facing Shonan TV is quite bad. Its position in the industry is on the verge of collapse. In the north, Beijing television is rising strongly. In the east, Zhejiang satellite TV is at its peak with the help of China's voice. There are also several other satellite TV stations eyeing them covetously. The market pattern is facing great changes. Since last year, Shonan TV had lost several international and domestic brand clients, and the advertising revenue had declined severely. The reason why he was able to take over was also related to the mediocrity of his predecessor. By the same logic, now that LV Xianxia was sitting in this position, if he couldn't think of a way to reverse such a passive situation, how long he could sit in this position was really a problem. How could he not tread on thin ice and be cautious and conscientious? It was only after coming into contact with Lu Chen that LV Xianxia found that his original idea was a bit of wishful thinking. Lu Chen was very young, but his speech and behavior were not inferior to those who had been in the industry for many years. In the face of the initiative of the deputy director of Shonan TV, he was still neither servile nor overbearing. He was calm and composed, showing his breadth of mind and sticking to his will. If he hadn't fully understood the relevant information of Lu Chen, LV Xianxia would really find it hard to believe that 2 years ago, Lu Chen was just a bar singer who had not graduated from university and mingled at the bottom of Beijing. Such a person would never be moved by small favors, and ordinary means were completely ineffective against him. Thinking of this, LV Xianxia despised one of his colleagues who hooked up with Jin Hongwei. He actually used the Golden Luan Award nomination to make a deal with Lu Chen. Not only was he slapped in the face, but even the satellite TV station was also in a passive position. When the Golden Luan Award was announced last month, the organizers, including Shonan TV, suffered a lot of criticism on the internet. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also got a bad reputation, and even their partners were very dissatisfied. Fortunately, that fellow followed Jin Hongwei down the stage, otherwise it would be really hard for LV Xianxia to repair his relationship with Lu Chen. But now, Lu Chen was stubborn, which made LV Xianxia very vexed. He had already done this much, and it was impossible for him to go any further. Furthermore, there was not enough time. What the higher-ups needed was results, and they wanted to reverse the situation in the shortest time possible. They couldn't let him slowly work hard. The assistant could see that Xianxia was in a bad mood, so he imagined something and said indignantly, "Uncle, didn't you give him too much face?" As a result, he became arrogant? Xianxia waved his hand and said, "It's not like that. Don't guess blindly. We had a good chat." In the process of meeting, Lu Chen still gave him, the deputy director of Shonan TV, enough respect. There was nothing wrong with Lu Chen's conduct. But respect alone was not enough. According to reliable sources, Xianxia Media, led by Lu Chen, was about to start shooting You from the Star. This new series would undoubtedly be the most watched TV series this year, and it was very likely to set a ratings record again. Because it was the end of the urban trilogy of Lu Chen and Xianxia, the perfect couple, it had become a hot topic on the internet. Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV were confirmed to participate in the filming and production, and the premiere rights were already in the bag. It's not like Shonan TV has anything to do with it. Xianxia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He picked up the bulging briefcase on the tea shelf, took out a hardcover book from it, and said with a wry smile, "When I left, Lu Chen also gave me a set of martial arts books." What the hell, he didn't like to read this kind of casual book. The Smiling Wanderer? The assistant's eyes lit up. This is the first edition hardcover edition, right? It can't be bought now. It's very expensive. Xianxia was stunned. He handed the thick book to his nephew. "Have you read this set of books?" "Yes." The assistant happily took it and carefully touched the cover of the suit, saying, "This book is very interesting. I've already read it twice. The original set that I bought was borrowed by someone and I haven't returned it. By the way, I remember that the film and television copyright of this book was bought by Lu Chen. I heard that it may be adapted into a movie and TV series." "What?" Xianxia suddenly shivered and couldn't help grabbing his nephew's arm. "Say it again." The assistant was startled, and it took him a moment to recover and murmured, "I said, the film and television copyright of this book was bought by Lu Chen to make a movie and TV series." Xianxia understood something in an instant. "Why did you give Xianxia a set of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer?" After Xianxia left, Li Mushi couldn't help but ask Lu Chen curiously. This set of books was specially ordered by Lu Chen's assistant to take it from the car. Obviously, it had been prepared for a long time, not a temporary idea. It's just that Li Mushi couldn't understand Lu Chen's intention in doing this. Although she didn't care about Xianxia at all, after all, the other party was introduced by a friend. She had to bear some responsibility, and it was not good to pretend that she didn't know anything. Lu Chen picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "This deputy director Lu is very interesting. He's a person worth making friends with. I gave him this set of books to give him an opportunity." Li Mushi frowned. "Speak human language." Lu Chen almost choked on a mouthful of tea. He quickly put down the cup and explained, "In fact, it's very simple. Xianxia must have wanted to cooperate with me on behalf of Shonan TV, but the project I am currently preparing is no longer available. The TV series You from the Star has been prepared for such a long time, and the partners have also gone through a game, roughly retaining the successful model of the original filming of Full of Romance. In the future, the premiere rights of You from the Star will definitely fall into the hands of Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television. If Shonan TV wants to squeeze in at this time, even if Lu Chen agrees, Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television will not agree. Lu Chen is not generous enough to offend two powerful partners and cater to the original enemy, even if the grievances between the two sides have been basically solved with Xianxia's visit. But as the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. You from the Star can't cooperate with Shonan TV, but it doesn't mean that Lu Chen's next work will be the same. As long as there are enough interests, how can Shonan TV not be an excellent partner? This is the real intention of giving Xianxia a set of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Because Lu Chen's next film is The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, it was just that his hints were very subtle. Xianxia obviously didn't understand it immediately when he left, but Lu Chen believed that he would understand it sooner or later. Men are indeed unreliable. After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Li Mushi expressed her disdain to him. What a cunning man. Lu Chen rubbed his nose with a bitter smile and decided not to argue with her. Li Mushi added, speaking of which, if The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman is made into a TV series, it would be a good idea to cooperate with Shonan TV. The scenery in Xiangnan is very good, and the shooting conditions are not bad. Ah? Lu Chen was stunned. If these words were said by people in the circle, it would be very normal. However, it was said by Li Mushi, which made him feel strange. What's with the ah? Li Mushi rolled her eyes at him and said, I've also read this book. When I was bored in the past, I also watched the TV series produced by Shonan TV. Their production standards are first class in the country. Lu Chen smiled and said, do you like this book, too? Li Mushi nodded, yes, Feier gave me a set, and it took me some time to finish it. It turned out that Chen Feier gave her a book. Lu Chen didn't even know about this. He was a little interested. Then tell me, who is your favorite character in the book? This question was most frequently asked by the readers and fans in the online book forum of The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman. The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman had a total of 1 million words, and there were more than 100 famous characters in the book. Among them, there were at least 20 or 30 vivid characters who left a deep impression on the readers. So far, the book had been reprinted 4 times, and the total sales had exceeded 2 million copies. According to the number of copies, it would be more than 10 million copies. It had been on the bestseller list for a long time. The hot sales of The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman not only brought a lot of money to the author and the publisher, but also cultivated a group of loyal fans and readers. They enthusiastically discussed the characters and plots in the book on blogs, forums, and posts, which in turn increased the influence of the book. In response to Lu Chen's question, Li Mushi thought for a moment and said, Ning Xianxia. Ning Xianxia? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then immediately smiled and said, do you want to try to play him in a movie in the future? Li Mushi stared at him, am I that old? Lu Chen was speechless. Li Mushi snorted and said, I'm not joking with you. I'm going to the United States next month. I'm going to stay there for about 2 months to go public. Lu Chen's attention was immediately diverted. Are you sure this time? Li Mushi has long been planning to list the online crowdfunding on Nasdaq in the United States to raise a large amount of funds for the development and expansion of the website. Although the online crowdfunding has occupied the first advantage for a year, because of its huge development potential and rapid profitability, there is an endless stream of imitators following the trend, among which there is no lack of industry big shots to test the waters. Under such circumstances, the online crowdfunding, which accounts for most of the domestic crowdfunding, has no chance to breathe. It must speed up to ensure that its dominant position is not shaken. Therefore, Li Mushi attaches great importance to the listing of the online crowdfunding and personally goes to the United States to take charge. Lu Chen said, then I wish you success in advance, Mushi. It is not easy for a domestic internet company to go public in the United States. Li Mushi's shares must be seeded out. The interest games involved are extremely complicated, and the probability of failure in the end is not low. Of course, as for Lu Chen, he is also looking forward to the successful listing of the online crowdfunding, because he holds 10% of the founder's shares that cannot be diluted. Once it goes public, it means amazing wealth. Who would complain about more money? Li Mushi is not so confident. I hope so. There are still a lot of problems. She seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared on her face again. But I have unearthed a real talent over there, a junior sister studying at the Wharton School of Business. She is very beautiful and very capable. Lu Chen knew that Li Mushi graduated from the Wharton School of Business, but her smile looked really, ahem. He coughed twice and said, I'm probably going to the United States, too. Huh? Li Mushi felt strange. What are you going to do in the United States? Lu Chen is going to explore the way in the United States after the filming of You from the Star is over. At that time, he will send a group of people to professional colleges there for training in film and television special effects production. In addition, he also hopes to be able to dig up a few useful people over there before coming back. Although this is not easy, how can you know without trying? In terms of film and television special effects production, Hollywood can really teach the world how to behave. The skills accumulated over hundreds of years have long formed a complete and powerful system, continuously producing a large number of high-end professionals. In this regard, there are too many lessons that need to be made up in China. Although they have been catching up in recent years, the gap is already very big. Therefore, if Qinfei Media wants to build a useful special effects team, they can't keep their eyes on their own land, and must go out to learn the most advanced experience. If possible, I want to acquire a special effects production company in the United States, Lu Chen said. I'm afraid I'll have to ask Sister Mushi for more help. I don't know much about that side. In the field of business, Li Mushi is the real expert. To acquire a company in the United States, asking her for help is undoubtedly the most correct choice. Last time Happy Entertainment negotiated with QQ Games, if there was no team supported by Li Mushi, the final transaction price would not be so high. Li Mushi was surprised. Acquire a company in the United States? You're really ambitious. Isn't that a lot of money? Although she is a layman in the film and television industry, she also knows that film and television special effects production is very expensive. In the same way, the value of a special effects production company will never be low, let alone an American company. Moreover, the acquisition of foreign companies also involves many problems, such as the most important talent. Most Americans may not be willing to go to China to work, so the company can't move to China and can only maintain the original state. The operating cost will definitely not be low, which is really troublesome and costly. She judged from an outsider's point of view and questioned Lu Chen's ideas. No matter how much money you spend, you can earn it back, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, my idea is to have a team in China, an independent studio in the United States, and then use it as a talent training base for long-term operation. Sending people to professional schools for training in film and television special effects production is only a temporary measure. After all, there is a big gap between what they learn in school and the actual work, and there is a lot of difference in efficiency alone. Lu Chen is focused on the future. He doesn't need to be eager for quick success and instant benefits, so acquiring a special effects production company is a very ideal choice. In addition to training talents, it can also meet his own special effects production needs. For example, high-difficulty special effects can be produced in the United States, and it can be easily digested internally. On the other hand, the American team could also accept domestic business. With his current connections and status in the industry, it was really too easy for him to get some work. Not only would it be a one-sided expenditure, but it could also make money. The biggest problem was actually the initial investment. Lu Chen definitely wouldn't be interested in those second-rate or third-rate small studios. The price he had to pay to acquire a powerful group would be very high. Tens of millions of USD was a small amount of money, and 1 or 200 million USD was nothing. Those famous special effects companies in the industry had a market value of more than $1 billion, and if they really wanted to acquire them, they would have to pay a premium. Therefore, if Lu Chen wanted to achieve his goal, in addition to preparing enough money, he also had to understand the market, look for opportunities, and find the most cost-effective target. That's why you set your eyes on me? You want me to help you operate it? Li Mushi suddenly realized. She squinted at Lu Chen and said angrily, then I'm afraid the funds for the acquisition will have to be raised by selling shares of the online crowdfunding, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, sure enough, I can't hide it from Sister Mushi. Since he wanted to ask the other party for help, Lu Chen had no idea of hiding it from Li Mushi at all. At most, he would go to the United States to explore the road. It was impossible to stay there for a long time to look for opportunities. That was called putting the cart before the horse. In addition, once the online crowdfunding was successfully listed on NASDAQ, he was ready to reduce his shares to about 5%, and the money from the sale of shares would be used to operate the acquisition. Li Mushi stared and said, you want me to work for you? Lu Chen shook his head and said, Sister Mushi, we have an agreement. If I sell shares, I will sell them to you first. Have you forgotten? Li Mushi was suddenly speechless. If the online crowdfunding wanted to be listed on NASDAQ, it was necessary to redivide the shares and transfer a large part of the benefits to the capital in the United States. The proportion of her personal shareholding would definitely be greatly reduced. This was the rule of other people. If you want to enter other people's territory to make money, you can only be eliminated if you don't abide by the rules. Therefore, if the online crowdfunding was successfully listed, the weight of Lu Chen's originally inconspicuous 10% founders' shares would increase a big. If Lu Chen was optimistic about the future of the online crowdfunding, holding it in his hand was tantamount to holding a treasure. Now that he was willing to sell part of his shares to Li Mushi, in fact, it was to support Li Mushi. Strictly speaking, it was at the cost of losing his long-term interests. Of course, if the value of the online crowdfunding shares plummeted in the future, Lu Chen's action would be called solving the problem in advance. But Li Mushi has confidence in herself, and even more confidence in the online crowdfunding. This novel internet financing model will only become bigger and bigger in the future. Unless there are major problems in operation, the stock value will also become higher and higher. So what's the big deal for Lu Chen to pay the price and ask her to help him acquire a company, although she knew that she wouldn't lose money and would still make money? Seeing Lu Chen's confident look and everything was under his control, Li Mushi always felt frustrated and her teeth itched again. Lu Chen was very vigilant. Seeing the eyes of the Li family's eldest daughter sweeping over him, he quickly retracted his hand and coughed twice to remind the other party, "Don't go too far." Li Mushi retracted her gaze and said, "Well, I'll help you keep an eye on it in the United States, but it's better to let my junior sister Wharton do it. She's more talented in business than me. You can sit down and talk with her then." Lu Chen knew when to stop. "Thank you, Sister Mushi. I'll go first." Although he didn't know what kind of immortal Li Mushi's junior sister Wharton was, since even the eldest daughter of the Li family admired her, he believed that she must be a great person, so there was no problem. Seeing Lu Chen get up, Li Mushi frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry? Since you're here, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Call Mubai over too." Lu Chen clasped his fist. "Sister Mushi, I'm really sorry. I have an appointment with Feier tonight." Li Mushi snorted. "You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already so tightly controlled by your daughter-in-law? You're really good." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Mushi didn't like his expression. She waved her hand and said, "Go ahead." In the evening, Lu Chen and Chen Feier went to watch a concert. Wei Xinran's concert. Wei Xinran was a famous singer from Treasure Island. He was born in the 60s and signed with Treasure Island Dandelion Records when he was a teenager. He had released 17 albums so far and was still active in the music industry. The heyday of this Treasure Island singer was in the late 80s and early 90s. His country song, The Road Home, and Deep Harbor were all masterpieces of that time. They had a strong local flavor and were very popular among the public. Although the sales of Wei Xinran's records could not be compared with those of the big stars, they were still quite popular. However, in the past 10 years, he had moved behind the scenes and had not released any new albums. He had been quiet for a long time. This national concert tour was not Wei Xinran's comeback, it was his farewell. Chen Feier was a fan of Wei Xinran. "When I was in the 3rd grade, my uncle gave me a single player." After a romantic dinner, Lu Chen and Chen Feier walked hand in hand in the park. When Wei Xinran was mentioned, Chen Feier recalled the past. There were 5 other tapes, 3 of which were Wei Xinran's. "I liked to listen to them and sing along. Later, I would sing at school on New Year's Eve." Tonight, Chen Feier was wearing a plain white lace dress. She didn't put on any makeup. Her black hair hung casually on her shoulders. She had a slender waist and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Lu Chen was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. The two looked no different from an ordinary student couple. Wei Xinran's concert tonight was held in the main hall of the Distance Cultural Center. It was still early, so after dinner, the two slowly walked there. It was about the right time to walk there. However, there was a black Mercedes-Benz following behind, and both of their assistants were in the car. Speaking of which, Lu Chen and Chen Feier haven't walked the streets together for a long time, mainly because it's inconvenient. It's too easy to be recognized by passers-by when they walk on the road, and then cause traffic jams. Seeing that there were more and more people in front of them, Lu Chen put on his glasses and Chen Feier put on his mask. Although Chen Feier was a small fan of Wei Xinran, she didn't have much friendship with this singing senior. The two had only met 2 or 3 times, so the tickets for the concert in the evening were ordered by herself. The 2 special seats cost a total of 2,580, which was not very expensive. Wei Xinran would hold 5 concerts in the mainland, with Beijing as the first stop. Because it was a farewell concert, the tickets sold very well. Many fans came to support him, and it was said that all the tickets were sold. When Lu Chen and Chen Fei arrived at the Distance Cultural Center, it was less than 10 minutes before the concert began. Most of the audience had already entered, so there were not many people at the main entrance. Lu Chen said a few words to Xianxia, who was accompanying him, and asked him and Chen Fei's assistant to go eat first and come back when it was almost time. There was no need to wait here. Zhang Xiaofeng was more or less worried, but Lu Chen had nothing to worry about. It was not dangerous to be recognized in the concert, there must be a lot of security personnel at the venue. After sending the assistant away, the two of them took the VIP passage and entered the main hall with the tickets. The staff in charge of ticket inspection probably felt that the two of them were a little familiar, so he looked at them a few more times, but did not say anything. The main hall of the Distance Cultural Center could accommodate 17,000 spectators. Although it was incomparable to the large stadiums that could easily accommodate 50,000 to 70,000 spectators, it was an indoor venue that was not afraid of wind and rain, and it was air-conditioned. The lighting and sound effects were excellent, so many people liked to hold special concerts here, which was more suitable for small-time singers. The special seats were very close to the front, so Lu Chen and Chen Fei quickly found their seats. At this time, the atmosphere of the scene was quite lively. The band had just gone on stage, and Wei Xinran had not yet appeared, but many people were shouting his name. The age range of Wei Xinran's fans was between 20 and 40. He was not an idle singer who relied on his face to make a living. He won the love of his fans by relying on his own strength. Although there were not many fans, the level of quality was relatively high. Therefore, there were not many fancy support signs and sticks at the scene, and there were no professional fans there to lead the rhythm and cheer. But it was not quiet, and the atmosphere was just right. Chen Fei liked it very much. She took off her mask and whispered in Lu Chen's ear, "When are you going to hold a concert?" In fact, countless fans had asked Lu Chen this question on the blog. Speaking of which, Lu Chen originally had plans to hold a concert last year, but the plan could not keep up with the rapid changes. He had too many things to do, and there was always not enough time, so the plan was delayed again and again. It had been 2 years since his debut, and he had released 2 albums. Apart from participating in 2 platter concerts, Lu Chen had not held a real solo concert. With his current status in the Chinese music industry, this was somewhat unbelievable. In a sense, holding a few solo concerts was closely related to a singer's status and honor. Many singers, even if they did not have many fans, would not hesitate to hold a concert out of their own pocket to raise their status. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll do it after you do it." Similarly, Chen Fei, who was taken all the way by Lu Chen, has also been dragged to skip her concert. Fans on Inspire blog have deep complaints about the concert ticket skipping couple, and have complained endlessly. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, "Then let's hold the concert after shooting the new drama. We can't let our fans down anymore." As the two talked, it was 7:30. The first concert of Wei Xinran's national concert tour officially began, with the sound of the prelude of the music and the flashing of the big screen in the background of the main stage. The main hall of the Distance Cultural Center quickly became quiet. Only a few fans held up the screen with Wei Xinran's name written on it and waved it. The next moment, the spotlight shone on the stage, and an elegant middle-aged man in a white shirt and black pants walked out and appeared in the sight of the 17,000 audience. The large projection screens suspended in the air facing 3 directions of the venue also showed his real face at the same time. "Senior Wei." The audience burst into a tsunami of cheers, chanting Wei Xinran's well-known nickname together. This was also a memory of many people's youth. It was still so vivid. In 1987, there was a movie produced by Treasure Island that was broadcasted in the mainland and was a great success. The name of the movie was Summer Vacation for Two. It was about a love story in a campus. The male lead was Wei Xinran, who was still a little immature at the time. This was also one of his few films. In the movie, Wei Xinran played the role of a high school senior who had just graduated from school. The female lead had always called him senior. Unexpectedly, this title had accompanied Wei Xinran for 30 years. In the circle, Wei Xinran was like an amiable senior. He was pure and did not like to fight with others. He was happy to help the younger generation, so he had a very good reputation. It was worth mentioning that this senior had been in 3 relationships, but none of them ended well. He was still alone to this day, and the ups and downs in his relationships made people sigh. At this moment, Wei Xinran, who was standing on the stage, had white hair at his temples and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but he was wearing a white shirt and black pants. The smile on his face reminded people of the boy in Summer Vacation for Two who was infatuated with the female lead. Time flew, and everything had changed, but it was as if nothing had changed. Senior Wei. The audience shouted like a tsunami. It was not only because of their love for Wei Xinran, but also because of the memories of their youth. Wei Xinran obviously did not expect this. After a moment of daze, there were crystal tears in the corner of his eyes. This scene was really touching. Chen Fei hugged Lu Chen's arm and said softly, "I used to like Senior Wei. Actually, you and Senior Wei are a bit alike." Lu Chen knew that Chen Fei liked the character in the movie, not the real Wei Xinran. Of course, he would not be jealous. He held his girlfriend's hand and said with a smile, "When we go back, I'll find this movie and let's watch it again." Chen Fei smiled sweetly, feeling only happiness and sweetness. In Summer Vacation for Two, although the male lead finally mustered up the courage to confess to the female lead, it was already too late. The female lead emigrated with her family, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. And now, what she held tightly was her lifetime of happiness. On the stage, Wei Xinran began his performance. Wei Xinran's works were mainly love songs, with a strong 80s and 90s style. They were soothing and touching. Listening to them now, it was full of nostalgia, giving people a very comfortable feeling. His voice was deep and magnetic, and it had the power to soothe the soul. After years of precipitation, it became more and more fresh, and his ability to control the stage was very brilliant. Listening to Wei Xinran's concert was really not tiring at all. There was no need to shout at the top of one's lungs, and there was no passionate accompaniment. Even the drummer in the band was very gentle. For the 17,000 audience, listening to his songs was really a pleasure. After singing 3 songs, Wei Xinran went backstage to change his clothes and went on stage again. He held the microphone and said, "I think everyone should be very familiar with the next song, so I hope to sing it with everyone. What do you think?" "All right." Everyone yelled in response. This kind of interaction on and off the stage was very common in concerts. When the prelude of the song sounded, many of the audience immediately went into an uproar. The melody was too familiar. Drunk for You was Wei Xinran's most famous love song, and it was a work that he wrote himself. It was said that this song was written by Wei Xinran for his first love, and it had a long story. Although it had been decades since it came out, there were still people in KTV who wanted to sing it. Most of the audience at the scene were Wei Xinran's fans. Of course, they were very familiar with Drunk for You, so when Wei Xinran began to sing, they sang or hummed together under the stage. At the same time, the camera arranged at the scene swept across the audience, and the real-time image appeared on the big screen in the background of the stage and 3 other projection screens at the same time, then stopped on a couple. The couple obviously saw their figures on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. The people around them also laughed, waving or rubbing against the camera to show their faces, many of them making faces. Someone reminded him, and the boy turned around, hugged his girlfriend, and kissed her on the cheek. The girl's face suddenly turned red, but she also boldly kissed the boy back. More than 10,000 spectators who witnessed this scene either laughed, applauded, or whistled, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. The on-site cameraman controlled the camera to continue to look for targets in the audience, and soon locked onto another couple, who should be a couple. After the two found out, they generously hugged and kissed each other, winning bursts of applause. This was called Kiss Cam, which, to put it bluntly, was a kissing game. It first appeared in the NBA in the United States. It was an interactive game for the audience after the game. When the big screen was aimed at the fans in the audience, the 2 people sitting next to each other would generally kiss each other. Usually, they would find fans sitting next to each other to perform. Later, celebrities also learned it when they held concerts, and it spread to China. It became a very popular concert program among fans. Whenever Kiss Cam appeared, it was always accompanied by a lot of laughter. Wei Xinran chose to sing Kiss Cam when he sang the song Drunk for You, which was undoubtedly conveying his good wishes. His own feelings were rough, but he hoped that all the lovers in the world could become his true family. The beautiful atmosphere created by Drunk for You was also very suitable for Kiss Cam. Those selected couples kissed each other very cooperatively, but it caused double the damage to the single dogs at the scene. After the cameraman, who had control over Kiss Cam, selected 5 groups of couples in a row, he pulled the camera back again, and then swept it from the special seats in the front row. Then, everyone saw that the camera paused after the picture, and then immediately flew back to the ground. The cameraman seemed to have found some important targets, and finally locked onto a couple. When the picture of the couple was clearly displayed on the 4 big screens, the entire main stadium of the cultural center seemed to be enchanted, and it instantly became silent. But this situation only lasted for a moment, and countless audiences suddenly burst into earth-shattering cheers, mixed with various shouts. Lu Chen. Chen Fei-er. That's right, the couple that appeared on the screen was Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, who were sitting in the special seats in the front row. Although the audience was all Wei Xinran's fans, no one did not know the two. Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er actually came to support Wei Xinran like everyone else, and they were also selected by Kiss Cam. They caught the big fish. Many audience members wanted to give the live cameraman a thumbs up. The live audience was in an uproar, which inevitably affected Wei Xinran, who was singing seriously on the stage. But he was a veteran in the circle for many years. What kind of storms had he not seen? Of course, such a scene would not cause him to panic and lose his composure. He only paused his breathing for a moment, but he did not interrupt his singing. Because of his standing position, Wei Xinran did not discover the truth at the first time, but he was wearing a wireless headset, and the staff reminded him in time. After getting the reminder, Wei Xinran naturally turned to look at the big screen in the background, and then he understood immediately. This veteran of the music industry first recognized Chen Fei-er. Although he did not have a deep friendship with Chen Fei-er, he still had a very deep impression of this queen of sweet songs whom he had met several times. In recent years, Chen Fei-er had become more popular. Not only had she achieved a breakthrough in her singing career, but she had also set foot in the film and television industry and had achieved great success. When Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance were broadcast on Taiwan TV, they had set ratings records and had countless fans in Taiwan. Seeing Chen Fei-er, of course, Wei Xinran could not ignore Lu Chen sitting next to her. Wei Xinran is also no stranger to Lu Chen. This young man, who has risen like lightning in the Chinese music industry, once made several of his old friends in the circle sigh that the new generation replaces the old generation, and the new generation replaces the old. What puzzled Wei Xinran was why this diamond couple in the entertainment circle would appear at his concert. Whether it was Lu Chen or Chen Fei-er, they were fully qualified to be the most distinguished guests. They could get the best arrangements with just a phone call, and they would definitely make the agency he signed a contract with extremely happy. However, neither Wei Xinran nor his agency had any idea that the two of them would show up. The only explanation was that Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er paid for their own money to see his concert. It felt like a pleasant surprise that caught him off guard. While pleasantly surprised, Wei Xinran also revealed a smile on his face. This was because this was the Kiss Cam segment of his song Drunk for You. This incident would definitely make the entertainment headlines tomorrow. Although he was about to bid farewell to the music industry and had long been indifferent to fame and fortune, such an interesting thing appearing at his farewell concert would undoubtedly become a much-told story. Therefore, Wei Xinran did not interrupt his rhythm. He turned around naturally and continued singing. I'm drunk for you, I'm drunk for you. The affectionate singing echoed in the main hall of the distant cultural center, and the 17,000 spectators cheered and applauded, making Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, who were originally in the audience, the focus of the whole audience. When his and Chen Fei-er's images appeared on the screen, Lu Chen knew that they had been exposed. The cameraman's eyes were really sharp. The camera had already swept over, but he still swept it back. Of course, Lu Chen knew that in such a situation, refusing or avoiding it would be a bad choice to ruin his image, so he calmly waved at the camera that had locked onto him. Then, under the cheers of the audience, Lu Chen big turned around and hugged Chen Fei-er, who was blushing. He lowered his head and kissed her lips for a full 3 seconds. In fact, this was not a big deal at all. There were many kissing scenes in Full House of Romance. People all over the country had seen it, so there was no need to care about the audience. If everyone was happy, then that was true happiness. Sure enough, his natural and graceful performance made the audience, who had some kind of bad taste, extremely satisfied. Everyone expressed their support and love with warm applause. The audience sitting around the two were like they had won the lottery, clapping desperately. They really didn't notice it before. After Lu Chen kissed Xianxia, he sat up straight. Seeing that the camera was still facing him, he smiled and put his palms together to thank the audience. At the same time, he reminded everyone that tonight was Wei Xinran's concert, and he and Xianxia couldn't steal the show. The cameraman was very experienced. He stopped when he was ahead and changed the camera to a new target. However, what Lu Chen and Xianxia brought was undoubtedly the biggest climax of the concert. After singing Drunk for You, the audience applauded thunderously. Wei Xinran's strength was beyond doubt. Even in the game segment of Kiss Cam, he still sang very seriously. His skills accumulated for decades had long reached the point of perfection. After singing, he bowed to the audience to express his gratitude, then raised the microphone and said, "I'm very happy today. I'm happy that so many friends came here to support me. At the same time, I'm also very surprised." After a pause, Wei Xinran said, "I didn't expect that among you, there would be two outstanding peers coming to support me. I'm really touched and excited." The camera turned back to Lu Chen and Xianxia at the right time. Many of the audience were very surprised because when they saw Lu Chen and Xianxia before, they thought that they were specially arranged by the concert and that they were guests invited by Wei Xinran. Who would have thought that it was not the case at all? Lu Chen and Xianxia actually came to watch the concert instead of appearing here as friends and guests. In other words, the two were also fans of Wei Xinran. This made everyone feel honored, so the applause rang out like a tide again, and the momentum was no less than before. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen and Xianxia had to stand up together, turn around, and thank the audience again. This was the due courtesy. Wei Xinran said with a smile, "Since you're here, we can't let you go. Please choose a representative to go on stage. What do you think?" His little joke made the audience laugh, and then his question was unanimously approved. Okay. It was difficult to refuse such hospitality, so Lu Chen and Xianxia discussed it and decided that it was more appropriate for them to go on stage. Under the guidance of a live studio staff, he walked to the main stage. Wei Xinran gave Lu Chen a very warm hug. The veteran of the music industry patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "I know you. Your name is Lu Chen." Wei Xinran's humor made the audience laugh out loud again. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Wei. I'm your fan, Lu Chen." The two had never met before, but they had a certain understanding of each other and had heard each other's songs. Naturally, Lu Chen respected this senior of the music industry very much. Wei Xinran also deserved respect. Wei Xinran held Lu Chen's arm and turned to the audience and said, "Believe me, I really didn't know that Mr. Lu Chen and Miss Xianxia would come to watch my concert. Speaking of which, it's the first time I've met Mr. Lu Chen, but I like his work very much, and I also admire his talent and character." Countless people listened under the stage. Singers were different in different eras. Many singers who made their debut in the 80s and 90s, although many of them had retired from the music industry or were silent now, often had a commendable side to them in terms of character, and they were rarely impetuous. In many ways, Wei Xinran was quite similar to Tan Hong. Although the former was not as famous as the latter, he was also sincere to others, willing to help the younger generation, and had a broad mind. If the younger generation of singers who were holding a concert here today were robbed of the limelight by Lu Chen and Xianxia like this, it was estimated that they would either be flattered and complacent, or they would be dissatisfied and secretly jealous. Few of them would be able to keep a calm mind. Wei Xinran would never be like that. He sincerely expressed his appreciation and admiration for Lu Chen to all the audience. He did not feel that his words would hurt Lu Chen's reputation. "Thank you, Mr. Lu Chen. Thank you, Miss Xianxia. You've given me a great surprise tonight. Thank you." In the audience, Xianxia was the first to clap his hands. Immediately, there was a wave of applause. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed by the senior's praise. He said, Big brother Wei, you're too kind. I really don't deserve it. Wei Xinran smiled and said, don't be modest. I won't borrow money from you. The audience, who were applauding, suddenly burst into laughter. Wei Xinran pulled Lu Chen and said, since you're here, don't run away. Sing a song for everyone first. Lu Chen thought for a moment and immediately nodded. Okay, but I want to sing a song with you, Big brother Wei. What do you think? He raised his voice at the last sentence and asked the audience. The audience responded enthusiastically, okay. Wei Xinran had no objection and asked, then what song should we sing? I can sing most of your songs. Lu Chen smiled and said, of course we'll sing your song, Big brother Wei. How about Wish? Wish was one of Wei Xinran's famous works. The album of the same name had sold millions of copies in the mainland, representing the peak of Wei Xinran's career. They had not sung it yet. Wei Xinran laughed and said loudly, then let's sing Wish together. The black Mercedes-Benz drove through the long street, crushing the mottled shadows on the ground. The thick windows blocked out the noise from the outside world, leaving the quiet space for the spacious back seat. Chen Feier leaned against Lu Chen's chest. Her eyes were half closed, her face was flushed, and she was panting heavily. After watching Wei Xinran's concert, when they came out of the distance cultural center, there was a large number of fans waiting outside. If it weren't for the security personnel desperately blocking them, the two of them probably wouldn't have been able to escape until now. Even so, just now, Lu Chen and Chen Feier had run for quite a distance as if they were running for their lives. Fortunately, Xianxia came to their rescue in time. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. I told you to come out earlier, but you didn't listen. Lu Chen reached out and scratched Chen Feier's nose, saying, I had to see it to the end. Chen Feier slapped his hand away and said coquettishly, this is Senior Wei's farewell tour. I must see it to the end. The last song was very touching. All the 17,000 people in the audience stood up and sang along with Wei Xinran's Unforgettable. The veteran singer from Treasure Island had tears streaming down his face as he sang, choking with sobs. Chen Feier also cried. Even though they were separated by several generations, as fellow singers, she still felt the same way. As they spoke, the Mercedes-Benz slowly pulled over. Lu Chen looked and said, we're here. Huh? Chen Feier couldn't help straightening up from his arms and looked out of the window in surprise. Why did we stop here? This was not the Zicheng garden where they lived at all, but a bustling commercial street. Although it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, there were still many shops open, and there were many pedestrians coming and going on the road. Lu Chen put on his sunglasses and said with a smile, there's no mistake. We stopped here. He got out of the car first, and then held the door to hold Chen Feier's hand. Chen Feier asked in a sweet voice, what are you playing at this time? Although she said so, she still put on a mask to cover her face and took Lu Chen's hand to get out of the car. It was so inconvenient to be a star. You had to disguise yourself even when you were shopping. But Lu Chen obviously did not choose to take her shopping at this time. He went straight to a closed jewelry store. Chen Feier was puzzled. What are you doing? Before she could figure out what was going on, the closed door of the jewelry store suddenly opened, and the lights inside were instantly turned on. Dozens of uniformed salespeople stood behind different counters with smiles on their faces, enthusiastically welcoming the arrival of customers. A receptionist stood behind the door and bowed. Good evening, welcome to Longda Jewelry. Longda Jewelry was one of the largest chain jewelry brands in China and had a high reputation in the industry. This was the flagship store of Longda Jewelry in the capital. After Lu Chen took Chen Feier into the store, the door was immediately closed again. Chen Feier was not a little girl who had never seen the market. She immediately understood. Lu Chen had planned this a long time ago. He had made an appointment with Longda to come and buy jewelry at night. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stay so late to wait for the two of them. Although she felt sweet in her heart, she took off her mask and said softly, did you do something bad? You want me to forgive you, so you arranged this? Lu Chen smiled and said, Feier, we have known each other for 2 years. Ah? Chen Feier was really shocked. She never dreamed that Lu Chen would take her here to buy jewelry for the second anniversary of their acquaintance. Unknowingly, the two had known and been in love for 2 years. When she came to her senses, she was overwhelmed by great happiness and sweetness. Women were emotional creatures. Who could resist such romance? Of course, Chen Feier was no exception. The salespeople of Longda Jewelry looked at Chen Feier with envious eyes. They all knew who the customers who closed the store at night were. They knew exactly how Chen Feier felt at this moment. Lu Chen said, "You can choose whatever you like." Chen Feier couldn't help kissing him on the face to express her love. With Chen Feier's wealth, there was no jewelry that she could not afford in this flagship store of Longda Jewelry. However, Lu Chen's heart was more precious than any diamond or jade. Of course, she would not disappoint Lu Chen's heart. She was full of joy and began to choose in the jewelry store. Finally, she chose the latest diamond necklace designed by a well-known French designer. Lu Chen swiped his card to pay the bill and easily spent millions. After returning home, he also enjoyed the most gentle taste of his girlfriend. It was a charming night. Capital Film Academy, Block C, Room 317. It was already very hot in July in Beijing. On the 1st, the average temperature in most areas exceeded 30 degrees. The highest temperature in some areas even exceeded 37 degrees. It made people feel the power of summer in the north. Xianxia was woken up by the heat. He slept very late last night and had been catching up on sleep in the morning. However, he did not sleep well. The air conditioner in the dormitory had stopped working. The enclosed room was stuffy and hot. Xianxia felt as if he had been fished out of salt water. He was wet and uncomfortable. It was even difficult to breathe. F***CK. The third-year performing arts major in Beijing Film Academy could not help but curse. He turned over and sat up on the bed. The power switch had tripped again. The air conditioner installed in the dormitory was at least 10 years old. It was a real old model. Many of its components were old and would trip from time to time. Although Jiang Yanshu and his roommates reported it to the dormitory management many times, they only sent an electrician to fix it. The problem was not solved at all. Jiang Yanshu turned off the power switch and let the old air conditioner roar again. However, he was not in the mood to continue sleeping. He ran to the bathroom and took a cold shower. After washing away the greasy sweat and heat, Jiang Yanshu felt refreshed. He put on a clean t-shirt and sat in front of the desk. He reached out and turned on the computer. Jiang Yanshu was from Shanghai. He did not choose to go home this summer. Instead, he stayed in Beijing like most of his classmates, so he was still living in the dormitory. Unlike ordinary college students, students from Beijing Film rarely went home during the summer. It was not only because they missed the prosperity of Beijing, but also because there were many opportunities there. Opportunities to film movies and TV series. In the past 10 years, the domestic entertainment industry had developed rapidly. The number of movies and TV series shot every year was increasing, greatly driving the industry's demand. Of course, that included actors. Beijing Film Academy was the largest professional film school in China and Asia. It was jointly built by the Beijing city government, the State Press and Publication Administration, and the Ministry of Education. It was known as the cradle of Chinese film talents and enjoyed a worldwide reputation. Over the past 60 years, there had been countless film and TV talents who had graduated from Beijing Film. Directors, actors, cameramen. At every school anniversary, half of the big stars in the entertainment industry would come to support them. Therefore, the graduates of Beijing Film Academy are quite popular in the circle. Even if they are still in school, it is not difficult to find a part-time job during the summer vacation. As long as they are willing to put down their pride, it is very simple to enter a small crew to play a guest role or something. Many students of Beijing Film Academy began to make TV dramas and even movies when they were in school. Many of the big stars in the students' films began to become brilliant during their school days. Although they don't have to worry about not being able to make a living, the competition in this industry is also extremely fierce. It doesn't mean that they can have a smooth career all the way with the brand of Beijing Film. A large number of Beijing Film students don't mix well in the circle, and in the end, there are many who change careers. Fate was unpredictable. Talent, ability, connections, luck, all of these could determine one's fate. Diligence and hard work were also very important, and the starting point was even more crucial. Compared to other students, Xianxia admitted that his appearance was not outstanding, and his talent was not the most outstanding. As for the resources and connections, he did not have any of them. The only thing he could rely on was his own efforts. Therefore, this summer, he decided to go out more. Even if it was just to earn money for a box lunch, as long as he could accumulate some experience and get to know a few people in the circle, it would be completely worth it. A few days ago, Xianxia had been busy with a small crew. The other party was actually a grassroots crew. A certain second-generation heir wanted to support his little mistress, so he took out money to hire a team of people. Although it was said to be a movie, it was actually a pirated film. It was impossible for it to be released in cinemas. At most, it would be placed on the internet. If the click rate was not fake, it would be embarrassing to see others. Even so, Xianxia still cherished the opportunity given by his senior. After being introduced to the crew, he played the supporting role of a fourth male lead and also did odd jobs. Last night, he was busy with the crew until 1 or 2 o'clock before returning to the dormitory. It was really tiring. However, Xianxia was willing to do it. After filming this movie, he would earn 5,000 yuan. Although 2,000 yuan would be given to the senior who introduced him to the crew, the remaining 3,000 yuan would be enough to cover his food expenses for a few months. If he could get more of the same job, he could even send some money back home. In order to support Xianxia's admission to the Capital Film Academy, his family had incurred a lot of debt. Xianxia had just opened the web page when the door to the dormitory was pushed open. A lean man rushed in. "Xianxia, you're really here." Seeing Xianxia, the lean man shouted, "I called you many times, but your phone was switched off." "Senior." Xianxia hurriedly stood up to greet him. He patted his head and said in annoyance, "My phone must have run out of battery and automatically switched off. I came back too late last night and forgot to charge it." He turned around and took out his phone from under his pillow. Indeed, it had automatically switched off. This phone was also an old model from a few years ago. The battery was not very durable, and it basically needed to be charged every day. "You can't do this. Hurry up and get a new phone." The senior waved his hand and said, "If I can't contact you at the critical moment and miss the opportunity, you can go cry." Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll buy one when I get the money for this job." The job he was doing now was introduced by the senior in front of him. He was a level 11 management major, but after graduating, he did not leave the school. Instead, he took on the role of a middleman and broker. To put it simply, this senior dealt with different film crews and recommended his juniors to work for them. Then, he took a referral fee from them. He was doing quite well. For a Beijing Film Academy student like Xianxia, he had no connections. Although he could find opportunities by working with film crews himself, it would undoubtedly take up a lot of time and capital. Moreover, if he met some unreliable ones, he would be lucky not to earn a single cent in the end. This senior was different. He had to take a commission, and the film crews he recommended could at least guarantee him money. Although the commission was a little high, Xianxia was happy to work with him. Although the senior was very smart, he was a good person. There were no problems with the few jobs he recommended. That was enough. "Let's not talk about this first," the senior said. "Did you know that Xinfei Media came to our Beijing Film Academy to cast today?" "What?" Xianxia was shocked. "Xinfei Media? Could it be that you from the Star? That you from the Star?" In contrast to Xianxia's inexplicable surprise, the senior sneered. He sat down on the edge of the bed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed one to Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand to show that he didn't need it. He just stared at the other party nervously. The senior didn't care. He lit one himself, took a big drag, and puffed out a smoke ring. After a little addiction, he said, "I guess you definitely didn't get the news. Otherwise, you wouldn't have slept in the dormitory. I heard that the school announced it yesterday, but I only found out this morning." He raised his head and looked at Xianxia with a teasing look. "You really don't know?" Xianxia's face was very ugly. Those who were qualified to go to Beijing Film Academy to choose actors were either people with connections or people with ability. Beijing Film Academy had its own pride, and it was absolutely impossible for some grassroots team to come here to swindle people. In such a situation, the school would usually notify interested students to go for an interview. The specific notification was usually completed by the counselors, and some counselors would ask the dormitory head to inform the students. Logically speaking, Xianxia should have been notified yesterday. But he didn't. Xianxia's phone must have been charged yesterday. He still clearly remembered that he had called last night, but this morning, it really turned off automatically. So what went wrong? Did the phone not receive the text message? Or could it not get through? Xianxia didn't dare to think about it carefully. If he thought too deeply, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his anger. Film Academy was different from ordinary universities. The latter was an ivory tower, while the former was the reserve of the entertainment and film industry. It was full of all kinds of things, intricate relationships, and intrigue. It was far from as pure and beautiful as it looked from the outside. In the entertainment media, it was common to see students from a certain film school and students from a certain performing arts class gathering together to talk about friendship. It seemed that everyone was really very friendly and harmonious, but if one really dug into it, Xianxia knew his own situation. First of all, his relationship with the dormitory head was not very good, and this time, it was Chinfei Media who came to cast You from the Star. You from the Star can be said to have become popular before it was filmed. All kinds of news have already spread on the internet. It is regarded as the most anticipated TV series of the year, and everyone in Beijing Film Academy knows about it. Lu Chen and director Feng Hui once went to Beijing Film Studios to cast the last movie, Full of Romance, and chose Fan Ying, who was a 14th grade performer at that time. As a result, the latter rose to fame with the help of this TV series and became a newcomer in the circle. So far, she has received 2 TV series and a movie in a row, and even has a number of advertising endorsements. Xianxia knew Fan Ying, and he knew how glorious she was right now. Now the opportunity came to Beijing Film again, but he didn't know the news. Was it really just a coincidence? Xianxia's lips involuntarily curled into a cold smile. However, he had no time to care about this. Then, the senior smiled and said, "Go quickly, it's at the small auditorium. You can still make it if you go now." Xianxia was extremely grateful. If the other party hadn't run over to inform him, he would have missed such a precious opportunity. There was no way he could have redeemed it. "Thank you, senior." The senior patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "What are you thanking me for? I think you're a good person and a friend worth befriending. Just don't forget me when you become rich in the future." In his line of work, he had to be slick and smooth. A person who was down and out today might rise to the top the next day. Who could say for sure? Therefore, he had to earn the money that he needed to earn, and he had to help those who were worth helping within his ability. Moreover, it was as easy as lifting a finger. "Go quickly, I'll wait for your good news." "Okay." Xianxia agreed and changed into a pair of trousers as fast as he could. He briefly combed his hair in front of the mirror, and then rushed out like a whirlwind, rushing to the small auditorium of the college. He also rushed to his own future. At the same time, Lu Chen and Feng Hui were already sitting in the front row of the auditorium, interviewing the first student. This was the second time the two of them were here to choose actors. The last time they filmed Full House of Romance, it was also Lu Chen and Feng Hui who chose 2 students from Jingying. Since Lu Chen's debut, his main achievements in the field of film and television were 2 TV series and 1 movie, not to mention music videos and commercials. Although the themes of his movies and TV works were different, there were many similarities. The scripts were written by Lu Chen himself, and he was also the leading actor. He also composed the arrangement and theme song. In addition, Lu Chen liked to choose newcomers or actors with high cost-performance ratio. Apart from Chinfei, he had never invited big names in the film and television industry. Even the directors he used were second or third rate. Of course, Feng Hui was now definitely a first-rate TV series director in the country. And all these similarities made people analyze. First of all, the production cost of Lu Chen's film and television works was very low. Big expenses in terms of remuneration were less than his competitors. In today's film and television production, the remuneration of actors was the majority of the cost. In some films or TV series, the remuneration of actors alone might account for 70% of the budget. Such a situation was undoubtedly an abnormal phenomenon caused by the rapid development of the entertainment industry. The market value of stars was getting higher and higher, and they would not easily lower their net worth, so investors could only save money in shooting and production. As a result, there were more and more bad movies, more and more advertisements in films and television, and more audiences scolded. However, the bad movies played by big stars were still sought after. As long as there was a good hype, there was a possibility of profit, so this phenomenon could not be stopped. In turn, the high remuneration of star actors also attracted countless artists to devote themselves to it. But the films and TV series invested by Lu Chen were not like this. He liked to use newcomers in his films, and also made many originally unknown newcomers popular. It was okay to say that he was stingy and thrifty, but this ability was also very admirable. Therefore, for the students of Jingying, Lu Chen's new TV series was their best opportunity to choose actors in the college. Once they were selected, it was equivalent to directly stepping into the circle and having a very high starting point. There was already the best example before, so who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity? However, in many cases, the more eager one was, the easier it was to go wrong. For example, the performance student who had just come on stage was also an experienced senior student. Not only did he overexert his impromptu performance, but he also mispronounced 2 words in a simple line. He was too nervous. Lu Chen shook his head at Feng Hui, who said with a smile, "Next." Accompanying Lu Chen to Beijing Film Studio for casting, Feng Hui was in a very happy mood. Very happy. 2 years ago, Feng Hui was just a second-rate or third-rate director in the film and television industry. Although she had made many films and TV plays, none of them were very popular. There was an unreachable distance between her and those big names in the industry. Although the money she made was not very small, Feng Hui had her own ambitions. The first time she cooperated with Lu Chen was to shoot a music video. It was the music video of the title song of MSN, the most popular girl group in the Chinese music industry. Lu Chen was the male lead in the film. At that time, Lu Chen left a deep impression on Feng Hui. She didn't expect that after that cooperation, Lu Chen actually called to invite her to shoot a TV play. Feng Hui agreed, and then there was Autumn in My Heart. This urban romance drama was a great success and even set a ratings record in South Korea. It also pushed Feng Hui herself to the position of a quasi-A-list TV play director in one fell swoop. After years of persistence, she became famous in one play. At that time, Feng Hui was a little complacent. As a result, she almost missed Lu Chen's second TV play, Full House of Romance. Now that she thought about it, her mentality was really a little out of balance at that time. Fortunately, she came to her senses in time and continued to direct Full House of Romance, making herself truly an A-list director. This time, Lu Chen was preparing to shoot the finale of his urban trilogy. Feng Hui had vacated her schedule early and refused the invitations of many films and TV plays. The loss was so great that her agent was very distressed. According to her agreement with Lu Chen, the salary for directing You from the Star was only twice that of Full House of Romance, which was a big gap from her current net worth. But Feng Hui was willing to endure it. She even told her agent that even if she didn't get a penny, she was willing to direct the TV play and work for Lu Chen for free. Although it was just a joke, it also showed the importance Feng Hui attached to the TV play. Because Feng Hui had every reason to believe that You from the Star would create the peak of her career, with this strong confidence, Feng Hui came to Beijing Film Studio for casting. Her level was different, and her eyes were more picky and strict than when she came last time. You from the Star had a total investment budget of nearly 100 million yuan and a length of 35 episodes. Whether it was the story setting or the plot content, it was far richer than the first two, and the difficulty and requirements of filming were naturally higher. Then the characters in the movie would be very important. The first student from Beijing Film Academy for the interview had been studying in the academy for 3 years. After the summer vacation, he would be a senior student. His appearance was very good, and he also had some acting experience. However, he did not leave a good impression on Feng Hui. There were several problems in a very simple impromptu performance, and he was more nervous than a freshman. Therefore, she could only apologize in her heart and directly said, "Next." Xianxia, who was on the stage, was very clear that he had messed up his performance. Facing his teachers' resentful gaze from the audience, he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He just wanted to find a place to fiercely slap himself. Being the first to go on stage was very stressful, but it was also easy to leave a deep impression on the director. The result was a bad impression. The most important thing was that he knew too well what this opportunity meant to him. For a moment, his blood surged and he asked, "Teacher Liu, Teacher Feng, can you give me another chance?" Seeing his remorseful look, Feng Hui couldn't help but feel compassionate and asked Lu Chen next to her with her eyes. Lu Chen shook his head again. It wasn't that he didn't want to give the other party a chance, but that this person was not the ideal candidate in his mind. Sitting on the right side of Lu Chen, Teacher Chen from the Academic Affairs Office of Beijing Film was very good at observing people's words and expressions. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Gao Zhen, pay attention to discipline. The students behind you are still waiting." He must be the bad guy, otherwise, wouldn't it make things difficult for Lu Chen and Feng Hui? And if everyone was like this, then what face would Jingning have to speak of? Wouldn't the students be taught too badly? Gao Zhen drooped his head and wilted off the stage like a frosted eggplant. Most of the students backstage who also came for the interview cast a gloating look at him, and a few who were familiar with Gao Zhen comforted him. As for what they thought in their hearts, that was another story. Opportunities were very precious and rare. A TV series of this level was really a pit for every radish. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for students like them to have a chance. That was to say, Lu Chen especially liked to use newcomers, so everyone had a chance. With one less competitor, there would be one more hope. Number 2. The interview started at 8:30 in the morning and lasted until 12 o'clock at noon. There were as many as 70 or 80 people who signed up. It should be known that there were only 20 or 30 people in a class of the performance department of Beijing Film. It could be said that most of the people came, including a few non-performance students. No one knew who helped them, but they also got the opportunity to interview. Director Feng Hui was in charge of the casting, but she obviously respected Lu Chen's opinion very much. She discussed with Lu Chen from time to time during the interview, and all her words and deeds touched the hearts of the students present. Number 109. Teacher Chen of the Academic Affairs Office moved a little uneasily and said to Lu Chen, "It should be the last one." Lu Chen nodded and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Chen. Let's have lunch together." Teacher Chen smiled and said, "It's not hard, it's my job." He was eager for Lu Chen to pick a few more students. Although the influence of Beijing Film is accumulated by a group of excellent students, luck is really very important in this circle. TN, Beijing Film Studio is a place where a group of excellent students have accumulated. In the circle, Lu Chen had the reputation of gold touch and new star-making machine. If Beijing Film could establish a long-term good cooperative relationship with this young man who had the ability to call the wind and summon the rain in the entertainment circle, there would be many benefits and no harm. While talking, the last student walked to the middle of the stage and bowed slightly awkwardly. "Hello, teachers, I am Xianxia, a student of the performance department at the 15th level. Please give me your advice." Well, Feng Hui, who was already a little tired, nodded. She casually flipped through the script in her hand and then said, "Turn to the 10th page of the script and act out the dialogue in it. I will give you 1 minute to prepare." Because there were too many people, the time left for each student to interview was very short, but they all got a short script in advance, so the preparation time was actually very sufficient. "Okay." Xianxia replied respectfully. He took a deep breath and flipped through the script in his hands as fast as he could. It was as if he had opened his own book of fate. The girl number 17 is good, the boy number 47 is also good, and, on the way back from Beijing Film, Feng Hui sat in the car and flipped through the notes in her hand. She said to Lu Chen, "The last one is called Xianxia. I think he is quite suitable to play Huli," and, she smiled and said, "This boy is a bit like you." Xianxia, the last person to be interviewed, left a deep impression on Feng Hui. First of all, his performance on the stage was remarkable. He recited a few lines with sincerity. Although he was a little nervous, he appropriately highlighted the characteristics of the character. Fang Hui was quite satisfied with this boy. Moreover, her impression of Xianxia was quite similar to the first time she met Lu Chen. Both of them were young, tall, and handsome, but Lu Chen's temperament was more mature, while Xianxia was more immature, with the bookish air of a college student. And the supporting male character in View from the Star, Hu Li, happened to be a college student. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, nodded and said, I think it's okay. Choose him for Hu Li, and put the other two on the waiting list. If there are no better choices, then use them. Okay. Fang Hui nodded and drew a big red circle around Xianxia's name. Lucky boy, she said silently in her heart. Although she was in charge of the casting of View from the Star this time, Fang Hui knew very well that she was actually a screenwriter, and the real decision-maker was Lu Chen. Fang Hui did not feel that her rights and responsibilities were offended, because Lu Chen was not only the lead actor, but also the screenwriter and the main investor of this TV series. He had the absolute right to speak. She was already extremely satisfied to be able to direct View from the Star, so she did not need to care about such a small matter. Moreover, Lu Chen's vision was also very brilliant. Autumn in My Heart and Full of Romance made a few newcomers popular? She knew very well. It was as if Fang Hui saw another new star rising. At this moment, the student from Beijing Film, whose name was mentioned in the circle, was returning to his dormitory uneasily. Senior was still there. When he saw Xianxia, he immediately jumped up from the bed and asked anxiously, how was it? Xianxia smiled bitterly, I don't know either. Let's wait for the news. The senior realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly, that's true, the results won't come out so soon. Under normal circumstances, even if one was selected, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to be on the list. Usually, there would be a second round of interviews. Chinfei Media was not a grassroots team. Xianxia relaxed. He patted the senior's shoulder and said, Senior, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you at noon. Let's go to a small restaurant outside for a meal. The senior beamed with joy. I was waiting for you to say that. Xianxia burst into laughter. So the two of them left the dormitory and went out to eat. On the way, Xianxia bumped into a few girls. One of the girls greeted him, Xianxia, where are you guys going? Xianxia was stunned and instinctively replied, going out to eat. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell on the other beautiful girl beside him. This was Xianxia's junior in the same major. They had known each other for a year and he had a good impression of her. However, he had not taken the initiative to pursue her and confess his feelings. He just liked her silently. Xianxia knew himself well. He was not the best in the film academy, which was full of talents. He did not have much money in his pocket and often had to work part-time. He lacked the foundation to fall in love. The girl blushed under Xianxia's gaze, but she still nodded to him. The girl who greeted Xianxia looked ordinary, but she had a shrewd personality. She smiled and asked, Xianxia, why are you staring at our sister Hongxiu like that? Xianxia blushed and did not know how to answer. Fortunately, he had a companion. The senior smiled and said, can't you tell? Our Yanxi wants to treat everyone to a meal. I wonder if you ladies would like to do us the honor? The girls looked at each other and agreed with a smile. They were all young people and classmates. Although they studied different majors, there was no need to worry about not having a common topic. Thus, the two of them became a group and asked for a small private room in a restaurant outside the academy. They then ordered 7 or 8 dishes and a case of beer, chatting and laughing as they ate. The pretty girl named Hongxiu was arranged to sit next to Xianxia. She sipped the beer in her glass and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia, you're the last one to go on stage today, right? Xianxia nodded. Yes. I saw you. You performed very well. There were many people attending the interview today, and Su Hongxiu was one of the first to appear. She was a little embarrassed. Thank you. When it came to this topic, everyone started talking at once. Lu Chen is really handsome, but he looks a little different from how he looks on TV. I wonder who he will choose this time. Mr. Chen said that he might choose 2 or 3 people. It would be lucky to be chosen. I just saw it on the internet last night. This TV series has more than 1 million fans. The filming hasn't even started yet, but there's no news on the blog. It's really amazing. It will definitely be the #1 in the ratings again. As they talked, the topic shifted to Xianxia and Xianxia. Because both of them were from the acting department and had attended the interview this morning. Xianxia, Xianxia, maybe both of you will be chosen. Hee, if you become big stars, remember to take care of us brothers and sisters. Both of them blushed. Xianxia quickly waved his hand and said, I'm just kidding. Ring, he was just about to say, I won't be so lucky, when his phone in his pocket rang. Xianxia quickly took out his phone and answered. Hello. He thought it was a call from someone in the crew who was working part-time. He reckoned that it was something urgent. There were a lot of things to do in a lousy crew. Then, Xianxia's expression quickly changed. Okay. No problem. Thank you. He hung up and was stunned. After a while, Xianxia realized that everyone was staring at him. The senior asked curiously, Yanxiu, what's wrong? Xianxia touched his face with a look of disbelief. Chen Fei Media called me. They want me to attend the interview tomorrow. As soon as he said that, the room was silent at first, then screams suddenly rang out. You from the Star had begun casting. The news first came out from Beijing Film. In less than a day, everyone in the entertainment industry in Beijing knew about it, and then it was quickly passed on the internet, triggering a wave of public opinion. Very few TV series could be like You from the Star, which had already shown the momentum of popularity before it officially started filming. The number of fans on the official V of the Waves blog, which had just been launched, easily exceeded the 1 million mark, making many people in the industry envious and jealous. They had to be convinced. Lu Chen and Chen Fei's popularity was too high. The popular China's Voice had pushed the two to the top of the domestic entertainment industry. With the good reputation created by the first 2 TV series, no one doubted the success of You from the Star. Countless fans cheered loudly, looking forward to the broadcast of the new TV series as soon as possible. Everyone had been waiting for it for a long time. In today's era, attention determined everything for star artists. In order to win the attention of the public, all kinds of hype methods emerged one after another, and repeatedly broke the bottom line. You from the Star was undoubtedly a new star-produced TV series, so after knowing the news that You from the Star had begun casting, anyone in the industry with a little bit of connections would sharpen their brains to get in and get a piece of the pie, even if it was just to bask in the limelight. Among them, there was no lack of big shots in the industry, through their own agencies or signed entertainment companies, to go through the channels of Chen Fei Media, hoping to be able to play an important role in it. In addition to these individual investors, the partners of You from the Star, such as the 2 major satellite TV stations, South Korea's KGS TV station, SPG, Crown Pictures, etc., also had their own demands. SPG even wanted to introduce 2 South Korean rookies under its banner into this TV series. As a result, Chen Fei Media once again became crowded. General Manager Lu Shi's 2 mobile phones were blown up by calls from all kinds of people, which made her extremely worried every day. As a result, her anger rose, and a few pimples appeared on her face. As key figures of Chen Fei Media, Lu Chen and Chen Fei were naturally the focus of everyone's PR. The 2 of them could easily get any role other than the male and female leads. However, to their disappointment, Lu Chen and Chen Fei seemed to have disappeared at this time. The 2's work phones were in the hands of their agents or assistants. Chen Fei Media also refused to disclose their whereabouts and even declined many interview invitations from the media. Where did the 2 of them go? In fact, the answer was not mysterious at all. Lu Chen and Chen Fei were in the capital, in their own home. The sun had just set, and the sky was getting dark. The high-rise buildings in the Xicheng Garden District were lit up. Unit 1701 of Block 7 was also brightly lit. In the kitchen, Chen Fei was busy in front of the stove. On the dining table outside, there were already 2 plates of cooked dishes, a bottle of red wine, and 2 crystal-clear wine glasses. The queen of the music industry, who was regarded as the national goddess by countless fans, was wearing a thin white shirt and a pair of black hot pants, revealing two straight and white long legs. She did not have any makeup on, but she had a kind of seductive and sexy charm. Her hair was casually tied with a rubber band, and she even had a headscarf wrapped around her head. With one hand holding the handle of the iron pot, and the other holding a spatula, she skillfully stir-fried. If Xianxia's fans saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Under her manipulation, the long beef fillet and the sliced green pepper were mixed with each other, exuding a tempting fragrance under the effect of the high temperature of the hot oil. It was so tender and smooth that it made people salivate. Lu Chen, who had just slipped into the kitchen, was already drooling. He quietly walked behind Xianxia, who was concentrating on cooking the beef fillet with green pepper. He reached out and hugged the slender waist of the beautiful female chef. Xianxia was shocked, and immediately said coquettishly, "Don't mess around, I haven't put it on the plate yet." Lu Chen reluctantly let go of his girlfriend, and watched as she put the stir-fried dishes on the porcelain plate. He took the chopsticks, picked up a fresh and hot beef fillet, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it, and couldn't help but give Xianxia a thumbs up. "It's so delicious." Xianxia originally did not know how to cook. At most, she could fry eggs and stir-fry vegetables. However, at the beginning of the year, her family hired an auntie to take care of the daily housekeeping, and she began to learn how to cook. This auntie was a southerner, and she had been working as a housekeeper for more than 20 years. She was proficient in cooking, gardening, and housekeeping. As a superstar like Xianxia, she was naturally very willing to teach her unique skills. Under the auntie's careful guidance and her own hard work, Xianxia was now able to make a few decent dishes. Although she could not compare to a professional chef, she was barely at the level of a housewife. Of course, for Lu Chen, the dishes that she personally cooked were definitely the most delicious in the world. Xianxia's little face was filled with pride. Go, 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 stop flattering me. Hurry up and bring it over, I'll cook another dish." Lu Chen chuckled, and quickly kissed Xianxia's pretty face. Then, as she pouted coquettishly, he brought the plate of stir-fried beef fillet with green pepper to the dining table outside. He sat down at the dining table and opened the bottle of red wine. He was too lazy to sober up, so he directly poured the wine into a glass, and slowly swirled the glass. Looking at the delicate figure who was busy in the kitchen, Lu Chen only felt happy, peaceful, and warm in his heart. Since he entered the entertainment industry, such leisurely and comfortable days were really getting fewer and fewer. Therefore, when he returned to the capital from Hangzhou this time, after finishing the most important things, he and Xianxia gave themselves a vacation. They hid at home and did not go out. They cut off most of their contact with the outside world and enjoyed the good time together. Of course, they also avoided the trouble caused by the casting of You from the Star. Several important supporting roles had been determined. As for the other roles in the play, Lu Chen delegated the power to director Feng Hui. He asked her to discuss with Lu Shi and negotiate with the partners. He put aside his work, and Xianxia also accompanied him to decline a lot of work. In short, it was to put aside the trouble and be lazy. Tasting the wine in the glass and tasting the dishes cooked by Xianxia, Lu Chen really wanted to live like this forever. In fact, to be honest, the wealth accumulated by the two of them could not be spent in several lifetimes, so it was very simple for them to live like this. However, that kind of life was not what he really wanted, and the same was true for Xianxia. Maybe there would be a day when they would leave the prosperity, but now they were both very young, and the wonderful life had just begun. A plate of steamed sea crab, a plate of sour and spicy potato shredded, a plate of green pepper beef, and the tomato egg soup that Xianxia finally brought out. It was not very sumptuous, but for Lu Chen, it was completely enough. With a bottle of Bordeaux red wine, the two enjoyed this warm dinner together. After dinner, Lu Chen took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Xianxia made a pot of fruit tea. After the meal, the two snuggled up on the sofa in the living room. It was sweet and romantic, just like the time when they first fell in love. Time is a terrible thing. It can easily change everything in the world. When two people get to know each other and fall in love, the initial passion will always disappear. It will either transform into deeper feelings, or it will break up. Lu Chen and Chen Feier have known and been in love for 2 years. They usually spend less time together and more time apart. Not only did their relationship not suffer any twists and turns because of this, but like aged wine, they became more and more mellow. It was too common for men and women in the entertainment industry to break up and get back together. Because of this, the two cherished this hard-won relationship even more. Living together, there were inevitably some small conflicts. Sometimes Chen Feier was in a bad mood, and she would quarrel with Lu Chen, but Lu Chen always erased the problems between the two with his own tolerance. Although Chen Feier was older than Lu Chen, in reality, the positions of the two were reversed. "I'm so full," Chen Feier leaned lazily in Lu Chen's arms, and said with half-closed eyes, "Let's go out for a walk tonight." Lu Chen stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Okay, where do you want to go?" The two had been hiding at home for 3 days. They basically didn't go out much. Their usual food was bought from the supermarket by Auntie Zhongdian. Chen Feier thought for a moment and said, "Let's go for a walk first, and then go to Forget Worries bar to play." Now she and Lu Chen were standing on the cusp of the entertainment industry. You from the Star was about to start shooting, and there were countless media watching. It was not very convenient to go anywhere. Forget Worries bar was a little better. After all, it was considered half of Lu Chen's territory, so nothing would happen. So the two left home together and went for a walk in the nearby park. When it was almost time, they asked Xianxia to drive over and then went to Forget Grass bar. Lu Chen hadn't been to Forget Worries bar for a long time. Today's Forget Worries bar is no longer what it used to be. After Lu Chen held a fan appreciation meeting here last time, Qin Jianhao bought the land next door and expanded the scale. The area of Forget Grass bar was more than double after renovation. There was also a lot of money. Of Lu Chen of Lu. They also invested a lot of money in the renovation. Not only did they update the audio and video equipment, but they also hired a famous designer in the industry for the interior design. They spent millions in total. Qin Jianhao couldn't come up with so much money, so he pulled Lu Chen to invest 3 million, which increased the latter's shares to 40% and made him a real shareholder. Originally, Lu Chen had 5% of Forget Worries bar's shares, which he exchanged with a song. This anecdote was widely spread in the circle of Hohai. Everyone said that Qin Jianhao was lucky and had real foresight. Forget Grass bar became famous because of Lu Chen, and business was very good every day. Lu Chen used 3 million to increase his shares to 40%. From a business point of view, it was not a loss at all. But now Lu Chen didn't care about the shares of a bar. He invested to help Qin Jianhao and to continue the friendship between the two sides. The new is better than the old. When Lu Chen brought Chen Feier to Forget Worries bar, the bar was basically full. It was not even 9 o'clock, and there was still some time before the nightlife started. This situation could only show how good Forget Worries bar's business was. "Although you're not here, this place is full of your legend." Seeing Qin Jianhao again in the bar's office, the boss and nanny of Forget Worries bar used an online joke to tease Lu Chen and said, "Come here more if you have time, you're also the boss now." Although it was a joke, it was also very reasonable. Nowadays, Forget Worries bar's customer base included many people in the industry, and even the resident singers of other bars. Many people came here with the mentality of a pilgrimage to have a drink and see the place where Lu Chen started. In Hohai, Lu Chen was undoubtedly a legend among the singers. Lu Chen laughed and said, "Aren't I here now?" Qin Jianhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you're here, stay for a while. A lot of old customers miss you." Qin Jianhao also knew that the current Lu Chen was completely different from before. He was successful and entangled with many things. It was not easy to come here, but he still hoped that Lu Chen would come often. Not for business, but to continue a bit of the past. Forget Grass bar's business was already good enough. "Call me godmother, call me." While Lu Chen was chatting with Qin Jianhao, Chen Feier was teasing his son. Sister Na was also there. Since marrying Qin Jianhao, she basically withdrew from the circle and peacefully stayed at home to support her husband and raise her son. However, after the internet cafe was renovated, business became busier. Qin Jianhao had to stay in the bar, so sometimes Sister Na would bring her son over to avoid boredom at home and also to help out. Today, she happened to be here. Qin Jianhao and sister Na's son was about to turn 1 year old. Compared to a few months after he was born, he grew up a lot stronger. He was white and chubby and looked very cute. However, how could he call her aunt now? In the face of Qin Feier's teasing, he could only dance and babble in response. This made Qin Feier so happy that he didn't want to let go. Last time when Lu Chen held a fan meeting at Forget Grass Bar, Qin Feier had seen sister Na's fat son, Qin Kongping. At that time, he also said that he wanted to be Qin Kongping's godmother. Now this identity was officially confirmed. Sister Na beamed with joy and pulled Qin Feier to whisper. No one knew what she said, but her face turned red. Qin Jianhao said to Lu Chen, "Let them play here, let's go down and have a drink." Lu Chen, of course, had no objection. He told Qin Feier and went down to the bar. His appearance inevitably caused a sensation among the guests. Everyone knew the relationship between Lu Chen and Forget Grass Bar, but Lu Chen rarely appeared here. Today's appearance was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise for them. Fortunately, Forget Grass Bar's customers were mature and rational. They wouldn't rush up to ask for autographs and photos, but there were many customers who used their mobile phones to take photos. Lu Chen had long been accustomed to this kind of attention. He didn't mind and sat down in front of the bar. When Lu Chen officially became a shareholder of Forget Worries Bar, Qin Jianhao told him that there would always be a place for him here. Boss Chen didn't say that casually. After Forget Worries Bar was renovated, the size of the bar doubled, and there was a special seat for Lu Chen, a seat reserved for him forever. Usually, no matter how high the bar's business was, this seat was always empty. If someone wanted to sit, the bartender or other customers would kindly remind him. In fact, this was also a small gimmick of Forget Grass Bar. The existence of this special seat was to tell everyone that this bar had a big star as a shareholder, and if one frequented it, there might be an unexpected surprise. However, after Forget Worries Bar reopened, this was the first time that this seat welcomed its owner. Regarding Qin Jianhao's kindness, or more accurately, his thoughts, Lu Chen just smiled faintly. Have a beer. The bartender was no longer the original David. This romantic and witty guy had gone to the south to pursue his love. Now he was replaced by a pure foreigner, Rodney. Rodney was an American. After graduating from college, he came to China to travel, and then fell in love with this city. He chose to stay and work. He used to work part-time in a bar in New York, so he was not a novice. Rodney was very young, with brown hair and blue eyes. He was also very handsome, and he spoke good Chinese. He knew Lu Chen, and he seemed to admire Lu Chen. "Lu, I've heard all your songs. You're the best singer." This foreigner spoke very directly, and his praise was also very direct. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." Rodney handed Lu Chen a glass of beer and asked curiously, "Lu, will you sing tonight?" Lu Chen took a sip and said, "Maybe." As they spoke, Qin Feier came down from upstairs and came to Lu Chen's side. "What are you guys talking about?" Rodney suddenly stared at her and asked with his eyes wide open, "Beautiful lady, may I know your name?" Qin Feier smiled without saying a word. He reached out and held Lu Chen's arm. Rodney couldn't hide his disappointment. "Oh, so you're Lu's girlfriend. Do you have any sisters?" Lu Chen and Qin Feier both laughed. This guy was really interesting, his skin was really thick. At this time, a singer appeared on the stage with a guitar. When the Forget Grass Bar was renovated, a huge sum of money was invested in upgrading the audio and video equipment. The original performance stage was also remodeled, with a new background screen. The lighting and other effects were much better than before. The singer looked to be in his 20s. He was not very tall and wore a t-shirt and jeans. His long hair hung down to his shoulders, and his facial features were sharp and handsome. He had the temperament of a prodigal son. He was obviously quite popular in Forget Worries Bar. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of many customers. Among them, there were many young girls who cheered and applauded as if they had come specifically for him. Qin Jianhao introduced him to Lu Chen. "Xiao Zhuang, a new singer. He has a bit of talent and can sing folk songs very well." Lu Chen nodded. The singer called Xiao Zhuang sat down on a stool. He didn't respond to the fans' calls and adjusted the guitar. Then he raised his head and coolly said into the microphone, "The Golden Age of Youth." The song he was singing was "The Golden Age of Youth" from Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me album. It's the end of spring again in May. There aren't many people in the early morning market. Children sing in front of the door. The sun warms the river. Willow catkins blow in the wind. People under the tree's shadow want to sleep. People who are silent start to be happy. Take off the winter puppet, my melancholy white shirt. Since the release of The Golden Age of Youth, it has been regarded as a masterpiece among Lu Chen's folk songs. With the resurgence of folk songs, it has been covered by many singers. In the past 2 years, there has been a nostalgic trend of folk songs in the Chinese pop music industry. The beginning of the trend was Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me, which established his position in the music industry. A large number of followers have emerged. This isn't a bad thing. The biggest problem facing the Chinese music industry is the lack of original works. Everyone is trying to cover and imitate the works of Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea. Fast songs and catchy songs are very popular. The situation of homogenization is very serious. But what Lu Chen brought is not only a folk style, but also an original style. His works are all original works, which also let people in the industry truly feel the power of originality. As a result, the status of songwriters in the industry has been improved big. More singers want to prove themselves through original works, and at the same time establish their own personality and voice. In this regard, a music critic mentioned on his Waves blog that Lu Chen has not only brought 2 best-selling original albums to the Chinese music industry, but he has also changed the industry's atmosphere to a large extent. He has stirred up turbid and cleared up turbid, so that Chinese pop music can regain its pride and dignity. Such praise may be a little exaggerated, but Lu Chen's influence on the music industry is real. The Golden Age of Youth is not difficult to sing, but because there are many people singing it, it is not easy to sing the feelings and charm expressed in this song and to conquer the picky fans and listeners. Because of Lu Chen's original singing and interpretation, it has set a benchmark that is very difficult to reach for this song. But this singer, Xiao Zhuang, sings very well. He plays the guitar very skillfully, the intonation is impeccable, and his singing style has its own characteristics. Just as Chen Jianhao said, he has talent, coupled with his handsome appearance, no wonder he can attract a lot of fans. Chen Feier whispered to Lu Chen and joked, "Do you feel pressured?" When Xiao Zhuang sang, everyone's attention was on him, and few people were still staring at Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed involuntarily. Chen Jianhao said, "This little guy admires you very much. He came to Forget Worries Bar because of you." According to Chen Jianhao, this is not a Beijing drifting singer, but a rich second generation who likes music. The guitar he uses is the highest quality of the hundreds of thousands of yuan. He did not come to Forget Worries Bar to make money. Chen Jianhao said, "If you like him, you might as well sign him. He's a good seedling worth cultivating." Today, Jinfei Media has started to sign people. Although they did not sign many, everyone in the industry knew about it. Lu Chen was a little interested, then call him over and ask him. At this time, Xiao Zhuang just finished singing The Golden Age of Youth. He still looked cool, and did not interact with the fans. He carried his guitar backstage. "Lu Chen, long time no see. When are you going to release a new album? I'm going to buy a few more as a souvenir. If you have time, come to Nepenthes Bar often. Everyone misses you." Yeah, many customers came over to greet Lu Chen warmly. They were all regular customers of Nepenthes Bar. It could be said that they had watched Lu Chen go from a small part-time singer to a big shot in the entertainment industry. Lu Chen smiled and greeted them one by one, not neglecting any of them. Lu Chen's friendly and easygoing attitude made everyone feel very comfortable. Although he was successful and famous, he didn't put on the airs of a big star. Moreover, he didn't forget these old customers, and even called out their names. As they spoke, the singer who sang The Bright Times of Youth, Xiao Zhuang, walked over from behind the bar. He changed into a jacket inlaid with silver accessories, still holding the guitar in his hand, and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen and the others. "Teacher Lu Chen, Teacher Chen Feier, Brother Kenho." Lu Chen and Chen Feier both smiled and replied respectively, "Hello." Chen Jianhao nodded and smiled. "Haven't you always wanted to meet Lu Chen?" today, your wish has been fulfilled. Xiao Shuang looked at Lu Chen and said, Teacher Lu Chen, I'm a fan of yours. Can I have your autograph? His gaze was very passionate, and there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. With the help of the light from the bar, Lu Chen looked at him seriously. He looked very young up close, probably no more than 20 years old. His facial features were handsome, and his skin was fair. His appearance was very good, and he even had an ear stud in his left ear, which was the most popular style in the entertainment industry, little fresh meat. Of course, Lu Chen would not reject his small request. Sure, where do you want to sign? Just sign here. Xiao Zhuang was obviously prepared, and immediately handed over the guitar and a microphone pen with a smile. Lu Chen chuckled and reached out to take his guitar. Lu Chen had a deep understanding of guitars. Although his most cherished guitar was the one given to him by his sister, he had also bought several other guitars after his debut. Seeing a good guitar, he couldn't help but be excited. Xiao Zhuang's guitar wasn't a branded one, but a custom-made one. Through the sound hole, you could see the engraved metal signature embedded in the guitar case. The material used was exquisite, and it was definitely of the highest quality. Such custom-made guitars usually cost tens of thousands of dollars, and the best ones cost tens of thousands of dollars. If it was the work of a real master, it would be a priceless treasure. An ordinary singer would not be able to afford this guitar even if they worked hard for a few years in Beijing. Just as Qin Jianhao had said, Xiao Zhuang was a rich second-generation heir who did not lack money. Lu Chen praised, a very good guitar. Xiao Zhuang immediately said, Mr. Lu Chen, if you like this guitar, then I'll give it to you. Lu Chen, Chen Feier, and Qin Jianhao all laughed. Lu Chen shook his head and said, a gentleman does not take what others like. Also, this guitar is too expensive. I wouldn't dare accept it. As he said that, he took the microphone pen and wrote his name and the date on the right side of the guitar. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chen. Xiao Zhuang was very disappointed that he didn't get a guitar. He took the guitar that Lu Chen handed back to him and asked eagerly, will you be going on stage later? Lu Chen raised his glass and smiled. I'm just here to sit down tonight. How about you sing a few more songs? Xiao Zhuang was disappointed again, but he didn't pester him any further. Instead, he said politely, then I'll go backstage to prepare. Mr. Lu Chen, Mr. Chen Feier, goodbye. Lu Chen nodded and said, okay. Seeing Xiao Zhuang's silhouette leave, Qin Jianhao asked Lu Chen, what do you think? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Brother Kenho, this isn't your style. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see that Qin Jianhao had the intention of recommending Xiao Zhuang to Qinfei Media? Lu Chen and Qin Jianhao had known each other for more than 3 years. He knew that Qin Jianhao normally wouldn't meddle in this kind of business. Unless there was a favor that couldn't be erased. Qin Jianhao rubbed his chin and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it's mainly because I owe his uncle a favor. Qin Jianhao didn't hide it. He honestly explained why he recommended Xiao Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang's uncle had helped Qin Jianhao a lot before, and he still hadn't returned the favor. If it wasn't for that, Xiao Zhuang wouldn't be singing at Nepenthe's bar, and his ambition wouldn't be at Nepenthe's bar. Of course, Xiao Zhuang had the ability and talent. Otherwise, Qin Jianhao would rather owe him a favor than tell Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Chen Feier said, then let's arrange a time and have him come to the company to try. We also want to sign someone, and the key is that he has a good character. Qin Jianhao said seriously, Xiao Zhuang is a good kid. He doesn't have the bad habits of a rich family. He just wants to be a singer and a star. He knew that since Chen Feier had spoken, this matter was basically in the bag. He could finally return the favor. As for whether or not he would owe Lu Chen another favor, that was another matter. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, then let's give it a try first. After a new round of expansion, Qinfei Media could no longer serve only him and Qin Feier. That would be a waste of resources, and it would be difficult to continue growing. Therefore, it was imperative to sign someone. However, whether it was Lu Chen or Qin Feier, they were very cautious in this aspect. They would rather have nothing than a substandard signing. They would not lower their standards just to meet the requirements of expansion, and that would leave a hidden danger for the company's development. Therefore, up until now, Qinfei Media had not signed a single new artist. Originally, the most likely winner of the Voice of China's final champion might very well be Xiao Shuang. Lu Chen had a good impression of Xiao Shuang. He met all the requirements and was very polite. He didn't seem like a scheming person, and he could tell that he truly loved music. That was enough. Qin Jianhao smiled, "That's great. This kid will be very happy to know." Qin Feier pursed her lips into a smile, then asked Lu Chen, "You really don't want to go up and sing a few songs?" Lu Chen held her hand and said, "Tonight, I only want to sing for you." He did not come to Forget Worries Bar to sing. If he didn't want to sing, then he wouldn't. Although they had been in love for a long time, Qin Feier still blushed at Lu Chen's words of love, and her heart was stirred. Qin Jianhao, on the other hand, was trembling all over and said unhappily, "Hey, hey, hey, I'm still here." These two guys were getting better at showing off their love. They even dared to say all kinds of mushy words of love. Lu Chen laughed, then pulled Qin Feier's hand and said, "Let's go." He wanted to go home. That was also what Qin Feier wanted. On July 25, the modern urban romantic comedy You from the Star, jointly produced by Qinfei Media, Beijing Television, Zhidong Satellite TV and other units, held a startup ceremony at the Shangri-La Hotel in Beijing. It was said to be a startup ceremony, but in fact, it was a meeting between the main cast and the media. Because of the high popularity of You from the Star on the internet, this meeting attracted hundreds of media outlets, big and small, all over the country, and the dispatched reporters crowded the conference hall on the top floor of the Shangri-La Hotel. Under the witness of these media reporters, Lu Shi, general manager of Qinfei Media, announced that You from the Star had officially started shooting, and together with several important people, they personally lifted the red cloth covering the camera. In addition to Lu Shi, Lu Chen, Qin Feier and others from Qinfei Media, there were also senior executives of the two satellite TV stations, as well as director Fang Hui and more than a dozen actors. After the simple and grand ceremony, Lu Chen, as the core character of the TV series, was immediately surrounded by reporters from all walks of life, and he was almost drowned by interview microphones with logos. Lu Chen, who had disappeared from the media some time ago, answered their questions patiently with a smile on his face. "Mr. Lu Chen, how long is it expected to take to shoot You from the Star?" The first question came from a reporter from Entertainment Weekly. Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "It is expected to be completed in 2 to 3 months. This TV series is different from the two I have made before. It involves a lot of special effects, so the investment is very high and the shooting cycle will be long." The other party asked, "So the domestic audience won't be able to see it until October?" "No," Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "If the shooting goes well, the audience will be able to watch the first episode of You from the Star as soon as August 15th. We will use the method of shooting and broadcasting at the same time to launch this new series to the national TV audience." You from the Star is a weekly drama. This is undoubtedly a big highlight, especially for the vast number of TV audiences. It is absolutely good news. Because they didn't need to wait for the filming of You from the Star to be completed, they could watch it first. Weekly dramas were first popular in Europe and the United States. The concept of weekly dramas was not only defined by the broadcast cycle. From shooting, production, publicity to the broadcast cycle, a series of processes were completely different from daily dramas. It was easy for people to simply understand weekly dramas as TV dramas that were broadcast on a weekly basis, but in fact, that was not the case. The key characteristic of weekly dramas was to be broadcast while filming. Domestic TV dramas were influenced by European and American TV dramas. They had also introduced weekly TV dramas, but many of the weekly TV dramas that were introduced in China only learned from the broadcast cycle. In fact, they would only be broadcasted after filming was completed, but they had deliberately lengthened the broadcast cycle. To shoot a real weekly drama, the producers needed to put in more energy and effort. During the broadcast period, they had to constantly pay attention to the market trends and the opinions of the audience. In terms of plot arrangements, they had to cater to the needs of the audience. In every episode, they had to avoid the phenomenon of watering down. In fact, the viewing habits of the domestic audience were changing. Weekly dramas were emerging from nothing, and more people dared to eat crabs. There was no doubt that it would be the trend of the future of Chinese TV dramas. But at present, shooting a weekly drama required not only strength, but also confidence and courage. If someone else said that they were shooting a weekly drama, the reporters might have doubts, but they absolutely believed in Lu Chen's words, because Lu Chen's first TV series, Autumn in My Heart, was a weekly drama. At that time, he was laughed at by many people in the circle, thinking that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As a result, his face was swollen. On the contrary, in the second series, Full of Romance, Lu Chen used the traditional shooting method and broadcasted after filming. Now that You from the Star had returned to the weekly drama, the news would undoubtedly cheer up his fans. A reporter holding the microphone of Daily Express asked, "Mr. Lu Chen, can you reveal how much you are paid for You from the Star?" This question made all the reporters present pricked up their ears. As the most popular new artist in the domestic entertainment industry, Lu Chen's net worth had always been one of the topics that people in the circle talked about. Net worth represented status, but Lu Chen's situation was different from most people. He wrote the songs he sang, wrote the TV series and movies he made, and even invested in them himself. The only things he could take out with a clear price were probably the sale of the copyright of his original songs and advertising endorsement fees. The former was 1 million per song, and the latter started at 5 million. As for commercial performances, Lu Chen basically did not run any announcements or commercial performances, and he had not even held a solo concert. The salary was even more mysterious. Although 2 TV series and 1 movie were big hits, his salary had not been announced to the public. Although many media had speculated, only Lu Chen himself knew whether it was reliable or not. This was something that many people were interested in. Faced with this rather sensitive question, Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I can tell you very frankly that Miss Xianxia and I are paid 1 million per episode for You from the Star, 1 million per episode." The total number of episodes of You from the Star was 35. This had been announced on the official V long ago, and everyone knew it. Although the number of episodes and the total number of episodes were not equal, there was another set of calculation methods. However, according to the usual ratio, the salary that Lu Chen and Xianxia received for You from the Star would be between 25 million and 30 million. The combined salary of the two people was almost half of the investment budget of this TV series. It sounded amazing, but no one thought it was too high, because with the current fame of Lu Chen and Xianxia, and the ratings of the previous 2 TV series, such a salary was not high at all. One had to know that the highest paid actor in the country now had a starting price of hundreds of millions for a TV series. Although there was a considerable amount of exaggeration, in fact, it was undoubtedly more than the 2 people. However, in terms of ratings, who dared to compare with You from the Star that had not yet been filmed? This TV series was definitely going to be popular, it was just a matter of how popular it was. And Lu Chen also said, 50% of my and Xianxia's salary will be converted into investment to ensure the quality of the production. Actors using their salary to invest was also a very popular method in the TV series industry, but it was not very popular with producers. However, the producers of You from the Star obviously would not object. There were so many reporters, so Lu Chen couldn't answer all their questions. After dealing with the interviews from a few important media outlets, he found an excuse to leave the scene. You from the Star was about to start filming, and he had a lot of important work to complete today. And in the suite of Shangri-La Hotel that the crew chartered, Lu Chen met 2 artists from South Korea. One of them was recommended by SPG, while the other was recommended by KGS TV station. They would play the second male and third female supporting roles in the show respectively. They were both rather important roles. The reason why they accepted these 2 Korean artists was mainly because of the demand for the Korean market. They wanted to further increase the viewership ratings of the new show in Korea, and also because of the request from their partners. The 2 of them flew over from Seoul yesterday, and only met Lu Chen today. The second male supporting role was called Xianxia. He was 21 years old this year, tall, handsome, and very sunny. He was a celebrity that SPG had carefully nurtured. He had just debuted this year, and was already quite famous in Korea. However, he didn't have any outstanding works yet. That was why SPG tried their best to push him into the cast of You Star, with the intention of making Xianxia soar through the show and become the new leader of SPG. Apart from participating in the filming of You Star, SPG also asked Qinfei Media for the cover rights of many of Lu Chen's pop music works at a high price to build Xingtai's brand image. In the past, it was very rare for a famous Korean management company to ask for the rights of pop songs from China. That was because it was usually the local record companies who bought the works from Korea for their singers to cover. In terms of pop music, Koreans had always been very proud. Even though they also had a history of imitating and singing European, American, and Japanese songs, the Korean entertainment industry had now surpassed Japan and was spreading its influence throughout Asia. Therefore, SPG's request was undoubtedly very embarrassing for Lu Chen and Qinfei Media. Xingtai, who was recommended by SPG, wasn't an ordinary person either. He could speak fluent Chinese and was very humble and polite in front of Lu Chen, treating Lu Chen like his teacher. In comparison, Xianxia, who was recommended by KGS TV station, was much worse. Even though she was very beautiful and had a good figure, her Chinese was stuttering and her conversation with Lu Chen was very tense. After a brief chat with the two artists from South Korea, Lu Chen led the crew of Xianxia to China Film City in Huairou District without stopping, and devoted himself to the shooting of the new drama on the same day. China Film Huairou Film City was a filming base invested by China Film Group in 2010. It was also the largest film city in Beijing. Although it wasn't as large as the three major film cities, the facilities were quite good. Most importantly, its location was very good. It could be reached directly by taking the subway line 7, and it was also connected to the Ring Highway. There were many five-star hotels nearby, and it was not far from the bustling business district. Most of the scenes of U-Star would be filmed in Beijing. For this new TV series, the cast of the film crew was undoubtedly very strong. Based on the original Full House of Romance, it had been greatly expanded. With Beijing television station's strong support, coupled with the fact that the preparations were very thorough, the filming went very smoothly from the start. Lu Chen and Qinfei together with Qinfei Media, threw themselves into the filming of U-Star. At the same time, The Voice of China, which the two participated in producing together, swept across the screen and set off a wave of The Voice in the domestic variety industry. Since the premiere of this live-action singing show on the 19th of May, the ratings had been rising steadily. The current average rating was 6.7%, ruthlessly crushing all other variety shows in the same period. It could be said that it was invincible in the ratings rankings. A group of newcomers in the music industry made a name for themselves through The Voice of China. Anqin, Li Qian, Zhang Yi, and other students of The Voice quickly rose to fame, stirring up the domestic pop music industry. Cut. Fang Hui waved her hand and a smile appeared on her serious face. It's over. Finally, it was over. Now, all the crew members breathed a sigh of relief. This scene had been NG'd more than a dozen times. It was either the actors memorizing the wrong lines or laughing during the scene, or the lighting or camera work was not in place. Director Fang Hui was not satisfied no matter what, tormenting everyone to the point of vomiting blood. Lu Chen also breathed a big sigh of relief. He reached out to pull the tie around his neck. His forehead was covered in sweat and he felt as if he had been cooked in a steamer. His whole body was wet and uncomfortable. This was how it was as an actor. Don't be fooled by how amazing you look in front of others, but you still have to endure hardships and tiring work. What he was going through now was considered child's play. Today's scene was filmed at Beijing Foreign Studies University. The male lead he was playing came from an alien planet and hid his identity as a university professor. Therefore, many of the scenes had to be filmed at the university. And these campus scenes were all filmed at Beijing Foreign Studies University, just in time for the summer holidays. Teacher Lu Chen. As soon as Lu Chen sat down in his chair, a beautiful girl in a white short skirt walked over quickly and respectfully handed him a bottle of iced mineral water. She stammered, I'm really sorry, I made a lot of mistakes. This girl was Xianxia, an actress from South Korea. Today's scene was between her and Lu Chen. Xianxia's character was a college girl who admired the male lead. She was not very experienced in acting and was a little nervous. At least 5 or 6 NGs were caused by her. Lu Chen took the mineral water from her and smiled. It doesn't matter. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as you correct them in time and don't make them again next time, it will be fine. Your performance today was very good. Lu Chen's encouragement made Xianxia's pretty face blush. She looked at Lu Chen shyly, bowed and whispered, Teacher Lu Chen, I want to invite you to dinner tonight. I don't know. The voice of this South Korean actress was very charming. Although her Chinese was not good, her soft voice had a different kind of temptation, which made people feel itchy when they heard it. And the way she looked at Lu Chen, there was undisguised admiration in her eyes. Lu Chen was not an insensitive man. How could he not see Xianxia's affection and intimacy for him? It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at all, but it was not just an instinctive impulse. He smiled and said, Thank you, but I have an appointment tonight. Being in the entertainment industry, one had to face all kinds of temptations. Money, fame, beauty. Very few people could completely control themselves, and there were countless people who fell into it. Since Lu Chen's debut, he had experienced all kinds of temptations. If he hadn't been careful with his words and actions, the things he encountered would have been several times or even more than 10 times more. For an extremely popular star like Lu Chen who wasn't married, he was undoubtedly a golden diamond in the circle. It was normal for him to attract the attention of women. As long as he was willing, it wasn't a problem for him to play with as many women as he wanted. Some artists were like this. They didn't care about meat or vegetables, and they would also create some scandals to increase their popularity. As long as they were unmarried, public opinion was usually very tolerant, and everyone was used to it. Xianxia was very young and very beautiful. She had an exotic charm, and her hints were very obvious. Any man would be moved, and Lu Chen was no exception. But Lu Chen was different from others. He had his own beliefs and persistence, and he had his own people that he cherished. Therefore, he declined Xianxia. Not to mention emotional matters, Lu Chen also didn't like to bring his private life into work. If something really happened between him and the other party, it would be equivalent to planting a bomb in the crew. Xianxia obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to refuse so readily, as if he didn't think about it at all. This made her, who was used to being successful in front of men, very surprised, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Lu Chen smiled and shook the mineral water in his hand. Also, thank you for the water. This was the meaning of asking the guest to leave. But Xianxia was very unwilling and wanted to try again. Teacher Lu Chen, Brother Lu Chen. At this time, a clear and moving voice suddenly came from behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but turn his head and suddenly smiled. Xiaochu. It was none other than Mu Xiaochu. Mu Xiaochu wasn't on the set of You, the Star, so she was there to visit. Today's weather was hot, and she wore a short-sleeved cartoon t-shirt and denim shorts. Her pair of fair, jade-like long legs dazzled people's eyes. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her sweet smile made her look like a beautiful girl who just walked out of school. Compared to Xianxia, Mu Xiaochu wasn't as sexy and alluring, but she was pure and cute. Her purity made the former pale in comparison. Lu Chen stood up and asked with a smile, Why are you here? With his hands behind his back, Mu Xiaochu ran up to him with a smile and said, I'm off today, and then I heard from Sister Feier that you're filming at my school, so I came over to play host. Lu Chen suddenly understood. Mu Xiaochu is a student of Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages. When she participated in Singing China, she was still a freshman. Although she later signed with Flying Stone Records, she did not leave school completely. So, it's not wrong for her to say that she is the host. Lu Chen said with a smile, Well, lunch is on you. I'll treat you, Mu Xiaochu said straightforwardly, I know where there's delicious food nearby. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Let's go. He nodded to Xianxia, then gave a few instructions to his assistant, and followed Mu Xiaochu out to look for food. Xianxia looked at the back of the two of them and bit her lip hard. This woman must be trying to seduce you. Walking on the campus boulevard, Mu Xiaochu said to Lu Chen very seriously, Brother Lu Chen, you have to be careful. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What seduce? Children shouldn't talk nonsense. I'm not a child. Mu Xiaochu wrinkled her nose and muttered, I can see that she's up to no good. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and didn't argue with her. Mu Xiaochu must be concerned about him, and she's really a big girl now. Where are you going to take me? Although he had asked his assistant to inform the director, the lunch break wasn't long. He couldn't go far and let so many people wait for him to come back. The place where Mu Xiaochu took Lu Chen to eat was in an alley outside the Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages. This rather old alley was undoubtedly a food street. On both sides of the road were small restaurants, milk tea shops, and cafes. They were doing business for students. However, because it was summer vacation, there weren't many customers at lunchtime. Mu Xiaochu took Lu Chen to a small restaurant. After finding a place to sit down, she smiled and said to Lu Chen, "When I used to study, I often came to this restaurant with my classmates to eat. This restaurant's soy sauce beef, Xianxia noodles, and egg fried rice are all very good." Lu Chen nodded. "Then I'll have all of them. I feel like I can swallow a cow now." Mu Xiaochu pursed her lips and smiled, and called the proprietress to come over to order. Then the proprietress recognized both Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu. She was so excited that her hands holding the menu were trembling. After ordering, she happily asked the two to sign. She knew Mu Xiaochu not because she was a member of MSN, the most popular girl group in China, but because she was a regular customer. As for Lu Chen, it was because the proprietress had watched Autumn in My Heart and Full of Romance. She was a fan of Lu Chen. Fortunately, there were not many customers in the restaurant, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Mu Xiaochu's recommendation was very good. Although this restaurant was small and there was no decoration inside, the environment and food were clean, and several dishes and noodles were very good. Especially the soy sauce beef, which was cut into thin slices and melted in the mouth. The meat was fragrant and tasty. Lu Chen ate a whole plate in one go. Xianxia noodles and egg fried rice were also very delicious. He exercised a lot every day and ate a lot, so he ate very well. And it wasn't too late for Mu Xiaochu to eat half a bowl of noodles. She spent more time watching Lu Chen eat. Lu Chen said with a smile, "You should also eat more. Don't just think about keeping your figure. Your body's nutrition should also keep up." Mu Xiaochu nodded obediently, lowered her head and ate another bowl of noodles. After a while, she asked hesitantly, "Brother Lu Chen, are you free the night after tomorrow?" "The night after tomorrow?" Lu Chen thought about it carefully and said, "I should be free, unless it's a last-minute addition." He asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Xiaochu said shyly, "I have a fan meeting the day after tomorrow. The company arranged it." "Brother Lu Chen, can you?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Of course, no problem." "Where is it held?" "I will be there." He regarded Mu Xiaochu as his sister. It was reasonable for him to support his sister's fan meeting. Mu Xiaochu smiled like a flower. "That's great." Lu Chen smiled and reached out his hand to remove the noodles stuck to the corner of her mouth. Mu Xiaochu was stunned at first, and then a touch of red appeared on her pretty face. On August 5th, Waves blog's famous Big V, Entertainment's #1 paparazzi Zhang Wide posted on his blog, saying that he was about to have some breaking news and asked his fans to look forward to it. This #1 paparazzi was very famous in the circle. Although he was not a senior figure in the domestic paparazzi industry, he had been in the industry for more than 10 years. He had repeatedly exposed shocking news and became the focus of public opinion several times. For example, Jinling Film City Brawl, famous actress Lin Xiaoxia's affair, etc., were all written by this paparazzi Zhang. There were at least dozens of scandals exposed by him, excluding a few deliberately hyped up. Zhang Wide's name also made many people in the circle change their expressions. He was very good at stalking and secretly taking photos, and his studio had a group of experienced paparazzi, which was often impossible to guard against. For public figures such as celebrities, the general public actually had an interest in prying into their privacy. Perhaps the fans of the celebrities who were exposed would yell at the exposed person, but more people would just watch the fun and gloat. This was also one of the bad habits of humans. Therefore, this entertainment's #1 paparazzi Zhang Wide had 5.8 million fans on Wave's blog, and his blog was quite eye-catching. Zhang Wide, who was familiar with him, knew that since he had released such a notice, there must be something going on. He just didn't know which celebrity was unlucky enough to be secretly photographed. Onlookers commented under his blog. "Blogger is as productive as a sow. Everyone, let's take a guess. Which celebrity was exposed this time? Who can guess it? There are so many hot celebrities. Move a stool and watch." selling melon seeds, peanut soda, and beef with honeydew. Wait. Paparazzi Zhang's job was to make a living. Of course, he would not let his fans down. That night, he really broke the news. Lu Chen secretly met Mu Xiaochu outside Beijing, had lunch together, behaved intimately. Sister or new girlfriend? Under the shocking title, 7 photos were posted, which were obviously carefully selected. From Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu coming out of Beijing Foreign Languages Institute together to eating together in an alley restaurant. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly a photo of Lu Chen helping Mu Xiaochu remove the pieces of noodles stuck on his face. It was not an exaggeration to say that they behaved intimately. Lu Chen cheated on her. As soon as the news of the #1 paparazzi in the entertainment circle, Zhang Wide, came out, it immediately caused a sensation on the internet. Countless netizens forwarded and commented on it, and it was quickly passed on to various posts and forums. Lu Chen was recognized as a good man in the entertainment circle. He had been in love with Chen Feier for 2 years and was regarded as the best couple in the entertainment circle. If something went wrong in their relationship, it would be a big deal. Especially now that Lu Chen and Chen Feier were involved in the production of China's Top Voice. It was so popular that they had started filming the highly anticipated new drama You from the Star. Who would have thought that there would be a scandal? If the two really fell out and broke up, would You from the Star still be filmed? Whether it was Lu Chen, Chen Feier, or Mu Xiaochu's fans, they were the first to not believe it. Because Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu had a good relationship. The two met before Chen Feier. Everyone knew that Lu Chen treated Mu Xiaochu as a sister. Therefore, the photos that were exposed were not convincing. What was wrong with the two behaving intimately? However, there were many netizens who did not think so. They thought that the photo was too ambiguous, and it was too far-fetched to say that they were good friends. Some anti-fans even took the opportunity to stir up trouble. As the protagonist of the scandal, Lu Chen only found out about it when he received a call from Lu Xi at home. Me and Xiaochu? Lu Chen was stunned and couldn't believe it. Scandal? What the hell? It was really a living ghost. How could he and Mu Xiaochu have a scandal? The relationship between the two had always been very good. There had been media hype in the past, but it was all nonsense and didn't set off any waves. How could it suddenly spread on the internet now? Lu Xi said angrily, go online and see for yourself. To be honest, these photos of you that were secretly taken are really easy to misunderstand. You'd better be careful in the future. There are so many paparazzi, take a look first, and then we'll discuss what kind of announcement to make. Lu Chen hung up the phone speechlessly. Chen Feier happened to come in with brewed coffee and heard a few words of the conversation between Lu Chen and his sister. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened? She had recently fallen in love with making coffee. She also bought coffee grinding utensils and coffee ingredients from abroad, and often made coffee for Lu Chen to drink. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, there's a scandal between me and Xiaochu. It's probably because she came to visit me yesterday and was secretly photographed. Chen Feier couldn't help but laugh. She put the coffee cup on the desk and said with a smile, go on the blog and see what they say about you. Yesterday, Chen Feier didn't have any scenes, so she didn't stay in the crew. Instead, she went out for an important announcement. But she knew that Mu Xiaochu came to visit her, because Mu Xiaochu called her first. Lu Chen couldn't complain about his girlfriend's enthusiasm, so he opened the browser and logged into his Waves blog. The matter was really big. He was mentioned tens of thousands of times on the blog. Following the traces, he quickly found the blog post of the #1 paparazzi in the entertainment circle, Zhang Wide. It's really this guy. Chen Feier had been in the entertainment circle for more than 10 years. How could she not know paparazzi Zhang? She said disdainfully, I guess it's him. When she saw the photo, which was regarded as important evidence, her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, you two really have something going on. I'm going to be jealous. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and put his arms around Chen Feier's waist and held her in his arms. He said, you know, I treat Xiaochu as a sister. Chen Feier rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said, I know, but Xiaochu may not treat you as a brother. Do you think I can't see it? Lu Chen was suddenly speechless. He was not a fool. How could he not know that Mu Xiaochu had feelings for him? It was just that he had expressed his feelings to the latter a long time ago. There was no misunderstanding. Lu Chen couldn't stop Mu Xiaochu from liking him. He only thought that the relationship between the two would turn into a real friendship over time. That was all. Seeing Lu Chen's silence, Chen Feier couldn't help but feel a trace of heartache. Chen Feier was very clear about how many temptations Lu Chen usually faced, and he had always insisted on their love. No matter what others say, I will always believe in you. She hugged Lu Chen's neck and took the initiative to give him a kiss, as well as her unreserved trust in him. It was not easy to fall in love, and it was even harder to stay together. But Chen Feier had confidence in herself and Lu Chen. Ring ring, the crisp and melodious ringtone of the mobile phone suddenly rang, waking up Chen Feier, who was intoxicated in the wonderful feeling. She grabbed Lu Chen's big hand that was raging under her dress and said coquettishly, "Answer the phone." Lu Chen smiled and reluctantly pulled back his hand and picked up the mobile phone on the desk. "Xiaochu?" It was Mu Xiaochu who called him. Mu Xiaochu's voice was filled with anxiety. "Brother Lu Chen, I'm sorry." When Lu Chen got the news, Mu Xiaochu certainly knew about it. Obviously, she didn't want to see such a thing happen. She was afraid that Lu Chen and Chen Feier would misunderstand, so she hurriedly called to explain. Lu Chen said with a smile, "You didn't do me wrong. Don't worry about other people's nonsense. We can clarify it ourselves." To be honest, even if there was a lot of hype on the internet, it wouldn't have much impact on him. After all, it wasn't the kind of photos that were taken secretly in bed with irrefutable evidence, and the relationship between the two was very clear to the fans. Lu Chen's fans affectionately called Mu Xiaochu Little Sister Xiaochu. She was everyone's sister. Of course, some irresponsible remarks on the internet were really hurtful. So Lu Chen could understand Mu Xiaochu's mood at this time and was willing to support her like a real brother. "Give me the phone." Chen Feier, who was lying in Lu Chen's arms, took the phone from him and said to Mu Xiaochu, "Xiaochu, well, it's okay. Don't worry about it." "Haha, did they really say that? It's good that you're used to it. How about you come to our house now and we solve it together?" "Yes, at home." "Okay, we'll wait for you." She hung up the phone. Lu Chen was surprised. "You asked Xiaochu to come to our house now?" "It's already 10 p.m., Chen Feier rolled his eyes at him and said, "Since something like this has happened, you can't let your little sister Xiaochu be wronged. I have experience in dealing with this. Let me handle it." Lu Chen, Chen Feier turned around and sat up, saying, "I'll go prepare the guest room and let her sleep here tonight." Lu Chen hugged her and kissed her, praising, "Wifey, you are so virtuous." Chen Feier pinched him. By the time Chen Feier had prepared the guest room, Mu Xiaochu had also arrived at their house. Mu Xiaochu had been to Lu Chen and Chen Feier's love nest in Purple Qingyuan once, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. The place where she lived wasn't far from here. At this moment, the blog post of the #1 paparazzi in the entertainment circle and the photos he took secretly were still spreading on the internet and quickly made it to the hot list of Waves blogs. Many people who didn't know the truth ran to Lu Chen's blog, some cursing and some mocking. There were also people who ran to MSN blogs to curse. As for Chen Feier's blog, many of them were full of sympathy and support, making it seem as if Lu Chen had really cheated on her. There were also many real fans who desperately refuted the rumors, saying that it was impossible at all. The two were brother and sister good friends, and there was no cheating. There were also fans who scolded this guy on Paparazzi Zhang's blog for making trouble out of nothing and going crazy to become famous. Public opinion was torrential, and the public sentiment on the blog was turbulent, but whether it was Lu Chen, Chen Feier, or the official V of Chen Fei Media, they all remained silent, without any response or explanation. Everyone knew that stars like Lu Chen and Chen Feier had a public relations team behind them. Once there was a problem involving themselves, they would often respond in the first instance. Therefore, this kind of silence gave people the feeling that it was like a tacit agreement, which made the loyal fans anxious. It can't be true, right? Yes, why hasn't there been any response until now? Didn't they see it? That's impossible. It might be true. It would be strange if it was true. Wait a little longer. I hope it's not true. It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the evening that the silence was finally broken. Chen Feier updated her blog. The content of her blog post was very simple, just 2 words hee hee. Then under the 2 words hee hee, there was a phone selfie, which was a photo of her and Mu Xiaoqiu. The two were wearing pajamas and leaning on the bedroom bed together. Mu Xiaoqiu was leaning against Chen Feier with a shy look, while Chen Feier was holding Mu Xiaoqiu in one hand and holding the phone in the other, smiling very happily. Under the soft lighting of the bedroom, Chen Feier's beauty and Mu Xiaoqiu's innocence complemented each other. The two were like a pair of intimate sisters, and the scene was extremely moving. This selfie made the fans and other netizens who paid attention to the scandal explode. What the hell, is this a bed photo? Lily is the best. So beautiful. Chen Feier is so beautiful, and so is Mu Xiaoqiu. Ha ha ha, poor Chen, I was abandoned just like that. I believe in love again. Hee hee, let those guys who spread rumors see if their faces are swollen or not. That's the truth. Dispelling rumors was actually a very strenuous and unrewarding task. As the saying goes, it takes a lot of effort to clear up the truth, and the results may not be very good. Because ordinary people often had preconceived habits, it was not easy to change the fact that many people believed in a fact. Chen Feier had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, and she had been involved in scandals more than once or twice, so she was very experienced. She was not in a hurry to explain, but used a more clever method to clarify the truth. This intimate photo easily broke the rumors, and it was also a slap to the faces of those who stirred up trouble and took the opportunity to smear the reputation of the people who stirred up trouble. There was no need to waste a lot of words, and everyone could see clearly for themselves. At the same time, it also gave a little benefit to the fans. The fans really liked it, as if they had obtained a powerful weapon, they immediately launched a counterattack. Many fans once again flooded into the blog of entertainment world's #1 paparazzi Zhang Wide and flooded the screen with the words hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. This was a merciless mockery of paparazzi Zhang. Some fans even added different hee hee emojis to reply to the post. Entertainment world's #1 paparazzi Zhang Wide had exposed so many times, and it was estimated that this time, he was the most ridiculed. The comments were hundreds of thousands of stories high. Interestingly, the 2 words hee hee actually followed suit and made it to the top of the Waves blog's trending words list. As for the scandal between Lu Chen and Mu Xiaoqiu, it quickly decreased in popularity and influence among the hee hee comments. Get up. Lu Chen knocked on the closed door and said loudly, "The sun is almost shining on your butt." Through the thick door, he could faintly hear the laughter coming from inside. Helplessly shaking his head, Lu Chen returned to the living room. After a full half an hour, Chen Feier and Mu Xiaoqiu finally appeared. The latter's face was red. It was unknown whether it was shyness or embarrassment. She didn't dare to look at Lu Chen. Last night, because of the scandal between the two, Mu Xiaoqiu came over and stayed over. Originally, it was said that Mu Xiaoqiu would stay in the guest room, but in the end, it was Lu Chen who was chased to the guest room. Chen Feier dragged Mu Xiaoqiu to sleep with her and took a rather erotic bed photo and posted it on her blog. Of course, Lu Chen also saw this selfie. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Chen Feier's funny behavior. But it was undeniable that her method was too effective. Everyone's attention was suddenly diverted. The rumor of Lu Chen and Mu Xiaoqiu's affair collapsed, and even the paparazzi Zhang, who broke the news, was scolded. Last night, Lu Chen browsed his blog until 1 o'clock. He was also happily lurking in the fan group using his sock puppet. Wow, it smells so good. The dining table in the dining room was already filled with fragrant breakfast. There was the century egg and lean meat porridge that had just been scooped out of the pressure cooker, the well-fried scallion pancake, toast, and milk. The combination of Chinese and Western flavors was complete. Chen Feier pulled Mu Xiaoqiu to sit down and praised, "Your cooking is getting better and better. I'll give you a like." The two had lived together for a long time. Although they usually worked outside, when they were together at home, they still liked to buy vegetables and cook by themselves. Chen Feier learned cooking from the hired waitress, and then she took care of lunch and dinner. Breakfast was handed over to Lu Chen, who exercised every morning. Similarly, Lu Chen tried his best to buy his own ingredients instead of buying ready-made breakfast from outside. On the one hand, it was clean and hygienic. On the other hand, it was also the fun and interest of home life. I called you for a long time. Lu Chen shook his head and said, the scallion pancake is cold. I'll take it to the microwave. Mu Xiaochu quickly said, Brother Lu Chen, let me do it. As a result, she was stopped by Chen Fei. Let him go. Who told him to be careless and let you be implicated in the scandal? It's only right for him to make breakfast for us. With a wry smile, Lu Chen picked up the plate and went into the kitchen to heat it up, but he was very happy in his heart. Chen Fei was his favorite girlfriend, and Mu Xiaochu was a sister-like good friend. Of course, he didn't want to see such a thing cause a grudge between the two and affect their relationship. Although in the process of falling in love, Chen Fei would show a little temper and be jealous from time to time, but when faced with a test, she was still very generous and tolerant. Mutual trust and cherish each other, this relationship can be operated for a long time. After a harmonious breakfast, Lu Chen drove Chen Fei and Mu Xiaochu in person. He first sent the latter back to Flying Stone Records and met Lin Jijia by the way. You really know how to play. As soon as they met, the deputy general manager and music director of Flying Stone Records teased Chen Fei with a few words. I was thinking last night, if you, as a sister, bullied Xiaochu, what should I do? Lin Jijia and Chen Fei were old friends for many years, and they had a very good relationship, so there was no problem in joking. Although it was a joke, in fact, there were real ideas. MSN, which has only been established for less than 2 years, is now the most popular girl group in China. Their albums have exploded in sales, commercial performances have been soft, and advertising endorsements have come in droves. It can be called a cash cow for Flying Stone Records. And Mu Xiaochu was undoubtedly the core figure in MSN, and her popularity was the highest. Most importantly, her relationship with Lu Chen was considered by many people to be an important reason for MSN's popularity. Several of MSN's popular works were all created by Lu Chen. Of course, Lin Jijia was very clear about this. MSN could be said to have been created by him, and it was the success of MSN that made his position in Flying Stone Records unshakable, which was related to his personal interests. So last night, when Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu broke out in an affair, Lin Jijia was the most nervous. On the one hand, he was worried that Mu Xiaochu's image would be destroyed, and on the other hand, he was worried that there would be a conflict between the three. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Chen Fei used the most ingenious way to resolve the scandal crisis. And seeing the intimacy between her and Mu Xiaochu, Lin Jijia was even more reassured. Chen Fei said, I don't have enough time to love her. How can I bully her? Don't worry about it. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Jijia said with a smile, I'm relieved. By the way, Xiaochu's new single work, he looked at Lu Chen, and his eyes were full of eagerness and expectation. Less than 2 years after their debut, MSN has released 2 albums in a row, Not Yet Lovers and Ocean of Love. The total sales combined have exceeded 7 million, and the results were dazzling. However, Flying Stone Records was prepared for danger in times of peace, and would not let MSN lie down on these 2 albums to gnaw at their old capital, so they were already preparing for a 3rd album, as well as concerts and so on. However, considering that the speed of the album was too fast and there was the problem of overdrawing the spending power of the fans, so before that, they would first release 2 singles to transition and maintain the popularity in the later stage. And for these 2 singles, Lu Chen was naturally the first choice to tailor-made for MSN. Lu Chen's creative talent was beyond doubt, and he was already recognized as a golden touch in the circle. However, because he was busy shooting movies and TV series recently, he basically no longer wrote songs for others, except for a few connections. Lu Chen took out the USB flash drive that he had already prepared and handed it to Lin Jijia. Both songs are in it. That's great. Lin Jijia was overjoyed and quickly took it. He handed it to Mu Xiaochu. You take it to the teachers, and call Jiejia and Xiaotong to study it together first. Normally speaking, when other songwriters submitted their works to MSN, Lin Jijia would first conduct a review. But Lu Chen was definitely an exception. His works didn't need to be reviewed at all. Getting it was a profit. Mu Xiaochu nodded hard with the USB flash drive in her hand and said to Lu Chen with a sweet smile, Thank you, brother Lu Chen. Then she said to Chen Fei, Sister Fei, then I'll go first. Chen Fei said with a smile, Go ahead. We'll contact each other on the phone. Mu Xiaochu and the works were delivered. Lu Chen and Chen Feier said goodbye and left. They still had to go to the film and television city to shoot. Lin Jijie sent the two to the door. At the time of parting, he remembered one thing and asked, Lu Chen, will you participate in the Tianfu Music Festival? Tianfu Music Festival is one of the 3 major music festivals in the domestic pop music circle. Its scale is no less than the 72H Grass Music Festival that Lu Chen once participated in, and it is held once every 2 years. This year's Tianfu Music Festival will be held in Tianfu's famous Xuxian Park on August 8 and will last for a total of 7 days. As the most dazzling star in Chinese pop music in recent years, Lu Chen received an invitation from the organizers of Tianfu Music Festival a month ago, hoping that he could lead the team to participate. The timing was not very coincidental, because the shooting of View from the Star had already begun, but the crew did not need Lu Chen to be there every day. It was not a problem to squeeze out a day or two by plane. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lu Chen decided to take the Nirvana band to Tianfu Music Festival and informed the organizers in advance, and his performance would be arranged on August 8. On August 7, Lu Chen and 5 members of the Nirvana band took a flight from Eastern Airlines to Tianfu. The company booked a first-class ticket, and sitting next to Lu Chen was Wang Jing. When the plane began to taxi on the runway, she was obviously a little nervous, her face was pale, and she bit her lips. Lu Chen noticed and asked softly, "You rarely fly?" Wang Jing's pretty face showed a touch of blood, nodded and said, "I've flown once before, and I'm a little scared." Lu Chen did not expect that Wang Jing, who was stubborn, had a phobia of flying. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the company to book a high-speed train ticket, but now that the plane was about to take off, it was too late to regret. After thinking about it, Lu Chen said to her, "Don't worry, just get used to it. You'll be fine when you fly." Wang Jing nodded and closed her eyes. But it could be seen that she was still very nervous and did not relax because of Lu Chen's comfort. When the plane suddenly jumped from the runway, the momentary sense of weightlessness made Wang Jing exclaim and subconsciously grab Lu Chen's hand on the armrest. Lu Chen nonchalantly let her grab him. At this moment, a stewardess walked over while holding on to her seat. She bowed and asked, "Sir, how may I help you?" During the plane's takeoff and climb, the stewardess had to sit in her seat like the passengers. However, this stewardess heard Wang Jing scream, so she came over to ask about it. Lu Chen explained, "It's nothing. My friend is just a little nervous. He'll be fine after this." The stewardess nodded, and her eyes suddenly lit up. You are Mr. Lu Chen?" She recognized Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Hello." The stewardess blushed and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Hello, if you need anything, please let me know." Lu Chen said, "Thank you." Out of professionalism and safety regulations, the flight attendant didn't ask for an autograph from Lu Chen. However, after returning to her seat, she couldn't help but share her discovery with her colleagues. At this moment, Wang Jing's mood finally relaxed a little. She opened her eyes again and saw that she was holding Lu Chen's hand tightly. She couldn't help but blush and quickly let go. "I'm sorry," Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing. We'll arrive at Tianfu soon. We'll take the high-speed train back." The journey from Beijing to Tianfu was 1,700 kilometers. The flight time was 2.5 hours, which was neither too long nor too short. After adapting to the state of flight, Wang Jing was obviously much better. When they arrived at the destination, Lu Chen took the Nirvana band members to the VIP passage. The person in charge of the reception of the Tianfu Music Festival organizers was already waiting outside the exit. They got on the car and drove all the way to the hotel. The hotel had already been booked, the 5-star Shangri-La Hotel. As an internationally famous high-end hotel chain, Shangri-La is spread all over major cities in China. As the provincial capital of Sichuan, Tianfu is no exception. When they checked into the hotel, it was almost dark. Dinner was eaten in the hotel restaurant. After eating, Lu Chen returned to his room. However, he did not rest. Instead, he gathered Wang Jing and the others together and held a small meeting. 2 songs, are you guys ready? After a long flight, Wang Jing's spirit was obviously a little sluggish, but for Lu Chen's inquiry, she was still full of confidence. "We're all ready." Strictly speaking, this Tianfu Music Festival will be the debut of the Nirvana band in the pop music world. This statement sounds bizarre because the Nirvana band has performed many times on formal occasions, but it must be noted that the Nirvana band used to exist as Lu Chen's exclusive band. But this time, the situation is different. The Nirvana band will perform for the first time as a real independent band. This is not to say that the Nirvana band's wings are hard and want to fly by themselves, but when Lu Chen reorganized the band, he made a long-term plan for the Nirvana band. Lu Chen never thought about letting the Nirvana band stand behind him all the time, because his career is all around development. In addition to music, there are also TV, movies, and derivative-related work. The most important thing is that Lu Chen rarely participates in commercial performances, and now he doesn't even have time to hold a solo concert. If the Nirvana band only exists as his exclusive band, then most of their time will be wasted. So at the beginning, Lu Chen clearly told Wang Jing and others that the road in the future is up to them. And for more than a year after the formation, in addition to the usual training and daily work, the Nirvana band often went to bars or small music salons, starting with covering other people's works, step by step, and gradually maturing. For the Nirvana band, this Tianfu Music Festival will be the best opportunity to prove their efforts and strength, Lu Chen said with a smile. Very good, then everyone has an early rest, we will play tomorrow. Everyone left, but Wang Jing stayed alone. She said to Lu Chen, thank you. Wang Jing has a lot to thank Lu Chen, but she has never thanked Lu Chen seriously and properly. If it hadn't been for Lu Chen's help, Nirvana Studios would have closed down long ago, and it was Lu Chen's acquisition of the studio that allowed her father to get back his hard-earned money. The reorganization of the Nirvana band into the Nirvana band has preserved Wang Jing's music dream and allowed her to continue her beloved career without losing her musical partners and friends. It's just that she didn't know how to thank Lu Chen. Because Lu Chen doesn't lack anything. He is so dazzling, an unattainable existence, but she still has to say to him, thank you. Tianfu, Shushan Park Square. Shushan Park was the largest natural park in the Tianfu area. It was also a famous tourist attraction. For tourists, it would be a pity if they didn't visit Shushan Park when they came to Tianfu. Shushan Park was surrounded by bustling commercial areas, such as shopping malls, food festivals, Xinguang Temple, and other crowded places. Therefore, the park was usually very lively with tourists coming and going. At night, the park square was a sea of lights and joy. Many old people would come here to dance square dancing, and young people would do street dancing and skateboarding. Children could be seen everywhere. However, starting from August 6, the Shushan Park Square was temporarily closed. A stage was quickly built on the south side of the square. LED screens, lights, sound, and other equipment were installed one by one. People who were familiar with this scene knew that the biennial Tianfu Music Festival was about to begin. The Tianfu Music Festival was undoubtedly one of the largest music events in the southwest of China. Every year, it attracted a large number of musicians and fans to participate. Its scale was no less than the 72H Grass Music Festival and the Shanghai Music Festival. When people talked about Chinese pop music, they first thought of Beijing, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Shanghai, and other places. These places were undoubtedly the hotspots of pop music, gathering a large number of singers, bands, songwriters, record companies, and so on. Of course, there were also a large number of music bars. When it came to the southwest or the northeast, people couldn't help but feel that it was a barren land of pop music. But in fact, the pop music power of the southwest was not weak. There were also many outstanding talents, as well as many unknown but talented singers and songwriters. The Tianfu Music Festival was the best stage for local musicians to show their strength, so the competition was very fierce every year. Without some commendable ability, there was no hope of standing on the stage. Even if you opportunistically stood on the stage, you would be booed off the stage if you didn't have the ability. The fans in Sichuan all had fiery tempers. On the 7th, Shushan Park welcomed a lot of fans to watch the music festival. Most of those fans who came from afar brought tents and set up camp in the park. This could be regarded as the practice of domestic music festivals. In fact, it followed the habits of foreign music festivals because foreign music festivals were often held in places far away from crowds and often lasted for several days. If the fans didn't bring tents, they could only sleep in the open. For fans who liked music festivals, it was interesting to live on the scene and watch from the beginning to the end. So even if they had the money to live in a nearby 5-star hotel, they would not be willing. At noon on the 8th, the square of Xianxia Park was already bustling with people. At least tens of thousands of fans had gathered at the scene, and more people were watching from high places in the park. The temporary camp area that was converted from the parking lot was also full of red and green tents. The Tianfu city government sent a large number of police and security personnel to maintain the order at the scene. Several streets near the park had been under traffic control. Traffic control had been implemented. Ordinary vehicles could only leave. Only vehicles with a special pass could drive into Shushan Road. Lu Chen and the Nirvana band took a business car and arrived at the music festival site at 6 p.m. Lu Chen and the others flew over from Beijing yesterday. This morning, Lu Chen accepted an exclusive interview with Tianfu TV station, and then attended a promotional event for Zhonghua Automobile. In the afternoon, he accepted a joint interview with a number of media, including Tianfu Music radio station. His schedule was full. Therefore, when Lu Chen arrived, the Tianfu Music Festival had already officially kicked off. A gluttonous feast of Chinese pop music was being staged in this 1,000-year-old ancient capital. After arriving at the scene, the group was quickly arranged to enter the backstage rest area by the music festival organizers. "Hello, Teacher Lu Chen." There were already many singers in the backstage. As soon as Lu Chen came in, a thin and tall singer in his 30s greeted him with a smile and took the initiative to extend a warm hand to him. "It's an honor to sing on the same stage with you." "Who's this?" Lu Chen had no impression of the thin and tall singer at all. He could only be sure that he was not one of the people he knew in the circle. But out of politeness, he smiled and shook hands with the other party. "Hello. My name is." As a result, the singer just wanted to introduce himself. He did not expect a large circle of people to surround him, like fans seeing their idol. They rushed to talk to Lu Chen and directly squeezed him out. "Lu Chen. Teacher Lu Chen." Fortunately, several members of the Nirvana band were quick-witted and hurried forward to protect Lu Chen from being overwhelmed. At this time, the singers who gathered around realized that they were too eager, which was both disgraceful and impolite. They stepped back and left enough space. Seeing this, Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, everyone. I'm also very happy to be able to sing with you at the Tianfu Music Festival, but I'm going to prepare soon, so I can't talk to you more. Please forgive me." His performance with the Nirvana band was scheduled for 7 p.m. The time was not precise, but there was not much time left. After the performance in the evening, Lu Chen will return to Beijing tomorrow, and the Nirvana band will continue to stay to exchange and learn with their peers. Everyone expressed their understanding. They were just excited and lost their manners. In fact, this also reflects Lu Chen's current status in the Chinese pop music world. He is not only an outstanding singer, but also an excellent singer-songwriter. He has conquered his fans with excellent and even classic works. Not only is he an outstanding singer, but he is also an excellent singer and songwriter. He has also conquered the people in the circle. The singers who can appear here are all strong or talented, and these singers also have their own reservations. If it wasn't for Lu Chen, such a scene of fans chasing stars would never have appeared. Of course, some of them may have other purposes, such as making friends with Lu Chen and hoping to get 1 or 2 works from Lu Chen, but most of them are out of admiration or even worship for him, and Lu Chen did not put on airs because of this. He was very easygoing and made them feel respected, so even if they had other ideas, they were embarrassed to put them forward here. Lu Chen was able to enter his exclusive lounge smoothly. In this year's Tianfu Music Festival, Lu Chen is undoubtedly the most popular and famous star singer. His treatment is definitely different from others. Nervous? Lu Chen reached for a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap and handed it to Wang Jing, who was sitting next to him. As the time approached, Wang Jing obviously began to get nervous. Although she tried to act as if nothing had happened, she still couldn't hide it from Lu Chen's eyes and intuition. It was not only Wang Jing who was nervous, but also the other members of the Nirvana band. The bassist Ouyang He's eyes were blank, the keyboardist Wen Yuan's right foot was shaking, and the drummer Yang Xiaoi clenched his fists. Their unconscious subtle movements fully exposed their inner emotions. But Lu Chen felt strange, because the Nirvana band had followed him on several big stages, they had seen big scenes, and they often went to bars. Their performance experience can be said to be quite rich. How could they have stage fright? In fact, Lu Chen underestimated the significance of the Tianfu Music Festival for the Nirvana band, because this time they will make their debut as a real independent band, which is equivalent to their official debut, which can be said to be extremely important. The establishment of the Nirvana band originated from Wang Jing and her friends out of their love of music, and also with the dream of starlight, dreaming of singing for millions of people like those famous predecessors. Now that their original dream is about to take the most important step, how can they keep calm? After all, they are still young people. Taking the cold mineral water bottle, Wang Jing calmed down first. She took a sip of water, nodded and said, "I'm very nervous. I'm afraid that I'll sing badly. I'll be sorry to you and everyone, perhaps affected by some kind of emotion." She said all the thoughts in her heart at this moment, without any concealment, and not afraid of Lu Chen or other teammates laughing at her. She really exposed her heart. However, no one laughed. Ouyang He and others listened carefully to Wang Jing's rambling. They didn't know why, but their mood slowly calmed down and they were no longer frightened. This scene made Lu Chen's lips couldn't help but smile. He suddenly realized that this stubborn girl had become mature and had the temperament and preparation to become the soul of a band. Although she was still a little immature, there was no problem for her to walk on stage. As she spoke, Wang Jing's eyes turned red. She reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry. I made everyone listen to so much." With a faint smile, Lu Chen opened his arms and gently hugged her. "Sister Jing, you can do it." It had nothing to do with love or friendship. It was a show of support from one singer to another. Wang Jing nodded with tears in her eyes. Then, Ouyang He, Wen Yuan, Yang Xiaoyi. They hugged Wang Jing one by one and encouraged each other. At this moment, someone knocked on the lounge's door. A staff member came in and said, "Teacher Lu Chen, it will be your turn soon." Lu Chen replied, "Okay, I got it." He turned his head, stretched out his hand and said, "Come on." Wang Jing and others looked at each other and smiled. They stretched out their hands one after another. Everyone's palms were stacked together. "Come on." The members of the Nirvana band were no longer nervous. Confidence and courage returned to them. Facing the new challenges that were coming, at 7:28 p.m. Lu Chen led the Nirvana band to the big stage of the Tianfu Music Festival. It's been a long time. When the spotlight on the stage hit him, the audience of tens of thousands of people all cheered, especially those fans who came specially for Lu Chen, were so excited that they screamed loudly. The news that Lu Chen would lead the Nirvana band to participate in the Tianfu Music Festival on August 8 was posted on his blog on the day the itinerary was confirmed, so his fans knew about it. Recently, Lu Chen first filmed a Chinese ghost story, and then participated in the production of The Voice of China. Now he is rushing to shoot You from the Star, and has put the focus of his career on film and television variety shows. His fans inevitably have a feeling of being left out in the cold, because Lu Chen basically does not run any announcements, has no commercial performances, has no new album, and has not held his own solo concert. Even new songs are rarely released, and many fans inevitably feel disappointed. What they like is Lu Chen's melodic, soul-touching works, like his continuous creative inspiration, and even more like his emotional singing. Lu Chen is busy with film and television, and it is undoubtedly this group of loyal fans who are most disappointed. So when everyone learned that Lu Chen was going to participate in the Tianfu Music Festival, a large number of fans came from far away to see Lu Chen sing on the stage. Thank you everyone." Hugging his guitar, Lu Chen spoke into the microphone, "This is my third time coming to Heaven's Sanctum. Every time I come here, it's like a new romantic encounter. There's always a new feeling that makes me fall in love with this place." His description made many of the fans present laugh. Lu Chen continued, "If one day I am too old to sing, then I want to buy a house here, and then go to the tea house every day to drink tea and play mahjong with others." What he said was not a lie. Tianfu is a very leisurely city. Although it is very big, it does not have the busy pace of a big city. The environment and air are very good, and the cultural quality is high, so it is very livable. Then someone will point to me and say, "Look. This is Lu Chen." I have heard his songs. He is so old. Laughter and applause sounded at the same time. Lu Chen also laughed. He smiled and said, Tianfu is a beautiful city. There are beautiful scenery, beautiful girls, and the most enthusiastic fans here. This is why I came here. The applause became even louder, especially for the local fans of Tianfu, who clapped even more. Lu Chen's praise for this city made them feel very proud. When the applause slightly subsided, Lu Chen asked, now it is time for me to sing. So I would like to ask everyone, which song do you want me to sing for the first one? A music festival is not a gala. There is no limited program list, not even rehearsals. It all depends on the performance of the singer, and the degree of freedom is very high. The same is true for the works that the singer will sing on stage, which can be completely chosen according to the wishes of the live fans. This is why many singers and fans like to participate in music festivals. The distance between the two sides is shortened to the greatest extent, and the interaction between the two sides is higher, so they can hear each other's most authentic voices. Regarding Lu Chen's question, the fans' response is not unexpected. Chasing dreams with a childlike heart. The bright time of youth. The brightest star in the night sky. Fly higher. For most singers, there are often only a few or even one really famous works, so it's not difficult for fans to choose. But Lu Chen is undoubtedly not among the majority. He has too many original works. 2 albums have 20 songs, each of which is a fine work, and there is no lack of popular classics. Coupled with singles that have not been included in the album, fans familiar with Lu Chen can casually shout out the names of 20 or 30 of his works. As the saying goes, it's hard to please everyone. It's really difficult to unify opinions. Lu Chen stood on the stage, listening to the shouts from his fans with a smile on his face. After a while, he said, well, I'll sing an old song first, and then a new song. Do you agree? An old song, a new song, that's great. This time, the fans' opinions were instantly unified, agree. They shouted loudly, laughed loudly, and applauded loudly for Lu Chen. To put it bluntly, of the hundreds of singers who participated in the Tianfu Music Festival, only Lu Chen has such a high popularity. Lu Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, since everyone agrees, I'll give you an old song you're familiar with first, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is undoubtedly one of Lu Chen's representative works. This song was first sung in the finals of Singing China, and he eventually won the championship of Singing China with this work. This is the first championship in Lu Chen's life, so this song has a special meaning for him. After 2 years, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky has not only existed in the fans' memory with the passage of time. On the contrary, this song has been covered by many singers and bands and appeared on various occasions. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear the loneliness and sigh of the person who looks up to you? The brightest star in the night sky, can you remember the figure that once walked with me and disappeared in the wind? When Lu Chen sang I pray to have a transparent heart and eyes that will cry, the fans in the audience followed the chorus in unison, and the loud singing echoed over Shushan Park. There was no need for Lu Chen to take the initiative to ask. These fans all took out their mobile phones, or turned on the screen, or turned on the flash, holding them in their hands and waving them. The grand square of Mount Shu Park had become a sea of starlight. At this time, there was no need to talk about the sound effects, singing skills, or live performance. Lu Chen and tens of thousands of fans completed the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, which undoubtedly became the highlight of the first day of the Tianfu Music Festival. Many fixed and mobile cameras were set up in different locations, faithfully recording the scene. From time to time, they would give the audience a close-up, and then broadcast it on the big screen in real time. The experienced cameraman captured a lot of touching scenes. Many fans cried. Among them, a tall boy held his girlfriend tightly in the crowded crowd and sang with tears streaming down his face. I would rather keep all the pain in my heart than forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, cross the lies and embrace you. Until the last 2 lines, oh the brightest star in the night sky, please light me up, the audience cheered thunderously, and all the fans applauded together, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to the climax. Thank you. Lu Chen suddenly took a big step back, then bent down and bowed deeply to all the fans to express his gratitude to them. At that moment, he felt that he had no regrets in his life. Even if he suddenly lost all his wealth, as long as he still had these loyal and enthusiastic fans, it didn't matter at all. Thank fate, thank the fans. Thank you, everyone. The applause was like a tide, wave after wave, as if it would never stop. Standing behind Lu Chen, the members of the Nirvana band all had red faces. The atmosphere at the scene was so fanatical and touching. This was Lu Chen's glorious moment, and they were honored. After a full 4 or 5 minutes, under Lu Chen's constant thanks, the fans' emotions were finally calmed down, allowing the performance of the music festival to continue. The next song, Lu Chen said with a smile, it's a new song I wrote recently, and today is the first time I will sing it. The name of this song is called 10,000 Times of Sadness. I hope you like it. As soon as his voice fell, he stepped forward and stood in front of the microphone again, looking forward, and at the moment when his hand moved to the guitar strings, he opened his mouth and sang, "Oh honey, my mind is full of you. Oh irresistible palpitations, it's hard to breathe. Tonight are you going to miss another night, do you want to hide your last expectations oh tonight?" This song 10,000 Times of Sadness began with Lu Chen's playing and singing. He narrated it affectionately, like a lover whispering in the ear, gently touching everyone present, especially the heartstrings of the lovers. Then the climax came very quickly. 10,000 times of sadness, there will still be dreams I've been waiting for you in the warmest place. It seems that this is the only way staying in one direction can't be changed anymore every tear is 10,000 lights. Even the darkest places became brighter. I'm looking for your ocean with the surging warmth I'm destined to be like this. In the shocking melody, in Lu Chen's affectionate singing, the mood of tens of thousands of fans at the scene seemed to be on a roller coaster, sometimes rushing to the sky, sometimes sinking to the bottom. Because no one has heard this song 10,000 Times of Sadness, it is a completely new song, so no one at the scene can sing along. All everyone can do is listen attentively, for fear of missing every note and every word of the lyrics. The original sound waves in the square became unprecedentedly quiet. Many fans held their breath, and they no longer waved the bright mobile phones in their hands, as if on a pilgrimage. In such an atmosphere, Lu Chen used his valiant and hard guitar strumming, falsetto and transition not to sing the climax of the chorus, to interpret this beautiful and atmospheric work perfectly, and the cooperation of the Nirvana band made the effect of the scene reach a new peak. The stage lights shone on Lu Chen, as if his body was glowing, becoming the unique focus of the audience, and nothing could replace it. Standing on the stage and letting thousands of people cheer for you, the feeling was incomparably beautiful. Lu Chen enjoyed this feeling very much. As if you are the master of the world, as if the earth revolves around you, as if everything was born for you, incomparable glory, but he did not indulge in the pleasure of this vanity and did not forget his responsibilities. Thank you, everyone. After singing the new song 10,000 Times of Sorrow, Lu Chen first thanked the enthusiastic fans again, and then he held the guitar with one hand and introduced the members of Nirvana to all the fans present. Also thank Nirvana, thank our guitarist Wang Jing. Wang Jing waved to the audience coolly, and the camera gave her a close-up in time, which immediately caused a cheer from the audience. Beauty. Ouyang He. The bass player, Ouyang He, played a beautiful solo and also won countless applause. Then keyboardist Wen Yuan and drummer Xianxia. After introducing the 4 members of Nirvana, Lu Chen continued, I'm very happy to be able to come to Tianfu today and stand here to share the joy of music with you. So the next one to sing for you is the Nirvana band I just introduced. I believe that they can also bring you the joy of music. Now, please welcome the Nirvana band. He was the first to applaud. When the music sounded, the lights focused on Lu Chen shifted and fell on Wang Jing and the other 3. Lu Chen quietly retreated with the guitar in his arms and disappeared from the center of the stage. He gave the stage to Nirvana, who performed as an independent band for the first time. This was Lu Chen's promise to the Nirvana band. It was a plan that had been arranged a long time ago. The Tianfu Music Festival just happened to become an opportunity for the Nirvana band's debut and a new beginning for the band on their musical path. The independent Nirvana band still has 4 members. In addition to bassist Ouyang He, keyboardist Wen Yuan and drummer Xianxia, Wang Jing will be the lead singer and guitarist of the band, and also the core of the band. Wang Jing graduated from the composition department of Beijing Conservatory of Music and was once the music director of Nirvana Music Studio. Lu Chen's debut album You Who Sat Next to Me was produced by her, and many of the songs in it were arranged by her. In addition to having a good talent in composition/arrangement, Wang Jing also has a very high singing talent. Her voice is quite unique, very recognizable, and belongs to the cold female voice. Therefore, she is fully capable of being the lead singer of Nirvana. However, when Lu Chen left the stage and she stood on the stage as the main character, with thousands of eyes focused on her, Wang Jing still felt her heart beating violently. Lu Chen, who had sung 2 songs in a row, had brought the atmosphere of the scene to its peak and raised the fans' appetite. Any singer who appeared after him would face heavy pressure. It's natural to sing well, but you can't surpass Lu Chen. If you sing poorly, then the picky audience may not give you face, and it's normal to be booed off the stage. Music festival fans are different from concert fans. They have high requirements for music works and singers, and they can't be easily fooled. And now, all the pressure is on Wang Jing. She can't escape, and she can't retreat. She was more nervous than ever. However, at this time, Wang Jing felt a familiar and concerned gaze looking at her. Keen intuition made Wang Jing turn her head, just to see Lu Chen, who had retreated to the edge of the stage, giving her a thumbs up in the shadow. Come on. At this moment, Wang Jing's heart calmed down, and all the tension and irritation disappeared. She turned back and raised her head, with a confident smile on her face, and said into the microphone, "Our love." This is the name of the song, Nirvana's first exclusive work. Memories of a vague childhood, clouds floating in the blue sky. At that time, you said, "Want to hold hands with me, go to the end of time together." From then on, I dare not look up as if my sky has lost its color. From that day onwards I forgot to breathe. Tears never cry again. This song Our Love is the new song Lu Chen created for Wang Jing and Nirvana. It was written a month ago and has never been publicly released. Wang Jing likes this song very much. After getting Lu Chen's music score, she spent a lot of time rearranging the song and devoted all her energy to practicing. Although For My Love was a love song, it chose a different theme and angle. It jumped out of the sad tone of ordinary love songs and had a gorgeous jazz style. The melody was beautiful and the lyrics were moving. It was definitely a rare masterpiece. When Wang Jing sang the first line of the lyrics, she forgot her nervousness, forgot her pressure, and even forgot where she was. All her emotions were poured into singing this song. Our love will never come back. Until now I'm still waiting in silence. Our love, I understand, has become your burden. It's just that I can never let it go, the warmth you give, don't ask if you love me again, now I want the free sky. She sang passionately and had the urge to cry. Unknowingly, her eyes were wet with tears. And in the thousands of audiences under the stage, the picky and questioning look disappeared from their faces and eyes, replaced by surprise and admiration, as if they had found a treasure that had been covered with dust. Those fans who are familiar with Lu Chen know the Nirvana band, but few people have paid attention to the band, and they can't even name the band members, because the original positioning of the Nirvana band was Lu Chen's accompaniment band. So now that the Nirvana band has suddenly become independent and walked from behind Lu Chen to the front stage, it inevitably makes fans worry, can they do it? Can they sing well? Will they lose face for Lu Chen? Lu Chen's light is too dazzling. Now, however, no one will doubt that Wang Jing and the Nirvana band easily conquered the fans at the scene with this song Our Love, letting everyone appreciate the strength and talent of the female lead singer. At this moment, Lu Chen, who personally pushed the Nirvana band to independence, stood on the edge of the stage, standing in the dark shadows, with a sunny smile on his face. It's just that I can't let it go forever, the warmth you give the Nirvana band is going to succeed. Note, Our Love lyrics, FIR/CIU/composition, FIR. Last night, in Tianfu Shushan Park Square, I witnessed the birth of a new band. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it was born, because this band called Nirvana has existed for a long time and has a considerable reputation in the circle, because it is Lu Chen's exclusive accompaniment band. However, just last night, after accompanying Lu Chen with 2 songs, the Nirvana band sang their own work For Our Love for the first time as an independent band. This song made me get to know the Nirvana band and its lead singer, Wang Jing. A beautiful, strong, clean-cut girl, my trip was worthwhile. The above text comes from a blogger with more than 3 million fans on Wave's blog. The blogger himself is a well-known musician and a columnist, widely known in the circle. He had participated in this year's Tianfu Music Festival as a special guest, and he had written many blog posts for the festival, and this blog post was undoubtedly the longest. In this long blog post, he praised the Nirvana band, which has just completed its debut, with enthusiastic strokes, believing that the Nirvana band is a pop band with a unique temperament and not kitsch. He praised the lead singer Wang Jing even more, making people wonder if the musician took the public relations fee of Qinfei Media. In fact, there is no such thing. In fact, when the live video of Tianfu Music Festival was posted on the internet on the evening of August 8, the focus of fans' discussion was Nirvana's 4 Our Love in addition to Lu Chen's new work, 10,000 Times of Sorrow. As the blogger said, this song made fans really know the Nirvana band for the first time, and also know the lead singer of the Nirvana band, Wang Jing. Famous with one song, whether it is for the Nirvana band or for Wang Jing, these 4 words are appropriate. The singing video of For Our Love was forwarded in large numbers. First of all, it was loved and recommended by Lu Chen's fans, because this song was written by Lu Chen, and the Nirvana band is also signed by Qinfei Media. It belongs to the Real Direct line. At the same time, Lu Chen also grandly recommended the Nirvana band on his blog. As a result, the number of followers of the Nirvana band, which just went online last night, soared from 0 to more than 1 million overnight. Although it did not create a record for the fastest number of followers on Wave's blog to break 1 million, the speed of its popularity is also stunning. This made many people in the industry jealous and envious. There were many bands in the country, but not many of them were famous. Most of the bands were struggling to make ends meet. In order to maintain their lives or achieve their dreams, not many people knew their names. It is really rare for a band to become famous overnight like the Nirvana band. Therefore, there are many people who sourly say that a big tree is a good shade, but whether it is envy or jealousy, today's Nirvana has become one of the new forces in the Chinese music world. Lu Chen's Gold Touch, Star Maker and other names have also become more resounding in the circle. The day after the first day of the Tianfu Music Festival, Lu Chen quietly returned to Beijing with his assistant. The Nirvana band continued to stay. In addition to communicating with their peers, they will also participate in the retrospective performance on the last day of the music festival, during which there will be media interviews, program invitations, and other activities. Qinfei Media has sent agents and assistants to assist the Nirvana band in their daily affairs. There is only so much that Lu Chen can do for the Nirvana band now. The most important thing for the band to develop in the future is their own efforts and determination. Like a young eagle leaving its nest, it needs to rely on its own strength to fly to the sky. Due to the delay of the plane, Lu Chen arrived in Beijing on the afternoon of the 9th, and it was already dark when he got home. Then he found an unexpected guest at home. "Why are you here?" The unexpected guest was Tian. When Lu Chen entered the house, she was wearing an apron and was busy in the kitchen, and there were several dishes on the table outside. Lu Chen was very surprised that Qinfei-er's best friend was not in Hangzhou, but came to his house to cook. Was she too bored? Well, this sentence is not accurate. Tian and Qinfei-er poked their heads out of the kitchen at the same time. The two were like a pair of intimate sisters. The former smiled and asked, "Can't I come?" Qinfei-er explained, Tian came to Beijing to talk about cooperation with KGS. KGS. Lu Chen was even more surprised. When did Star Factory and KGS have business dealings? KGS is the third largest TV station in South Korea and has a long-term cooperative relationship with Lu Chen. Lu Chen's first 2 TV series were broadcast on KGS TV and received high ratings. KGS also participated in the production of You from the Star and also recommended a South Korean artist. Now KGS is regarded as a strategic partner of Qinfei Media, but it has no connection with Star Factory Media in Hangzhou. Tian said coquettishly, "There wasn't before, but can't there be now?" Lu Chen surrendered, "There can be." The former beautiful host of Zhidong Satellite TV was very eloquent, and he was not sure that he could win against the other party. To save energy, it was better to sit down and eat something. Lu Chen was already hungry. Not to mention, the dishes that Tian and Qinfei made together in the kitchen were really good. Lu Chen waved his chopsticks and ate heartily. After Chen Fei and Tian Tian finished the remaining dishes, they also sat down to eat together. Everyone ate and chatted, and Lu Chen learned what Tian Tian came to Beijing to talk about with KGS. It turned out to be the transfer of the copyright of The Voice of China. Simply put, KGS took a fancy to the popularity potential and program model of The Voice of China, and intended to introduce this reality show to South Korea for production and broadcasting. Because The Voice of China had already registered the copyright of many countries, KGS contacted Star Factory Media. That was why Tian Tian came to Beijing. After Lu Chen understood, he said with a smile, "This is a good thing." Chenfei Media exported TV series to South Korea, and Star Factory Media exported variety shows. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Of course it's a good thing. Tian Tian raised her left palm and made a cutting motion. "This time, I'm going to give the Koreans a good slash." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. "You're ruthless enough," Tian Tian said proudly. "Of course, if you're not ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm." Lu Chen was speechless. He seemed to have said this to Tian Tian before. However, it was really a good thing. After dinner, the task of washing the dishes was completed by Lu Chen. Chen Fei and Tian Tian ran outside to the open balcony to continue chatting. Chen Fei also took out the red sandalwood tea set that had not been used for a long time. After washing it, she boiled it with imported mineral water to make tea. When Lu Chen cleaned the tableware and put it back in the disinfection cabinet to disinfect, he came back just in time to drink tea. Tian Tian had obviously learned Kung Fu tea before. She was able to play all kinds of tricks, such as making a mistake, practicing high, and brushing the face with spring breeze. Moreover, she was also a first-class beauty. She rolled up her sleeves to reveal a pair of crystal jade-like arms. She carried the purple clay teapot and brewed tai guanyin, which was very pleasing to the eye. With two beautiful women making tea, Lu Chen was happy to enjoy it. He leaned on the soft and comfortable leisure chair, bathed in the cool night wind, and looked at the bustling scene of the capital. He felt that all his troubles had disappeared without a trace. Chen Fei picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea with both hands and brought it to Lu Chen. She said coquettishly, "Master Lu, this servant has served you tea." Lu Chen's appearance of enjoyment was completely the style of a master. Chen Fei was not happy to see this, so she responded to him. Lu Chen was not afraid. He took the teacup with a smile and took the opportunity to touch Chen Fei's jade-like hand. He smiled lecherously and said, "Good girl, remember to come to my room at night to serve me." This bastard, Chen Fei was angry and amused at the same time. She glared at him and said angrily, "Serve you, big head ghost. I told Tian Tian that I will sleep with her tonight, so you can sleep in the guest room by yourself." Lu Chen was sad. "When you accompanied me to watch the moon, you called me dear. Now that the new is better than the old, you call me big head ghost." Sigh. Chen Fei was stunned. She had seen shameless people, but she had never seen such shameless people. Tian Tian couldn't stand it anymore. "Help, can you two show off your love without me?" "Thank you." Lu Chen chuckled. Unfortunately, in this world, no one knew the joke of Journey to the West. He suddenly wondered if he should make this movie, which was regarded as a classic by countless people in the dream world. Who will Chen Fei play? Xia Fairy or Bai Jingjing? In any case, it would not be Madame Niu. Hey hey hey. Tian Tian saw that Lu Chen was absent-minded and couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Miss Tian was a little dissatisfied with this guy. She and Chen Fei, two beautiful women, were right in front of him. How could he be absent-minded? What was he thinking about? Lu Chen came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. "Nothing," Tian Tian muttered, "liar." Chen Fei agreed. "Don't even think about it. Tian Tian will stay with us for a few days. She will return to Hangzhou after the negotiation with KGS is over." Lu Chen composed himself and asked, "Have you thought about how to negotiate?" The global copyright of China's Voice was in the hands of Star Factory Media. Both he and Chen Fei held a large amount of shares in Star Factory Media. Therefore, the transfer of the copyright would directly affect their interests. Although the current Lu Chen did not care about money and the money he had earned was more than he could spend in a few lifetimes, that did not mean he was willing to sell the copyright of China's Voice at a low price. The first season of China's Voice had yet to end. The domestic viewership ratings were extremely good and the production of the second season was already on the agenda. KGS seeking to purchase the copyright of China's Voice was undoubtedly the first step for the show to enter the world. The first copyright transfer was equivalent to a benchmark. It was related to future interests, so they had to be careful. When it came to business, Tian became serious. I've made initial contact with KGS. KGS's condition is to sign a 5-year copyright transfer contract. The transfer fee is 500 million won a year, for a total of 2.5 billion won. 500 million won a year, 2.5 billion in 5 years. It sounded like an astronomical figure, but after careful calculation, converting Korean won to national currency, it was only 15 million in 5 years. The price is too low, Lu Chen said without hesitation. Moreover, the copyright term is too long. It's best to sign for 3 years at most. 2 years is the best. KGS had their eyes on China's The Voice and intended to import it into Korea to produce The Voice of Korea. They had good foresight, but it was obvious that they were trying to take advantage of the situation. Although the situation in Korea was different from China, with the market not being as big as China, a year's copyright was only 3 million. That was not much different from cabbages. Lu Chen would rather lose it than sell it off so cheaply. If it were any other media company, selling the copyright to foreign countries, especially Korean TV stations, would be worth bragging about no matter the price. However, it was different for Lu Chen. He would not let the Koreans take advantage of him. That's what I thought too, Tian nodded and said, 5 years is too long, and KGS offer lacks sincerity. However, I'm still discussing the specific price with the negotiation team. Anyway, I can't let myself suffer a loss. Like Lu Chen, Tian was also very confident. Because China's The Voice of Korea was now very popular and the ratings were high. According to the VAM agreement signed between Star Factory Media and Zhejiang Satellite TV Station, the first season of the program brought the company at least 30 million yuan in revenue. With the copyright of the popular program in their hands, Star Factory Media was as stable as Mount Tai. Only others came to ask for it. Zhejiang Satellite TV Station, who had tasted the sweetness, was determined to get the second season. It was possible that the money they could earn would double. She really didn't like the stingy KGS. If it was not for the extraordinary significance of selling the copyright to foreign TV stations, she would not have bothered to come to Beijing to negotiate. My team's suggestion is to sign a VAM agreement like Zhejiang TV Station, but KGS won't agree. Of course, KGS would not agree. The Voice of Korea would be their own production and broadcast. How could they share the benefits of the ratings with Star Factory Media? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, there's no need for a VAM, but if you can't negotiate with KGS, you can try to contact KBS and MBC. KBS, MBC, and KGS were the 3 major TV stations in South Korea. These 3 wireless TV stations occupied the majority of the market share, mainly broadcasting news, variety, and TV series. In terms of scale, strength, and market share, KGS was weaker than KBS and MBC, but not by much. Originally, KGS introduced 2 TV series from Lu Chen, Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, both of which had surpassed the 2 competitors in the limelight, so they were particularly interested in Lu Chen's new TV series. KBS and MBC had also contacted Xinfei Media before, so they had a direct channel of communication. If KGS knew that Star Factory Media was working with KBS and MBC, they would definitely be furious. Tian smiled and gave Lu Chen a thumbs up, brilliant. Toasting to the bright moon, they formed a trio. Today's weather was very good. A bright moon hung high in the night sky. Even the blur of the bustling city couldn't obscure its light. Although it was already past the full moon, it was still so striking. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the open-air balcony. Lu Chen was accompanied by a beautiful woman, had good tea to drink, and was also discussing how to plot against KGS. Naturally, he was in a particularly happy mood. Tian, however, couldn't bear to see him so carefree. She rolled her eyes and said to Lu Chen, "You see, the dishes in the evening were cooked by me, and now it's so hard to make tea. You just sit there and enjoy, don't you want to say something?" Lu Chen couldn't help laughing and said, "Then how should I say something?" Tian Tian smiled and said, "Sing a song I've never heard before." Tian Tian had heard from Chen Feier that when she was at home with Lu Chen had specially sung a new exclusive work for her. When Chen Feier said it, the sweetness on her face and the happiness in her eyes were completely undisguised. At that time, Tian Tian was really envious, even a little jealous. She was very beautiful and had a very good family background. She had many suitors since she was in junior high school. However, Tian Tian had never taken a fancy to any of them. It wasn't that there weren't outstanding people among these suitors. Some were handsome and outstanding, some were talented, and some were successful in their careers. She always felt that none of these suitors really liked her. Then she met Lu Chen. Human feelings were very strange. You would hate those you didn't like for a lifetime. You would never forget those you liked for a lifetime. Or you would suddenly like those you didn't like, and hate those you liked. Tian Tian really knew Lu Chen. It was Lu Chen who saved her from a situation that was almost beyond redemption in time. Recalling the scene at that time, she still had lingering fears. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen, who played the role of a hero, broke into her heart. However, Lu Chen was Chen Feier's boyfriend. Chen Feier was her best friend. Tian Tian would never do something as shameless as snatching her best friend's boyfriend, so she buried this affection deep in her heart and never expressed it to others. She thought that with the passage of time, she would gradually forget these feelings. But now, she couldn't help but want Lu Chen to sing a song for her. Just one would be enough. Then there was nothing to regret. Lu Chen didn't notice the throbbing in Tian Tian's eyes. He readily agreed to the latter's request. Okay. Wasn't it just singing a song? Simple. Thinking about how she had come all the way from Hangzhou to the capital and schemed against KGS for everyone's benefit, why couldn't he satisfy such a small request? Lu Chen got up and took his rosewood guitar from the study, then sat back down. He held the guitar and straightened his back, his fingers stroking the strings. "This song is for our beautiful and lovely Miss Tian Tian. I hope she will like it." Tian Tian's pretty face couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but turn her head and secretly look at Chen Feier. Chen Feier winked at her playfully. Tian Tian's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She always felt that her hidden thoughts had been seen through by her best friend. She felt a little guilty. Lu Chen played the prelude without knowing anything. Chasing the sunset barefoot by the railroad, glass bead iron box hero card. Playing rubber band hide under the stone bridge, grandma is sitting in the yard with shoes. Silver apricot flowers on the basket frame in front of the iron gate. Is there anyone living in the thatched hut? Playing on the way to school, running water between the ridges of the fields. He played softly and sang softly, without much effort, as if he was telling the story of the past, with memories and nostalgia, making people unconsciously go back in time. The simple and childlike guitar and strings played a sketch of the scene. Listening to this song, it was as if yesterday had happened again. The innocent days of childhood, the fun in the countryside, and the longing and yearning for growing up, one by one, they reappeared in the melody and lyrics. We grow up day by day. The big white rabbit in the sweet dream sticks to the teeth. Also fantasizes about immortal scientists, simple strokes with mud stains on the white wall. We grow up day by day. The 4 seasons pass and the old sycamore sprouts. There are treasures and towers in the sand. A home is built on the bench. Chen Feier and Tian Tian were both fascinated by it. This song was the most typical folk song style of Lu Chen. It was his most popular campus folk song. He created the campus folk style of Chinese pop music, but after the album You Who Sat Next to Me, the style changed greatly, and his creation turned to light rock and love songs. This made many fans who liked campus folk songs feel very sorry. Now that Lu Chen came up with such a song, how could they not be surprised? Whether it was Chen Feier or Tian Tian, they both liked Lu Chen's folk songs, such as You Who Sat Next to Me, Those Flowers, The Bright Times of Youth, and so on. Chen Feier also covered Those Flowers. Because they liked it, the two listened very carefully and attentively, for fear of missing a line of the lyrics. Lu Chen's singing had a trace of magnetism, and there was a little bit of sadness in the nostalgia. Although his playing and singing skills were mediocre, they still had the magic to touch people's hearts. Let their mood, along with this song, gently drifted in the moonlight, drifting to the unknown distance. Until the end. I thought I was so great, but I didn't dare to hand her the poem I wrote. Little sure didn't dare to hand it to her. The last sentence gave Tian Tian the illusion that what Lu Chen sang was her own heartfelt voice. She almost lost her composure. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Tian Tian smiled and clapped her hands. She wrote a poem, but she didn't dare to hand it to him. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." Chen Feier also applauded and gave Lu Chen a bright smile. After clapping, she reached out and hugged Tian Tian and said, "You can give this song to Tian Tian. She can only sing it to us in the future." Lu Chen said, "Okay." He had too many works to sing. What did it matter if he only sang a few songs for his lover and friends? Tian Tian asked, "What's the name of this song?" Lu Chen replied, "It's called Childhood, the story of our childhood." A very appropriate song title. Tian Tian nodded and said to Chen Feier, "Sister Feier, I'm a little tired. I want to rest early." "Okay," Chen Feier said, "I'll accompany you." The two left together, leaving Lu Chen alone on the balcony. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to clean up the mess and clean up the tea set. After that, he took a shower in the bathroom in the living room and went to bed early. Tomorrow, he had to go to the film city to shoot. Note, childhood lyrics, Tang Yingfeng / composer, Lu Haolin Jinling. In the small study room, Chi Hao picked up the coffee on the computer table and took a sip. Looking at his girlfriend who was sitting next to him and surfing the internet, a feeling called happiness welled up in his heart. His girlfriend noticed it and rolled her eyes at him. "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me?" Chi Hao put down the coffee cup with a smile and reached out to hold his girlfriend in his arms. He buried his face in her hair and greedily sniffed the familiar fragrance. He said, "Even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. I'm afraid that when I open my eyes, you'll disappear, so I have to stare at you." Hearing her boyfriend's affectionate confession, a faint blush appeared on Wang Weiwei's pretty face. The two had known and been in love for 4 months. Recently, they officially lived together and made a lifelong commitment to each other. Chi Hao's family was very ordinary, but he worked very hard. Relying on his own efforts for several years, he bought a 2-bedroom house in Jinling City with a loan, so that the two of them had a warm nest. A happy future was in sight. After a moment, Wang Weiwei pushed her boyfriend away, sat up straight again and picked up the mouse. She said coquettishly, "You're so annoying. I haven't finished writing this post yet." Chi Hao smiled and was about to say, "I'll help you write it," but he saw Wang Weiwei's expression change. "Huh?" Chi Hao was surprised. "What's wrong?" Wang Weiwei quickly opened a new web page, logged into the Waves blog, and said excitedly, "I just saw someone in the group saying that You from the Star has a trailer." Chi Hao suddenly understood. No wonder his girlfriend was so excited. She had been looking forward to this TV series for a long time. Although it hadn't officially started broadcasting yet, the trailer was released, which could quench some of her thirst. Wang Weiwei was a loyal fan of Lu Chen, and so was Chi Hao. Chi Hao and Wang Weiwei were both members of Lu Chen's Jinling fan club. Speaking of Mouse and Azure Sea, almost everyone in the fan club knew them. The relationship between the two was also a popular story in the circle. The first time Chi Hao met Wang Weiwei was at a movie event he organized in April of this year. At that time, Chi Hao was crowdfunding in the fan club to watch A Chinese Ghost Story starring Lu Chen. In the movie theater, he met Azure Sea, who was not a stranger, but it was his first time seeing him in person. Chi Hao fell in love with Wang Weiwei at first sight and began to pursue her passionately. In the end, he won her heart. The story of the two was widely spread by the members of the fan club, making a group of single dogs envious, jealous, and hateful. As a result, a vigorous group activity was set off. Needless to say, in the activities organized by the group members, there were quite a few couples who fell in love. Because they have the same hobby and the same idol. Therefore, Chi Hao was really grateful to Lu Chen. If it weren't for Lu Chen, he probably wouldn't have met Wang Weiwei. Fate was so wonderful. In Chihao's heart, there was also a small wish that he didn't mention to his girlfriend. That was, he hoped that when the two of them got married, he could invite Lu Chen to be the most distinguished guest. Of course, it would be very difficult to realize this wish. Lu Chen was so popular and had thousands of fans. He couldn't just casually satisfy the wish of a fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything and wouldn't even be able to see his fans. Wow! Wang Weiwei's surprised cry woke Chihao up. The trailer is really out. Chihao's attention was immediately attracted by the picture that appeared on the computer screen. In the video, a cool-looking spaceship rushed towards the blue Earth accompanied by a large number of meteorites. In an instant, it rushed into the atmosphere, and the hull of the spaceship violently rubbed against the air, creating a bright flame. It looked very thrilling. A sci-fi movie? Chihao felt that it was incredible. Wasn't You from the Star the finale of Lu Chen and Chen Feier's urban trilogy? How could it be a sci-fi drama? Could it be a romance sci-fi drama? Chihao felt that his worldview had been subverted, but just for this opening cinematics alone, he gave it a 7 points. Although it was only a short 10 seconds, it could be seen that the producer had put in a lot of effort. The details of the spaceship were rendered very well, and the whole scene with the soundtrack made it feel like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Of course, there was still a long way to go before it was at the level of a top Hollywood blockbuster. However, for a TV series, Chihao thought that it should at least be plus 2 points. 9 points. He had seen several domestically produced sci-fi TV series before. Some of them claimed to have invested more than 100 million yuan and invited Hollywood teams to produce them. The results were simply terrible. He didn't know how much kickbacks were taken from the special effects, it was simply terrible. Relatively speaking, the special effects production standards of domestic blockbusters were constantly improving, at least to the audience's eyes. Just this cinematics alone made Chihao have a strong interest in You from the Star. He and Wang Weiwei were both fans of Lu Chen, but he liked Lu Chen's pop music works and the movie A Chinese Ghost Story. He wasn't very interested in Lu Chen's Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance. Wang Weiwei also liked Lu Chen's songs, but it was these two TV series that she liked the most. In order to pursue Wang Weiwei, Chihao deliberately watched Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance twice. Although he thought that they were very good, he didn't like them very much. If this You from the Star was to his liking, then he could happily watch the show with his girlfriend, which was undoubtedly a very romantic thing. Otherwise, he would have to force himself. The next moment, the voice next to him was clearly transmitted to Chihao's ears through the computer speaker. My name is Lu Yuxuan, the name of Earth. I come from Gliese 581d, 20 light-years away from Earth. This is the name given to my home planet by astronomers on Earth. The time when the interstellar research spacecraft I took followed Comet Snow to Earth was 1518 AD. I will stay here as an observer on Earth, waiting for the arrival of the interstellar research spacecraft and Comet Snow 500 years later, and then return to my hometown. But on the first day I landed on Earth, I met a human, the scene changed, and the protagonist played by Lu Chen appeared as a cold alien, and then he encountered the female protagonist played by Chen Fei-er, a Ming Dynasty official's daughter on her way to marriage. The story slowly unfolded. Whether it was Chihao or Wang Weiwei, they were deeply attracted by the story that had just begun. The two leaned against each other, unaware of the passage of time. At 9 p.m. on August 10, You from the Star, produced by Chen Fei Media, released the first advance trailer in the official V of its Waves blog, warming up the TV series to be broadcast on August 18. You from the Star was originally scheduled to be officially broadcast on the 15th, but due to the request made by Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and Beijing Television Station, it was postponed to Friday night, the 18th. Therefore, the trailer, which was originally scheduled to be released on the 8th, was also postponed to the 10th. The so-called advance trailer was originally a kind of non-official trailer released by a film with large investment. It was usually released 3 to 4 months or even more than a year before the film was released. The time was short and only informed the actors, director, adaptation of the novel or sequel, and rarely had a large number of film scenes. Later, it was learned by TV series. Many highly watched series also played with the same concept, and the time of the advance version was getting shorter and shorter, mainly to cooperate with the intensive publicity before the broadcast to create the momentum of the hit. Because You from the Star is a weekly drama, the advance trailer was released only 8 days in advance, but it still met the needs of countless fans who were looking forward to the new drama. You from the Star can be said to be popular before it was broadcast. Since the official V of the blog was launched, the number of fans has exceeded the 5 million mark, creating a new record for the same type of blog, and also indicating the strong audience potential. A large number of fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei discussed the new drama in blogs, forums, and postbars, especially curious about the name You from the Star, and there were all kinds of strange speculations on the internet. And these speculations, in turn, increased the popularity of You from the Star. But what made fans depressed was that You from the Star has been kept a very good secret since the start of filming. No information related to the plot was revealed, and even the crew of Huiro Film and Television Base refused to interview. As for the official V, they released some simple stills and shooting footage, which hooked people's hearts and did not explain, making fans very helpless and raising their appetites. There were also many media reporters who couldn't dig out any useful information, so they simply made up a story with their imagination, and then Chen Fei Media did not explain anything. This made many people in the industry speechless. When they were shooting a new drama, they couldn't wait for the media to interview them every day. Even if there weren't any reporters, they would still spend money to invite a few. Then, they would cooperate with the media to leak some inside information. They would even let the actors and actresses in the drama create scandals to make the headlines. It could be said that they had gone to great lengths. But look at Xianxia, it didn't play this game at all. Yet, there were still so many media outlets begging for it. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Actually, the media was quite depressed too. Now that Xianxia had finally released its trailer, it immediately attracted people both in and out of the industry. In particular, many people in the industry wanted to see what Chen Fei Media was up to this time. They wanted to see what they were up to be so secretive. They wanted to see what they were up to. This 3-minute trailer was released at 9:01 p.m. By 10 p.m. sharp, the number of views had exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments and reposts had both exceeded 100,000. It quickly climbed to the top of the homepage's trending list. Like Chi Hao and Wang Weiwei, the fans were also shocked by the male lead that was released at the beginning of the trailer. The male lead, played by Lu Chen, turned out to be an alien. As the theme of an urban romance drama, such a protagonist setting was definitely unprecedented, even if it wasn't possible in the future. Everyone also understood the meaning of the name of the TV series, You from the Star. Not just an alien, but an alien who came to Earth 500 years ago, and an alien who would return to his hometown 1 year later. The short trailer couldn't reveal too much, but everyone saw the female lead that the protagonist met for the first time, and the female lead that he met again after 500 years. A long storyline was connected in this way. So what else would happen next? Fans suddenly found that this trailer could not meet their expectations for the new show at all. The unique character setting and fresh story creativity of Xianxia pushed their expectations to a new peak. Countless fans clamored on blogs for Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and Beijing Television Station to broadcast it soon. The two satellite TV stations were at least hundreds of thousands of times. Of course, the two satellite TV stations must be very happy. However, at this juncture, Chen Fei Media released news that Lu Chen and Chen Fei would temporarily interrupt the filming of Xianxia and rush to Hangzhou on August 12. Because August 12 was the last episode of the first season of China's Voice, the live broadcast of the finals. Since its premiere on May 19, China's Voice has been on air for nearly 3 months, with an average rating of nearly 7%, and the highest rating once broke 9%, creating a new height of domestic variety shows that people look up to. Under the crushing of this phenomenal reality show, other domestic TV stations' variety shows that were broadcast at the same time were in a bleak situation. They have readjusted their broadcast time, and there is no doubt that they are invincible. Even Beijing Television's Singing China and Shonan TV's Super Singer, the two shows that had good ratings in the first season, did not dare to take the lead, and both revised their broadcast time. They would rather miss the golden summer vacation time than collide head-on with China's Voice. Now that China's Voice is coming to an end, it is undoubtedly good news for their peers. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure in recent months has been too great, and Zhejiang Satellite TV Station is too glorious. What made people's hair stand on end was that Star Factory Media, which produces China's Voice, later announced that Star Factory has reached a preliminary agreement with Korea's KGS. KGS will buy the copyright of China's Voice and produce The Voice of Korea. Star Factory took this opportunity to promote the program model of China's Voice to the world. Is there any justice in this? The ratings of the domestic broadcast were already so high, and they even sold the copyright to Korea. Not to mention the copyright transaction fee, this glory alone is enough to make people envious and jealous. In the past, only Korean variety shows were imported into China, and domestic TV stations spent a lot of money to buy them. Now Star Factory Media has broken the rules and sold them back to Korea, leaving their peers 3 streets behind. With this exhilarating good news, fans looking forward to the new show no longer have any opinions about Lu Chen and Chen Fei are rushing to produce the last episode of China's Voice. Instead, they are extremely supportive. At 7 p.m. on August 12, Hangzhou, Zhejiang Satellite TV Station Studio 1. There was still an hour before the start of the finals of China's Voice, but the studio was already very busy. All the staff were nervously preparing for the live broadcast, and there were no vacancies among the 1,250 audience seats. Since its premiere on the 19th of May, China's Top Voice, as a unique and creative singing reality show, had already established its own brand across the country, garnering countless viewers and fans. Today was the final harvest moment. In the face of the impending farewell of the first season, the program staff of Zhejiang Satellite TV Station were fully committed. Every important link was repeatedly checked many times, for fear that there would be mistakes during the live broadcast, leaving behind imperfect regrets. A live broadcast was completely different from a recorded broadcast. The error tolerance was very low. Although there was a buffer of a few minutes, it was far from enough to eliminate all mistakes. It was undoubtedly a huge test for the staff of the television station. Everything was for the effect of the program. For the first time, tonight's final had introduced the voting mechanism of the television audience, so it had to be broadcast live to choose the final champion. This made the atmosphere at the scene very tense. In the backstage area of the studio, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Since most of the students and contestants had already been eliminated, leaving only 4 contestants and 4 mentors, the huge backstage area seemed empty and lacked a lot of people. Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Shi Feng, and Liao Jia had just finished putting on their makeup and were sitting together chatting. After so many episodes of the show had been recorded, even strangers could become familiar friends, so everyone chatted more openly. It was completely an exchange between true friends. Shi Feng joked, "You two show off your love on the blog all day long. When will the date be set?" The blog she was talking about was, of course, not the Hong Kong blog, but the Waves blog. Originally, Shi Feng did not use the blog. In fact, she rarely went online. Although she had her own account on the Hong Kong blog, she usually left it to her agent to manage and basically did not interact with her fans or friends. However, after coming to China to record The Voice of China, under Chen Fei's instigation, she officially opened her own blog on Waves. The first person she followed was Chen Fei, followed by Lu Chen and Lu Gangxing. Along with the popularity of China's The Voice, she had returned to the attention of the domestic fans. The popularity of her blog increased rapidly, and in just over 2 months, it had already exceeded 30 million followers. Driven by Chen Fei, Shi Feng also learned to play a blog. From time to time, she would post some selfies or group photos, write a short paragraph of words about her life or feelings, and interact with her fans, so that her fans would often be surprised. According to the fans, compared with the former queen of Xianxia, the current Shi Feng was more amiable. In response to Shi Feng's teasing, Chen Fei glared at Lu Chen and said, "That depends on a certain someone." She made it sound like she was a resentful woman. Lu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I think you were the one who said that you wouldn't consider marriage for the next 2 years?" For Lu Chen, his relationship with Chen Fei had reached this point. Whether it was an engagement or marriage, it would be a matter of time. With his current status in the entertainment industry, he was not afraid of losing popularity after marriage. However, Chen Fei was very ambitious and had some unspeakable concerns, so he put the topic aside for the time being. Speaking of which, this topic had been brought up by many people. Even the fans were discussing when the two of them would truly get together and make a lifelong commitment. Chen Fei pouted, then you'll listen to whatever I say. Liao Jia immediately laughed out loud. That was too unreasonable, wasn't it? He did not expect Chen Fei to be such a queen. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. It was really impossible to reason with a woman, especially the woman he loved deeply. The culprit who started the topic snickered and then smoothed things over. Well, let's not talk about this. I have a very important thing to tell you, and I need your decision. Lu Chen, Chen Fei, and Liao Jia's attention suddenly focused on Shifang. Everyone knew that since Shifang said so, it must be very unusual. Shifang pondered for a moment and said, "This year is the 50th anniversary of Hong Kong's return. At that time, the SAR government will hold an unprecedented celebration, including a celebration party attended by more than 100,000 people. I don't know if the three of you have time to attend?" Lu Chen and the other two looked at each other. This was really a big deal. The 50th anniversary celebration party of Hong Kong's return was bound to be extremely high in both scale and specification. The star artists who could stand on this stage must be the top stars in the industry. It was impossible for those with a lower status to be invited. But what made everyone puzzled was, why was it Shifang who made the invitation and not the SAR government? Shifang obviously saw their doubts and explained with a smile, "I am a friend of Director Huang of the Department of Culture of the SAR government. She asked me to come forward and invite the three of you. If you are willing to attend and can spare time, then the government will arrange for a formal invitation. In addition, if you agree, please prepare your works, preferably related to the anniversary celebration. Also, except for the arrangements for food and accommodation, you will not be paid." So that was it. Lu Chen understood that since it was a celebration party, the SAR government must have invited a lot of entertainment industry guests. It was undoubtedly prudent to ask for their intentions before making a formal decision. After all, public invitations were not commercial performances. Many stars might not be willing to attend, even if the 50th anniversary celebration party of Hong Kong's return was extremely high in standard. What if they were unwilling, so through private communication? On the other hand, they could also see the seriousness and sincerity of the SAR government. Otherwise, they could directly call and ask. Lu Chen and Chen Fei exchanged a look. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Count me in." The significance of attending the 50th anniversary celebration party of Hong Kong's return was no less than that of attending the Spring Festival Gala. In some aspects, it was even big. He couldn't miss it. As for the payment, he didn't need that little money now. Chen Fei added with a smile, "Count me in." Liao Jia touched his nose and said, "Since you are all going, I will also join in the fun." "That's great," Shifang said with a smile, "I believe it will be a very meaningful party." On the clock hanging on the wall, the hour hand gradually pointed to the position of 8 o'clock. The live broadcast of the last episode of the first season of China's Voice was about to begin. Zhejiang Satellite TV Station Studio 1 was completely filled with a battle atmosphere. All the staff on the scene were already in place, and the 7 cameras placed in different positions were turned on at the same time. In the broadcasting room, Tian sat in her usual seat, staring intently at the computer screen. And the people around her were also staring at the monitor. It seemed that there was some immeasurable treasure inside. It broke 5%. Suddenly, someone shouted as if he had discovered a new continent, his voice full of joy. His shout was like a bucket of cold water splashed on boiling oil, and it immediately spread in the broadcasting studio. The director and the assistant staff present all cheered in unison. It was not yet time, but the real-time ratings of the satellite TV station 1 had already broken through 5%, which meant that tens of millions of viewers were sitting in front of the TV, waiting for the start of the live broadcast. What the satellite TV station was broadcasting now was an advertisement. The advertisers who bought this time slot would definitely be overjoyed. Under normal circumstances, the advertising fees they paid would be worth it if they could match 1% to 2% of the ratings. But now it was 5%, although they all had expectations in their hearts. When the facts were presented in front of them, everyone still felt extremely surprised. That was already 5%. When the live broadcast officially began, it might be able to reach 7%, 8%, 9%. No one dared to think any more. At present, the ratings of the major TV stations' famous variety shows were generally around 2%. The performance of China's voice was really too heaven-defying. Tonight, it would most likely create a new record. The happiest was none other than Tian Tian. For the birth of China's voice, she had put in countless blood, sweat, and tears. She established Star Factory Media with her bare hands, recruited people everywhere, and forced herself to learn business management. In the end, when the production of the show was about to be completed, she felt like she had aged several years. Now, all her efforts had been rewarded several times or even more than 10 times. This feeling was really unparalleled, and it was as if she had suddenly become several years younger. The gradually rising real-time ratings were Tian Tian's current mood index. It had begun. At 8 o'clock sharp, Xianxia Automobile's new commercial had just finished broadcasting, and the TV screen instantly switched to the opening of China's voice. Accompanied by exciting music, the host Xianxia appeared in a white suit, and his bright and coquettish style won warm applause and cheers from the audience. After hosting more than a dozen episodes of the show, Xianxia had become a host whose popularity did not lose to any of the students of China's voice. His Waves blog fans had exceeded 5 million, especially his signature advertising slogan, which had become a hot topic for everyone. China's good car, China's good voice, welcome to China's good car, China's good voice, sponsored by the leading domestic automobile brand, China. Drink the Pepsi Power supplement and cheer for China's good voice. It was still a familiar feeling, but the atmosphere of tonight's live broadcast of the finals far surpassed that of the previous elimination rounds. After more than 2 months of fierce competition, the 4 teams of Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, Shifang and Liao Jia, 4 mentors, each decided a winner. They are Tong Xinyao, An Qin, Li Qian, and Zhang Yi. Every time Xianxia called out a person's name, there would be a tsunami of shouts from the audience, and their exclusive fans even held up the screen with the names written on it, cheering for their respective idols. Among them, Tong Xinyao was the winner of Lu Chen's team, An Qin was from Chen Fei-er's team, and Li Qian and Zhang Yi were from Shifang and Liao Jia respectively. These 4 top 4 contestants were all very young. They were originally unknown, but now they have become household names, and their fates have changed. But in the end, there was only one champion. The first part of the finals was the mentor canvassing for votes. The 4 mentors each took 4 students on stage to canvass for votes and encourage them. The first to go on stage were Lu Chen and Tong Xinyao. Tong Xinyao was a singer from Shanghai, a college student. Among the 4 students, she was undoubtedly the most good-looking. She had a slender figure and a pleasant appearance. With long hair, she was quite pure and shy. During the blind selection, all 4 mentors turned for her, and she finally chose Lu Chen. Because Tong Xinyao was good at folk songs. Therefore, the song Lu Chen chose for her was his representative work, You Who Sat Next to Me. But before singing, Lu Chen had something to say. Tong Xinyao is not the most talented singer I have ever seen, but she is definitely one of the most hardworking singers. During the time I guided and trained her, her performance was obvious to all. I want to say that people who work hard should be rewarded, so please vote for Xinyao. Thank you. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, Tong Xinyao bowed deeply to the audience, winning countless applause. She straightened up again and smiled at Lu Chen tacitly. Lu Chen nodded and played the prelude with his guitar. Tomorrow, will you think of the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still think of the you who loved to cry the most? The teachers can't think of you, the you who can't guess the problem. I only thought of you who sat next to me when I was flipping through the photos. This song You Who Sat Next to Me was regarded as the most classic representative of campus folk songs by its fans. Since its creation, it had been covered by countless people, especially at university and high school cultural performances. There were often students who played and sang it themselves, often winning countless resonance. Because everyone was too familiar with it, it was difficult to sing it differently. But Tong Xinyao did it. Her interpretation of You Who Sat Next to Me incorporated her own emotions, with sad memories, as if she was telling her own story, inadvertently touching people's hearts. And Lu Chen had not sung this song for a long time. It was the first time he sang it with someone else. Even though they had only rehearsed it a few times, they cooperated very well with each other. When the 2 finished singing You Who Sat Next to Me together, many of the audience immediately stood up and applauded, taking the lead and setting off the first wave of climax in the studio. Such a scene also indicated that tonight's The Voice of China's finals would be a great success. In the director's room, Tian Tian stared at the smiling Lu Chen on the monitor screen. She unwittingly fell into a daze. I hereby announce that the winner of China's Voice's third place in 2016 is, in Zhejiang Satellite TV Station Studio 1, Tong Xinyao, Anqin, Li Qian, and Zhang Yi stood on the stage hand in hand, waiting for the final results. After the 4 segments of the mentors canvassing for votes, the students' ultimate challenge, the live audience voting, and the live media voting, the first season of China's Voice finally came to an end. However, it was also the most exciting segment. According to the rules of China's Voice, the first 2 rounds of live voting needed to be added to the factual votes of the national audience, and then the total score would be calculated by the computer according to the proportion. As well as the champion, second place, third place, and fourth place, the person in charge of announcing the results was naturally the show's host, Kai Jia. At this moment, he had already received a card with the names and rankings of the students, a total of 3 cards. The first to be announced was the third place. The 4 students were extremely nervous, and the 2 girls were even on the verge of tears. They stood out from the tens of thousands of contestants in the country, from the auditions all the way to the present, experiencing the cruel elimination of the team, rigorous and arduous training, and putting in unimaginable effort. Although the top 4 was already dazzling enough, who would not want to reach the top, it was no exaggeration to say that in terms of singing talent shows, China's Voice's influence had surpassed that of Shonan TV's Super Fast Girl and Superman. The first season's champion not only meant great glory, but also represented a smooth path to the bright stars. Not to mention the generous rewards that the champion could get, the eyes of the 1,250 audience were fixed on Kai Jia, and 3 cameras were pointed at the host at the same time. The studio was very quiet. Until Kai Jia announced the name of the third-place winner. Tong Xinyao. Tong Xinyao, it was Lu Chen's team Tong Xinyao who won third place. She suddenly covered her face with both hands, and crystal-clear tears flowed uncontrollably from between her fingers. It was not the worst result, but of course, it was not the best either. In fact, Tong Xinyao was not surprised that she took third place, because the first 2 rounds of voting had more or less revealed this result. But she still cried, with joy and bitterness. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Anqin was the first to hug Tong Xinyao, sending her sincere blessings. Although the 2 of them were competitors, they had become very good friends during the 2 months of competition. Then it was Li Qian, Zhang Yi, and finally Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked onto the stage with a smile and opened his arms to give Tong Xinyao a hug. Congratulations! Tong Xinyao was a very well-behaved girl. She was very talented in singing. She also respected and worshipped him very much. Unfortunately, her opponents were very strong. Getting third place was her best. Tong Xinyao hugged Lu Chen tightly. Her face was pressed against his chest as she sobbed, "Thank you, Teacher Lu Chen." The cameraman gave a close-up shot in time, presenting this heartwarming scene to all the TV viewers. Another cameraman harbored ulterior motives and aimed his camera at Xianxia. Then, the director switched the camera in time, causing many viewers to smile. It was just a program, so why would Xianxia be jealous? Big smiles and applause for them. Broken. At the same time, there was jubilation in the director's room. Many TV station staff gathered around Tian Tian and cheered in unison. Record broken. It was a memorable moment, because the ratings of China's Voice had once again broken the record, reaching an unprecedented 10%, creating the highest record for a talent show. In fact, from the last live broadcast of China's Voice until now, everyone had expected the ratings to break the record. However, witnessing the birth of this record with their own eyes was another matter, so they were naturally particularly excited. A 10% rating was basically a myth in today's rich situation of TV programs. It was a miracle that the TV people did not even dare to think about. Of course, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, which had a ratings of more than 90% every year, had to be excluded. This ratings record was enough to make Zhejiang Satellite TV stand head and shoulders above all its peers, including Shonan TV. It was also enough to shake the latter's position as the dominant local satellite TV station. On the other hand, Tian Tian was not so excited. Maybe she was too happy, but she suddenly calmed down. Breaking the record was a good thing, but at the same time, it was also a form of pressure. This year's first season was so successful, so the second season next year could not smash this golden signboard. They had to strive for excellence in the quality of the program. There were still 4 mentors who must be renewed. They were also an inseparable part of China's Voice's success. Tian's thoughts drifted to the future. In the studio, the results of the counting of votes and scores continued to be announced. The runner-up is Li Qian. Li Qian was a member of Shifang's team. He was handsome and good at singing. He was especially good at love songs, so he was deeply loved by his fans. With his outstanding performance in China's Voice, he quickly rose to fame. It was said that there were already many entertainment agencies eyeing the student of China's Voice and actively contacting him. China's Voice had a bright spot that people inside and outside the industry appreciated, and that was that the producer, Star Factory Media, did not engage in binding contracts. The singers stood out based on their own abilities and would not be bound by any unspoken rules. In many talent shows in the past, the contestants who entered the top 10 or even the top 20 had to sign a contract with a certain company. Moreover, this rookie contract was often very harsh, resulting in many lawsuits. Star Factory Media did not do this, which could be said to have opened a new trend in the industry. Even the champion and runner-up did not have to sign a contract. Although there were also people in the industry who ridiculed Star Factory Media behind their backs, it was precisely this foolishness that allowed China's Voice to win praise from countless singers and audiences. The vast number of singers needed a fair competition environment, and all the audiences did not want to see a talent show that was riddled with shady deals. The rules of China's Voice could be said to have touched the sore spot of today's variety shows, and the positive impact it brought was great. Therefore, during the broadcast, in addition to Zhejiang TV station's vigorous promotion, various media outlets also gave it good reviews. The success of China's Voice was not a fluke. Now it was finally time to reveal the champion. At this time, there were still 2 students standing on the stage, Anqin and Zhang Yi. Among them, Anqin was a member of Chen Fei-er's team, while Zhang Yi was from Liao Jia's team. The popularity of the two was not much different, and each had a large number of fans. The votes in the first 2 rounds were also relatively close. In the end, it all depended on the votes of the national audience. Our champion has received a total of 871,5402 valid nationwide votes. Jia held the last card in his hand, and his lips curled into a mysterious smile. His eyes swept over the card, and he said into the microphone, "The total score after the computer calculation is 127.55 points." The previous runner-up, Li Qian, had received more than 7 million nationwide votes, which was more than 1 million away from the champion. Furthermore, the nationwide votes accounted for 40% of the total score, so the advantage was obvious. But who was the champion, Anqin or Zhang Yi? The 2 contestants who were still standing on the stage held their breaths. Anqin even closed her eyes while Zhang Yi clenched his fists subconsciously. The entire venue was silent, as if the whole world was waiting for the result to be announced. Perhaps the atmosphere in the venue was too tense. Even Jia, who loved to whet the audience's appetite, did not dare to keep them in suspense. He shouted the champion's name. Anqin. An Xian abruptly opened her eyes in disbelief. Although Jia's roar was still echoing in her ears, she felt like she was dreaming. Everything was hazy and unreal. Even if great joy filled her heart, she was instinctively afraid that when she woke up from this beautiful dream, it would be for naught. Back then, Anqin had signed up for the audition for the Voice of China under the instigation of her best friend. She had never dreamed of winning the championship, because she had no power, no money, and did not have the good looks bestowed upon her by the heavens. Anqin once thought that an ordinary person like her would not be able to make it to the top in any talent show. All she wanted was to show her face on TV so that she could earn more money by singing in bars in the future. Then, she overcame all obstacles to get to where she was now, finally reaching the peak. Thank fate, Anqin bit her lips as tears streamed down her cheeks. Jia continued, "Congratulations, Anqin. Congratulations to her for becoming the champion of the Voice of China." Bam, following a muffled sound, countless streamers fell from the sky. The entire venue was filled with a tidal wave of applause, and the audience's cheers grew louder and louder. Meanwhile, the other contestant, Xianxia, was very disappointed, but he still congratulated Anqing politely. Chen Fei appeared on stage, giving a smile and a hug to the lucky girl. There was also a trophy that represented her honor. The cameras gave a close-up of the two of them, then another shot of Lu Chen. It was the same shot of Lu Chen hugging Tong Xinyao. Thank you, thank you. Anqing kept thanking Chen Fei. She hugged Chen Fei tightly with tears in her eyes. That scene would forever be recorded by the cameras. With that, the first season of The Voice of China came to a close. With no regrets, half a month later, the Voice of China concert would be held in Hangzhou. Achoo! The strange itch coming from his nose made Lu Chen suddenly sneeze, and he immediately woke up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Chen Fei's grinning face and the strand of hair in her hand. Lu Chen immediately became angry. Without hesitation, he reached out and hugged his mischievous girlfriend. Then, he pressed her down on his legs and slapped her buttocks twice. I was wrong. Chen Fei smiled and begged for mercy. Her coquettish look made Lu Chen's blood boil. Chen Fei felt his hardness. She giggled and escaped. Get up and eat breakfast. Lu Chen shook his head gloomily. He washed up and came out of the bedroom. Chen Fei had already laid out breakfast on the table. The two of them were in their new home in Hangzhou. It had only been a while since they bought the house and they had not gotten used to it yet. Lu Chen sat down and took a sip of milk. He then picked up the newspapers beside him. The newspapers should have been brought back by Chen Fei when he went out to buy breakfast. They were the morning papers of Hangzhou, with the City Express and Daily Morning News that he was familiar with. The newspapers should have been brought back by Chen Fei when she went out to buy breakfast. They were all today's morning newspapers in Hangzhou, including the City Express and Daily Morning News that he was very familiar with. The headlines of the City Express were related to The Voice of China. The first season of The Voice of China came to an end. City Express headline: First season of The Voice of China ends, viewership ratings break 10%, among them, 10% was bolded and marked in black, making it exceptionally eye-catching. As for the headline, it was mainly about the final episode of China's Voice that was broadcasted live last night. The viewership ratings had reached a new high, with the highest reaching 10.5%, setting a new record for a variety show of the same genre. He also introduced the top 4 students. On the other hand, the headline of the Daily Morning News was focused on the Voice of China's champion, Xianxia. With the title, The Ordinary Xianxia, the Extraordinary Champion as the headline, they published an exclusive interview with her. It was through this article that Lu Chen gained a good understanding of Anqing and learned a lot about her. China's Voice was different from most other talent shows. The 4 judges, including Lu Chen, disliked their students' sensational storytelling. There was no such arrangement in the show's script, and the contestants were informed beforehand. China's Voice did not rely on such things to attract attention. It relied on the contestants' singing skills, therefore, regardless of whether it was Lu Chen or Chen Fei, their understanding of the members of their respective teams was limited to the basic information, such as their names, ages, birthplaces, singing experience, etc., and nothing else. What do you think of her? Chen Fei spread jam on a piece of bread and passed it to Lu Chen, asking, I think she's not bad. Lu Chen understood what Chen Fei meant. You want to sign her? Chen Fei rolled his eyes at him. Why? You don't want to? She doesn't lack contracts at the moment. China's viewership ratings were so high. The champion's popularity was undeniable. If Chen Fei Media did not sign her, others would definitely fight over her. Chen Fei added, she's very smart. She told me last night that she wants to sign with us. Lu Chen smiled. Chen Fei was right. Anqing was very smart. She knew very well that with her external conditions, if she signed with another company and couldn't come up with any good work, it would be easy for her to lose her championship popularity. Anqing's average looks meant that she would never be able to walk the path of a youth idol. On the other hand, those who were truly talented relied on their outstanding works to pave the way. Therefore, the wisest choice for her was Chen Fei Media. That was because Chen Fei Media had Lu Chen. Then let's sign it. Lu Chen stuffed the bread into his mouth and started enjoying his breakfast. By signing on Qin, his and Chen Feier's trip to Hangzhou would come to a successful conclusion. On the 13th of August, Lu Chen and Chen Feier returned to capital city. In the past few months, due to the filming of China's Voice, in addition to other work matters, the two of them had flown back and forth between capital city and Hangzhou more than a dozen times. Even Lu Chen was tempted to buy a private jet. Although the transportation between Beijing and Hangzhou was very convenient, with many flights and high-speed trains, as idols and celebrities, there were always various inconveniences when they went out. Some of their fans were quite resourceful and could always find out about the two's travel information in advance. They would then run to the airport to chase after their idols, and even if they took the VIP exit, they would inevitably be blocked. As for Lu Chen and Chen Feier, they had always been very easygoing and close to their fans. Therefore, whenever a fan came to pick them up, they would always ask for a photo or something. In the end, it attracted even more fans, causing the two of them to feel a little inconvenienced. It would be much more convenient if they had a private jet. Unfortunately, the domestic air traffic control was very strict, and the procedures to apply for a flight route were complicated and time-consuming. Even if Lu Chen could afford a private jet, it would still be troublesome to use it on a daily basis. It was not only those crazy fans who chased after their idols, but the cook duck was also in trouble. They're not satisfied with the contract? On the second day back in capital city, Lu Chen received a call from Lu Shi at the Huiro studio. He was a little surprised. His sister was just talking to him about signing a contract with Anqin. Anqin won the championship of China's Voice as a member of Chen Feier's team. According to the show's initial promotion, apart from a generous bonus, she would also have the opportunity to sign a contract with Qinfei Media. Moreover, Anqin had previously expressed her desire to sign a contract with Qinfei Media. That was easy to understand. Although Qinfei Media had only been established for a short period of time, it was already very famous in the industry. With two big names in the industry, Lu Chen and Chen Feier, it was undoubtedly a lucky thing for a new artist to sign a contract with them. Especially Lu Chen, who had created so many outstanding works, he seemed to be the new godfather of pop music. As long as he stayed in the industry long enough and produced more works, he would definitely be honored. With such a foundation, an Xian was willing to sign the contract, and Lu Chen and Chen Feier had a good impression of this hardworking singer. It should have been a matter of time before the contract was signed. How could this be? Lu Chen was not in a good mood. It wasn't that Anqin wouldn't be a great loss to Qinfei Media, but it didn't feel right. Lu Shi said, her agent is not easy to deal with. He made a lot of requests. I summed it up. It's almost the treatment of an A-list star. We also have to give her an independent studio affiliated with the company. Lu Chen was speechless. In order to expand its scale and strength, Qinfei Media had changed its development strategy of not signing new artists, and began to attract excellent talents to join it. There were also several outstanding rookies in the company. Different from those entertainment agencies that wanted to suck the marrow out of their artists, Qinfei Media's contracts for artists were not harsh. The treatment was above average, and the personal restrictions were very lenient. Even if the artists broke the contract and left, they didn't need to pay much, and they had a high degree of freedom. On the one hand, it was because neither Lu Chen nor Chen Feier needed to make money by exploiting newcomers. If they worked together, they would come and go. If they didn't, they would go. Although this approach may not be commercial or professional enough, Lu Chen thought that Qinfei Media should be a humane company. When Lu Chen first made his debut, he had also been asked to sign a harsh contract. He didn't want Qinfei Media to become the object of his disgust. The contract given to an Xian was not a contract for newcomers, but a more advanced agency contract with better conditions. But it was rejected. He thought for a moment and said, "You can't force her to do it. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's give up." Lu Shi was regretful. Actually, an Xian is not bad. The problem is that her agent. Sigh, forget it. She was now in Hangzhou and had been in contact with an Xian for a long time, so she had some understanding of her. As the champion of the Voice of China, an Xian was now very popular. Her blog followers had exceeded 5 million, and many recording companies and agencies had offered her an olive branch. This was undoubtedly the reason why her agent dared to negotiate with Xianxia Media. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Xianxia, who was sitting next to him, asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with an Xian?" Lu Chen nodded and briefly explained the situation. Xianxia was speechless. She had been in contact with Anqin for the longest time, and she had a good impression of this simple-looking, hardworking, and talented girl. Therefore, she was happy to sign Anqin on. But now, she felt like she had been given the cold shoulder. However, it wasn't something unbelievable. People change, especially in the big pool of the entertainment industry. Once you enter it, you would change very quickly. Back then, an Xian was just an unknown singer. Now, she was as popular as a second or third-tier celebrity. It was normal for her to ask for better treatment when the voice of China was at its peak. Even if she didn't have much of an opinion, the agent who had taken the commission would not let it go. Then forget it. Xianxia also felt that it was a pity, but she didn't raise the offer to satisfy the agent. It wasn't that Lu Chen and Xianxia were stingy, but an Xian's popularity was only temporary. Her flaws were very obvious, and they had to pay a higher price to bring her to new heights. For Xianxia, there was no need for that. Ring 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 asterisk. As a result, as soon as Xianxia's voice fell, her private cell phone rang. It was Anqin who had called her. Xianxia picked up the phone, and after a few minutes, she hung up. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "What did she say?" Xianxia said lazily, "Not much. First, she apologized. She hoped that we could satisfy some of her conditions. She also said that her agent is her distant cousin. Anyway, forget it." She threw the phone away, as if throwing away a burden. Although Xianxia had always presented herself as a kind and gentle person, deep down, she was very proud. Even though an Xian had called to apologize, she still felt bitterly disappointed. She felt that she had wasted a lot of her feelings. Then give it up. Lu Chen understood and held his girlfriend's hand to comfort her. At the same time, he put the matter to the back of his mind. But to his surprise, the trouble had only just begun. In modern society, the internet was extremely developed. Due to the large number of people gathered online, it was inevitable that it would become a place of controversy. Blogs were undoubtedly the city god's temple. The city god's temple in most cities was bustling with activity. In China, Wave's blog was undoubtedly the most popular, with tens of millions of netizens reading the blog every day. Blogs and the entertainment industry had a natural connection, attracting celebrities from all walks of life. Big and small entertainment news, scandals were all exposed on the blog for the celebrity to comment on. As a result, a group of VIPs and marketing accounts that specialized in entertainment was born. For example, entertainment world's #1 paparazzi Zhang Wide, That Little Thing in the Entertainment World, Daily Gossip, etc., were all well-known blog accounts. On the 15th of August, a verified account, Entertainment Detective, with 7.6 million plus fans, revealed on his blog that the winner of China's Voice, an Xian, had a falling out with Lu Chen and Xianxia and refused to sign with Xianxia Media. This piece of gossip shocked those who did not know the truth, and it quickly made its way to the top of the homepage. The first season of China's Voice had just ended a few days ago, and there would be a concert at the end of the month. It was absolutely shocking that the winner, an Xian, had a falling out with the two famous mentors at that time. Many people first suspected that it was fake news. In the show, an Xian had a good relationship with her mentor, Xianxia. The former's performance was also praised and acknowledged by Lu Chen. Why would she suddenly fall out with them? Furthermore, why would an Xian refuse to sign with Xianxia Media? The countless questions confused people. Many fans tagged Lu Chen and Xianxia for answers, while some impulsive fans went straight to an Xian's blog to scold her. From their point of view, an Xian had a falling out with Lu Chen and Xianxia, and that was definitely her fault. Ungrateful, an Xian had many fans as well, and the two sides started a war of words on the blog, turning the world upside down. However, soon after, a blogger with the ID of Anqin's agent posted an article saying that the entertainment detective was not telling the truth. Anqin did not have a falling out with Xianxia or Lu Chen. They merely had a disagreement over the contract. Then, Anqing stood up and said that Lu Chen and Chen Feier were her most respected mentors, and that it was ridiculous to say that she had fallen out with them. Regardless of whether she could sign with Chen Fei Media in the future, she was very grateful for their help. Anqing and her agent's statement had calmed down the storm of public opinion that had been stirred up by the entertainment detective. However, people had new questions. What kind of contract did Chen Fei Media give Anqing that made her want to say something but stop herself from doing so? Was the contract too harsh? That was entirely possible. Entertainment agencies had always been very strict with their artists, especially new artists. As a result, there had been a lot of lawsuits and it had become a hot topic. People thought that if Anqing had been offered a good contract by Chen Fei Media, there was no reason for her to turn it down. All of a sudden, the voices of sympathy and support for Anqing soared, and the number of her fans increased by more than 1 million. Among them, there were also a lot of V accounts that were stirring up trouble and criticizing Chen Fei Media. As the saying goes, public opinion can melt gold, and Chen Fei Media was pushed to the teeth of the storm. Anqing's agent is called Wang Han. She's not her real cousin. The Waves blog was in an uproar, and Lu Chen and Chen Feier got the news that night. You from the Star was about to premiere, and in order to ensure the quality of the show, the two of them spent most of their time on the set. They even turned off their phones when they were working. It was Lu Shi who went to Huiro Studio to tell them about the news. Her sister came back to the capital that morning, and she got the news as soon as she could. She did some research on the rumors and had a basic understanding of what was going on behind the scenes. Nothing was new under the sun. It was hard to keep secrets in the entertainment industry from everyone. Chen Fei Media was expanding its network in the entertainment industry, so someone sent the news directly to them. Anqing's agent, Wang Han, was an experienced agent who had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years. She had worked for many stars and artists, so she was very experienced and difficult to deal with. She claimed to be Anqing's distant cousin, and Anqing also kept this relationship a secret. Therefore, Lu Shi, who had been negotiating the contract in Hangzhou, was unprepared and suffered a loss. On the way back, Lu Shi asked someone to investigate Wang Han. Wang Han's agent was Xianxia Agency in the capital, which was also a very famous company in the industry. Now that they knew Wang Han's real identity, the question was answered. Xianxia Agency was behind this. I know Xianxia Agency. Chen Feier said. They didn't sign her directly. I think they're trying to help Anqing get more attention. Xianxia Agency was a professional agency, or more precisely, an agent management company. They signed agents, not stars. They got paid through the services of the agents. In the entertainment industry, Xianxia Agency was a well-known brand. Many stars' agents were affiliated with Xianxia Agency, so they had a good reputation. However, for entertainment film and television companies, Xianxia Agency's agent was undoubtedly a synonym for being difficult to deal with. They're a typical example of a prostitute who still wants to maintain a chastity. Lu Shi said angrily, they're trying to act like they're the big shots, but they're pretending to be innocent and trying to get more attention. That's just, her sister couldn't say anything more vicious. Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other. They both felt a headache coming on. Encountering such an experienced professional broker was the most troublesome thing, and the other party was very targeted, that is, to use Chen Fei Media, or more accurately, Lu Chen and Chen Feier as a stepping stone, to promote Anqing to the top. Xianxia Agency's profit came from the commission. The more they hyped up Anqing, the more they would earn after the sale. The contract offered by Chen Fei Media would definitely not be able to satisfy their appetite. Strictly speaking, this outcome had something to do with Lu Chen himself. He was the one who came up with the new rules for China's Voice. If not for Xiao Sui's rule that stipulated that the top 4 and even the shortlisted contestants had to sign the contract first, they would not be in this mess today. In the entertainment industry, good people might not always be rewarded. In fact, it was very simple to resolve this dispute. All they had to do was to satisfy Wang Han's request, and everyone would be happy. Xianxia Agency was probably thinking about this as well. However, Lu Chen had no intention of letting them have their way. For the public opinion storm that appeared on the internet, whether it was Chen Fei Media, or Lu Chen and Chen Feier, they all adopted a cold response strategy, that is, they did not respond for the time being and waited for the follow-up development of the situation. After all, Anqin and her agent, as the parties involved, have already come out to explain. The dirty water can't be poured on Xianxia media. No matter how they respond at this time, they may fall into the calculation of the behind-the-scenes manipulator. The entertainment industry is full of ups and downs. Many star artists, in order to hype up, it can be said that they will do anything. Under the planning of the agency, many things are unimaginable. As the most popular stars in the entertainment industry at present, Lu Chen and Xianxia have been blackmailed and freeloaded by others. If they are serious about it, they will be exhausted to death and will fall into the other party's trap. Therefore, unless the situation is serious, it is the best choice to wait and see. The direction of public opinion on the internet changes very quickly. Today's hot topic may not be relevant tomorrow. In addition, the first episode of You from the Star, which has been produced, will premiere on Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV station. For the sake of safety, Xianxia Media is not willing to make trouble. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants peace, but the wind will not stop. By the next day, the criticism against Xianxia Media not only did not disappear, but also became more and more intense. Some people spread the remarks of Xianxia Media suppressing newcomers in the Tieba forum, saying that Anqin was threatened because of the signing of the contract and may have to withdraw from the concert at the end of the month. This completely groundless rumor quickly spread to the blog and was forwarded by many marketing accounts. This time, neither Anqin nor her agent came out to refute the rumor at the first time. In addition, the silence of Xianxia Media and Lu Chen gave people a feeling that something really happened. Lu Shi, who is in charge of Xianxia Media in Beijing, received countless calls. Some called to express concern, some asked about the truth, and most of them were media who wanted to interview her, which made her anxious. In desperation, Lu Shi could only go to Huairou Film and Television City in person to discuss with Lu Chen and Xianxia, who were filming. "I'm sure that Xinyu is behind this," the elder sister gritted her teeth and said, "They must be plotting something." After understanding the development of the situation, Lu Chen frowned and asked, "Is Xinyu that powerful?" He had already seen all kinds of rumors circulating on Waves's blog. Coupled with some Tieba forums, it had caused quite a stir. Moreover, it involved a lot of media outlets, marketing accounts, blogs, and so on. If Xinyu was the mastermind behind all of this, then the price they paid would definitely not be low. Was it worth it? To be honest, Lu Chen's side had been maintaining restraint and forbearance. It was basically impossible for this level of rumors to hurt him and Xianxia Media. Lu Chen believed that as long as he made a public statement, it would be enough to reverse the situation. He had such confidence. However, if the opponent continued to pester him endlessly, it would be very troublesome. Lu Chen did not like to be stuck in this kind of quagmire. A man would never be able to defeat a pig in the mud, because that was the latter's home ground. Xinyu was undoubtedly a pig covered in mud. Lu Shi said in a deep voice, "I have a detailed understanding of Xinyu. They are very difficult to deal with and have a lot of connections with the media. However, it's not just them who are stirring up trouble. Some of the rumors or online IDs against Lu Chen or Xianxia Media had little to do with Xinyu. The reason why they were involved in this matter, except for a few guys who liked to make trouble out of nothing, most of them should be due to jealousy or dissatisfaction with Xianxia Media. Xianxia Media was established by Lu Chen. Although it had been established for a short time, it already had a great reputation in the industry and was constantly expanding. For example, Xianxia Media originally did not sign people, but now they began to sign people, and they were very competitive. This inevitably made some people in the industry feel threatened. They were not sure that they could beat Xianxia Media in the competition, so they could only play small tricks behind the scenes and take the opportunity to cause trouble for Xianxia Media. That was why there were so many unfavorable comments about Xianxia Media on the internet. A tall tree attracts the wind. After several analyses, Lu Chen really understood. He thought about it and said, "Then I'll make a statement." Tolerance was only temporary. Since the other party had stepped on his head, continuing to tolerate would make others think that he was really in the wrong, so he had to fight back. Of course, how to fight back was about strategy. Scolding each other was the worst strategy. Letting the public know the truth and protecting one's reputation also required skills. Lu Shi said, "It's better for the company to make a statement first." I'll discuss with the public relations department how to write it. After the establishment of Xinfei Media, the first to expand and enrich its strength was the public relations department. For star artists, especially big stars, a strong public relations team was indispensable behind the scenes. Some stars had suffered this kind of loss. In the face of emergencies, they did not respond properly, and as a result, they were ruined. Xinfei Media not only had two big stars, Lu Chen and Chen Fei, but also had super popular project management. The public relations department was undoubtedly one of the most important departments. Lu Chen nodded. Okay. At this time, Lu Shi's phone rang again. She had been using her phone all day. She had given the one to her assistant to contact her work. This phone was for internal communication, so it must be someone from the company. Lu Shi immediately picked up the phone and said a few words to the other party before hanging up. She looked very unhappy. She said to Lu Chen angrily, "Anqing's agent just came to our company. She wants to talk to us face to face. I'll ask the people from the company to entertain her. Should we meet her or not?" Lu Chen and Chen Fei looked at each other. Chen Fei sneered. "Is she here to tell us the truth?" She thought that she had done everything she could to take care of Anqing, but the result was that she was disappointed. How could she not be angry? Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "Fei, you stay here and continue to shoot the next scenes. I'll go back with my sister." Since the other party had come to him, he couldn't run away. He also wanted to see what the other party wanted. Chen Fei nodded. Okay. She believed that Lu Chen would be able to handle it well. Therefore, Lu Chen and Lu Shi went back to the company to meet Anqing's agent. In the reception room of Xinfei Media's headquarters, Lu Chen and Lu Shi met Anqing's agent, Wang Han. Lu Chen originally thought that Wang Han was a shrewd, tough, and standard professional elite dressed in office lady attire. Maybe she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, spoke aggressively, and had a tough and tenacious personality. But when he saw her in person, he found that there was a huge gap between his imagination and reality. Wang Han was in her 30s. She was petite and about 1.6 meters tall at most. She was quite pretty. It was hard to be guarded against such a woman. But Lu Chen wouldn't look down on her because of that. She must have some ability to make Anqing fall in love with her. Wang Han didn't come alone. There was a young man with her. The man in a suit and leather shoes looked like a real business elite. He was clean-shaven and wore cologne. His young face was full of confidence. He wasn't afraid at all when facing Lu Chen. Instead, he was eager to have a try. Through the introduction, Lu Chen learned that the man was the deputy director of the brokerage department of Xianxia Company. His name was Gao Shan. Lu Shi was in a bad mood today, so she got straight to the point. "Miss Wang, now that you've met me and Lu Chen, you can tell me what you want." Lu Shi had a competition with Wang Han in Hangzhou City. She didn't like Anqing's agent at all. Wang Han smiled. "Boss Lu, I'm here to talk about Miss Anqing's contract. Miss Anqing actually wants to sign a contract with your company. She admires Mr. Lu Chen and Miss Chen Fei very much. She's very grateful for your help. She just wants to be treated fairly." Lu Shi sneered. "She thinks that our original contract is unfair to her?" Wang Han smiled but didn't say anything. Gao Shan, who was sitting next to her, took out a prepared document and said loudly, "Boss Lu, we think that your company has seriously underestimated Miss Anqing's commercial value. The original contract doesn't match her status. This evaluation report proves, sorry, your evaluation report is of no use to us." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Chen. "Signing a contract is a voluntary thing. We, Xinfei Media, will not force anyone to sign a contract. I don't think there's anything wrong with the original contract. If Miss Anqing can't accept it, we can only express our regret. I believe she will find a better choice." As for help, Lu Chen smiled. "Actually, Miss Anqing doesn't owe me or Miss Chen Fei anything. Miss Anqing participated in a TV show, and she deserves what she got. You don't need to feel guilty. So, I guess we have nothing to talk about?" Wang Han and Gao Shan were both stunned. It could be said that the two of them came with great momentum. They were fully prepared in advance, and they were also prepared to have a fierce battle with Xianxia Media to fight for the greatest benefits for their side. However, Lu Chen didn't want to talk at all. It was like they had rolled up their sleeves to go all out at the gambling table, but the opponent directly flipped the table. It was such a bad feeling. Gao Shan's face suddenly became gloomy. Mr. Lu Chen, this is not a friendly negotiation. Miss Anqin really hopes she is she, and I am me. Gao Shan's words were interrupted again by Lu Chen. I wish her a bright future. Don't waste your time. Although it was a little impolite, Lu Chen really found it funny. Lu Shi had clearly expressed her refusal on behalf of Xianxia Media, but the other side still pestered them. Did they think that they could force Xianxia Media to compromise by stirring up trouble on the internet, or did Xinyu think that Xianxia Media couldn't do without Anqin? What a joke! Lu Chen didn't know why they were so confident. Gao Shan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He said unhappily, Mr. Lu Chen, have you thought it through? Lu Chen waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goodbye. At this point, Wang Han and Gao Shan couldn't stay any longer no matter how shameless they were. They had to stand up and leave. When she walked to the door, Wang Han stopped and turned around to say to Lu Chen, Mr. Lu Chen, actually we can talk about it and strive for a win-win result. Lu Chen didn't even bother to look at her face. Wang Han sighed and walked away sulkily. After Xinyu's people left, Lu Chen said to Lu Shi, Sister, let's issue a statement right now to end this matter. Also, scan the contract for Anqin and submit it. Since the negotiation had failed, he might as well cut the Gordian knot. He didn't have time to waste on them. Lu Shi replied without hesitation, okay. When Lu Shi went to the public relations department to draft the statement, Wang Han and Gao Shan returned to their car. Gao Shan threw the document in his hand on the back seat angrily and said, Does he really think he's so arrogant? Without Butcher Zhang, we can only eat pigs with fur? Wang Han sat in the front passenger seat and said thoughtfully, Looks like we made a mistake. Lu Chen was right. Xinyu did think that Xianxia Media wouldn't let Anqin off so easily. Their judgment was based on common sense in the entertainment industry. China's Voice was produced by Star Factory Media, and Xianxia Media was behind Star Factory Media. There was no reason for them to let go of their popular stars. From Xinyu's point of view, not forcing Anqin to sign a contract was just a gimmick for the show. Xianxia Media must be very confident that they could rely on their influence on the contestants to win. They saw this opportunity to interfere. Their ultimate goal was not to compete with Xianxia Media, but to gain benefits through Xianxia Media. At the end of the day, Anqin was just a tool used by Xinyu. The hype on the internet was just to increase the influence of this tool. Unexpectedly, Xianxia Media didn't buy it and didn't pay much attention to Anqin. Their attitude was completely indifferent, which made Wang Han realize that they had made a mistake. However, as Gao Shan said, Xinyu and Wang Han had other options. It was fine if Xianxia Media didn't get what they wanted, but they could still squeeze enough benefits from Anqin. After all, she was popular. Wang Han looked at the headquarters of Xianxia Media unwillingly and ordered, Let's go back to the hotel. Next, she had to convince Anqin to negotiate with another entertainment company. The other party's offer was more sincere than Xianxia Media's. Wang Han stayed in a 5-star hotel in the capital and booked a business suite specifically for Anqin. After winning the championship of China's Voice, Anqin's net worth soared. She went from an unknown singer in a bar to a popular talent show star in the entertainment industry. Her life immediately changed. Now, she not only had her own manager and assistant, she was driven to and fro by luxury cars. Her commercial appearances cost as much as 500,000 and her advertising contract was basically comparable to that of a B-list celebrity. In terms of image, Xinyu, which was represented by Wang Han, came up with a complete package for Anqin. As a well-known professional management company in the industry, Xinyu's foresight was undoubtedly very shrewd. When China's Voice started to gain popularity in the country, they had already targeted a few potential rookies and successfully signed an exclusive contract with Anqin. Fortunately, they managed to seize the opportunity. However, Xinyu was not an entertainment media company. They only took Anqin's manager position to sell her at a high price, or even to use her as a cash cow in the long run. It should be said that it was Lu Chen's stubbornness that gave Xinyu such an opportunity. However, Xianxia was not grateful to Lu Chen. Instead, they used Anqin as a trump card, intending to dig out more benefits from Qinfei Media. That was why they spared no effort in creating hype on the internet. In a sense, they did a good job, forcing Lu Chen to come forward in person. However, Lu Chen flipped the table. Therefore, Wang Han and Gao Shan returned to the hotel with a sense of defeat. How did it go? Anqin was in the room with her assistant. Seeing the two of them, she immediately got up and asked them. Ever since she rejected the contract offered by Lu Xi in Hangzhou, Anqin had been feeling uneasy. Her uneasiness was first of all guilt. She felt that she had let down Lu Chen, who had always appreciated her, and Chen Fei who had taken care of her. Moreover, Anqin knew that signing with Qinfei Media was definitely a good thing for her. However, she was persuaded by Wang Han. Wang Han's reasoning was very straightforward and naked. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. It was one thing to be grateful to Lu Chen and Chen Fei but it was another thing to sign a contract and sell yourself. The speed at which celebrities were eliminated in the entertainment industry was very fast. Even though she was very popular now, no one would pay attention to her in a few months. If she didn't take advantage of the boom to sell herself for a good price, it would be unrealistic to hope for the long term. Putting everything else aside, Anqin should be well aware of her own weaknesses. Who could guarantee that Qinfei Media would support her to the end? Anqin was speechless. Therefore, she listened to Wang Han's suggestion and did exactly what the latter wanted. Of course, in Anqin's mind, as long as the conditions were right, Qinfei Media was the best choice. She was already restless waiting in the hotel. Wang Han and Gao Shan looked at each other. Gao Shan coughed and said, "It's over. Lu Chen doesn't want to sign it." Anqin's face darkened. Was it really over? Wang Han hurried to comfort her. It's okay. It's Qinfei Media's loss if they don't sign it. You've seen the contract offered by Machen Entertainment. We have better options. Machen Entertainment was a new company established 2 years ago. The boss behind it was a big real estate developer in the capital. He was very rich and had signed many celebrities in the past 2 years. Machen Entertainment's contract was indeed better than Qinfei Media's, but the specific terms were much harsher than Qinfei Media's. There were more restrictions on Anqin. Machen Entertainment was undoubtedly the best choice apart from Qinfei Media. The other companies were much weaker. And Xianxia nodded, feeling much more at ease. She thought that since Qinfei Media had taken the initiative to give up on her, she had nothing to feel guilty about. Sister Wang, Sister An, at this time, the assistant sitting on the sofa with a laptop said timidly, Qinfei Media just made an announcement. It has something to do with us. What? Wang Han, Anqin and Gao Shan were all shocked. Wang Han hurried to grab the laptop. She had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Qinfei Media's official announcement was made a few minutes ago. In the announcement, Qinfei Media first clarified the many false rumors circulating on the internet. They would entrust a lawyer to issue a warning to those who spread malicious rumors. They also had the right to use legal means to protect their reputation. In addition, Qinfei Media expressed that due to differences, Qinfei Media would not sign the contract with the champion of China's voice, Anqin. At the same time, they sent their blessings to Anqin. At the end of the announcement, there were 7 high-definition pictures attached. They were the scanned contract text for Anqin. Qinfei Media's official announcement immediately caused a stir on the blog. The first half of the announcement was very official. It was a common routine. Everyone was already used to it and it was just to express their attitude. They could not take it seriously. However, the second half was very interesting. First, they confirmed that they would not sign Anqin. It could be considered as an end to the incident. Then, they posted the contents of the contract. That was very unusual. It seemed that no media or entertainment company had ever done this before. That was because for film and television media and entertainment companies, artists' contracts were confidential. Unless it was a lawsuit, it could not be leaked. Qinfei Media's actions were thought-provoking. Outsiders in the industry were just there to watch the show. However, those in the industry would have to study it carefully. That was equivalent to Qinfei Media leaking their internal business secrets to the public. Soon, there were industry insiders on Waves who made a detailed analysis. First of all, the contract was obviously not a newcomer's contract. Be it the signing fee or the percentage, it was about the standard of a second or third-tier artist. It was not very generous, but it was not harsh, not to mention being exploited. This industry insider expressed that compared to Anxin's current popularity, the terms of the contract were slightly lower. However, even though the terms were lower, there were surprisingly few restrictions on signing artists. The simplest one was the breach fee, which was only a mere 3 million. That was the conscience of the industry. Normally, it would be more like a zero. Especially in recent years, there were more and more lawsuits between artists and their companies. The breach fee was generally higher as the contract was signed. It was to prevent artists from job hopping or going solo. It was understandable that Anxin did not sign such a contract. However, Xinfei Media could not be said to be unkind. It was very kind. In the business suite 1908 of the Regent Hotel in Beijing, the atmosphere was depressing. Wang Han, Gao Shan, and the rest of Sinyu's staff did not expect Xinfei Media to fight back by exposing the contract. Not only did they flip the table, but they also smashed the pot. As a result, Anxin was in a very awkward situation. She could neither deny the truth nor defend herself. She had already said what she said earlier. She could not jump out and question Xinfei Media or start a fight now, could she? It would be stupid to ruin her own image when she was in the wrong. The best response was silence, acquiescing to the truth and letting the matter go. It would disappear in a few days anyway. Hot topics in the entertainment industry could not last long. To Anxin, she and Wang Han did not gain any advantage after playing so many tricks. They even offended Xinfei Media for no reason. Even their comments on the internet were not good. Many fans were questioning whether Anxin was too greedy. There were also many who said she was ungrateful. It was easy to change the direction of public opinion. Xinfei Media's official account showed the original contract. While clarifying the truth, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face to those who stirred up trouble and spread rumors. Stop talking nonsense. Of course, there were also people who were not satisfied and questioned the authenticity of the contract. After all, the scanned image could be easily forged. However, Lu Chen spoke up. Since Anxin's contract signing scandal, Lu Chen and Chen Feier had been silent. They claimed that they were busy with the filming of You from the Star and refused all interviews from the media. It was inevitable that many people thought there was something fishy going on. However, Lu Chen did not say anything. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was waiting for the right time to strike. Now he was fighting back. 2 hours after the announcement of Xinfei Media's statement, Lu Chen updated his blog post on his personal blog. In the blog, he first praised Anxin as a very hardworking and talented singer. He expressed regret that Anxin rejected the contract offered by Xinfei Media and wished Anxin could achieve greater success in the music industry. Then, Lu Chen mentioned The Voice of China, a talent show that had created a viewership record. Only then did everyone realize that the idea and concept for The Voice of China came from Lu Chen's hands. Furthermore, he had applied for patents all over the world and even reached an agreement with Korea's KBS television station to sell the copyrights. Similarly, the basic rules of The Voice of China were also set by Lu Chen. In terms of the program's rules, China's The Voice could be said to have subverted the norm in the industry by not forcing the contestants to sign a contract, giving the students of The Voice the most freedom. Lu Chen recalled that when he had just started out in the entertainment industry, he had been faced with an extremely harsh artist contract. Do not do to others what you do not want them to do to you. That was why he had made such a decision, even if many people objected to it. Although this had caused a storm, he did not have any regrets. For the second season of China's The Voice next year, there will be no changes to the rules. Xinfei Media and Star Factory Media will definitely not be tied to any contracts. Even if an outstanding singer already has a contract, they will still receive the fairest treatment on the stage of China's The Voice. This was the promise Lu Chen made at the end of his blog post. This blog post of his was undoubtedly the best interpretation of Xinfei Media's previous statement, clarifying the truth. In fact, it was very clear when everyone thought about it. Xinfei Media could have easily used a light contract to sign an Xian during the process of the talent show. Presumably, an Xian would not have been able to reject it. If that was the case, why would they need to use such a harsh contract to sign someone when the champion was already taken? There was no such stupid logic. The truth was also easily understood. A lot of people were actually misled by the comments on the internet, causing them to overlook the simplest logic. It was only now that it was exposed that they were suddenly enlightened. As for Lu Chen's fans, they were all overwhelmingly supporting him. How stupid do you have to be to think that Chen, is bullying the newcomers? Chen, and Chen Fei deserve to die for spreading rumors. My Chen and Chen Fei are really generous. Who else could have done better? It's just that someone is too greedy. To think I even voted for someone. Tui. I told you, Chen, can support whoever I want. There are a lot of people crying and begging to sign a contract with me. The truth is clear. I will always support my Chen. Really, the support for Lu Chen was reciprocated with a lot of hatred for Xian. Many fans stopped following Xian, causing her blog to lose tens of thousands of fans in just half an hour. And this was just the beginning. Then someone tagged Tong Xinyao, Li Qian, and Zhang Yi on the blog, asking them if they would sign the same contract if Qinfei Media offered them. Li Qian and Zhang Yi did not respond, because they had already signed the contract. It was really inconvenient for them to respond. Only Tong Xinyao replied, "Of course I'm willing. Unfortunately, Lu Chen and Chen Fei don't like me." She even added an aggrieved emoticon, which was very cute. Of course, she was joking. But Chen Fei replied immediately, "Nonsense. Come to my company tomorrow to sign the contract." Wow, this time, the fans went crazy, especially Tong Xinyao's fans. It was simply inexplicably exciting. Was it real or fake, or was Chen Fei also joking? Tong Xinyao could not believe it. Chen Fei really? Chen Fei of course it's true. The same contract. If you're willing, come and sign it tomorrow. In the end, she also tagged Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied, "Unconditionally support Chen Fei." The interaction between the two parties amused the fans. At this point, there was no longer any doubt that Qinfei Media was really going to sign Tong Xinyao. This was originally a chance for Xian. Tong Xinyao was the runner-up of The Voice of China. Her singing skills were not as good as Xian's, and her performance in the finals was also slightly worse, so she only got third place. However, in terms of appearance, Tong Xinyao was definitely better than Xian. She had a lot of fans. Of course, there were also many entertainment agents who had their eyes on Tong Xinyao and wanted to sign her. However, Tong Xinyao did not agree immediately. She was still wavering between her studies and the entertainment industry. In addition, she was also worried that she would fall into a trap and lose control. After all, there were too many scandals in the entertainment industry in recent years, and disputes between artists and their contracted companies were frequent. Tong Xinyao's family was wealthy, and there was no urgent need to change her lifestyle. Naturally, she had to make a rational choice. However, if Qinfei Media wanted to sign her, it was a different matter. Tong Xinyao was, of course, very willing. On August 16, the Traffic of Waves blog reached a new high. The series of storms triggered by the Voice of China champion Xian's refusal to sign a contract with Qinfei Media became the hottest topic on the internet because of the involvement of the two popular stars, Lu Chen and Chen Fei. The onlookers were dazzled, especially from Qinfei Media's official V's public statement to Lu Chen's new blog post, and then to the interaction between Chen Fei and Tong Xinyao. It was a turnaround and a glimmer of hope. Some people in the industry said that it was enough to make an episode of a TV series. If it was a publicity stunt, it was so good that people could not help but admire it. However, it was not a publicity stunt. On August 17, Tong Xinyao and her parents arrived in Beijing together. Lu Shi, on behalf of Qinfei Media, invited Tong Xinyao's family to a banquet. Lu Chen and Chen Fei also took time out of their busy schedules to attend the banquet. Tong Xinyao had just turned 20 and was still a college student. Her father, Tong Wanyan, was a businessman engaged in import and export trade, and her mother, Zhang Bixia, was a university professor. Tong Xinyao was the only daughter of the two. At the banquet, the gentle Tong Wanyan got up and personally poured a glass of wine for Lu Chen and said, "Mr. Lu, to tell you the truth, I used to oppose Tong Xinyao's participation in the talent show, but she likes it so much, so I can only support her. She is my only child. Tang Xianxia said with a smile, my father loves me the most. Lu Chen smiled and said, Xianxia is a good girl, and Mr. Tong and Mrs. Tong have taught her well. Tang Wanyan said, it's also thanks to your care for her. I've watched all her shows and know that she works hard. Since she has made up her mind, then I object to her quitting school and signing with your company. I'll leave it to you in the future. After that, he bowed to Lu Chen to express his gratitude. Lu Chen quickly stood up and returned the gesture, you flatter me. Mr. Tong, please have a seat. He secretly sighed in his heart. Parents are always concerned about their children. As a successful businessman, Tang Wanyan didn't need to be so polite to him. This caused Lu Chen to be unable to help but think of his own father, and a trace of sadness appeared in his heart. Tang Wanyan sat down, drank a glass of wine and said, in fact, a few companies came to sign Tang Xianxia a few days ago, but I directly rejected them when I saw the contracts they took out. They were all hidden traps. Speaking of which, he was quite angry. If Tang Xianxia is ignorant of the world and has no guidance, signing such a contract is tantamount to selling herself. These people are really, Lu Chen nodded. He was very clear about the morality of those entertainment management companies. It couldn't be said that they were 100% honest. Most of them were the kind of people who couldn't wait to squeeze oil out of a stone. On the surface, their lips were incomparably beautiful, but when it came to the real implementation of the contract, who knew how many hidden traps? When Lu Chen first began to emerge, he had already seen through it, so he would rather be difficult to establish his own business and control his own destiny. Lu Shi smiled and said, Mr. Tong, are you satisfied with the contract we gave Xianxia? Tang Wanyan gave a thumbs up and only said 4 words, the conscience of the industry. Since it was related to his daughter's future, Tang Wanyan naturally read the contract provided by Qinfei Media repeatedly. He also learned about the situation of artists signing contracts in the entertainment industry through his friends and acquaintances. After comparison, he really had nothing to nitpick about this artist contract. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the conscience of the industry, and it even exceeded Tang Xianxia's current popularity value. After all, this contract was first given to Anxin, the champion of the voice of China. Tang Wanyan's praise made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. In the afternoon, Tang Xianxia and her family visited the headquarters of Qinfei Media. Tang Xianxia solemnly signed her name on the artist contract under the witness of her parents. According to this contract, she officially became a singer under Qinfei Media. The contract period was 3 years, and the liquidated damages were 3 million. She would enjoy the basic treatment equivalent to the industry's B-list stars, according to the current domestic entertainment industry's classification standards for B-list stars. An annual income of 5 million was the minimum requirement. After successfully signing the contract, the happiest person was Tang Xianxia herself. She hugged Qin Fei-er's arm and asked, Sister Fei-er, can I work with you in the future? Qin Fei-er smiled and pointed to Lu Chen, you'll have to ask him for his opinion. Lu Chen laughed. Since Tang Xianxia had been signed, she definitely could not be placed in the company as a mascot. A series of packaging and publicity plans needed to be made for her. Tang Xianxia should be the first idol artist under Qinfei Media to sign a contract. At 7:30 that night, Qinfei Media's official account updated its blog post and announced the news. Tang Xianxia immediately responded, I'm really happy today, looking for blessings Lu Chen Fei-er at. She posted a photo taken when she signed the contract on her blog. Lu Chen, come on, Xianxia, Qin Fei-er, come on. Come on. Come on, Tang Xianxia's fans directly exploded. It's actually true, our Yao Yao really signed a contract with Qinfei Media. Isn't this too fast? Isn't it good to be fast? I'm looking forward to the new song written by Lu Chen for Yao Yao. Looking forward to it +1. Hee, I have to thank someone for this. Everyone guess, when will Yao Yao's first album come out? I think it will come out at the end of the year. Yao Yao was the nickname of Tang Xianxia's fans. For Tang Xianxia's lightning signing with Qinfei Media, the fans were all happy and excited as if it was a festival. In addition to Tang Xianxia's fans, Lu Chen and Qin Fei-er's fans also sent their blessings. As a result, the number of fans on Tang Xinyao's blog soared by hundreds of thousands that night, and her popularity soared. Then the second blog post released by the official V of Qinfei Media made her attention explode instantly. Tang Xinyao will sing a new song tailored for her by Lu Chen at the concert of the Voice of Hangzhou at the end of the month, and will participate in Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's new drama You from the Star. At this time, the entire entertainment industry paid attention to Tang Xinyao, and some people called her Lucky Girl. In the entertainment industry, there are many artists who become famous overnight, but there are really not many people who are luckier than Tang Xinyao. Her luck was first to pick up the opportunity that others gave up. Then there was the new song tailored for Lu Chen, the role of You from the Star. That was a lot of famous artists begged for it. It's just that Tang Xinyao's luck might not be so lucky for some people. In the bedroom of the business suite of the Regent Hotel, Anqin stared at the screen of her laptop. Regret was like a poisonous vine that had been enchanted by magic, growing wantonly in her heart, constantly devouring her soul, as if there was a voice repeatedly echoing in her ears. All of this belonged to me. It belonged to me. What was open on her computer was the webpage of Inspire blog, showing the blog post of Qinfei Media Official V. Qinfei Media's Official V's blog post was posted last night, but she was a little unwell yesterday and went to bed early, so she didn't know the news until this morning. Qinfei Media had officially signed a contract with Tang Xinyao. The last hope in Anqin's heart was ruthlessly shattered, but she was also mentally prepared for it. She just didn't expect that Tang Xinyao would sign a contract with Qinfei Media so soon. Anqin didn't care too much about it. She had better options. However, she soon realized that she was wrong. The second blog post of Qinfei Media Official V was like a heavy slap on her face. The role in the new song You from the Star, what Tang Xinyao got was far beyond Anqin's imagination. Or to be more precise, she should have thought of it, but she ignored it. Now she was reminded of it. Signing a contract with Qinfei Media was not only about getting an artist contract, but more importantly, it was an opportunity to sign under Lu Chen's banner. The latter was the key. Who was Lu Chen? Lu Chen is the most talented singer-songwriter in the Chinese music industry in the past decade. His original works not only made him reach the peak of singers, but also made many stars, bands, and groups popular. Not only that, the scripts he wrote, the TV series and movies he participated in, were all popular. Anqin was awakened by the slap in the face. Why did she listen to the arrangement of her agent and end up in this situation? There was a smooth road in front of her. Why did she choose the wrong one? Was it because the scenery there was more attractive? Anqin closed the laptop, left the room anxiously, and went to the living room. Her agent, Wang Han, and the representative of Xinhua, Gao Shan, were both in the living room. Anqin suddenly had a bad feeling. She forced a smile and asked, Sister Wang, when will we sign the contract with Machen Entertainment? Didn't you say today? This time, she followed Wang Han to Capital City to negotiate with Qinfei Media. Their plan was to sign with Qinfei Media if they could come to an agreement. If not, they would sign with Machen Entertainment. The latter's offer was the best. The day before yesterday, negotiations with Qinfei Media fell through. Yesterday, he contacted Machen Entertainment and they were supposed to sign the contract today. Wang Han coughed and softly said, Anqin, there's a change in Machen Entertainment's plan. Did they change their minds? An Xian exclaimed as her face paled. How could this be? It was true that the more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. Previously, she was very worried that the deal with Qinfei Media had already fallen through. If she didn't want Machen Entertainment to change their minds as well, then she would end up with nothing. However, the thing that he was most worried about actually happened. Gao Shan smiled bitterly. We didn't expect it either. There's a problem within Machen Entertainment. In fact, it wasn't that there was a problem within Machen Entertainment that prevented them from signing the contract with Anqin. Last night, Machen Entertainment's biggest star, Xianxia, had said that if Machen Entertainment signed Anqin, she would not renew the contract with Machen Entertainment. Xianxia was the #1 star in Machen Entertainment. She was one of the top stars in the country. She was very influential in Machen Entertainment. Even the general manager of Machen Entertainment had to flatter her. Xianxia and Anqin didn't know each other, so there was no conflict between them. Her position in Machen Entertainment would not be shaken because of Anqin's joining. The gap between them was obvious. The reason why Jiang Kahui had said that was because of Lu Chen. It wasn't that Lu Chen had asked Jiang Kahui to target Anqin. They didn't know each other, but Jiang Kahui had asked Lu Chen to write a song for her new album. Everyone understood the reason, but Wang Han and Gao Shan, who knew the inside story, couldn't tell Anqin. The atmosphere was very awkward. Anqin wasn't a fool. She vaguely understood what was going on. She asked coldly, "Then what do you think I should do now?" She had done so much, but in the end, it was all for naught. She had already restrained herself by not exploding on the spot. She still had to rely on Xinyu to solve the problem. Wang Han cheered up and forced a smile. "It doesn't matter. It's Machen Entertainment's loss if they don't sign us. You are the champion of the voice. There are many companies that want to sign you. We can find another one." But Anqin didn't trust her that much. At that moment, Wang Han's phone suddenly rang. She quickly picked it up. "Hello." After a few words on the phone, Wang Han's face looked as if she had just swallowed 3 pounds of sh*t. Anqin suddenly smiled. She sat down on a chair and asked calmly, "Sister Han, what's wrong?" Wang Han was a smart and confident person, but she didn't dare to look at Anqin. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Zhonghua Automobile is not going to sign us." This time, Anqin was completely dumbfounded. Zhonghua Automobile was the biggest sponsor of The Voice of China. After Anqin won the championship, Zhonghua Automobile contacted her as soon as possible, intending to ask her to endorse Zhonghua Automobile's new model this year. This would undoubtedly be the biggest endorsement that Anqin could receive, with a contract value of at least 1 million yuan. Now, it was also cancelled. Wang Han didn't dare to tell Anqin that the news from Xinyu was that Zhonghua Automobile was going to transfer the endorsement contract to Tong Xinyao, who had just signed with Jinfei Media. As a professional agent, Wang Han overestimated the value of Anqin and underestimated the influence of Lu Chen in the industry. If she didn't act on her own, the result would be completely different. The atmosphere in the room became extremely depressing, so heavy that people couldn't breathe. And for all this, Lu Chen knew nothing, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. August 18th, a very auspicious day, the 4th episode of You from the Star was filmed at Huairou Film and Television Base, and the first episode will premiere at 8 o'clock tonight on Beijing and Zhejiang Satellite TV stations. This highly anticipated TV series, the finale of Lu Chen's urban romance trilogy, finally played the prelude. Jinling, Imperial City KTV. The large private room that could accommodate hundreds of people was full of people. Men and women were all young people. Everyone was chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5. Some were taking photos and making phone calls. The atmosphere was very lively and active. However, on the widescreen TV wall, it was not a song playing on MTV, but a TV advertisement. The 5 wireless microphones used for singing were all plugged into the socket, and no one was occupying the microphone. Such a situation was absolutely rare in any KTV. However, none of the guests in the private room felt anything wrong, because they were members of Lu Chen's Jinling fan club. They were here to participate in a party tonight. One of the most important contents of this fan club party was to watch the TV series You from the Star, which would premiere at 8 o'clock tonight on Zhejiang and Beijing satellite TV stations. This TV series could really be said to be highly anticipated. Lu Chen's fans had long been impatient, especially his fans, who had called for it countless times on the blog. Especially the last official announcement that the premiere date was pushed back from the 15th to the 18th, which caused countless complaints. Now, they finally got what they wanted. "It'll start in 5 minutes, Chi Hao looked at the time and said to his girlfriend, Wang Weiwei, who was sitting next to him, "Do you want me to buy you some snacks, or drinks, or something?" Tonight's party was organized by Chi Hao. In fact, he didn't really like the TV series made by Lu Chen. He didn't really appreciate the plot of urban men and women falling in love. But in order to make his girlfriend happy, it didn't matter at all whether he liked it or not. In Lu Chen's Jinling fan club, Chi Hao's brother Mouse was also a famous signboard. His appeal was still very strong. There were hundreds of people who wanted to participate in the event. In the end, the participants were selected through a computer, just like a lottery. Chi Hao also secretly opened a small back door. Several of Wang Weiwei's close friends were all selected. Not to mention cheating, he had to run back and forth to please her. He didn't dare to let his girlfriend, who he had worked so hard to get, fly away. Wang Weiwei took Chihao's arm and said with a smile, "No need, your performance tonight is good enough." Her close friends liked it one after another, and Chihao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "Begin." Someone in the private room shouted, and then everyone's attention was drawn to the voice. Those who were chatting stopped talking, those who were eating snacks stopped eating, and those who were on the phone directly turned off their phones. Everyone's eyes fell on the television wall, and only the sound of the television could be heard in the private room. At the same time, thousands of loyal fans of Lu Chen and Chen Feier, a large number of passers-by, and countless fans of the drama were all sitting in front of the TV. They were waiting for a miracle to happen. Capital city, Wangfu Street. This place was located in the center of the most prosperous business district in the capital. A large number of department stores, shopping malls, jewelry stores, and brand stores gathered on both sides of the 1,800-meter-long street. World-famous brands could be seen everywhere. It was indeed worthy of the reputation of being a place with an inch of gold. It was the weekend, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Wangfu Street ushered in the busiest time of the day. There was an endless stream of traffic on the main road, and the people on both sides of the sidewalks were like weaving weaves. Countless neon lights refracted a blurred world, making it easy for newcomers to get lost in it. Lu Chen and Chen Feier were following behind a tour group, walking hand in hand on Wangfu Street. People who didn't know would think that the two of them were part of the tour group. Today was the premiere day of View from the Star. The crew was given a holiday because of the adjustment of the set. Lu Chen and Chen Feier rarely spent time alone at home, so they went shopping and watched a movie in the evening. For ordinary couples, a simple date was not easy for the two of them. In order to avoid being surrounded by crowds, Lu Chen and Chen Feier had carefully dressed up so that they could not be easily recognized. "Everyone, follow closely," the tour guide led the way in front, looking back from time to time at the tour group following behind. This tour group was mainly made up of elderly people, which was very common in Beijing, one of the largest tourist cities in China. Uncles and aunts from the north and south of the motherland were led to climb the Great Wall and the Forbidden City during the day. At night, they came to Wangfu Street to shop in shopping malls and jewelry stores, buying gold and gold jewelry and so on. An auntie in the tour group noticed Lu Chen and Chen Feier, who had been following behind them. She asked curiously, "Are you two also in our group?" This tour group was a single group. The main force was the elderly, but there were also a few young people. Lu Chen explained, "No, we all live in Beijing. If we go out to play at night, we also go to the front. So that's how it is." The auntie was very talkative, and she was very familiar with people. She simply chatted with Lu Chen, "It's really good to live in Beijing. It's not like our small place. We can't even find a decent shopping mall, and there's no place to go out to play at night. At most, we can dance in the square." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Small places also have their advantages. The air quality is good, and the competition is not so fierce." The auntie shook her head and said, "We can't find a more handsome young man than you in our land." Chen Feier, who was wearing a mask, laughed muffled. Lu Chen was very embarrassed by the compliment. "Of course not." The auntie said, "I'm serious. I think you look like a star, and you have a good temper. Your girlfriend is really lucky." Lu Chen laughed and gave the auntie a thumbs up. After chatting for a while, the tour group turned into a jewelry store. Lu Chen and Chen Feier waved goodbye to the enthusiastic auntie. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Look, others say you are lucky." Chen Feier rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Are you very proud of yourself?" Lu Chen smiled. Coincidentally, a little girl with flowers ran over to solicit business. Lu Chen spent 10 yuan to buy a rose and gave it to Chen Feier, which made the latter show a big smile. Unfortunately, most of her face was covered by a mask. The two walked in the bustling crowd, hands holding hands and minds, as if they could walk together until the end of time, enjoying the kind of simple and sweet happiness that only belonged to lovers. As for You from the Star, which had premiered on Zhejiang satellite TV station and Beijing television station at the same time, neither Lu Chen nor Chen Feier cared about the ratings or anything else. Because at this time, the two had each other, and nothing else mattered. 2, 35% plus 2.07%. When Lu Chen received a call from Lu Shi, he had just finished taking a shower and was about to go to bed. Tonight, he had dinner with Chen Fei, went shopping, and watched a movie. Fortunately, he completed a sweet date without being disturbed. Although the two had been living together for a long time, such days were really rare. In contrast, Lu Chen really didn't care much about the premiere of You from the Start tonight. Lu Chen has enough confidence in this TV series. The huge popularity accumulated by the first two works, the carefully set and repeatedly revised plot, plus the first-class shooting team and special effects production at all costs, coupled with the soundtrack that he personally completed, there is absolutely no possibility of failure. But the ratings of the first episode that Lu Shi just told him still surprised Lu Chen. 2, 35% plus 2.7% equals 4.42%. What kind of concept is this? Nowadays, the average ratings of domestic TV series are generally around 1%, and many of them are even only 0.1% or 0.2%, but they still continue to be broadcasted on the screen, and they do not stop broadcasting. Popular TV series are basically above 1.5%, and the phenomenal threshold is 3%. A TV series that can reach an average rating of 3% can definitely make a group of actors popular, make the producers make a lot of money, and make the broadcasters wake up with a smile even in their dreams. It was precisely because of this that, after tasting the huge sweetness brought by Full House of Romance, the two major satellite TV stations, Zhejiang and Beijing, were staring at You from the Start and would not let go at all costs to win the premiere broadcast rights. There was no doubt that their insistence was reasonable and extremely smart. Zhejiang Satellite TV scored a rating of 2.35%, and Beijing Television TV was slightly inferior, but also broke the 2% threshold. The two added up to a rating of 4.42% for the first episode, which was not only phenomenal, but basically close to the mythical level. Therefore, Lu Shi sent good news to Lu Chen as soon as possible. Although the ratings of TV series were announced the next day, it was not difficult for anyone with some connections to obtain data from the New Visual Distance Company, a subsidiary of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, in advance. Also, it wasn't just the two satellite channels and Xianxia Media that had gotten the data from New Vision. As long as it was a company or an artist that had participated in the filming, it would definitely include other film and television production companies. This result was enough to make some people with ulterior motives speechless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. The elder sister was very happy and said, "I have a lot of people here. Everyone is going out to celebrate. Are you coming?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm not going. You guys have fun. The company will pay for all the expenses tonight." Tonight, Lu Shi stayed in the company to keep an eye on the two satellite TV stations in order to get first-hand information. In other words, it was the viewership ratings of a television series. If it was a variety show, she would have called much earlier. Lu Shi said straightforwardly, "All right then, rest early and send my regards to Fei." Lu Chen nodded and hung up the phone. Just at this time, Chen Fei came in with a facial mask and asked, "Who called?" Lu Chen shook the mobile phone in his hand and said, "It's my sister. The total viewership of You Star is 4.42%. Huh. Of course, Chen Fei knew what this meant and couldn't help but smile. His facial mask almost fell off. Lu Chen continued, "My sister is going out to celebrate and asked if we wanted to go. I said yes." Chen Fei smiled and said, "We should make everyone happy. Everyone in the company has worked hard during this time. Before You from the Start started shooting, Xianxia Media had put most of its manpower into this project, especially the newly established special effects production department, which had started busy work in advance. Although the company had invested a lot of money in the special effects team and hired experienced supervisors, the team was still very young and lacked enough experience, so the pressure of the work was very heavy. Many employees worked hard to learn while working, and the final product did not disappoint. Although there was still a long way to go from the top level of the industry, for the TV series You Star, it had shown enough sincerity. It was natural to get a reward for their hard work. The company had prepared a reward plan. You from the Star was also very special. The investment budget was very high, but before the start of filming, the investment was basically recovered and even made a profit. Lu Chen was now more interested in the fans and the audience's evaluation of You Star. He took a laptop from the study and first logged on to the official blog of You Star. Because it had been 2 or 3 hours since the first episode was broadcast, there were many people who went to the official blog to comment. Under the latest blog post, the number of comments exceeded 100,000. I'm going to follow this TV series, please maintain the standard. It's so good, Lu Chen is so handsome. The male lead played by Lu Chen is actually an alien. No wonder it's called You from the Star. Interesting. Haha, is this Chen Feier's performance? The interaction between the two is so loving. I like the male lead so much. There were basically good comments in the official blog, and only a few comments were not so good. However, compared to the number of likes, the number was almost negligible, and some of the negative comments were obviously meant to be negative. For a TV series, unless it was too high or too low, the ratings of the first episode were not too important. The key was the trend of the second and third episodes. The ratings of the first episode of You Star were very amazing. There was no doubt that there would be considerable pressure to continue to maintain or even increase it. In this way, the audience's reputation was extremely important, and the market's response determined the subsequent potential. Lu Chen opened the official forum of You from the Star and was surprised to find that the number of followers on the official forum had reached more than 500,000, at least twice as much as the last time he saw it. The posts on the official forum were more informative than the blog. Many veteran fans had posted a lot of long comments on the first episode, along with analysis of the subsequent plot. Some of the best posts were very good, and even Lu Chen was quite impressed by them, and some even guessed the direction of the plot. As he read, Lu Chen was unaware of the passage of time. And Chen Feier had been leaning on him, watching the comments on the internet with him. Then when Lu Chen felt something strange, he found that Chen Feier had fallen asleep leaning on him. Her mask had long been torn off, and there was a sweet smile on her beautiful and delicate face. Lu Chen carefully turned off the computer, kissed her on the face, and fell asleep with her. The next day, the entertainment pages of major domestic media were flooded by You from the Star. Traditional media such as newspapers and periodicals are still more reserved, and because of the timeliness of the news, they did not give much space. However, online media pursue eyeball effects, and naturally, they are particularly exaggerated. Several portal entertainment channels have given eye-catching headlines. 42%. The ratings of the first episode of You from the Star can really make a group of people kneel down. It's embarrassing not to make headlines, which will make people doubt the slowness and numbness of the website. Ordinary audiences may not understand the significance of this, but in the industry, it is tantamount to an earthquake. It turns out that the ratings of a TV series can reach such a high level. The most important thing is that in addition to the amazing ratings, the first episode of You has received a lot of praise on the internet. And it's all tap water. The audience's reputation is the most direct. If they like it, they like it. If they don't like it, they don't like it. Their evaluation of a movie or TV series is very subjective, so it's very not easy to win the unanimous approval of the audience, and spontaneously help promote it, which is undoubtedly the greatest praise. The fans and the audience's praise is overwhelming, and the industry and professionals do not disagree. Many blogs, big and small and even star artists, have commented on You. A famous film and television critic, a very sincere work, which can let people see the creator's heart and efforts. A well-known director, compared with Autumn in My Heart and Full of Romance, I like You from the Star more. From it, we can see the progress of Ms. Feng Hui. Here, I would like to pay tribute to this colleague. A media, fresh and unique creativity, a plot that can attract the audience's desire to appreciate, and 2 idol stars with increasingly superb acting skills. The success of You from the Star is inevitable. A screenwriter, the CG special effects at the beginning of You from the Star made my eyes light up. It is said that it was made by Chinfei Media's own special effects team. Big praise, an artist, is this considered overpraise? Lu Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw the response of online public opinion sent by the company after sorting it out on the computer. You from the Star was very successful, and he was full of confidence, but it was undoubtedly abnormal to receive such one-sided praise, especially when some media outlets praised the TV series to the sky. Some of the words used made Lu Chen feel goosebumps all over his body. This time, Xinfei Media did not spend much on public relations for the premiere of Xingyu. These media definitely did not take his money. It was too strange for them to brag so much. No matter how popular an artist or a movie or TV series was, there would always be haters and critics. There would always be people who would try their best to find faults and attack them in order to show that they were different from others. One could even pick out bones from an egg. As long as one was willing to dig up dirt, they would be able to dig it up. If that didn't work, they could just twist it a little and create a big controversy. That way, they would be able to gain popularity and wouldn't be afraid of people scolding them. The public relations department of Xinfei Media also noticed this abnormal situation and specially added a note. Xinfei replied disdainfully, "That goes without saying, the first episode of You from the Star had just been broadcast." According to the shooting plan, there were still 34 episodes to go. The first episode was already praised to such a high level, then the pressure in the future would be very great. Moreover, this TV series was a weekly drama, which used the mode of filming and broadcasting at the same time. It was impossible for the crew not to see these public comments, which would inevitably have a certain impact. If all the filming had been completed, then it didn't matter how others praised it, and it would also save on publicity costs. Xinfei had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, and he had seen and heard a lot of tricks in the entertainment industry. At a glance, he could see the dark intentions and purpose of these media outlets. These overly flattering media outlets did not have any direct grievances with Xinfei Media. What drove them to do this was nothing more than their peers in the industry. 42%. This rating was frightening. How could there not be jealousy? Moreover, the ratings of the TV series broadcast by other TV stations at the same time were bound to be seriously squeezed. How could it not provoke hostility? They would definitely not be able to fight head-on, so they simply helped to create momentum and help you to the sky. Once there were problems with the subsequent episodes, they would do their best to step on it, and their purpose would be achieved. As for the media, they could not wait for the two sides to fight to the death. The fiercer the fight, the more they would earn. For example, if Xinfei Media felt pressure and wanted to cool down, as long as they were willing to spend money on them, it would not be a problem. Some newcomers did not understand the mystery, and often suffered a big loss because of this. "Forget about them," Lu Chen said decisively, "they praise them, and we'll film ours." There was no way to argue directly when encountering this kind of thing. They could not sue these media outlets for being too flattering, could they? Either they spent money to eliminate the disaster, or they ignored it, letting the wind blow in their ears. Lu Chen decisively chose the latter. His choice stemmed from strong confidence. Since the establishment of You from the Star, the script alone had been polished for more than half a year, and it had been comprehensively improved and optimized on the basis of the memory of another world. To put it bluntly, the new script was at least 2 streets ahead of the original. In addition to retaining the basic setting and plot outline, Lu Chen added a lot of characters and stories in it, big enriched the plot. In terms of filming and production, the investment budget of You from the Star was more than 100 million, and all the costs were recovered before filming began. Therefore, there was no financial problem, and increasing the budget was a simple matter. The most important thing was that the crew of You from the Star was very strong. Some of the staff were the old crew of Autumn in My Heart, and director Fang Hui had cooperated with Lu Chen in the previous 2 dramas. Both sides had a very good understanding. There was no problem with the internal unity of the crew, and now was the time when morale was high. In addition, the CG, which should have been a weak link, was also big because of Xinfei Media's large investment in the special effects team. Although it was not the best, it was at least passable and would not be held back. With all these factors, if Lu Chen was still afraid of any death by flattery, it would be a joke. The story of You from the Star became more and more exciting as it went on. And those who played tricks behind the scenes would only end up going for wool and coming home shorn, wasting their efforts. Xinfei gently hugged Lu Chen and kissed him on the cheek. What she admired and liked the most was Lu Chen's strong self-confidence that came from the heart. Next was Lu Chen's talent. "You too, can you take care of my feelings?" Regarding Chen Fei and Lu Chen's love, someone complained bitterly, "Don't treat me as if I don't exist." Chen Fei smiled and immediately let go of Lu Chen, pounced on her, hugged her, and kissed her hard on the cheek. "Is this okay? Are you satisfied?" Tian suddenly blushed. "You're so annoying. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." She flew to Beijing last night and stayed at Chen Fei and Lu Chen's house as before. Chen Fei said with a smile, "I said you don't have to come. We'll go to Hangzhou in a few days." Who insisted on coming? In a few days, at the end of this month, Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Shifeng, and Liao Jia would all participate in the concert in Hangzhou. Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes and was speechless. Lu Chen turned off the computer, got up, and said, "Okay, let's go together." Today, he was going to see Xianxia with Chen Fei and Tian, and then Tian would take Xianxia back to Hangzhou first. The latter would also participate in the concert as a special guest. Xianxia was a Mongolian girl who had just turned 14 this year. She was discovered by Lu Chen when he went to the Mongolian steppe to visit Chen Fei's class, and was signed by Chen Fei. After the two studios of Lu Chen and Chen Fei merged to form Chen Fei Media, Xianxia became the first signed artist of the new company, and she was still a minor star. Xianxia had been studying in Beijing, including cultural courses, singing, dancing, and other training. And the place where she studied was the famous Huakai Arts Training Academy in Beijing. Huakai Art Training Academy is jointly established by two advanced professional schools, Jingyin and Jingying. It mainly trains non-academic artistic talents for the whole society, covering music, dance, performance, art and other artistic categories. It is divided into juvenile classes and adult classes, with a 4-year schooling period. Huakai Academy is equivalent to a vocational training school. The threshold for admission is not high. It gives students who want to enter the literary and entertainment circles, but can't get into famous schools such as Jingyin and Jingying, another option. Of course, the diploma of Huakai Academy is far from as famous as that of Jingyin and Jingying, but the tuition fee is very expensive. However, the teaching quality of Huakai is very high. There are teachers from Jingyin and Jingying who come to teach part-time, so it has become the best choice for many artists for further training. Although it was still summer vacation, Xianxia did not return to her home in the Great Plains. Instead, she continued her studies at the colorful academy so that she could keep up with the progress of the other students in the new school year. She had a heavenly voice, but her foundation was very weak. Since she had chosen this path, she had to put in more effort than others. When Lu Chen, Chen Fei and Tian arrived at Huakai Academy, Xianxia was practicing leg stretching in the dance room. Shoulder opening, leg stretching, and hip opening are basic skills in dance. Leg stretching and hip opening are undoubtedly quite painful for this 14-year-old little girl with no foundation. But she practiced meticulously with her classmates under the guidance of the teacher. She was sweating profusely and did not cry or complain of tiredness. Chen Fei was a little distressed when he saw this. "Xianxia studies very hard," the teacher who accompanied the three of them said softly. "She is more competitive than others and can bear hardships very well. Nowadays, children are very delicate and are used to being pampered. Most of the students who can enter the juvenile class of Huakai Academy come from wealthy families, so it is not easy to train them. A talented student like Xianxia, who is willing to endure hardships and work hard, is naturally particularly favored by the teacher. I don't think she will have any problem taking the Jingyin exam in the future." This is a very high praise. Every year, at least tens of thousands of students apply for Jingyin, but only a few hundred are finally admitted, and more students are told that there is no hope at the beginning. Lu Chen and Chen Fei did not disturb the practice in the dance room until the end of the class, when the teacher of the academy brought Xianxia, who had just changed her clothes. "Big brother Lu Chen." Seeing the two of them, Xianxia was very happy. "Sister Fei why are you here?" Her voice was exceptionally clear and loud, so that everyone in the dance room could hear it clearly. It immediately caused a huge sensation, and everyone gathered around. "It really is Lu Chen and Chen Fei several little girls let out screams of surprise. You can occasionally see 1 or 2 stars in the Huakai Academy, but there are really no big shots like these two. The teacher of the academy hurriedly stopped them, so that Lu Chen and the others could escape in time, otherwise they would really be surrounded. Back in the car, Jejitana was still very excited, pulling Chen Fei and chattering non-stop. Chen Fei lovingly touched her sweaty little head and said, "Sister Jejitana, let me introduce you. This is Sister Tian Tian. She will take you to Hangzhou first." Jejitana said with a smile, "Hello, Sister Tian Tian. You are so beautiful, just like an oriole on the prairie." Tian Tian beamed with joy and took the little girl's hand affectionately. "Hello, Sister Jejitana." Her little mouth was really too sweet, so cute, and really lovable. She quickly became familiar with Jejitana, then helped Jejitana get clothes and other daily necessities from the dormitory, and finally took Lu Chen's car to the headquarters of Qinfei Media. Jejitana was the first to come to Beijing, accompanied by her mother. Later, after Qinfei arranged for her to enter the Huakai Academy to study, her mother returned to the prairie. Jejitana had always lived in the academy dormitory. The little girl had a very strong character, and her yearning for and pursuit of music was very firm. Although she missed her hometown and family very much, she did not back down halfway. Lu Chen and Qinfei, because they were usually too busy with work, rarely had time to visit her. Instead, it was her sister Lu Shi who often went over to give her things. This was also to make up for it. This time, with the opportunity of the voice concert, Lu Chen and Qinfei decided to help her officially debut on stage together, and the three of them would sing a new work together. Before this, Jejitana became popular on the internet because of her singing Beautiful Prairie My Home, but as time passed, not many people still remembered this beautiful Mongolian girl. Lu Chen planned to create a tailor-made album with the style of the prairie for Jejitana this year. The next day, Jejitana flew to Hangzhou with Tian Tian. She began a new life that belonged to her. You from the Star premiered on August 18, and Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television won a total of 42% of the ratings. The second episode aired the next day on the 19th, and the ratings broke through 5%, although it is not possible to rely on the first two episodes to judge the overall ratings of a TV series. Basically no one inside or outside the circle questioned the success of You from the Star. The media speculation about You from the Star was more focused on the average ratings that the TV series could achieve in the end. On the same night on the 19th, the Korean dubbed version of You from the Star premiered on South Korea's KGS TV station. Due to the two popular dramas Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance as the basis, coupled with KGS's vigorous publicity, especially because there were two South Korean artists in You from the Star was highly anticipated by South Korean TV audiences before it was broadcasted. The result did not disappoint. The ratings of You from the Star that night reached 25%, only 0.75% away from reaching the 30% super high line. Moreover, the following rate on the internet was as high as 90%, and its reputation was no worse than that in China. When the news returned to China, it caused another sensation in the media. The fans of Lu Chen and Qinfei were of course cheering and applauding loudly. Many friendly and neutral media were generous in their praise, which also made those guys who had the intention of killing them by praising them feel very embarrassed. The reason was very simple. No matter how much they praised You from the Star, it seemed very pale in comparison to the great success that You from the Star had already won. As for the effect being completely ineffective, it was just advertising You from the Star in vain. If they continued, it would just be throwing money into the water. If they gave up now, it would be really unbearable. It was undeniable that from Autumn in My Heart to Full House of Romance, and then to You from the Star that had just been broadcasted, the two male and female protagonists, Lu Chen and Qinfei had raised their status in the TV circle to the top and ranked among the real big stars. But the two of them made their debut as singers, especially Lu Chen, who had only debuted for 2 years. A commentator wrote on the blog, "I think that Lu Chen's greatest success is not the number of outstanding musical works he has written, nor the number of successful TV roles he has acted in, but the TV scripts he has written have subverted the entire industry." This commentator's remarks were obviously too exaggerated. Lu Chen's success was undeniable, but he certainly didn't reach such a height when it came to disrupting the industry. At most, it could only be said that he had a great impact. However, many people in the industry liked the blog post and forwarded it. Before Lu Chen filmed Autumn in My Heart, there were a lot of youth idol dramas and urban romance dramas on domestic TV screens, and there was a serious problem of homogeneity. The plots copied and imitated each other, the settings were messy, and the stories were contradictory. It was a common problem. The audience had long been tired of watching TV and would rather support Korean and Japanese dramas than waste time on Chinese dramas. Autumn in My Heart changed this situation. Although Autumn in My Heart was a tragedy, Lu Chen, who was creating a TV series for the first time, told the story very well. The plot was told in an unhurried manner, and the rough love between the male and female leads was even more touching. Whether it was the quality of the shooting of the series or the dubbing and music, they were all first class. Therefore, Autumn in My Heart was a success and became a mess, and it also attracted countless imitators. For a time, in the domestic TV industry, the story of the male or female lead suffering a terminal illness or a car accident was popular. Then Lu Chen launched Full House of Romance. He did not eat up the success of Autumn in My Heart. He jumped out of the successful template of sad sadomasochism and filmed a warm and pleasant romantic light comedy, and then ruthlessly trampled on a group of peers. Until now, You from the Star played with science fiction and CG, it had always been imitated but never surpassed. Many people may not be convinced, because in the TV industry, Lu Chen did not have many qualifications, nor did he get a pile of awards to prove himself. He was too young, but they had to be convinced, because the 3 TV series with heaven-defying ratings were the thickest qualifications, and the audience's reputation was the best trophy, more important than any TV awards. What should really be embarrassed was that the so-called mainstream in the industry intentionally or unintentionally suppressed and ignored Lu Chen and the urban romance trilogy he represented. Now that they can't pretend anymore, they can't continue to cover their eyes and shout "I can't see," right? A columnist said sarcastically on his blog, "Wouldn't that be the biggest joke?" What people did not expect was that one of the results of the huge ratings of You from the Star was actually a deep reflection and discussion in the industry on Lu Chen and the films and TV series created by Lu Chen. On August 25, the 3rd episode of You from the Star was broadcast, and the ratings easily broke through 6%, reaching 6.27%. On August 26, the 4th episode had a rating of 7.79%, sweeping the market in an invincible manner. More and more viewers, under the recommendation of the fans, became loyal viewers of You from the Star. On the same day, South Korea's KGS TV broadcast the 3rd episode of You from the Star, and the ratings broke through 40%, causing the South Korean media to cry wolf once again. On the evening of August 27, Central TV Department 2's Hot Spot invited many guests to discuss and analyze the huge success of You from the Star, as well as the social impact it had. Hot Spot was one of Central TV Department 2's famous programs. It was broadcast once a week, and the content closely followed the current hot topics and influential social events. The invited guests were all authoritative professionals in the relevant industries. Since the official broadcast of this program, this was the first time they discussed a TV series, and it was a TV series with an urban romance theme. It could be considered a first. In this episode of Hot Spot, several guests commented on the success of You from the Star, believing that the reason this TV series could win over countless viewers was not because of vulgarity or unscrupulous competition, but because of the excellent production, wonderful story, and sincere attitude. That night, Hot Spot achieved the highest ratings since its first broadcast. After the program was broadcast, the number of media reporters who came to Xianxia Media's headquarters and Huairou Film City suddenly increased by several times. Everyone wanted to know what Lu Chen thought about this. But they all pounced on empty air. Because on the morning of the 28th, Lu Chen and Xianxia took the earliest flight to Hangzhou. The two of them would participate in the Voice of China concert on the evening of the 30th. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen and Xianxia only needed to arrive in Hangzhou on the 29th, participate in one rehearsal at most, and then sing on the evening of the 30th. There was no need to rush there in advance. For stars like the two of them, their daily schedule was usually very tight, and it was not easy to squeeze out a few days of time. If they really couldn't make it, it would not be strange for them to return on the same day. It was really because of the recent popularity of Xingyu, the two of them were in the limelight too much. They were surrounded by paparazzi every day in Beijing, so Lu Chen simply asked Fang Hui to rearrange the shooting plan of the crew, and he took Chen Feier to Hangzhou in advance. It could be considered as hiding from the limelight. Due to the confidentiality of the itinerary, the media did not get the news, so the two of them smoothly moved into their new home in Hangzhou and were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The first thing they did when they got home, Chen Feier called Tian Tian, "We have arrived in Hangzhou." Tian Tian was shocked. "Damn, when did you get here? Didn't you say tomorrow?" It was rare for the former beautiful host of Zhidong satellite TV station to swear. She was really too excited. "That's great, my station just asked me for help. They want to invite you two to do an interview together." "What do you mean by your station? You have already resigned, okay?" Chen Feier said angrily, "We came here in advance to hide from the limelight, not to stand out. You just keep it to yourself. Don't tell others. No sense of loyalty." Tian Tian said contemptuously, then said with a smile, "Then I'll bring you some food. You have to eat at home, right? How about bringing Zhejintana along?" Of course, Chen Feier had no objection, so that night Tian Tian brought Zhejintana over, and the four of them had a very happy dinner at home. The next afternoon, everyone rushed to Hangzhou Huanglong Stadium to participate in the rehearsal of the voice concert. Zhidong satellite TV station attached great importance to this concert and had made all kinds of arrangements long before the finals of China's Voice. So when Lu Chen and the others arrived at the concert venue, the stadium that could accommodate 75,000 spectators had basically been set up. 3 giant screens surrounded the central stage. Laser stage lights hung high in the air, and the 20-meter-long logo of the Voice of China hung in the middle of the stage. It was extremely eye-catching. There were also many staff members working on the stage. In the backstage area, Lu Chen and Chen Feier met Shifang and Liao Jia, who had just arrived in Hangzhou this morning. The 4 coaches of the Voice of China gathered once again. Chen Feier introduced Zhejintana to the two of them. "Is this the girl who will be singing on stage tomorrow night?" Shifang was very fond of the beautiful and sweet Zhejintana. She held her little hand and asked, "How old are you this year?" Zhejintana replied sweetly, "Sister Shifang, I'm 14 years old this year." Only 14 years old, Shifang felt a little distressed. "You're already singing at such a young age. Where are your parents?" Zhejintana replied. "Dad and Mom are at home in the grasslands." Shifang shook her head, hugged and kissed her again, and then asked Lu Chen, "What song will she sing?" Lu Chen said, "She'll sing a solo song, and then Feier and I will sing the second song with her." Shifang said to Zhejintana, "Come on, sister will watch your rehearsal." The rehearsal for the concert had begun a few days ago, and the top 10 contestants of the Voice of China, except for the champion in Xian, had arrived in Hangzhou yesterday, including Tong Xinyao, who had signed with Chinfei Media. In the afternoon, Tong Xinyao was also in Huanglong Stadium. She was very excited about attending her first concert in her life, but when she went on stage to sing, she went off key and had to do it again to return to her normal level. Zhejintana appeared after Tong Xinyao. Her first song was the song written by Lu Chen, "The Beautiful Grassland Is My Home." This song, which had a strong grassland flavor, had long been sung all over the country and became a well-known work. Later, it was chosen by Ming Province as the theme song for tourism promotion. Zhejintana also became famous because of this song. Now that she was standing on a bigger stage to sing, her performance was even better than Tong Xinyao's. She did not have any stage fright and easily completed her first rehearsal. Her second song was a new work, specially written by Lu Chen for her, and with the addition of Chen Feier, it was a 3-person duet. Or more accurately, it was a 3-person duet. After the new song was finished, Lu Chen, Chen Feier, and Zhejintana went backstage. Shifang was the first to applaud, and then she said to Lu Chen sincerely, "Lu Chen, can I ask you for a favor?" Lu Chen was more or less taken aback and quickly said, "Hello, Sister Shifang. As long as I can help you, I'll do it." Lu Chen had always respected Shifang, and Shifang had also helped him a lot in the past. Not to mention, for the recently concluded China's Voice, Shifang came to the mainland to be a mentor because of him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hire her under normal circumstances. Although Shifang has gained a lot of popularity because of China's top voice and returned to the eyes of the Chinese audience, Lu Chen still firmly remembered this favor. Shifeng smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just the song you guys sang just now. Can you let me sing it with Jejitana? I really like this song, and I feel that it's more suitable for me to sing it." Lu Chen and Chen Fei could not help but look at each other. They did not expect Shifeng to make such a request. Shifeng was definitely not trying to steal the limelight. She was not that shallow, and the song was actually meant to support Jejitana. Jejitana was a red flower, and the two of them were supporting the singer. It was impossible for Shifeng not to know that. The only explanation was that she really liked the song. Moreover, what she said made sense. The age difference between Lu Chen, Chen Fei and Jejitana was not that big, so it would not be easy to reflect the charm of the song. Lu Chen scratched his head. Of course, that's not a problem. Who's going to sing the male voice? Shifeng was definitely going to replace Chen Fei so it would be very inappropriate for him to continue singing the male voice. "Let me do it," a voice came from the side. Lu Chen could not help but turn his head and saw Liao Jia looking at him with a smile. Liao Jia and Shifeng. Such a combination was not much worse than Lu Chen and Chen Fei and their ages were the most suitable. He could not help but laugh. "Since you've already said it, I have no choice but to agree." "All right then." Shifeng also laughed and playfully winked at Jejitana. Right at that moment, Tian rushed backstage. She brought some bad news to Lu Chen, which was that Anxin would be absent from the concert. The first Good Voice concert held by Zhejiang Satellite TV station is equivalent to the celebration of the Voice of China. According to the established rules, a concert will be held after every season of The Voice. The main force of the concert is 4 mentors, the top 10 students, and 3 special guests. The duration of the concert is about 3 hours. For the top 10 students of The Voice, they are both obligated and necessary to participate in this concert. And Anxin is the champion of The Voice of China. This concert is an excellent opportunity for her to show her face. There is absolutely no reason to miss it, not to mention the agreement with Zhejiang Satellite TV station. However, she broke the promise. What's going on? Lu Chen was very surprised. Although because of the signing problem, Chen Fei Media, which he represented, had a conflict with Anxin. But if Anxin did not participate in the Voice concert because of this, it would be incredible. Or did she want to frame Chen Fei Media, saying that he and Chen Fei deliberately suppressed and did not let Anxin play? Isn't this too ridiculous? Tian said with a wry smile, "She's in the hospital." Anxin was hospitalized in Beijing. The cause was gastric bleeding and mild alcoholism, drinking too much. And it was not caused by others' persuasion. It was the result of her drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Tian said, "Her assistant called me. She said that Anxin had a falling out with her agent. She's very regretful now. She said that she shouldn't have believed the agent's nonsense and put herself in a difficult situation." So that was the case. Lu Chen understood and sighed and said, "Then I'll talk to the company and send someone to visit." Anxin is not bad in nature, and her singing talent is really excellent, otherwise it would be impossible to win the championship of The Voice. It's just that the sudden huge attention made her mentally unbalanced for a while, coupled with the agent's urging, so she made a mistake step by step. Before coming to Hangzhou, Lu Chen learned from Xianxia Automobile that Xianxia Automobile had given up asking Anxin to endorse their new model, and this endorsement contract was prepared to be completed by Tong Xinyao, who had just signed with Chen Fei Media. Undoubtedly, Xianxia Motors made such a decision after learning that Chen Fei Media refused to sign Anxin, which has a lot to do with Lu Chen, because Lu Chen is the biggest and best star ambassador of Xianxia Motors, and the two sides have a very good cooperative relationship. In Lu Chen's new drama You from the Star, Xianxia Automobile is the only car brand with advertising implantation. With the help of this mythical TV series, it has gained a wave of popularity. Especially the male lead's car, the Chunghua Jinqi GPK 350, whose sales had increased several times in half a month. With such a background, it's normal for Xianxia Automobile to give up Anxin. Without Lu Chen's support, Anxin can't support the brand of Xianxia Automobile. She doesn't even have her own works. In comparison, Tong Xinyao, who replaced Anxin to join Chen Fei Media, was undoubtedly the best choice. In terms of appearance, Tong Xinyao was much better than Anxin. Lu Chen put himself in Anxin's shoes. If he were on Qin, he would probably be depressed too. It should be known that the endorsement contract of Xianxia Automobile can not only improve one's status, but also bring rich benefits. But because of a wrong decision, it turned into a bubble, which no one could accept. It's not strange for her to drown her sorrows in alcohol, but she drank a little too much. I used to despise her, ungrateful, Tian sighed and said, but now I feel a little sorry for her. I heard from her assistant that she had fired her agent. She would rather go to court than continue to make mistakes. She was very clear about the cause and effect of the whole thing, and she really felt sorry for Anqin. Because of Chen Feier, Tian had gotten to know Anqin when they were working on the soundtrack. Therefore, Anqin had her personal phone number, and her assistant had called her to ask for leave. Xinyu, Lu Chen's lips curled up into a sneer. Xinyu's side is probably going to jump up and down. But at this point, if an Xian really shed all pretense of cordiality and made things bigger, it's estimated that Xinyu's side will have a headache. It was unlikely to go to court, but it was not a problem to terminate the contract. After all, Anqin's commercial value had decreased a lot. Xinyu went for wool and came home shorn. She had really shot herself in the foot. After thinking about it, Lu Chen took his cell phone and found a number from his address book. The other side quickly picked up, "Hey, big star, how come you have time to call me?" The voice of the other side was very soft, with a kind of resentful tone, like a woman who was abandoned by Lu Chen. Lu Chen was speechless. He paused and said, "Mr. Su, I have something serious to talk to you about." He called Su Qingmei, the director of Light Rain Media. Speaking of which, Lu Chen and Su Qingmei had known each other for a long time, much earlier than Chen Feier. Su Qingmei had a good eye for talent. When Lu Chen was singing at Forget Grass Bar, she had the intention to sign him. Unfortunately, she was only willing to give Lu Chen a rookie contract, and in the end, she missed out on a real potential stock. Actually, with Su Qingmei's situation at that time, if Su Qingmei could take out a generous contract to tempt Lu Chen, he might really sign it. Anyway, it was fate that brought them together. Light Rain Media later signed the Bionics and made a name for themselves in the industry. They had always been working with the original Lu Chen studio. Hearing Lu Chen talk about serious business, Su Qingmei immediately became more serious. "What's up?" When she first met Lu Chen, she looked down on Lu Chen, but now she was almost looking up to him. She could joke a little, but not too much. Lu Chen asked, "Anqin, do you know about it?" Su Qingmei was surprised, the champion of the Voice of China? As someone in the industry, she was very well informed. "I heard that she fell out with you guys because of the contract?" Lu Chen did not deny it, but simply explained Anqin's current situation. Su Qingmei was very smart and immediately understood. "You want us to sign Anqin?" Lu Chen smiled. "Anyway, that's what happened. It's up to you guys to decide whether to sign it or not." Su Qingmei said without hesitation, "Of course we'll sign it." As the champion of the Voice of China, Anqin's popularity was currently very high. Even if the contract signing incident had a great impact, if nothing had happened, Light Rain Media would not have had a chance. It was practically a free lunch, Lu Chen said. "Then contact my sister, you can come with me to visit her." Su Qingmei said happily, "Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal when we get back to Beijing." Lu Chen laughed involuntarily. He was about to hang up when he heard Su Qingmei say, "Lu Chen, you are a good person. You're such a nice guy." This was the second nice guy card that Lu Chen had received today. It was a gift from Chen Feier. Of course, it wasn't really a nice guy card. Chen Feier's eyes were full of tenderness and charm. Lu Chen sighed, "Maybe. But it's hard to be a nice guy now. I hope Anqin can learn from her mistakes." He knew that Anqin came from a poor family and had to work to support her family at a young age. Life was hard for her. It was understandable that she wanted a better contract with Qinfei Media. People who had experienced real hardship often sought a sense of security. Anqin just wanted to give herself enough security so that she could leave her past life. That was why she was persuaded by her agent to play so many tricks with Xinyu. Of course, Lu Chen could understand her and forgive her, but he wouldn't sign her back to Qinfei Media. Although she was willing to do that, it would go against Lu Chen's principles. Out of sympathy and understanding, Lu Chen recommended her to Su Qingmei. Joining Light Rain Media was a good choice for Anqin. Light Rain Media had a good reputation in the industry and its performance was excellent. Her talent wouldn't be wasted. That was all Lu Chen could do for her. After calling Su Qingmei, he told Chen Feier everything. Chen Feier listened to Lu Chen quietly. Then she held his hand and gave him a sweet kiss. She said, "I hope you have a clear conscience." Lu Chen nodded his head and smiled at Chen Feier. Everything was said without words. That was the end of the matter. That night, Chen Feier received a call from Anxin in the hospital. She was sobbing on the phone. In the afternoon, Lu Shi and Su Qingmei went to the hospital where Anxin was staying to express their sympathy and goodwill from Lu Chen and Chen Feier. Anxin was very touched. She accepted their goodwill and decided to sign with Light Rain Media. She felt sorry for them. Also, she couldn't make it to the concert. Chen Feier didn't say much. She just comforted Anxin and hung up. As she said, it was good to have a clear conscience. The next day, August 30th, was the day of the Sing China's All-Stars concert. For the audience of The Voice of China, they have been waiting for this concert featuring Lu Chen, Chen Feier, Shi Feng, Liao Jialian and the top 10 students of The Voice of China for a long time. Finally, they got what they wanted. The tickets for the concert were basically sold out a month ago. The price of the most common seats was 388 yuan, and the best VIP seats were 5,888 yuan. But it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the fans. In the morning, Lu Chen drove to Hangzhou High-Speed Rail Station. At 10 o'clock, he saw a familiar figure in the bustling crowd outside the passenger passage. Xiao Shui. The girl with the bag on her back heard his shout and immediately ran over excitedly. "Brother!" Although Lu Chen was wearing a pair of big sunglasses, Lu Shui recognized him immediately. She smiled happily. The people around them couldn't help but look at the brother and sister who had been separated for a long time. But Lu Chen couldn't leave immediately. His mother, Fang Yun, had come with Fang Yun. Fortunately, Fang Yun quickly followed. Lu Chen quickly took her luggage and walked to the parking area. If they didn't leave, they would be recognized. Lu Shui held Lu Chen's arm and chattered all the way. The summer vacation was coming to an end. But this time, she came to Hangzhou with Fang Yun mainly to watch the concert tonight. Lu Chen specially reserved 3 VIP seats for his family. The other one was for Lu Shi. Lu Shi's flight was in the afternoon. Then, the family could really reunite. For this, Fang Yun specially asked for leave from work. She would stay in Hangzhou until Sunday and then return to Binhai. "Hello, Auntie," Chen Feier was waiting in the parking area. She didn't dare to go to the exit with Lu Chen. Because the probability of them being recognized at the same time was big. It was easy to cause chaos at that time. Similar situations had happened many times. It could be considered the trouble of being a star. Seeing Chen Feier, her future daughter-in-law, Fang Yun was very happy. She took her hand and asked about her well-being, which made Chen Feier blush and feel a little embarrassed. Then, Lu Chen drove the family to their new home in Hangzhou. It was the first time for Fang Yun to come to the new home, so she visited it up and down with great interest. Fang Yun was very satisfied. She said to Lu Chen, "This house is very good. It will be your new house in the future." Lu Chen smiled and pretended not to understand the meaning of his mother's words. However, Fang Yun didn't give Lu Chen a chance to play tricks. She pulled Chen Feier over and said earnestly, "Originally, I shouldn't interfere in the affairs of you young people. But since you two really love each other, don't delay it anymore. Even if you don't get married immediately, isn't it better to get engaged first?" Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other. They didn't expect Fang Yun to make it clear directly. Chen Feier secretly pinched Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Mom, we have a plan." Fang Yun glared at him and said with disappointment, "What plan? Now tell me. Do you know that a woman's youth is the most important thing? Do you really want to wait until Feier is 30 or 40 years old to get married? Don't you want to have children? At that time, I may not have the strength to take care of your children." His mother finally showed her tail. She specially asked for leave to come to Hangzhou today, not only to see her son and daughter, but also to force them to get married. Chen Feier blushed and couldn't help looking at Lu Chen. She and Lu Chen had a plan, but it obviously couldn't satisfy Fang Yun. Lu Chen made up his mind and said, "Mom, Fei and I will get engaged this year, and we will get married in 2 years." He thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yun was a little satisfied and said, "Remember what you said. Don't go back on your words when the time comes." Lu Chen couldn't help rubbing his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, am I so untrustworthy?" Fang Yun rolled her eyes at him and then pulled Chen Fei to talk about their family. She probably wanted to establish the relationship between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Lu Chen went to the airport to bring Lu Shi home. The family was finally reunited. After dinner, everyone rushed to Huanglong Stadium together. China Sing. All Stars concert would officially begin at 7:45 p.m. Night slowly fell, and the clear night sky was dotted with stars. The Huanglong Stadium, which could accommodate 75,000 spectators, was packed to the brim. As the video on the main screen lit up, cheers surged out like a tidal wave. Although there was still nearly an hour before The Voice's official start, the vast majority of the audience had already arrived at the venue ahead of time, especially the fans, who could not wait to raise their respective fluorescent signage and glow sticks high up in the air, using their own unique methods to express their enthusiasm. Looking around the stadium, most of the fluorescent signage with Lu Chen and Chen Fei's names lit up, followed by Shifang's. Celebrities all had their own fans. If they did not have fans chasing after them, they would not be called a celebrity. There were many types of fans: ordinary fans, passers-by fans, haters, and there were also professional fans. Professional fans were no longer a secret in the entertainment industry. It was just that no one took the initiative to bring up this rather sensitive topic, because many celebrity artists would hire professional fan companies to help them hype up and build momentum. Those that often appeared in the entertainment news section or even the social news section, such as a celebrity's fan beating someone up, or being beaten up, or chasing a celebrity to the point of going crazy, or squatting outside a celebrity's door for 3 days and 3 nights, or crying and fainting on the spot in order to meet someone, etc. In fact, most of them were done by professional fans. This was what they did for a living. By the same logic, a celebrity's concert venue was a world for professional fans. Not only could they get free tickets, but they could also be paid handsomely. Their task was to bring the atmosphere and the rhythm of the ordinary fans, setting off the exuberant popularity of the celebrity. Especially in some highly publicized concert, professional fans who were hired by different celebrities to participate in the concert often came into conflict, and it was not uncommon for them to compete with each other until their heads were bleeding. But Lu Chen, Chen Fei, or Shifang and Liao Jia were different. The 4 of them, or more accurately, the companies they signed with, did not hire so-called professional fans to support them. Those who came to the concert venue were all real fans. For example, Lu Chen, although his debut time is only 2 years, but his own spontaneously organized, and then included in the unified management of more than 30 fan support groups, which does not count the number of more small teams. Even 10 Huanglong gymnasiums wouldn't be able to accommodate all the members of the fan club. Therefore, with just Lu Chen's rallying power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get the tickets for tonight's The Voice of China concert, let alone a group like Chen Fei, Shifang, and Liao Jia. It was said that on the internet, a normal ticket for The Voice of China had been hyped up to 600 to 700 RMB. Under such circumstances, who would still need professional fans who were equivalent to extras? Most importantly, the passion that erupted from the true fans was something that even professional fans might not be able to match. No one knew who started shouting Lu Chen's name, but it quickly spread throughout the venue like a plague. Lu Chen. The shouts went from weak to loud, from messy to orderly, converging into a sea of sound, surging in the huge stadium, causing the people in it to involuntarily follow suit. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. The fans' shouts were so enthusiastic that they even penetrated through the thick barrier and reached the backstage rest area. Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Shifang, and Liao Jia looked at each other. Liao Jia, who was experienced, immediately laughed and said, "This is a rebellion. Lu Chen, you've committed a grave sin." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This is also considered my fault?" The fans were too enthusiastic, so they couldn't possibly push the blame onto him, right? Did they want him to do something bad to lose some fans? Chen Fei said seriously, "This is your fault." Tell me, you've already released 2 albums, but have you ever held a concert? Lu Chen was suddenly speechless. He had debuted for 2 years and released 2 solo albums, but he really hadn't held a solo concert. Shifeng was very surprised. No way, you haven't held a concert before? Shifeng rarely came to the mainland and didn't know much about the situation there, so she really didn't know the details of Lu Chen's situation. Lu Chen said with a wry smile, I've only participated in a few platters, speaking of which, it was a bit embarrassing. As the most outstanding singer and songwriter in the Chinese music industry, he had not held his first solo concert so far. He was not even as good as many second-tier and third-tier stars. The fans had been calling for a long time. In fact, Lu Chen also wanted to hold one, but he had been busy shooting movies and TV series, so he couldn't make time to hold a special concert. At most, it was a fan meeting. A fan meeting and a solo concert were completely different things. The current cheers were the outburst of his fans' resentment. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, everyone would have waited patiently for the concert to start and would not be so restless. At this time, the door of the VIP lounge was pushed open and Tian rushed in. No! She shouted, Lu Chen, hurry up and go out to calm the crowd, otherwise something may really happen. In holding such a large-scale event, the most feared thing was that something might go wrong. Once the fans' emotions got excited, it was easy to go to extremes, so the organizers often had to make all kinds of preparations in advance, including cooperating with the stars to appease the fans. Originally, at this time, the audience should still be entering the venue, and the original plan was to have a non-live song and dance performance to warm up the scene. But now that the warm-up was not needed at all, the plan must be changed to ensure that the subsequent live broadcast went smoothly. Tonight's concert of The Voice of Good Voice was broadcast live by Zhejiang Satellite TV station and simulcast live on QQ Video Network. Then I'll go first, Lu Chen stood up decisively and said to Tian, you let the working group get ready. Tian quickly said, there's no problem over there. They will definitely cooperate well. Chen Feier was a little worried. He got up and asked, do you want me to go on stage with you? Lu Chen said with a smile, it's not that exaggerated. The fans are still very good. I should be fine once I go out. He added, one man takes responsibility for his own actions. Everyone laughed at once. In fact, it was really not a big deal. Most of the fans, including the live audience, were just blindly following along. Everyone spent so much money to see the Voice of Good Voice concert tonight, and they didn't want to mess it up. Therefore, when Lu Chen appeared on the T-shaped stage, when the bright spotlight hit him, the shouts of the audience turned into cheers. Although they were still very excited, they were no longer manic. Many of the audience had a feeling of finally summoning the boss, so they laughed and clapped hard. It was as if they had just won a great victory. There were a total of 3 participating in the live broadcast of tonight's first concert of The Voice. The live TV broadcast was naturally arranged by Zhejiang Satellite TV. Zhuwei was also the organizer, and the live webcast was QQ Video Plus, Whale TV. Both online platforms have a long-term good relationship with Lu Chen, and it was only natural to win the right to broadcast the Voice concert on the live webcast. Whether it was QQ Video or Whale TV, they have one of the biggest advantages over Zhejiang Satellite TV, that is, the webcast can be done several hours in advance, unlike Satellite TV, which must be limited to a specified time. QQ Video started its live broadcast at 6 o'clock in the evening, and Whale TV was earlier. There was a live picture at 5:35, and a special live broadcast room was also opened. Moreover, this live broadcast room was interlinked with Lu Chen's live broadcast room. It was divided into 2 different angles of live broadcast. Registered members can watch on 2 screens at the same time, so the sense of the scene is even stronger. Because of the advertising in advance, a large number of netizens poured into Whale TV that night, and many fans entered the live broadcast room early. They were also lucky to see Lu Chen more than half an hour in advance. Haha, I really got shouted out. I really want to go to the scene, but unfortunately I didn't buy a ticket, 5,555. It's really a sea of people. The scene is so spectacular. Let's let my Chen sing here next time. Sing here +1. Hee hee, if we don't sing now, the opinions of the masses will really be big. It seems that it's already very big now. The barrage in the live broadcast room was like a tide, and most of them were complaining. It could be seen that Lu Chen's fans really had complaints. Especially those of his fans, they didn't know how long they had been looking forward to it, but they were always disappointed. Their emotions broke out at night. Fortunately, Lu Chen came out in time to calm the scene. Good evening, everyone, I'm here. As soon as his voice fell, there were all kinds of cheers, screams, whistles, and applause. Lu Chen waited for the fans to vent their emotions with a smile on his face, and then continued, now there are still 43 minutes before the start of the voice concert, so let me make the scene. Sing a few songs for everyone first, what do you think? Okay, this time, all the voices were united, and they all cheered in unison. Lu Chen waved towards the audience, and immediately, a staff member brought over a microphone, a stool, and a guitar. Sitting on a stool, Lu Chen held his guitar and said to the microphone, I haven't sung like this for a long time. Actually, I'm very happy today, because apart from you guys, my mother and sister are also here. The gymnasium immediately became very quiet, with only Lu Chen's voice echoing. No one would be so insensible as to create interference at this time. Many people looked left and right, trying to find Lu Chen's mother and sister in the crowd. Of course, it was all in vain. Lu Chen continued, so tonight's first song, I want to give it to my mother first, to thank her for giving me a precious life, raising me, and giving me everything I have now. At this moment, Fang Yun and Lu Shui were sitting in the VIP seats in the front row, listening to Lu Chen's confession of affection on stage. Fang Yun's eyes couldn't help but turn red. And the first song that Lu Chen sang was, of course, the song that fans were already familiar with, When You Are Old. When you are old, your hair is white, and you are drowsy. When you are old, and you can't walk anymore, and you take a nap by the fire, and you remember your youth. How many loved you in your youth, how many admired your beauty, whether they were sincere or fake, but only one person still loves your pious soul. This song was very special among all of Lu Chen's works. It could be sung to lovers and friends, as well as relatives and elders. Different people could sing it with different flavors. Therefore, since its birth, it has been covered by many professional and non-professional singers. And among all of Lu Chen's works, When You Are Old has always been at the top of the evaluation. Maybe it was not as popular as You Who Sat Next to Me and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky among young people, but it allowed Lu Chen to gain a group of fans with life experience. For Lu Chen's fans, they were also familiar with it. Lu Chen only sang 2 paragraphs, and the fans at the scene began to sing. At first, there were only a few people singing, but soon it became a collective chorus. Especially when he sang Only One Person Still Loves Your Devout Soul, Loves the Wrinkles on Your Old Face, the atmosphere of the audience reached a climax, and the scene was really very moving. This is Lu Chen's fans, singing together to Lu Chen's mother. They are thanking Lu Chen's mother for giving the world a precious gift. The name of this gift was Lu Chen. When I am old, I really hope that this song is sung for you. Lu Chen's voice was deep with warmth, and the simple guitar accompaniment restored the most authentic taste of the music. It drifted away and gradually returned to plain, leaving a lingering sound. 3 memories from the dream world brought Lu Chen the depth of the accumulation of years, so that his interpretation of When You Are Old reached a near-perfect height, with a charm that no one could imitate. It deeply infected and moved all the audience present. Until Lu Chen finished singing. The applause of the audience was thunderous, pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. Lu Chen stood up with his guitar, and then bowed to express his gratitude to everyone. How lucky he was to have so many lovely fans. In the live broadcast room of Whale TV, more and more fans poured into the platform. Many people came in through QQ groups or Chiba blogs, making the number of online people in the live broadcast room show an explosive growth. And when Lu Chen sang When You Are Old, many fans typed the lyrics in the bullet screen. They also sang along. A song When You Are Old completed the adjustment of the mood of the audience, and a possible storm was eliminated without a trace. But Lu Chen did not leave. He sat down again and delivered his second song. He chose to continue singing his folk works. 1. Song after another, the time before the official start of the voice concert became Lu Chen's exclusive performance time. Although it was not a real solo performance, it still gave the audience and fans great satisfaction. Time passed quietly until 7:30, when Luchan finished singing his fifth song. He officially said goodbye to the audience and left the stage to the two concert hosts. Tonight, Luchan was destined to be the protagonist. Bang! 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 In the clear night sky, a group of gorgeous fireworks exploded, and the sky was filled with a meteor shower, lighting up the sky above Huanglong Stadium and igniting the enthusiasm of the 75,000 spectators in the stadium. Amidst the rising and falling cheers, shouts, and applause, the 2017 Good Voice concert officially began. The two large curtains slowly opened, and the logo of the Good Voice appeared on the LED giant screen behind the stage. A man and a woman appeared on the stage under the spotlight. Tonight, the hosts of the Good Voice concert were Xianxia and Tian. Today's Xianxia is no longer a small music show anchor at Hangzhou Traffic Radio Station. Relying on the phenomenal variety reality show China's Voice, he has become a well-known host in China, and has now officially joined Shandong Satellite TV station. He wore a black suit tonight, and his whole person looked refreshed, and the smile on his face was particularly bright. And his partner, Tian, was even more dazzling. A long red dress set off her almost perfect figure, and every frown and smile was intoxicating. Tian has long since left Shandong Satellite TV station, but for tonight's Good Voice concert, the satellite TV station still invited her to come over to co-host with Xianxia, because no matter her image, temperament, or identity, she was very suitable. Xianxia said in a clear voice, "Dear leaders, dear guests, Tian, dear audience, everyone, good evening. Today, we are gathered here to enjoy the joy that the Good Voice brings us. Open your heart, release your passion, let this place become a sea of joy, let happiness resound through the sky. Let us gather together, let us sing and dance, let the most beautiful voice." 7 high-definition digital cameras arranged in the stadium transmitted the live picture to the broadcast vehicle in real time, and then transmitted it to the headquarters building of Shandong Satellite TV station, and then presented it to the national TV audience. Although the two major online platforms, QQ Video and Whale TV, have taken away a large part of the audience, there are still countless people willing to stay in front of the TV. The real-time ratings fed back to the satellite TV station reached an astonishing 4.89% at 7:30, although this figure was far from being comparable to Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and was not even a fraction of the latter, it was still enough to make the industry peers' eyes bleed with envy. Just how much advertising fees could be earned. In fact, the naming rights of tonight's Good Voice concert have long been taken away by Zhonghua Motors, and the advertising time for the insertion was booked out 2 months ago. The first performance was a grand song and dance program. After the song and dance, the first singer to appear was Liao Jia. He led his Black Memory Band and appeared with a song that countless rock fans were familiar with, Antarctica, which instantly ignited the audience's excitement. This song Antarctica could be said to be the masterpiece of Liao Jia and Black Memory. It was regarded as one of the last classics before the country fell. Although it had been 20 years since this song was written, when Liao Jia reinterpreted this classic with his unique voice, many rock fans who came to the scene still couldn't help but cry. Among the 75,000 spectators at the scene, those who came for Liao Jia were definitely a minority. The number of fluorescent signs with his name was far less than that of Lu Chen and Chen Fei'er. His fans were older and did not like to support their idols in this way. But no one dared to underestimate the power of these rock and roll fans. At the moment when Liao Jia sang to the climax, they all stood up and took off their coats, revealing the black t-shirts with Liao Jia's name on them. They let out almost crazy roars and shouts, which really shocked the other audience. "I want to go to the South Pole, and take you with me to the South Pole, because the true meaning of life is hidden there." These fans were using their own roars to tell everyone that the country would never die, it was just gradually withering, and this scene was faithfully recorded by the live cameras, becoming one of the most classic passages in tonight's Good Voice concert. It made many fans realize that the country was still in people's hearts. If Lu Chen's groundwork set off the prelude to the Good Voice concert, then Liao Jia used this song South Pole not only to prove that he was not old, but also to bring a second wave of atmosphere. When he sang to the end, his voice was hoarse, not because he was unable to do what he wanted, but because his mood was surging. Finally, led by Liao Jia's fans, the whole audience stood up together and sent him off the stage with neat applause. Tonight's concert was destined to not be ordinary. Then, the top 10 students of The Good Voice came on stage one after another. In the middle, Chen Fei-er and Shifeng also came on stage to sing their own classic works, which made the atmosphere of the scene surge like a tide, wave after wave. After the top 10 students of The Good Voice left the stage, Lu Chen came on stage again. This time, he was no longer alone. There was also the Nirvana band, who had just arrived in Hangzhou in the morning. Today's Nirvana band is no longer the shadow band behind Lu Chen. They have already officially signed with Chen Fei Media and become a real independent band, and will release their first album at the end of the year. Lu Chen's tailor-made For Our Love for the Nirvana band made Nirvana among the first-class bands in China. So when the lead singer Wang Jing led the band members on the stage, many fans shouted the name of Nirvana. Lu Chen and Wang Jing walked to the front of the stage together and stood in front of the microphone. Wang Jing was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. She had short hair and looked very cool holding an electric guitar. When she stood side by side with Lu Chen, the frequency of mobile phone flashes in the audience reached its peak. With a long breath, Lu Chen said to the microphone, "The next song will be sung by me and the Nirvana band. I believe many people should have heard of this song. Its name is 10,000 times sad." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Jing's fingers swept the strings of the guitar and played the prelude of the song. "Oh honey, my mind is full of you. Oh irresistible palpitations, it's hard to breathe. Tonight are you going to miss another night, are you going to hide your last expectations?" This song 10,000 times sad first appeared at the Tianfu Music Festival, and it is also one of Lu Chen's latest pop music works. It is deeply loved by countless fans of Lu Chen with its strong and exciting melody. And this time, Lu Chen and the Nirvana band worked together again to sing this song 10,000 times sad, which immediately reignited the atmosphere of the scene that had just calmed down. 10,000 times sad. There will still be dreams, I have been waiting for you in the warmest place. The exciting scene of the whole audience singing and singing appeared again. After 10,000 times of sorrow, it was Our Love by Nirvana's lead singer. After a short period of dormancy in the early stage, Chen Fei Media, jointly established by Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, has begun to gradually exert its strength and develop in many ways. In addition to setting foot in the film and television industry, it has also pushed its contracted artists to the market. Nirvana and Zhejian Tana appeared at the Voices concert this evening precisely because of this, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Chen has put a lot of effort into recommending the Nirvana band. There is the Tianfu Music Festival ahead. This time, he once again led the Nirvana band on the stage, and also put the latter in the same position as himself. This song For Our Love was sung by Wang Jing, and Lu Chen, as an accompaniment guitarist, was willing to play the supporting role. Memories of a vague childhood, clouds floating in the blue sky. At that time, you said that you wanted to hold hands with me. After Our Love was sung by Nirvana at the Tianfu Music Festival, it quickly became popular in the Chinese music world. This song is not only Nirvana's debut work, but also its representative. Of course, fans are very familiar with it. Although this song is not suitable for singing, Wang Jing's passionate interpretation of the work did not dissipate the fanatical atmosphere brought by Lu Chen, but became more intense and hot. When she finished singing, the audience burst into thunderous applause, and many people clapped their hands red. "Thank you." Wang Jing was very excited. The scale of the Tianfu Music Festival that she had participated in was considered very large, but it was nothing compared to the current situation. The Huanglong Stadium could accommodate a total of 75,000 spectators. In the circle, singers of the same level are not as famous as movie stars, but as a singer, the greatest joy is to stand on the brightly lit stage and enjoy the cheers and applause of thousands of audiences. It was as if he had the whole world in his hands, and it was truly intoxicating. It's just that glory is always short-lived. After completing 2 works in a row, Nirvana retired. But Lu Chen stayed. He didn't continue to sing, he had sung enough tonight, but acted as a temporary host. The next song, Lu Chen smiled and said to the microphone, "I think it should be the most special song tonight." Hearing his words, whether it was the live audience or the fans in front of the TV or the computer, all of them had a strong curiosity. What kind of song would it be that would make Lu Chen say it was the most special? Lu Chen continued, there are a total of 3 singers for this song. First, let's welcome the first singer. He is our instructor Liao Jia. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a spotlight shone on the entrance of the stage, and Liao Jia's figure was immediately revealed. The rock band leader had changed his unruly coat into a set of clothes with strong characteristics of the prairie people. He looked like a straightforward man holding a horsewhip and riding a horse on the prairie. Wasn't the style a little too much? Some of the audience laughed, some exclaimed, some were surprised, and some were applauding. Liao Jia held the microphone in a serious manner, held his head high, and walked to the center of the stage calmly. Lu Chen smiled and said, the second singer, can you guess who she is? He turned around and made an inviting gesture, and the second spotlight was fixed on Liao Jia's original position. It was just that it was a different person. The other person's back was facing the live audience, and she was wearing the same style of Mongolian clothes as Liao Jia, but it was a woman's. Many people below the stage were shouting the name loudly. In any case, it was a random guess. Lu Chen didn't leave everyone hanging for too long and immediately revealed the mystery. She is Instructor Shifeng. When Lu Chen shouted Shifeng's name, Shifeng turned around at the same time and smiled at the audience. It turned out to be Shifeng. Many of the audience didn't expect it at all. Liao Jia and Shifeng sang the same song, which was very exciting to think about. Who was the third singer? It couldn't be Chen Fei-er, could it? Chen Fei-er's fans immediately began to shout her name. The 3 big stars singing together was definitely a classic. Lu Chen smiled and said, you don't have to guess blindly. The next one isn't Chen Fei-er, this is also our most special guest tonight. Her name is Xianxia. Welcome Xianxia, our pearl of the grasslands. It turned out to be Xianxia. It was hard to say about other people, but as long as they were fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, they would never be unfamiliar with this 14-year-old Mongolian girl. The video shot by Chen Fei-er at the beginning was a sensation on the internet. The song Beautiful Grasslands My Home was also widely circulated. Later, everyone knew that Xianxia had signed with Chen Fei Media, but there was no news recently. Today was her reappearance after a long time. That was very interesting. This song was actually sung by Liao Jia, Shifeng, and Xianxia. People couldn't help but look forward to it. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, the well-dressed Xianxia officially appeared on stage. Although she had just turned 14 this year and had never seen such a big scene before, she did not have the slightest stage fright in front of 75,000 spectators. She gracefully greeted everyone in Mongolian. Liao Jia and Shifeng looked at each other and smiled. Lu Chen took the opportunity to say, the name of this song is called 3 Auspicious Treasures. After he announced the name of the song, he immediately left the stage to Liao Jia, Shifeng, and Xianxia. Such a combination was absolutely unique in the Chinese music industry. The prelude of the song sounded. Xianxia tilted her head, raised the microphone, and sang to Liao Jia, Daddy? Liao Jia, huh? Xianxia, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? Liao Jia, that's right. Xianxia, where did the sun go when the stars came out? Liao Jia, in the sky. Xianxia, I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Liao Jia, he went home. The 3 of them sang, the sun, moon, and stars are an auspicious family. Xianxia looked at Shifeng, Mommy? Shifeng, I. Xianxia, when will Yeezy's green bloom? Shifeng smiled, when summer comes. For the audience, the first feeling that this song gave them was that it was fresh. First of all, the melody of the work had a strong characteristic of the steppe people, and the same was true for the accompaniment. Secondly, the 3 of them sang in a duet style, which was even more refreshing. In particular, Xianxia's clear and tender childish voice exuded the smell of fresh milk from the steppe, which made people feel very comfortable listening to it. Liao Jia's singing was deep and affectionate, and Shifeng's singing was bright and warm, which formed a sharp contrast with Xianxia's childish voice, but also very harmonious. This was a unique work with its own vitality. Note, 3 Auspicious Treasures lyrics, Burenbayer, Wang Bao, Chinese version, /composer, Burenbayer. Whether it was the 75,000 spectators in the Huanglong Stadium, or the fans watching the live broadcast in front of their TVs and computers, tonight's concert was definitely one of the most wonderful concerts they had ever seen. Since the beginning of the concert, there have been continuous wonderful climaxes. Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, Liao Jia, and Shi Fang led the 9 top 10 students of The Voice and presented a real audition feast for all the audience. And the special guests of the concert did not disappoint. The performance of the Nirvana band was very good, and Liao Jia's friend in the circle, Gao Geng, who was invited to come, also made the whole audience excited with his rock and roll work, bringing wave after wave of climaxes. But whether it was the Nirvana band, Gao Geng, or the famous Taiwanese singer Lu Qingfeng who appeared later, they could not cover the light of a 14-year-old Mongolian girl on the stage. She was Jejentana, a song with strong ethnic characteristics, a moving melody, and a special form of Lucky Three Treasures. The foil of the 2 top singers made Jejentana the focus of the audience. So much so that the day after the concert, there were a lot of reports about Jejentana on the entertainment pages and even the main page of the major domestic media. Her sweet and lovely image was circulated in blogs, postbars, and forums. With the help of the concert, Lucky Three Treasures became famous overnight. A music critic wrote on his blog, "Last night, I sat in the Huanglong Stadium and watched the entire performance live. The one that left the deepest impression on me was undoubtedly Jejentana's Lucky Three Treasures." This is a very situational question and answer family song. Listening to this song, it makes people feel as if they are witnessing a family of 3 herding and walking on the grassland. Big eyes of the lovely little daughter are suddenly blinking, enjoying all the novelty presented in front of her, and there are always endless questions. She turns her head to the left to ask her mother, and to the right to ask her father. In the face of the child's childish questions, her parents give her patient and warm answers. And when such a dreamy scene appears in your head, the warm and romantic feeling is like the rising tide of the ocean, beating your heart bit by bit, making you indulge in it and forgetting to leave. Pop Music magazine published a short review on its online edition. The article wrote, "The auspicious Three Treasures is undoubtedly the cutest song the author has heard in recent years. It is not a love song about breaking up, it is not a song that is often heard on the charts, and it is not even a regular work. But it is a lively and popular song. It is a song so cute that people will be amazed by it. It has the charm that transcends language, culture, and age. It makes everyone who is eager to be touched feel the joy they have been dreaming of. This song has a life of its own, a life independent of the listener." Other than music critics in the media and magazines, ordinary television viewers, including Lu Chen and Chen Fei fans, were full of praise for The Auspicious Three Treasures, believing that this song was the most touching work of the Voice's concert. As a result, the number of fans on Jejentana's personal verified blog increased exponentially, from the original hundreds of thousands to millions. Countless invitations were sent to her like snowflakes, and all kinds of performances, endorsements, and advertisements were simply too much for one's eyes to take in. But as Jejentana's contracted agency, Xinfei Media did not take advantage of this surge in popularity to desperately make money. Instead, they picked out a few brands with enough influence to cooperate with, and politely rejected most of the invitations, such as program interviews, gala performances, and so on. If it were any other media agency, they would definitely want as many invitations as possible. It would be best if Jejentana's schedule was full 24 hours a day. The more her workload, the more benefits the signing agency would get. But whether it was Lu Chen or Chen Fei, they really did not lack this bit of money. The two of them had never thought of using Jejentana as a cash cow. They would rather let her study quietly in school than let her enter the big vat of the entertainment industry too early. It should be said that Jejentana was extremely lucky. She was a pearl buried in the grassland. She met a treasure hunter who really knew how to appreciate and cherish pearls, so that she would not fall into the mud and dust. Of course, this was all in the future. The concert on August 30th officially ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. The next day, August 31st, Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and Star Factory Media were the hosts. They invited the 4 mentors of The Voice of China to hold a farewell banquet at the Shangri-La Hotel in Hangzhou. The first season of The Voice of China was completely over. Although the second season of The Voice of China next year had already been put on the production schedule, among the 4 mentors, except for Lu Chen and Chen Fei, Liao Jia and Shi Fang were not sure whether they could continue to participate for the time being. Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and Star Factory Media, of course, hoped that the mentor lineup of the first season could be retained, because the current combination of the four could be said to be perfect and had received the greatest recognition from the national television audience. The mentor's remuneration offered by the two companies for the second season of The Voice of China was quadrupled on the basis of the first season. If it were any other celebrity, they would definitely want to sign a contract for 10 years in a row after receiving such a great opportunity to gain fame and fortune. However, Liao Jia and Shifeng were different. Both of them once had an incomparably glorious era. Although they had not retired from the entertainment industry, they did not value fame and fortune too much. For example, Liao Jia, according to his words, he had earned enough in this life. The rest of his life was to eat, drink, and have fun. He did not want his work to become his shackles, and he liked to run around all over the world. Shifeng's health had never been very good. She chose to make a comeback and made a small contribution. It was entirely because of her love for her personal music career that she continued to sing. She was not short of money at all. Therefore, money could not move the two of them. Of course, because Lu Chen and Chen Feier were there, Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and Star Factory Media still had the favor card to play, so they were not particularly anxious. Anyway, both sides still had plenty of time. This farewell dinner was enjoyed by both the guests and the host. All good things must come to an end. After the banquet, Liao Jia and his friend Gao Gung left first, while Lu Chen and Chen Feier sent Shifeng to Hangzhou International Airport. Shifeng was on the afternoon flight back to Hong Kong. After seeing off Shifeng, Lu Chen sent his mother back to Benhai. He also gave Lu Shui a key to his home in Hangzhou. Then he returned to Beijing with Chen Feier to continue the intense filming of You from the Star. With fresh and unique creativity, wonderful and fascinating story, excellent and attentive production, and the full efforts of the two popular idol stars, Lu Chen and Chen Feier, You from the Star has soared in the ratings since its premiere on August 18 in Beijing and Zhejiang Satellite TV Station, sweeping the domestic TV market. By the time Lu Chen and Chen Feier returned to Beijing from Hangzhou, You from the Star had already aired 5 episodes, with an average rating of 5.78%, and the highest rating in South Korea had broken through 35% and rushed straight to the 40% mark, because You from the Star was a weekly drama that was filmed and broadcast at the same time, and 2 episodes were broadcast consecutively a week, so the shooting work was more demanding. The two protagonists were delayed for a few days to participate in the Good Voice concert in Hangzhou, and it was necessary to make up for the progress later. Therefore, as soon as Lu Chen and Chen Feier returned to Beijing, they didn't have time to rest or anything, and immediately threw themselves into the busy shooting, basically treating Huairong Film and Television City as their second home. It wasn't until around August 10 that the two finally made up for the scenes they needed to shoot and could rest for 2 days to catch their breath. Otherwise, even if they were made of iron, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a long period of high-load work. I'm so tired. Back at home in Zicheng-yuan, Chen Feier threw herself heavily on the sofa and complained, I won't work so hard in the future. I don't know why I'm working so hard. Chen Feier's complaint was actually very reasonable, because as far as she was concerned, she had really earned enough money. Her annual advertising and endorsement income alone was tens of millions, plus her salary, it was more than 100 million. Moreover, most of the money she earned was invested in real estate and shops. In recent years, domestic housing prices had soared. Even if she didn't sell the real estate in her hands, the rental income alone was enough to maintain a carefree life. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. He sat on the sofa and held her in his arms, gently kneading her shoulders. Chen Feier narrowed her eyes comfortably and whispered, when I finish this TV series, I'll quit the entertainment industry, okay? I'll cook and mop the floor for you at home, and let you support me? Lu Chen said with a smile, okay. What's so good about it? Chen Feier immediately pouted, I'm an old woman at home, so you can hook up with girls outside, right? Don't think I don't know. This was completely unreasonable. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he knew that Chen Feier was just throwing a tantrum occasionally. These unreasonable words were just said casually and shouldn't be taken seriously. Ever since the two of them fell in love with each other, Chen Feier had taken off her heavenly empress appearance in front of him. From time to time, she would reveal her true self as a little woman who needed to be doted on. In fact, this was also the fun between lovers. Lu Chen was already used to dealing with this. He lowered his head and kissed Xianxia's mouth, pressing her under his body. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became charming. The blood-boiling sounds rose and fell. After a long time, the sky gradually darkened, and the passion in the bedroom gradually subsided. On the comfortable big bed, Xianxia had already fallen asleep, and her pretty face still had an intoxicating blush. Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Then, he carefully covered her with the air-conditioning quilt and got up to leave the bedroom. Although they had sex for a long time, Lu Chen didn't feel the slightest bit tired at this moment. The strong body that he had built up over a long period of time allowed him to do some things with ease. Therefore, he was now full of energy. Lu Chen first went to the bathroom and took a shower. Then, he put on a t-shirt and went to the study. After sitting down, he reached out to turn on the computer and quickly found the file he needed from the hard drive. It was a writing document, and the title of the document was The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The editing software showed that the number of words in the document had reached 500,000. This was the second wuxia work that Lu Chen had dug out from the dream world after The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. He had started rewriting it a few months ago, and now it was almost half done. Although he had a complete memory of the dream world, it wasn't easy to type out the words that were branded in his head. Especially since Lu Chen was usually very busy with work, he didn't have much time to spend on this work. However, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was very important. If The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was a work to test the waters, then The Legend of the Condor Heroes was the real foundation of his great wuxia IP plan. Therefore, it was extremely important. And after being silent for so long, it was time for Memory Now to show up again. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen didn't rush to start writing. Instead, he opened the browser and logged into the Waves blog. He clicked on the account switch function and entered an account and password that he rarely used. This ID was Memory Now V, who was currently regarded as an idol by many domestic wuxia novel fans. Although it was a personal verified V account, the registration was done by Xianxia Media. Only Lucy and Lu Chen knew the account password. Even the company's internal public relations department didn't keep it. Even within Xianxia Media, only a few people knew that Memory Now was Lu Chen himself. As for the outside world, Memory Now was even more mysterious. He rose to fame in 2016 with a wuxia novel, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and quickly gained a large number of fans. So far, the total sales of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had exceeded 1 million copies. Although it couldn't be compared with the top physical books, as a niche category of books, its success was undeniable. However, the author of Memory Now never showed up. He didn't accept interviews from reporters, nor did he hold book signings, so the fans who liked his works couldn't see him in person. As a result, there were rumors on the internet that Memory Now was too ugly. In order to avoid losing fans due to exposure, he deliberately made himself so mysterious. This completely irresponsible statement was actually quite popular. In addition, some people said that Memory Now was actually a woman. The reason was that her description of the protagonist Ling Hucheng was set according to the requirements of a boyfriend. Therefore, she didn't dare to show up for fear of being exposed. All these made Lu Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. However, since he chose to keep it a secret, he didn't intend to make it public now. He wanted to keep the mystery. As for what others wanted to say, let them say it. Controversy was not a bad thing. The scariest thing was that no one cared about it. On the other hand, the blog Memories of Present and Ancient was really deserted. The reason was very simple. This blog rarely made any noise. From the time it was registered, it had only posted 5 blog posts. It would be strange if it wasn't deserted. Today, Lu Chen used the 6th blog post to announce the return of Memory Now. It was back. At night, Jiangqing City's Xiqing district. Bus number 589 steadily stopped next to the platform. Accompanied by the sound of the pneumatic door, several passengers nimbly jumped down from the rear door that had just opened, and more people squeezed into the already crowded carriage from the front door. Similar scenes happened here every day. Wang Pu carried his backpack and passed through the crowd still waiting for the next bus on the platform. Under the guidance of the dim yellow street lights, he quickly walked towards the side street not far away. A busy day of work, coupled with the toss and turn on the subway to the bus route, had already made him very tired, but the joy and relaxation of returning home also made his steps exceptionally light. Walking through the side street and into an alley, Wang Pu returned to his rented apartment. He had just moved here half a month ago. This place used to be completely a suburb, but with the continuous expansion of the urban cluster, the original villages and towns were swallowed up one by one, but some villages should have been temporarily preserved for various reasons, thus forming the so-called urban village. Everyone knew that urban villages would die out sooner or later, whether it was for the needs of the city's appearance or real estate development, they had no reason to continue to exist. The villagers were actually very willing to be demolished, provided that there was enough compensation. Getting rich from demolition was never a fairy tale, and in order to obtain more compensation, they built privately in the village. The additional illegal buildings could not be left empty, so the villagers rented out the houses after simple renovation, using the low rent to accept a large number of people who worked hard in the city. Wang Pu was one of them. The reason why he moved here was because the price of his original rented place had risen. Although this place was a little remote, and it would take an extra half an hour on the way back and forth to work, the advantage was that it was cheap enough. Although it was an illegal room, it had water, electricity, broadband, and a separate bathroom. Wang Pu thought about it. Before the urban village was demolished, he would always live here. Taking out the key to open the door, Wang Pu turned on the lights on the wall. The soft and bright light instantly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the messy room. A bed, a wardrobe, a computer desk, and a computer chair. The furniture in the room was very simple, and because Wang Pu was still single, it inevitably looked a little messy. He threw his bag on the bed, took off his clothes, and rushed into the bathroom to wash off the stinky sweat from squeezing in the car. After showering, Wang Pu's stomach was rumbling with hunger. There was no kitchen in this rented house. If he wanted to cook, he had to go to the public kitchen downstairs. Wang Pu was too lazy to go there. He directly took the electric kettle and boiled some water. Then, he took out a bucket of instant noodles and 2 sausages from the closet. The dinner of the city ant tribe was just that simple. While waiting for the instant noodles to be ready, Wang Pu sat on the chair and turned on the computer. In the past, when he was living in his old rented apartment, he usually went to the internet cafe to surf the net at night. Now that he had moved to a new house, although there was an internet cafe nearby, it was not as convenient as before. So, he simply asked the landlord to pull an internet cable and directly surf the net at home, which saved a lot of money. Wang Pu skillfully opened a few book websites. First, he browsed through his account bookshelf to see if there were any updates. Different from many of his peers, and similar to many of his peers, Wang Pu's biggest hobby is not to play games or chat on QQ, but to read online novels. In countless lonely nights, it was a wonderful online novel that accompanied him, so that he would not lose himself in the confusion of life and the heavy depression of boring and busy work, and so that he could obtain his own happiness. The most important thing is that this kind of happiness does not need to be obtained by paying a high price. Wang Pu has always subscribed to online novels. In addition to directly topping up, he has received free coins through various activities on the website. A month's consumption of reading books is completely affordable. According to his habit, Wang Pu first signed in at several book websites and completed the daily tasks, so that he would have a lot of reading coins, and then he would subscribe to the updates of several books. The money he spent was very limited. It was a pity that the few books that he liked had very few updates today. Wang Pu finished reading the latest chapter in 2 or 3 minutes. He was quite depressed and posted a comment in the comment section of one of the books to urge him to update. Hurry up and update. After clicking OK to publish, Wang Pu angrily closed the current web page. At this time, the instant noodles were almost soaked. He tore off the opening paper and wolfed down the ham sausage, but his eyes were still staring at the screen. One hand was still holding the mouse, and he randomly clicked on the browser's favorite website link. The page of Wave's blog appeared in front of Wang Pu. Wang Pu had registered his own blog account a long time ago, but he usually did not use it much. He only looked at all kinds of gossip on it, and followed a few famous web authors and popular stars in the entertainment industry. Since he had nothing to do, since he had opened the blog, Wang Pu simply continued to click on the message prompts in his account to see what the people he followed had done. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. What the f***ck? Wang Pu cursed with a mouthful of instant noodles in his mouth, and the chewed noodles sprayed out from his mouth. What the f***ck? He quickly swallowed the noodles, and hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe the noodles sprayed on the monitor. At this moment, on Wang Pu's computer screen, there was a blog post that had just been published, and the blogger was the author of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Ancient Memory. You can't blame Wang Pu for being so shocked. First of all, he was a hardcore fan of Ancient Memory and one of the earliest readers. Not only did he buy the original physical book of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, but he also read the book at least 3 times. In Wang Pu's hands, there were 5,000 fan and reader groups of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. He usually didn't use QQ much. If he used QQ, he basically ran to the group to talk about the plot of the book with his friends. Of course, there was also the author. It's just that Ancient Memory was too mysterious. So far, he had never appeared in public, and he didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. There was very little information on the blog. At most, there were 2 or 3 new blog posts a month, and there was not much useful content. But the new blog post that just appeared on the blog of Ancient Memory was different. Ancient Memory was about to release a new book. At this moment, Wang Pu had the urge to burst into tears. He wanted to sing loudly, "I've waited for a long time and finally today. I've dreamed for a long time and finally realized my dream." This song was a new song by the king of Xianxia, Lu Gangxing. It was written and composed by Lu Chen, and it was very popular in the mainland recently. Wang Pu felt that these lyrics really matched his mood at the moment. Although he had read countless online novels, many of which were popular classics, Wang Pu's love for The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was unmatched by any other book. The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer didn't have any destructive magic, no pretentious and face-slapping routines, and no consequences of having a lot of beautiful women. But it had characters with distinct personalities, a wonderful plot, and words that made him infatuated. The only thing that made Wang Pu feel regretful was that as the author of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, Memory of Present and Ancient only wrote this one martial arts novel. There were no other works, not even short essays. He had read The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer 3 times, but he had to put it aside temporarily. He couldn't read the same book every day. Of course, Wang Pu really hoped that Memory of Present and Ancient could publish a new book. It didn't need to be more wonderful than The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. As long as it maintained a similar standard, he would be satisfied. But it seemed to be very difficult to realize this wish. Memory of Present and Ancient was too mysterious and low-key. Wang Pu had left many messages in Memory of Present and Ancient's blog to inquire about it, but the message was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. Usually, when chatting with other like-minded readers in the group, some people said that Memory of Present and Ancient only wrote this book, so he was too embarrassed to come out and meet people. It was enough to make a fortune in silence. For this fallacy, Wang Pu snorted, but there was no way to refute it. Now he finally heard the news of Memory of Present and Ancient's new book. What **T was that? Wang Pu had always believed that with Memory of Present and Ancient's talent in martial arts novels, his achievements would not be limited to The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Without finishing the rest of the instant noodles, Wang Pu quickly forwarded the good news to all his QQ groups, telling everyone that Memory of Present and Ancient was going to publish a new book. The readers were immediately excited. "Are you serious? Big Modern and Ancient has a new book? Great news! This is the best news I've seen today. I wonder what the new book is about. It must be martial arts. If Big Modern and Ancient doesn't write martial arts, then what else is there to read? I'm going to register a blog account right now to follow it. When will it be published?" The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had sold millions of original copies, so it had a huge readership. Therefore, Memories of Present and Past had a lot of fans on the verified V account of Waves. As soon as his blog post came out, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Fans liked and commented, and like Wang Pu, forwarded the good news to Tieba, forums, and QQ groups. More people tagged Memories of Present and Ancient on the blog to inquire about the new book, including several internet celebrities. They were also fans of the smiling, proud wanderer. Tonight was destined to be a lucky moment for the fans of the smiling, proud wanderer. Because after the announcement of the new book, the blog of memory of present and past was updated only half an hour later. The content was related to the smiling, proud wanderer, which meant that the movie of the smiling, proud wanderer would officially start shooting before the end of the year, and there would probably be auditions for the actors. The two major pieces of news shocked the fans again and again. For the readers of the smiling, proud wanderer, this was undoubtedly another big news, because they had long been looking forward to the day when the smiling, proud wanderer would appear on the big screen. Now was the era of IP. It was simply inconceivable that a popular novel was not adapted. The key was whether it could be adapted well or not. Many excellent IP had been adapted into bad ones. But fans are positive and affirmative about the film adaptation of The Smiling, Proud and Pugilistic World, because the adaptation copyright of The Smiling, Proud and Pugilistic World is owned by Xinfei Media, which has two big names, Lu Chen and Xinfei. As long as The Smiling, Proud Wanderer could achieve the same effect as a Chinese ghost story, it would be very worth looking forward to. The only thing they prayed for now was that it would not be cancelled. Why are you still playing on the computer? The door of the study was pushed open, and Xinfei, who was wearing thin pajamas, rubbed her eyes and walked in. Seeing that Lu Chen was still surfing the internet excitedly, she couldn't help but say, "Do you want to rest?" She walked over and asked, "What are you reading so happily?" Lu Chen held Xinfei in his arms and let her sit on his lap, reading my blog. Huh? Xinfei took a closer look and said in surprise, "This isn't your blog." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why isn't it my own?" Xinfei took a closer look and was speechless. Reminiscence? Why did you use this account? Of course she knew that Reminiscence was an alias that Lu Chen used to write books. His book, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, was very popular, and it was once in the top 3 of the physical book sales chart. And the derivative rights of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer were all with Xinfei Media. In terms of subject matter, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was very suitable to be adapted into movies, TV shows, and games. The game aspect would definitely be done by Happy Entertainment, and the movie adaptation was also officially on Xinfei Media's schedule. According to Lu Chen's plan, the adaptation of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer would be the focus of the company next year. But when Xinfei saw the content of Lu Chen's blog, she was still very surprised. "You're going to release a new book?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer has been out for quite some time, it's about time to release a new book." Lu Chen would create a series of wuxia IP around the ID memories of present and past. Strictly speaking, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was just a test of the waters. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which he had completed nearly half of, was the real focus of his work. But The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was selling like hotcakes, and Lu Chen wouldn't waste its value. It had been brewing for a long time, and it was time to harvest it. Releasing The Legend of the Condor Heroes would ensure the continuation of his plan. Xinfei knew that Lu Chen had been working on a new book, but she didn't know how many words Lu Chen had written. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. "You finished?" Lu Chen shook his head and replied, "It's less than half, but it's very fast to write." As he spoke, Lu Chen stood up with Xinfei in his arms. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to sleep." He wasn't satisfied before, and wanted to enjoy it again. Xinfei felt Lu Chen's passion, and she giggled, her eyes extremely charming. Tonight was not going to be peaceful. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already mid-October. Lu Chen spent the whole of September and early October basically busy with the filming of TV series. He spent more time in Huairou Film and Television City than at home. Because he was too busy, he even declined the invitation to perform at Beijing Television's National Day party. The main reason was that You from the Star was too popular. Since its broadcast, the ratings have been high. It has broken through the category of phenomenal TV series and broken records in China and South Korea. The schedule of 2 episodes a week has put a lot of pressure on the crew. In order to ensure quality, overtime is a common thing. As the male and female protagonists, Lu Chen and Xinfei don't have much free time. However, in mid-October, Lu Chen still managed to squeeze out a few days. He was going to the United States. There are two main reasons for Lu Chen to fly to the United States this time. First of all, the listing of online crowdfunding on Nasdaq in the United States has already made progress, and it can even be said that success is imminent, requiring him, the founder and owner of 10% of the shares, to go to the other side of the ocean. Li Mushi, who had been planning the listing of online crowdfunding in the United States earlier, made more than a dozen phone calls to Lu Chen, and finally threatened him that if he didn't come, she would fly back to Beijing in person to teach him a lesson. Not to mention Lu Chen's personal friendship with Li Mushi and Li Mubai, his development since his debut has been smooth and has not experienced too many twists and turns. He is more or less indebted to the shelter of the big tree known as the Li family. Otherwise, it would be strange if no one covets someone like Lu Chen, who has no background and has done so many profitable businesses. Therefore, it is reasonable to say that Lu Chen should also help Li Mushi solve the problem. After all, if online crowdfunding goes public, his 10% shares will be worth at least hundreds of millions, and it's US dollars. Secondly, Lu Chen also has plans to visit the United States to find a first-class special effects company that can cooperate with him for a long time to improve the strength of Xianxia media in this regard. Special effects production was an industry that required long-term investment, and it was also an industry where money flowed like water. It was impossible to rush for quick success. The most important thing was that talents did not fall from the sky. They needed to be carefully cultivated and accumulated. Once they reached an agreement with Marika, Xianxia Media would arrange for batches of personnel to study in Marika and gradually improve the standard of special effects production. At present, the special effects team under Xianxia Media can barely cope with the production of special effects for a TV series like You from the Star, but it is much worse for a big movie. The filming of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was already on the schedule, so the cooperation training plan couldn't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for them to cram at the last minute. Beijing International Airport, Terminal T1. At the security checkpoint, the couple who were about to part were still reluctant to part. Xianxia adjusted Lu Chen's collar for the last time and said, "Call me first when you arrive in the United States." "Got it," Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I promise that when I arrive there, the first thing I will do after I get off the plane is to call you to tell you that I am safe." Xianxia had said the same words several times, as if he would go to the United States and never come back. In fact, this time Lu Chen would only stay in the United States for 5 or 6 days at most. Then go through the security checkpoint quickly. Xianxia was finally satisfied. He stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. He said, "I will wait for you to come back." Lu Chen nodded, picked up his luggage, and went to the security checkpoint with his assistant. When passing through the security checkpoint, he turned around and waved at Xianxia. The latter blew him a kiss. After passing the security checkpoint, Lu Chen and his assistant waited in the VIP lounge for more than half an hour, and successfully boarded the direct flight from Beijing to New York in the United States. He boarded the flight of Xianxia Airlines, the second largest airline in the United States. He boarded the latest Boeing 798, which had just been put into operation. The Boeing 798 was a new generation intercontinental passenger plane launched by the Boeing company. It could carry more than 400 passengers at the same time, and its flight speed was close to the speed of sound. It only took a little more than 10 hours to fly from Beijing to New York. The company booked business class seats for Lu Chen and his assistant because Xianxia Airlines' Boeing 798 flights were very popular. If they were late, the first-class seats would have long been sold out. However, the facilities in the business class of the 798 were no less than the first-class seats of ordinary flights. A person of Lu Chen's height could also sit comfortably. The cabin also provided satellite internet service, so the journey was not lonely. This time, Lu Chen brought an assistant to the United States. Unlike many celebrities who liked to be surrounded by people, Lu Chen had always been very low-key when he traveled. He usually only had one assistant, at most 2 or 3. This time, he was going to the United States, mainly for business matters, so he did not bring Xianxia, who had been following him, but asked the company to arrange another assistant for him. The assistant was named Wang Yan, 32 years old this year. She had studied in the United States for many years and had a double master's degree in finance and law. She had just returned to China the year before last. Wang Yan had nothing to do with the entertainment industry, and she was not an employee of Qinfei Media. She was temporarily hired by Lu Shi through her connections to help Lu Qin deal with business affairs in the United States. She was considered a business assistant. Wang Yan's appearance was very beautiful. Although she was in her 30s, because of good maintenance, she looked 27 or 28 years old. Her figure was also first class. But she was not the kind of pure good-looking vase. She was very smart and powerful. She currently worked in a business agency. Because this company had a business cooperation with Qinfei Media, she had dealings with Lu Shi. Lu Shi had a deep impression of Wang Yan, so she specifically asked her for help this time. After all, this time Lu Qin was going abroad to negotiate. Lu Shi had no experience in this area and was powerless. She was afraid that Lu Qin would be cheated and could not guarantee her own interests, so she looked for Wang Yan. Therefore, in terms of treatment, Wang Yan was different from ordinary assistants. She sat in business class with Lu Qin. Most of the people in business class were foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Wang Yan first met Lu Qin 2 days ago. She had no interest in pop music, movies, and TV. Although she knew what kind of person Lu Qin was, she did not have any thoughts about Lu Qin. However, Lu Qin was a big star. Out of curiosity and the needs of work, after sitting down, Wang Yan tried to find some topics to talk to him. After all, the two would be in the United States for a few days. They could establish a good relationship and get along well. After chatting, Lu Yan found that Lu Qin did not have the slightest air of a big star. He was almost like an ordinary boy next door, so the two sides quickly became familiar. Wang Yan is very eloquent and likes to travel. She is very knowledgeable. She talked to Lu Qin about the interesting things and food she encountered on her journey, which made Lu Qin listen with relish. Of course, Lu Qin doesn't have any thoughts about Wang Yan. Although the latter is mature and beautiful, there is no shortage of beautiful women in the entertainment circle. Naturally, he can look at her indifferently, but chatting with her is also a very pleasant thing. After the plane took off, the two chatted for an hour and called each other sister and brother. Wang Yan talked to Lu Qin about interesting travel stories, and Lu Qin told her some anecdotes in the circle. The two sides interact. Then Wang Yan asked curiously, Lu Qin, how much money can a star like you make in a year? She added, it doesn't matter if you don't say, I just want to know a little bit. In fact, domestic and international stars have income rankings, but this kind of list is usually nonsense because there are many hidden rich people, and the income of stars is very complicated. In addition to performance pay, there are advertising endorsements, program production, publicity activities, and so on. Some stars even have to eat with others to earn money. Lu Qin thought about it and replied, 1 or 200 million. In fact, his income from all aspects last year and this year added up to at least 7 or 800 million, not including the shares of several companies, but there is no need to shake it all out. 1 or 200 million, Wang Yan couldn't help but say, if I make that much money, I will retire directly and travel around the world. Lu Qin smiled and said, if you really make that much money, maybe you won't think that way. Wang Yan shook her head, I am different from you stars. I don't have high requirements for life. In fact, I have already thought about it. No matter how much money I make, I will retire at the age of 40. Lu Qin's heart moved and said, Sister Yan, come to our company, maybe you can retire a few years earlier. Lu Shi told him that Wang Yan is a very good financial and business talent. Although Qinfei Media is a company in the entertainment industry, Lu Qin's industry is not limited to the entertainment industry. So if possible, let him rope in more people in the United States and see if he can poach Wang Yan. Wang Yan pursed her lips and smiled, I'll think about it. She was really a little tempted. Lu Qin himself could earn 1 or 200 million yuan. How bad could the company he owned be? Qinfei Media was very famous in the industry. Lu Qin didn't force it. It was enough for him to make it clear. He changed the topic and talked about something else. After a long flight, the Boeing 798 finally entered the United States. The flight took off from Beijing, passed through Russian territory, entered Canada, and finally went to New York in the United States. It arrived at 8:35 p.m. on time. They would arrive at their destination in 2 to 3 hours. It was dinner time, and the air stewardess had delivered a sumptuous dinner. Lu Chen had just slept for 2 hours. After waking up, he finished his dinner in high spirits. Then, he asked the flight attendant for 2 cups of black tea and continued to chat with Wang Yan. But this time, they talked about business, mainly involving Lu Chen's 10% shares in the crowdfunding website. 90% of the shares of the crowdfunding website were originally in the hands of Li Mushi, or more accurately, the Li family. As the founder, Lu Chen only retained 10% of the non-dilutable founder's shares. Later, Li Mushi sold a small part of the shares to deal with the financial problems encountered in the process of website expansion. Because Lu Chen has long been involved in the company's operation, he has always maintained a detached attitude. However, if the crowdfunding website wants to be listed on Nasdaq in the United States, it is impossible for Li Mushi to retain more than 50% of the high proportion of shares. It is necessary to sell more shares and introduce investments from various parties. And these investments, of course, are dominated by U.S. capital, which is part of the rules of the game. To seek a successful listing, Li Mushi's shares need to be reduced by a large part, and Lu Chen's 10% of the founder's shares can't all be held in his hands, so he needs to go to the United States. Li Mushi will certainly not deliberately pit Lu Chen, but if Lu Chen wants to ensure that his own interests are not damaged, then in this equity negotiation, he needs a professional like Wang Yan to come forward. Wang Yan admires Lu Chen very much. She thinks that the crowdfunding website is a very genius business model. So many business elites didn't expect it, but it was created by him, a musician. It's really a bit incredible. She also feels sorry for Lu Chen. If he hadn't given up so many shares, once the crowdfunding website was successfully listed on Nasdaq in the United States, Lu Chen would immediately join the ranks of the domestic rich list. In this regard, Lu Chen just smiled. He has the memory wealth of a world and countless business ideas. It is really not difficult to make money, but that is not the career he wants to pursue. He likes singing, music, making TV and movies, and likes the love and support of his fans. Bang! While chatting with Wang Yan, Lu Chen suddenly heard a sound similar to the sound of a champagne bottle cork being opened. Then, from the economy class in the back, came one after another screams. Something happened, an ominous feeling suddenly welled up in Lu Chen's heart, and he suddenly stood up. Not only Lu Chen, but Wang Yan sitting next to him and other passengers in business class also realized that the situation was not right. Some stood up like Lu Chen, and some sat in their seats and turned their heads to look around in horror. Gunshots. I heard gunshots. Someone said in a trembling voice in English, "Oh my God. There are more than 400 passengers on this flight, and the plane is flying at an altitude of 30,000 feet. Once an accident occurs, it is likely to result in the destruction of the plane and the death of the passengers." His words made the passengers in business class despair. It's not a hijacking, is it? A Jinmei stewardess, who was in business class, looked pale and said calmly, "Please sit down and fasten your seat belts, our crew." Bang! Another gunshot rang out. And this time, the gunshot was much clearer than before. This time, there were screams of horror in business class. Lu Chen quickly leaned down and said to Wang Yan, "Sister Yan, you protect yourself here, I will go and have a look." Wang Yan suddenly turned pale with fright. Lu Chen, without waiting for her to dissuade him, Lu Chen had already turned around and rushed toward the economy class. He needs to know what happened over there. He doesn't want to passively sit and wait, his fate must be in his own hands. Almost in a breath, Lu Chen rushed through the door between the 2 cabins and rushed into the economy class. He saw at a glance that in the middle of the economy class, a burly man holding a pistol was shouting at the passengers on the right seat. There was also a man in a suit lying on the aisle, and the other passengers were all holding their heads, shrinking in their seats, shivering like frightened quails. The scene he saw when he rushed into the economy class made Lu Chen realize that something big had happened. The burly foreign man was holding a real gun. The 2 gunshots he heard just now were also real, and they had caused casualties. Lu Chen's first feeling was that it was incredible, because domestic airport security was notoriously strict around the world. International flights needed to undergo double security checks, and Beijing International Airport's facilities were even more top-notch. So how could a real gun be brought onto the plane? Secondly, the state of the man with the gun was not right. He was waving the gun to threaten the passengers. He actually wanted the other party to open the innermost safety door. Lu Chen's English was still very good, so he was sure that he didn't hear wrong. If this was a hijacking, then there was a problem with the common sense of the hijacker. When the plane was flying in the air, the safety door couldn't be opened. In addition to being locked, there was also the problem of the difference in air pressure between the inside and outside. Even if it was really opened, did he want to jump out from the inside, or did he want to take all the passengers on the plane down with him? The man with the gun was extremely manic. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were red. Under the threat of his gun, the passenger was scared out of his wits. He cried subconsciously, don't kill me." Seeing such a situation, Lu Chen's mind turned. He didn't have time to think about the strangeness of it, so he sped up and rushed to the man with the gun. Lu Chen's move was undoubtedly very dangerous. He was unarmed, and the other party was holding a gun. No matter how good his skills were, he couldn't stop a bullet. But Lu Chen had no other choice. He was saving himself by saving people. Once the plane had an accident, no one would survive. The huge sense of crisis made Lu Chen's body secrete a lot of adrenaline. He became extremely calm, and his speed completely exceeded his usual limit. In the blink of an eye, he rushed a distance of more than 10 meters and approached the man with the gun. However, although the man with the gun had lost control of his emotions, he had an instinctive vigilance. He was almost aware of the approaching danger in an instant. Without thinking, he turned around and pulled the trigger at Lu Chen. Bang! The third shot. The shot was so sudden, and the man with the gun did not hesitate at all. However, Lu Chen was already prepared. The moment he saw the opponent turn around and raise his arm, he abruptly dove forward, narrowly avoiding the incoming bullet. At this moment, Lu Chen had never felt so close to death. In the next moment, he landed on the ground and rolled half a circle forward. Immediately after, he pushed himself off the ground with his hands and leaped up. Both of his legs flew out at the same time, kicking fiercely towards the spear-wielding man from below. This movement was incredible. Lu Chen's left hand was on the floor of the cabin, and his body was already in the air. His right leg was extended straight up for a high kick, and his left leg was half bent. It was a little like a rabbit kicking an eagle, but the difficulty was much higher. The spear-wielding man's first shot at Lu Chen missed. He was obviously stunned. Just as he was about to aim again, Lu Chen's right foot had already heavily kicked his wrist. The power of this kick was so fierce that only a gotcha sound was heard. The spear-wielding man's wrist was abruptly broken. The pistol that was originally tightly held flew out of his hand and fell on the shoulder of a passenger a few meters away. At this moment, the economy class was once again filled with screams and cries. "I'm going to kill you." The spear-wielding man had lost his weapon and his right hand, but he was still very fierce. The intense pain made him fall into complete madness. He opened his arms and fiercely pounced towards Lu Chen, who was still on the ground. However, without a lethal weapon, why would Lu Chen give the opponent a chance to counterattack? Seeing the man's burly body pounce on him, he, who was half lying on the floor, immediately raised his leg and gave another heavy kick. This was the real a rabbit kicking an eagle. Bang! His legs heavily kicked the burly man's lower abdomen and suddenly kicked him out. Lu Chen took the opportunity to jump up and his heart was calm. The burly man was also amazing. His physical fitness was excellent. After being kicked in the abdomen by Lu Chen, he was still able to struggle to get up. Like a wounded beast, he let out a low growl and persevered and pounced at Lu Chen again. He waved his intact left hand and punched at Lu Chen. This punch was undoubtedly a great threat to ordinary people, but it was far from enough to deal with Lu Chen. Lu Chen nimbly dodged sideways and a beautiful right hook fiercely hit the opponent's jaw. Then, he raised his right leg like lightning and kicked the burly man's abdomen again. Under the heavy blows, the burly man finally couldn't hold on and his head fell to the ground. This time, he completely lost the ability to resist and fainted on the spot. "It's over." Lu Chen couldn't help but take a long breath, but he didn't relax. He immediately rushed over and pulled out the burly man's belt, then turned him over and tied his hands with the belt. After confirming that the murderer had been subdued, Lu Chen stood up again and said loudly, "Everyone is safe." Because most of the passengers on this flight were foreigners, he shouted in English. The fight between Lu Chen and the burly man ended so quickly that many of the frightened passengers didn't immediately react. After a while, they confirmed that they were really safe. Then the whole cabin exploded. Some people cried loudly, some thanked God for their blessings, some applauded Lu Chen for subduing the murderer, and some took out their mobile phones to film. It was chaos inside. Several frightened flight attendants ran over. They maintained order while treating the people who fell to the ground. A total of 2 people were injured and fell to the ground. One of them was just knocked out by the burly man, but the other person was shot in the abdomen and was bleeding. The situation was quite critical. Lu Chen didn't stay idle. He borrowed ropes from other passengers and tied the burly man firmly. The process of the fight just now told Lu Chen that the man was definitely not an ordinary person. He was able to defeat the man completely because of a surprise attack. There was a lot of luck involved. So even if the man was unconscious, he didn't dare to be careless. Several passengers volunteered to help Lu Chen tie up the man and also kicked the man a few times to vent their anger. Almost all the people on the plane were buried with him. After solving the culprit, Lu Chen helped the flight attendants treat the wounded who were shot. Through a conversation with the flight attendants, he learned that the wounded person was a plainclothes air police officer on the flight. He was attacked in the process of stopping the burly man's murder. The pistol was the air police's gun. One of Lu Chen's big questions was solved. The air police's gun and bullets were specially made. The power was much weaker than ordinary pistols. It couldn't penetrate the cabin wall of the plane, but the lethality to people at close range was not low. The air police officer was seriously injured. Whether he could survive in the end, it really depended on their God's blessing. But more than 400 other passengers and crew members, including Lu Chen, could continue to live well. This was more important than anything. Flight UD-725 failed to reach New York and landed at the nearest Air Force base. When a dangerous situation occurred in the economy class, the captain immediately activated the anti-hijacking plan, alerted the air traffic control, and switched the plane from autopilot mode to manual control, preparing for a forced landing. For the sake of safety, an intercontinental aircraft like the Boeing 798 has high-definition cameras inside and outside the cabin. The captain can observe the situation inside the cabin at any time. Although the murderer was subdued by Lu Chen, the alarm has already been issued, so it must be dealt with in accordance with the prescribed procedures. Therefore, the plane made an emergency landing at a military airport owned by the U.S. Air Force. When the plane landed, Lu Chen returned to his seat. He received extraordinary treatment. Zhen Mei's flight attendants took turns to give him free tea and snacks. When the other passengers in the business class understood what happened, they shook hands with Lu Chen and expressed their gratitude and admiration to Lu Chen. Among them, 3 beautiful flight attendants secretly gave Lu Chen a note with a phone number on it. Wang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "You are now a hero." She was still a bit shaken. When the shooting happened, Wang Yan was really scared. She had seen the news of hijacking and air crashes on TV before, but she never thought that the same thing would happen on her own flight. Things that seemed so far away before, only when she experienced it personally did she know how terrifying it was. What made her feel even more incredible was that in such a dangerous situation, Lu Chen actually rushed over. This simply subverted Wang Yan's worldview. Lu Chen was very young, very handsome, and a well-known idol in the country. He also had a heavenly queen-level girlfriend. He could earn 1 or 200 million a year, which could be described as having a bright future. The richer one is, the more afraid they are of death. However, in a critical moment, Lu Chen disregarded his own safety and went to deal with an armed murderer with his bare hands. What kind of courage does this require? Wang Yan didn't think that Lu Chen was a brainless and reckless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have his current identity and status. What drove him to do this? Was it passion, or was it courage? Wang Yan couldn't guess Lu Chen's thoughts at that time. She could only sigh in admiration. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm not a hero. If something happens on the plane, I won't be able to escape." Wang Yan shook her head. How could it be so simple? During the conversation, the Boeing 798 landed steadily on the airport and entered the ground taxiing stage. The sky was already bright. There was a difference of more than 10 hours between the United States and China, so the morning flight from Beijing International Airport would still arrive in the morning. A faint morning mist shrouded the land. Through the porthole, he could see vehicles with flashing lights parked beside the runway outside. There were police cars, fire trucks, ambulances, anti-riot vehicles, and so on. It was exactly a scene from an American blockbuster. Some of the more reckless Americans took pictures with their phones. Now that they were safe, everything that had happened before was undoubtedly a very exciting experience for them. After taking a photo, he could go back and brag about it. When the plane stopped, the hatch opened, and immediately a team of heavily armed SWAT officers rushed in and quickly took control of the entire plane along with more than 400 passengers on board. This was the basic procedure for anti-hijacking and terrorist attacks. The seriously injured air marshal was sent to first aid. The pistol, as the most important evidence, was taken away by the SWAT officers. Then the passengers were arranged to get off the plane in an orderly manner. Moreover, under their strict control, carry-on luggage couldn't be taken away for search, and all the passengers' mobile phones were confiscated. Although the passengers were treated rather rudely, no one complained. They were already extremely lucky to have survived such a terrible disaster. Lu Chen and Wang Yan also got off the plane, but Lu Chen received different treatment from ordinary passengers. He was politely invited to an office in the airport by a policeman wearing a black bulletproof vest. In this office, Lu Chen was questioned by a middle-aged man who claimed to be an FBA officer, mainly to understand what happened at the time. Because he stopped the murderer in time, the FBA man was very polite, but the content of his inquiry was extremely detailed, including Lu Chen's identity, family, purpose of going to the United States, and so on. Lu Chen sipped the hot coffee and answered all the questions very cooperatively. The questioning lasted for more than an hour before the FBA man was finally satisfied. Mr. Lu Chen, he got up and extended his hand to Lu Chen and said, "On behalf of the United States of America, I sincerely thank you for your heroic behavior, and thank you for your cooperation." Lu Chen shook hands with him and said, "Thank you." The FBA man continued, "In addition, please keep in touch with us at all times. Without our permission, please do not leave the United States for the time being." This was a little helpless, but opposition was certainly invalid. Lu Chen didn't want to make trouble for himself. "Okay, I understand." A smile appeared on the FBA man's stiff and serious face. "Welcome to the United States." This welcome ceremony was a bit too big. Lu Chen didn't have the strength to complain, so he could only nod and smile. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can I call my family?" His phone was also taken away. The FBA man hesitated for a moment, but he still made an exception and allowed Lu Chen to use the phone in the office. Lu Chen first called Chen Fei-er. Of course, Chen Fei-er didn't know what had happened on the UD-725 flight. She thought that Lu Chen had already arrived in New York, and wondered why Lu Chen didn't use his own phone to make the call. Considering that Chen Fei-er would know the truth sooner or later, Lu Chen didn't hide it and told her everything. After listening to it, Chen Fei-er was stunned for a long time, then she sobbed and said that she wanted to fly over immediately to accompany him. She almost lost Lu Chen. Lu Chen could only comfort her, saying that he was fine. After a long time, he finally calmed his girlfriend down. Then Lu Chen told Lu Xi that he was safe and told his sister to tell his mother that before the news came out, the company should keep quiet for the time being. As a result, Lu Xi also said that she wanted to fly to the United States. Lu Chen could only comfort her again. His international long-distance call lasted for nearly an hour. After that, Lu Chen and Wang Yan were able to meet again and get their luggage. But their phones could only be returned in New York. Xinmei Airlines sent 2 new planes to transport the stranded passengers to New York. The original Boeing 798 had to go through a strict safety inspection before it could fly again. After such a torment, when Lu Chen arrived in New York, it was already noon in the United States. The news of the UD-725 flight accident had already exploded in the media. The United States was undoubtedly the most powerful country in the world. Its economic and military strength was the best in the world. However, since the end of World War II, Uncle Sam, whose national power had been expanding, had become more and more fond of playing the role of the world's policeman, which had attracted too much hatred for them. Since the beginning of the 21st century, with the increasing complexity of the international situation, the domestic security situation of the United States had been severely challenged. Several sensational terrorist attacks made the American people feel pain in their bones. On July 15, 2012, a flight from San Francisco to New York was hijacked and crashed in Missouri. All 257 passengers and 12 crew members on board were killed, shocking the entire world. On December 24, 2014, on Christmas Eve, a Boeing 737 from Houston to Los Angeles exploded and made an emergency landing. 105 passengers were killed, and 27 passengers were seriously injured. This once again stung the hearts of the Americans. After an investigation, it was found that someone had planted a timed plastic bomb on the plane. The bloody lessons made the Americans extremely sensitive to aviation safety. The United States had the largest number of civil aircraft in the world, carrying more than 1 billion air passengers every year. On average, every American took 3 flights a year. Because of this, the news of the suspected hijacking of Flight UD-725 could not be hidden for long. The resourceful American media quickly received a tip-off from an informant, which was then immediately broadcasted by the largest television station in the United States, CNK. Due to the sensitive nature of aviation safety, coupled with the fact that the hijacked Flight UD-725 was an international flight, and the model was Boeing's latest 798 Dreamliner, with more than 400 passengers on board, it was truly a major incident. It could be imagined that if the plane had an accident, it was likely to be the worst aviation accident in the history of the United States. The news that was not completely confirmed spread on the internet like a plague. The unscrupulous media swarmed like flies smelling blood. The phone of the Federal Aviation Administration was inundated, and the website of Xianxia Airlines was directly paralyzed. Then, all kinds of rumors appeared in the media. Some said that the plane might have crashed, and the government blocked the news. Some said that there was no crash, but it had been hijacked and was in negotiations. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. Under such circumstances, in order to avoid causing panic among the public, the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, held a press conference and revealed some accurate information. Flight UD-725 encountered an accident on the way to New York, but the situation was quickly and effectively controlled. One crew member was injured, and the plane had safely landed at an Air Force base. All the passengers were safe and sound. The FAA officials further revealed that 439 passengers and 17 crew members would take 2 planes provided by Xianxia Airlines and were expected to return to New York at noon. The FAA's response was undoubtedly very fast, and it promptly calmed the public's panic and dispelled many irresponsible rumors. However, the media was not willing to give up. They could not dig out more information from the FAA, so they immediately turned their attention to the passengers returning to New York. New York's media outlets, television stations, newspapers, magazines, and news websites swarmed to New York International Airport in an attempt to dig up first-hand information from the passengers of Flight UD-725. It was under such circumstances that Luchin took a transfer flight from Xianxia Airlines to New York. Luchin was treated like a hero on the plane. He was first recognized by several passengers, and then all the passengers applauded and cheered for him, and the stewardesses were even more enthusiastic. During the ensuing flight of more than an hour, Luchin had no time to rest. When he was about to arrive in New York, all the temporarily detained communication tools of all the passengers, including him, were returned. As soon as the plane landed, Luchin called Xianxia. "Thank God. You're fine." Xianxia was relieved when she received the call. "You have no idea how worried I was for the past few hours." She only found out that Luchin's flight had an accident when she saw the news on CNK. She was really worried at the time. Fortunately, Xianxia called in time to inform Luchin that he was safe and sound. Now that she heard Luchin's voice, Xianxia's heart was finally at ease. If Luchin had really met with an accident, she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. She was the one who called Luchin more than a dozen times, forcing Luchin to fly to the United States at this time. No one could have predicted that a flight accident would happen, but if it was not for her, there would not have been a problem. "Thank God Luchin was fine," Luchin said with a smile, "it's just a little accident." "Where are you?" Xianxia said, "I'm at the New York International Airport. There are a lot of people here now. I guess all the reporters in New York have come. I can only wait for you outside the exit of the flight." The voice on her phone was very noisy. The airport was really chaotic. In fact, it was obvious that, except for the media reporters who wanted to see the world in chaos, the relatives and friends of the passengers who could come must have come. Only when they encountered such a big event did they know the value of life. After chatting with Li Mushi for a while, the plane had stopped and the captain reminded the passengers to get off the plane through the radio. He finally said, "I believe that God is with us. He has sent us a real hero. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chen. Good luck to everyone." There was a sudden warm applause and whistles in the plane. All of them were for Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled to express his gratitude. He turned his head and saw that Wang Yan, who was sitting next to him, had just put away her mobile phone. The latter's face was full of tears. Noticing Lu Chen's concerned gaze, she was very embarrassed and wiped her tears. She said, "I just called my mother. She was crying very hard and asked me to go back immediately." There is also news in China. With such a big event, as soon as the news came out in the United States, it would definitely be known in China. One could imagine how anxious the family members of the passengers who took the UD-725 flight were. Most of the passengers on the UD-725 flight were foreigners, mainly Americans returning to China, but there were also Chinese and Chinese. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. "If you want to go back, I will ask someone to book you the next flight." Under such circumstances, he couldn't force Wang Yan to continue working for him. "No need," but Wang Yan shook her head and said firmly, "I'm fine. I will persuade my family. You don't have to worry. Everything will go according to the original plan." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Now he couldn't follow the planned itinerary. He originally planned to stay in the United States for 4 or 5 days, but now he estimated that 10 days might not even be enough. To leave the country and return to China, he first needed the consent of the FBI, but since he was already here, he had to adapt to the situation. "Let's go." Outside the exit of the B3 passenger passage at New York International Airport, there was already a sea of people. Many reporters carrying long and short cameras were mixed in the crowd, and there were also TV reporters broadcasting live, making the entire hall seem chaotic. Most of them were people who were anxiously waiting for the safe return of their relatives and friends. They included the elderly, children, and pregnant women with big bellies. Some were holding signs with their names written on them, and some were holding flowers. A large number of security personnel were arranged at the airport to maintain order, and there were also heavily armed police officers at the scene. When the first batch of passengers of flight UD-725 walked out of the passage, the crowd outside suddenly burst into loud cheers and shouts. The reporters desperately squeezed through the crowd, and the clicking sound of camera shutters accompanied by the flashes of lights could be heard one after another. Family reunion and friends and relatives seeing each other was undoubtedly the most touching moment. Many people shed tears. After experiencing the thrilling moment on the flight, they understood the value of life. This was also the moment for reporters to show their skills. Lu Chen and Wang Yan were also stopped by a reporter, but Lu Chen pretended not to understand English and waved his hand to refuse the other party's interview. He quickly squeezed through the crowd with Wang Yan and went outside. The reporter holding the microphone shrugged and didn't care too much. He turned to look for a new target. He certainly didn't know what he had missed. "Lu Chen." A shout full of surprise let Lu Chen smoothly find Li Mushi, who came to greet him. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sister Mushi." After not seeing each other for a while, Li Mushi's figure was a little slimmer. Her skin was tanned a lot in the United States, but it looked healthier. She was wearing a white and green floral dress, which was very feminine. Li Mushi quickly stepped forward, opened her arms and gave him a big hug. This hug was quite erotic, which made Lu Chen a little embarrassed. Li Mushi let go of her hand, clenched her fist and hit him on the chest. "You really scared me." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Aren't I fine now?" Li Mushi shook her head and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the hotel first." Li Mushi drove over in person. A white four-door Maserati coupe, carrying Lu Chen and Wang Yan to Manhattan, New York. Manhattan was the most densely populated of the 5 boroughs of New York City, about the size of New York County. It was surrounded by the East River, the Hudson River, and the Harlem River. It also included some small islands and an enclave on the mainland. This area, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was described as the economic and cultural center of the entire United States. It was also the location of the headquarters of the United Nations. Wall Street in Lower Manhattan had the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. In addition, its real estate market is also the most expensive in the world, and many multinational companies have set up their headquarters here. Li Mushi booked a Hilton hotel in the center of Manhattan for Lu Qin. She booked a long-term business suite in this hotel and sat in command of the battle of the online crowdfunding listing on NASDAQ. For a young China internet company like the online crowdfunding, although it has shown good development prospects and profitability, if it wants to be listed on NASDAQ, it has to go through many games and give up part of the benefits to get what it wants. The elites of Wall Street are absolutely the kind of people who eat people without spitting out the bones. Li Mushi has been in New York for some time, and now she has made a breakthrough. Otherwise, she would not have brought Lu Qin to the United States. Are you satisfied with this room? After entering the door, Li Mushi said, if you are not satisfied, we can change it. Lu Qin said with a smile, what's not satisfied? It's already very good here. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Mushi. Lu Qin used to live in a 10-square-meter basement for a year or two. Now he lives in a 5-star hotel in Manhattan. What can he be dissatisfied with? He doesn't have that kind of celebrity disease. What trouble? Li Mushi waved her hand and said, you rest first and get rid of the jet lag. I'll invite you to dinner in the evening. Lu Qin didn't treat her as an outsider, okay? Li Mushi nodded. She suddenly hugged Lu Qin and kissed Lu Qin on the face. Lu Qin was stunned. Li Mushi giggled and said, don't think too much. I just want to kiss you. I find you very cute. After that, she turned and left, closing the door. Lu Qin touched his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He took out his cell phone and called Chen Feier first. After telling his lover and family that he was safe again, he went to the bathroom to take a good bath, then lay down on the bed in the bedroom and soon fell asleep. At the same time that Lu Qin fell asleep, the news and online media circles in the United States could be described as turbulent. After the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, held a press conference on Flight UD-725, the sensitivity of related news had dropped to a lower level. After all, there was no terrorist attack or plane crash. Only one crew member was injured, and all the passengers returned safely. No matter how big the incident was, it was very limited. However, the media reporters, through on-site interviews at the airport, learned that there was a shooting incident on the flight. The real situation was not as simple as it seemed. What interested the reporters the most was the hero that every passenger was talking about. The hero who stood up and stopped the murderer at the critical moment, and it was a Chinese man. Many details of the incident were exposed, and the public finally knew how dangerous the situation was. An irrational madman robbed the air marshal's pistol, injured the air marshal, and threatened the passengers to open the safety door. If it weren't for this hero who acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Unfortunately, all the passengers could not provide photos or video information. Their mobile phones and cameras were confiscated by the FBI. Even if they were bold enough to take some photos at the time, they were all cleaned up. Everyone was in a different position, so the details were different, and some were even contradictory. For the media, only the narratives of the people involved were obviously lacking enough authenticity and intuition. Who was this hero? What did he look like? How did he stop the murderer at the time? It was difficult to clearly describe. There was also the murderer. Of course, the FAA and the FBI definitely had the most detailed information, but it was basically impossible to get photos and videos from these two. Just as the media reporters were at their wits' end, hoping to dig out more truth, the largest social media network in the United States, Audiobook, actually posted a secretly recorded video of the incident of Flight UD-725. This 3-minute video instantly shocked the entire internet, and at the same time, it was like a treasure to the media. Adams was a freelance geek. Like most other geeks, he regarded innovation, technology, and fashion as the meaning of his life. He was willing to make his own contribution to the modern electronic society and culture. In early October, he was invited by a Fortune 500 internet company to participate in a geek convention held in the capital of China. Then he spent several days in Beijing, visiting famous tourist attractions such as the Forbidden City and the Great Wall. After he was done, Adams booked a ticket to return to the United States on Jinmei Airlines. He still had a geek party to attend in New York, so he took flight UD 725. At the time of the accident, Adams was sitting in the 7th row of the economy class, near the aisle seat. When he realized that something was wrong, he immediately took out the Selfie Go sports camera that he carried with him, crouched in his seat, and secretly took photos. In fact, Adams was not the only one who secretly took photos in the economy class. Many passengers also turned on the camera on their mobile phones, but they were not as lucky as Adams. First of all, the Go sports camera that Adams used was a high-end product. Not only did it have high pixels, but it also came with optical zoom and triple optical anti-shake function. Therefore, the quality of the video he secretly took was far superior to that of a mobile phone. He was also very courageous. When the burly man fired, he still risked his life to continue filming, so he captured the most complete process of the entire incident. After the secretly filming was completed, Adams quietly copied the video stored in the camera to the USB drive, and then he stuffed the USB drive into his sneakers. The facts proved Adams's cleverness. After the plane made an emergency landing, all the electronic devices of the passengers were confiscated by the FBI, including Adams' Go sports camera. When he got back his camera, the memory card in it was actually replaced with a new one, and the capacity was doubled. The reason was very simple. Adams recorded the scene, and it was not safe to just delete the video. There was a possibility that the technology could recover it, so the FBI simply replaced the original. On the surface, of course, Adams scolded the FBI, but after getting off the plane, he immediately returned to his residence in New York, simply edited the video stored in the USB drive, and uploaded it to his Audiobook account. The video was labeled UD 725, Jinmei Airlines, Hero, Truth, etc. Audiobook was the largest social network in the United States and the world, with more than 1.5 billion registered users. It was also the world's largest photo and video sharing website, with more than 500 million photos uploaded by users every day. At the moment, the biggest hot topic on Audiobook was undoubtedly the UD 725 incident. This was also the place where all kinds of rumors took place. Before the FAA's official statement was announced, countless news and rumors had already spread on Audiobook, causing people to panic. After the FAA held a press conference, the heat of the incident dropped significantly. After all, there was no hijacking or terrorist attack, so everyone paid less attention to it. But UD 725 was undoubtedly the most popular search term on Audiobook today. Therefore, when Adams' high-definition video of the scene was uploaded for only half a minute, someone immediately noticed it and forwarded it. Then, like a plague, it spread on Audiobook. The number of clicks and reposts reached a terrifying level. It only took 10 minutes for it to reach the trending list on the homepage of Audiobook. This video caused a great sensation in the Audiobook circle. Countless media reporters heard the news and rushed to download it. At the same time, they desperately tried to contact Adams. When many Audiobook users saw this video for the first time, they first doubted its authenticity. Because as a candid video, Adams shot it too well. Whether it was clarity, stability, or shooting angle, it was close to professional standards. It gave people the feeling that it was a posed shot. Moreover, the content of the video was also very shocking, especially the process of Liu Chen rushing toward the armed man. The scene of the latter shooting at Liu Chen was simply breathtaking. In such a dangerous situation, Liu Chen completed an incredible counterattack, knocking down the armed man with lightning speed, thus saving flight UD 725 and more than 400 passengers on the plane. Is this real? Could it be a prank made by some cameraman himself? Fuck, is this a clip from a movie? Don't try to fool me. It's too clear. Student Adams, please use some thought. Wouldn't it be more realistic if it's blurred? OMG, is it real or fake? This hero is from China? This doesn't make sense. Go eat sh*t. It's too fake. Whoever believes it is an idiot. I don't believe it either. However, these doubts and abusive comments were quickly slapped in the face. Because soon, media reporters confirmed through interviews with the passengers of the flight that the video was completely real. It was definitely not a staged shot or a scene from a certain movie or TV show. Then, the resourceful CNK bought the copyright of the video from Adams at a high price and broadcast it on their news channel immediately. CNK was the largest TV station in the United States, and its news program was broadcast in more than 30 countries around the world. Its influence was undoubtedly very great. Therefore, when this video news was released, it not only caused a sensation in the United States but also had a certain impact around the world. It was rebroadcast by many authorized TV stations. As the initiator, Adams' personal circle in Audiobook was full of people. While everyone praised him for his courage and means, they were all asking who the hero in this video was. Adams responded quickly, saying that he did not know the name and nationality of the protagonist. He judged that it should be a Chinese sitting in business class. The specific situation was probably only known by the FAA and the FBI. In fact, at this time, the FAA and the FBI were very embarrassed. The former had just announced that the incident was not serious, but the leaked video proved that their definition of the word serious had serious problems. The FBI's negligence allowed Adams to take advantage of the loophole, which was also a big loss of face. However, the two of them could do nothing. After all, this did not involve national security. It was completely an accident, and they could not punish Adams according to the relevant regulations. Moreover, the secretly filmed video had been spread all over the world. It would be a waste of effort to cover it up. Under the pressure of public opinion, the FAA and the FBI had no choice but to announce again that they would release the results of the investigation as soon as possible to give an explanation to all the people who were concerned about this incident. But the media was too lazy to pay attention to the FAA and the FBI. Like the people of the United States, they were most concerned about, who was this hero from China? Who was this hero from China? The FAA and the FBI definitely had accurate intelligence, but the US media would not target these two bureaucracies because they were too familiar with their behavior. Asking them would be a waste of time. Therefore, Xianxia Airlines was severely harassed, and the crew members of Flight UD-725 were also affected. However, Xianxia Airlines also had their own principles. They were determined not to disclose the information of their passengers. As for the flight attendants on this flight, they also had limited information. Xianxia Airlines also issued a gag order to the flight attendants. Before the federal agency's investigation was completed, they were not allowed to disclose any information to the public. After all, they did not dare to offend the FAA. Some other media focused their attention on the video itself and invited professionals to analyze it. They really did analyze a lot of things. Combined with the interviews of the passengers on the scene, plus the video that lasted 3 minutes and 7 seconds, CNK first restored the entire incident. First, at 4:15 a.m., a passenger sitting in the middle seat of the 15th row of the economy class, who was the suspect, suddenly attacked the passenger next to him for no reason. The passenger who was attacked instinctively screamed for help, so a plainclothes air police sitting in the second row of the economy class immediately got up and stopped the suspect. However, the plainclothes air police underestimated the strength of the suspect and was knocked out by the latter. Under such circumstances, a second plainclothes air police officer stood up to rescue his companion and pulled out his gun. After many attacks and terrorist accidents, international flights in the United States were now equipped with 2 specially trained plainclothes air police officers, one of whom carried a gun. Although the air police's gun was specially made and bullets could not penetrate the cabin wall, it would still pose a fatal threat to the passengers on the plane at close range. Therefore, even though the plainclothes air police officer pulled out his gun, he did not think of immediately shooting the suspect. As a result, he was tragically killed. The suspect's skills and reflexes were very strong. In an instant, he grabbed the air police's pistol and seriously injured the latter with one shot. Then, he fired to scare off several passengers who tried to attack. Then, he threatened the passenger sitting next to the safety door to open it. It was at this moment that the hero from China appeared and took down the suspect in a matter of seconds, saving everyone on Flight UD-725. In CNK's news program, the expert first explained to everyone that the plane's safety door could not be opened while it was in flight, so the suspect's purpose was obviously not to hijack the plane. It seemed that he had a mental problem. Based on the suspect's strong performance, He suspected that the man was a specially trained police officer or soldier who suffered from some kind of mental illness, and it was because of the illness that he acted out. And it was precisely this kind of person who was very dangerous. Although the safety door could not be opened, and the pistol he snatched could not penetrate the cabin wall, it still posed a great threat to flight safety. Based on the situation at that time, if not for this hero's intervention, the heavily injured air marshal would not have survived, and the passengers who were forced to open the safety door would not have been able to escape. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if the plane lands safely, the expert said in an unquestionable tone, it's impossible that only one person was injured. With the video, the truth, the evidence, and the analysis, Xianxia's report had created a new viewership record. As for Audiobook, there was no need to mention it. Countless people were discussing it in full swing. The modern internet was terrifying, but it was also extremely efficient. Countless secrets were often easily exposed on the internet. With the evidence of the crime scene, the suspect was the first to be identified. The suspect's name was Wolf Cook, 32 years old. He was a former member of the U.S. Marine Corps. He had carried out many missions overseas and retired due to injuries in 2015. People who claimed to be Wolf's friend revealed that he suffered from PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD was a psychological disease often suffered by U.S. veterans. According to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, 22 veterans died of suicide in the United States every day, which was equivalent to a veteran committing suicide every 65 minutes. The total number of veterans who committed suicide each year was more than 8,000, which was equivalent to almost 20% of all suicides in the United States. PTSD was one of the biggest culprits of these tragedies. Wolf's symptoms were not particularly serious, and he was actively receiving treatment. In order to better ease his mood, he chose to travel, and the nearest stop was to China. His abnormal reaction on flight UD-725 was most likely the result of a sudden outbreak of PTSD. The truth was revealed bit by bit. Lu Chen's true identity was not hidden for too long, but it was not his friend who was exposed. Modern news spread extremely fast. Flight UD-725 was a flight from Beijing to New York. Although most of the passengers on this flight were Americans, there were also Chinese. Therefore, as soon as something happened here, the domestic news media quickly reported on it. The Singapore news agency's New York branch office and the Central Television's New York press station immediately sent reporters to the New York International Airport for on-site interviews. They also contacted the FAA spokesperson for a phone interview and passed the news of the local media back to China in a timely manner. In fact, at this time, except for a few people, no one knew that Lu Chen was on flight UD-725. Lu Chen's trip to the United States was very low-key. He did not mention it on Xianxia Media's official V and his own blog. But when the secretly filmed video appeared on Audiobook, the situation was completely different. Although Lu Chen did not have much influence in the United States, and few Americans knew him, there were always overseas Chinese or students who watched his movies and TV series and listened to the pop songs he created. Therefore, someone recognized Lu Chen at that time, but they were not sure, so they downloaded the video and put it on a domestic website for people to identify and analyze. Many of Lu Chen's fans were dumbfounded after watching the video. Isn't this Lu Chen? Therefore, the domestic media also exploded. The same video spread rapidly on Wave's blogs, forums, Tieba, and QQ groups, and then Xianxia Media's phone was blown up. If it weren't for the wrong time, it was estimated that a large number of reporters would have directly blocked the door. Under such circumstances, at 7:30 a.m. Beijing time on the 17th, and 19:30 a.m. New York time on the 16th, Xianxia Media released an official statement on Wave's blog. The hero who saved flight UD-725 was confirmed to be Lu Chen. As soon as Xianxia Media's official statement came out, it immediately set off a climax of domestic public opinion. Lu Chen's fans were undoubtedly the most excited, because their favorite idol had just done a great thing that caused a sensation in the world, and it was an absolutely positive heroic deed. Damn, this is too awesome, I'm so proud. The video from Audiobook was crazily pushed to more places by Lu Chen's fans, such as blog forums, QQ groups, and WeChat moments. As for the domestic media, it was also boiling. The portal website reacted the fastest. It directly put up the headlines, with all kinds of blood-boiling and thrilling titles, and they were all big and bold. As for the TV stations and other official media outlets, their attitudes were relatively reserved and cautious. However, the big TV stations had to pay attention to the direction of public opinion. The small local TV stations were much less principled and directly broadcasted the 3-minute video from their morning news programs. This time, many ordinary people who didn't go online saw it, and they were all shocked and amazed. To be honest, even when Lu Chen's fans saw the video for the first time, they felt unbelievable. Although everyone knew that Lu Chen had good skills, and he wasn't comparable to those little fresh meat stars who sold their faces. Lu Chen saved Tian Tian at the scene of the party in Hangzhou, and beat up the little Japanese bodyguard while filming in Jeju Island. These are all stories that fans relish. But this time, the situation was completely different. First of all, on an international flight, he faced a strong man with a deadly weapon, and it was said that he was a member of the U.S. Marine Corps. That was a real elite. No matter how high one's martial arts was, they would still be afraid of a kitchen knife. Everyone knew that flesh and blood couldn't fight against guns at all. This was the real world, not the fantasy plane in YY novels. Didn't you see the passengers in the cabin being silent under the threat of a small pistol? No one resisted at all, and at the most critical moment, Lu Chen resolutely stepped forward and faced the muzzle of the gun. What kind of courage and boldness did this take? Lu Chen wasn't a barefooted desperado. He was able to do such a move, and it was by no means a hothead. He succeeded. Not only did he dodge the incoming bullets, but he also defeated his powerful opponent in one fell swoop, turning the tide. How could such an idol not be loved and worshipped? The only regrettable thing for fans was that, until now, apart from the official statement of Xinfei Media, the well-deserved leading actor Lu Chen has not made a sound. The latest blog post on his blog was posted the day before yesterday. As a result, countless fans swarmed into Lu Chen's blog and started a general discussion in his comment section. My chin is mighty. Summoning Lu Chen big, please show your face, show your chest, show your thighs. I, Chen, am going to shock the entire United States. The people of Shanghai have sent a congratulatory message, congratulating me for making a name for myself in the outer realm and saving the people of the United States from disaster. The people of Mountain City send their congratulations. Aya, do you think Big Lu Chen is injured? Tui tui tui, go to hell with your jinx. Pray for peace. In the past, in Lu Chen's blog, there was always a small group of anti-fans jumping up and down, saying sour words, spitting dirty water, and disgusting people even if they can't win. This time, all the anti-fans disappeared, and the wind in the comment area was completely one-sided. Who dared to say bad things about Lu Chen? Being scolded to death was already a light punishment. Did he really think that people wouldn't launch a human flesh attack? It could be said that with this incident, Lu Chen's reputation and popularity in and out of the circle reached a new peak. There were also some fans who did not pay attention to Waves's blog, but to Audiobook instead. Because they found that the people of the United States still didn't know the true identity of Lu Chen, and there were even media outlets on Audiobook asking for news at a high price. How could this be? Let's not talk about whether anyone went to get the reward from the American media. There were not a few Chinese people who played Audiobook, including Lu Chen's fans. They immediately posted all kinds of information about Lu Chen on their respective Audiobook's, including Lu Chen's personal photos, songs, film and television works, etc. All of them were posted. These pictures and facts information made the American media feel like they had found a treasure. Then they found out that this hero was not only a real Chinese, but also a big star in China's entertainment industry. This was really amazing. Countless American netizens who found out the truth ran across the Pacific to China according to the information provided by the Chinese people on Audiobook and left a lot of comments on Lu Chen's Waves blog. The words used by these foreigners were much more exaggerated, all kinds of shocking, all kinds of worship and respect. Then their messages were translated by netizens who understood English, and it gave a big wave of popularity. The social networks in China and the United States were boiling because of Lu Chen alone. At this time, Lu Chen was still sleeping soundly in the Hilton Hotel in Manhattan. His personal phone was on the bedside table charging. The only person who could directly contact Lu Chen was probably Li Mushi, but there were only a few relatives and friends who could find Li Mushi, and Li Mushi didn't want to disturb his rest. Therefore, for the outside world, Lu Chen was temporarily in a state of uncontactable. Until he was awakened by the sound of the bedside phone. What time is it? Lu Chen tried to open his sleepy eyes and found that the sky was completely dark. He reached out and grabbed the phone in a daze, and put it to his ear. "Hello?" A somewhat familiar voice came from the phone. "Mr. Lu Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you." The other party spoke English. Lu Chen suddenly woke up. "Mr. Morpheus from the FBI?" The other party was surprised. "Mr. Lu's memory is really good, I'm Morpheus." This Mr. Morpheus was the FBI official who talked to Lu Chen at the Air Force Base. Because his accent was a little special, Lu Chen remembered it very clearly and recognized him immediately. As for how the other party called his room, Lu Chen didn't even bother to ask. Was it difficult for the FBI to track his whereabouts? "Hello, Mr. Morpheus, what can I do for you?" Morpheus smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, you're now a hero in the news and social media. Here's the thing, we and the FAA will hold a press conference tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, mainly to explain the truth of the UD 725 incident to the public. We hope you can also attend." Lu Chen thought about it and felt that there was no harm in this matter, so he said, "No problem." Morpheus was very happy. "That's good, we'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. Also, our president already knows about your heroic deeds." The President of the United States? Morpheus' last sentence made Lu Chen feel a little overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. The current President of the United States, Roxanne Lester, was the first female president in the history of the United States. Her grandfather, McAdam Lester, was also the 40th President of the United States. This female president, who came from a political family, was smart and powerful. She enjoyed a high reputation in the United States and internationally. She also won the Nobel Peace Prize. This year was already her second term in office. Lu Chen had seen Roxanne in the domestic news many times. He did not expect to have an encounter with the female president of the United States. It could only be said that fate was a wonderful thing. After ending the call with the FBI, Lu Chen was completely awake. He picked up the phone that was already fully charged. He turned it on and saw that it was 8:40 p.m. in the United States. He had slept long enough, but unfortunately, he still had to deal with jet lag. Beep. 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 As Lu Chen was thinking, the mobile phone in his hand suddenly made a vibrating sound, and it was a continuous vibration. The phone had received a large number of messages. Lu Chen's mobile phone was equipped with a private number card. In the address book, other than family members, there were also friends. Only the phone on the address book list could make calls, including short messages. The number of messages was very surprising. He skimmed through them and found that almost everyone had called him and sent him a different number of messages. It seemed like things were getting out of hand. Lu Chen hurriedly called his mother, sister, and girlfriend. He told them that he was staying in the hotel safely and told them not to worry about him. He would return to China soon. At this time, Lu Chen found out that someone had released a video of him on the flight on the internet. It was because the video was uploaded to China that he was recognized. At present, his identity had been completely exposed. Lu Chen was mentally prepared for this. Anyway, even if he did not expose it today, he would not be able to hide it from the press conference tomorrow. It was just a matter of time. He spoke to Xianxia for the longest time. First, he asked about the situation in China. Then, Lu Chen persuaded his girlfriend to give up the idea of coming to the United States in person. Until the doorbell rang. After informing Xianxia, he hung up the phone and ran out to open the door. It was Li Mushi who appeared at the door, followed by a hotel waiter who was pushing a dining cart. "Are you awake?" Li Mushi chuckled. "I originally wanted to treat you to a feast tonight, but I know that you must be very busy right now. You don't even have time to answer my call, right? So I asked the hotel to send dinner up." Lu Chen was really hungry. He smiled and said, "Thank you so much." The waiter pushed the dining cart in and skillfully placed the exquisite dishes on the dining table in the suite. Finally, he put flowers and candles on the table. Li Mushi took out a tip and sent the waiter away. Then, she sat at the table with Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his knife and fork and started eating heartily. Li Mushi had already had her dinner. She poured herself a glass of red wine and slowly sipped it in her hand. She looked at Lu Chen unscrupulously with a pair of charming eyes. Although the two sides were already very familiar with each other, Li Mushi's eyes still made Lu Chen feel creepy. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister Mushi, why are you looking at me like this? Don't you recognize me?" Li Mushi chuckled, put down her glass and said, "I don't recognize you a little. I didn't expect you to become a hero of the Americans. Why are you so bold? Are you really not afraid?" Lu Chen said frankly, "It's definitely a lie to say that I'm not afraid at all. But at the time, someone had to stand up and stop him. Otherwise, the situation would be unpredictable. And I was also on this flight. If something happened, I couldn't escape. I had no choice. To be honest, the situation at that time was really too dangerous. Even if his reaction was half a second slower, the result was likely to be death on the plane." Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. But if Lu Chen had to do it all over again, he would still choose to take the risk without hesitation. Li Mushi looked at Lu Chen in a daze. There was a complicated look in her eyes. There was something that was a little unclear. After a moment, she hurriedly avoided Lu Chen's puzzled eyes. Probably because of the red wine, her face was faintly flushed. She hurriedly got up and said, "I'm a little drunk. I'll go back to my room to rest first." Lu Chen was a little puzzled. The Li Mushi in front of him was not like her usual appearance. She was a lot more feminine, and she was even hesitating when she spoke. But he didn't think too much about it. He got up and said, "I'll walk you out." By the way, Lu Chen briefly told Li Mushi about the FBI informing him to attend the press conference tomorrow. Li Mushi said without hesitation, "I'll go with you." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay." He walked Li Mushi out of the room and then came back to finish the late dinner. In the middle, Lu Chen received a call from Liao Jia. "You're so awesome." Liao Jia shouted on the phone, "I've watched your video 3 times. I didn't expect you to be so awesome." Lu Chen said with a smile, "In fact, it's also luck. It's hard to say if I repeat it again." "You don't need to be modest." Liao Jia said, "To be honest, I've only admired one person in my life. You're the second one." Lu Chen didn't need to ask to know that the person who made Liao Jia admire was Gao Yi, the lead singer and soul of the band Black Raven. Gao Yi was Liao Jia's music and spiritual mentor. Even though the latter had passed away many years ago, he had never forgotten her. Lu Chen really felt very honored to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gao Yi in Liao Jia's heart. After chatting with Liao Jia for a while, he just hung up the phone, but it rang again in less than half a minute. There was no way he could continue eating this meal. Lu Chen had no choice but to answer again. This time, it was Mu Xiaochu who called him. After answering 7 or 8 calls in total, Lu Chen finally finished his dinner. He used the hotel's internal line to inform the front desk to clean up and took out his laptop to go online. As soon as he logged into the Waves blog account, Lu Chen was shocked. News is too scary. Regardless of this, Lu Chen turned over the video. After watching the video from a third party's point of view, he felt admiration for the daring photographer. This guy was really not afraid of death. He dared to take photos of the assailant and was not afraid of being shot. After thinking about it, Lu Chen picked up his mobile phone and walked to the window. He took a few photos of the brightly lit Manhattan Island outside. Then he edited and posted his first blog post since arriving in the United States on the computer. It was to tell everyone, especially his fans, that he was safe. "Thank you very much for your concern. Everything is fine at the moment." This was Lu Chen's latest blog post on the Waves blog. The content was very simple, which was to report that he was safe, and then attached a photo of the night view of Manhattan Island that had just been taken. The time he posted the blog post was at 21:55 p.m. on the 16th in New York, and it was 9:55 a.m. on the 17th in Beijing. Therefore, this blog post was like a stone thrown into a pool, and it immediately aroused a huge response. "Haha, my prayers have been answered, Lu Chen, big almighty, I have watched your video 10 times. It's so good. In the Waves blog, I only admire the blogger. Is this in Manhattan? The night view is so beautiful. My heart aches for Chen. Remember to rest well." Everyone was very worried. Now we can finally rest assured. Rest assured +1, the response of the fans was naturally extremely enthusiastic. Now, half of the hot search terms on the front page of the Waves blog were related to Lu Chen. It was really hot. Then, as soon as Lu Chen's blog post was posted, many people in the circle who didn't know each other commented and replied one after another, sending piles of blessings and praises. Some were sincere, and some were completely trying to gain popularity. The entire Waves blog was boiling again because of Lu Chen. The main reason was that this incident was too special. The UD-725 flight incident was currently the hottest focus of Tabuk. Countless American media and people had praised Lu Chen as a hero. Very few Chinese people had received such high praise. And his performance at the critical moment could be called a miracle. All kinds of news from the other side of the ocean spread back to China, and everyone was proud. Especially Lu Chen's fans, they were absolutely proud. The next day, Lu Chen got up early. Due to the need to get over the jet lag, he forced himself to sleep again in the middle of the night last night. He didn't sleep for long. After waking up, Lu Chen first went to the bathroom to wash up. Then, he practiced boxing in the living room for an hour. Finally, he took a comfortable hot bath. When Lu Chen refreshed himself and changed into a new set of clothes, Li Mushi came to his room with breakfast. But before they could finish their breakfast, the people sent by the FBI arrived. The press conference that morning was held in New York City Hall at 9:30. Although there were still 2 hours before the official start, the FBI brought him a draft. The other party was probably worried that Lu Chen would spout nonsense or make a fool of himself at the press conference, so he listed a series of questions that might be asked by the reporters. He then attached the answers as references, as well as notes for attention, and so on. He printed a total of 5 standard A4 papers. Lu Chen didn't reject the FBI's good intentions. He took the document and got into the FBI's car. Li Mushi accompanied him as his assistant. "Mr. Liu, we meet again." The car sent by the FBI was a long black Cadillac. When Lu Chen and Li Mushi sat in the back seat, a middle-aged man sitting in the front passenger seat turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Morpheus from the FBI." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Nice to see you again." Mr. Morpheus shrugged and said, "You'll see me often in the next few days." "There's no need," Lu Chen asked in confusion. "Is the FBI that free?" Being watched by the FBI wasn't a pleasant thing. To be honest, Lu Chen didn't want to see this Mr. Morpheus again. Morpheus said, "Ensuring your safety in the United States is my current job. I hope you can understand." Li Mushi was sensitive. "You're saying that Lu Chen might be in danger?" Her English was much better than Lu Chen's, and she even had a New York accent. Morpheus obviously knew Li Mushi's identity. He smiled and said, "Miss Li, we're just taking precautions against accidents. After all, there are always people who think differently from normal people." Li Mushi didn't say anything else. The FBI officer had a point. Lu Chen was in the limelight now, and he was a Chinese. There was no guarantee that some extremists wouldn't cause trouble for him. Similar situations had happened in the past. In comparison, Lu Chen was much calmer. He wouldn't be staying in the United States for long anyway. The Cadillac blended into the traffic and soon arrived at New York City Hall. New York City Hall was located in the middle of City Hall Park in the downtown area of Lower Manhattan. It was the oldest city hall in the United States still in use. It was built in the early 19th century and was a National Historic Building. The rotunda of New York City Hall was also one of New York's landmarks. It was still the office of the New York City government, as well as the meeting place for the mayor and the New York City Council. The press conference held in New York City Hall was undoubtedly of high standard. After getting out of the car, accompanied by several government officials, Lu Chen and Li Mushi went to the lounge of the City Hall. In the lounge, Lu Chen met a deputy consul from the China Consulate General in New York. Currently, China was also paying close attention to the UD-725 incident, especially since it involved an influential celebrity like Lu Chen. Therefore, they specially arranged for a deputy consul to help Lu Chen deal with matters from the United States government. Lu Chen naturally expressed his deep gratitude for this. At 9:30, the press conference on the UD-725 incident officially started in the conference room of the City Hall. When Lu Chen, accompanied by Morpheus and 2 other City Hall officials, appeared in the conference room, the room was already filled with reporters from various media outlets. There were at least 20 to 30 cameras on the scene. As for the long and short SLR cameras, there were countless of them. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, all the cameras and SLR cameras immediately pointed at him. The shutters and the flashes of the lights were endless, and the atmosphere of the scene instantly became lively. This press conference was jointly held by the FBA, FAA, and the New York City government. The main purpose was to clarify the truth of the UD-725 incident and give the public an official explanation. As a bureaucratic organization, whether it was the FBA or the FAA, there was no such high efficiency. They would at least need to investigate for a period of time before they would hold a press conference like this. Then the 3-minute high-definition video secretly shot put the FBA and the FAA in a rather awkward position. The truth was basically analyzed and inferred by the media. If the same result was announced in a few days or a week or two, it would undoubtedly make the taxpayers laugh at the efficiency of the two government agencies. Bureaucratic organizations were also afraid of being called bureaucratic, which was why they held this rather hasty press conference. As for Lu Chen, he was undoubtedly the best choice for the FBA and the FAA to divert the media's attention. 2 microphones were placed on a long table covered with dark green flannel, and a huge American flag was hung on the wall behind it. 3 officials from the FBI, FAA, and New York City were sitting upright in suits with serious expressions on their faces. After a brief introduction by the host, the press conference began. First, the FAA official reported the details of the incident on Flight UD-725. In fact, everyone already knew what happened, but the FAA official added some unknown details to his statement. After the FAA official finished, the FBI official announced the preliminary results of the investigation. Again, there was nothing new. The results of the investigation were basically the same as the media's analysis. The suspect was Wolf Cook, 32 years old, a former member of the U.S. Marine Corps with the rank of sergeant. Wolf Cook participated in many overseas missions for the U.S. military and was a recipient of the Distinguished Service Medal. He retired in 2015 due to injuries. As the media revealed, Wolf suffered from PTSD, which was an important reason for his retirement. The former member of the Marine Corps returned from a trip to China, but his PTSD acted up on the plane. He mistakenly thought that he was being hijacked and attacked by the enemy, so he lost his mind and made a huge mistake. Now, he had completely calmed down and was extremely regretful of his mistake. The FBI would allow a few reporters to interview Wolf at the appropriate time. At this point, the truth of the incident on Flight UD-725 was revealed. The FBI had ruled out the possibility of a terrorist attack. It was an accident. Finally, Mr. Morpheus from the FBI expressed his gratitude to Mr. Lu Chen from China. He thanked the latter for his great courage to save more than 400 passengers on Flight UD-725 and prevent a tragedy from happening. After he finished speaking, the conference room was filled with thunderous applause. The applause was all for Lu Chen, who was sitting in the middle. Lu Chen was undoubtedly the highlight of this press conference. He firmly attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people present knew Lu Chen from the 3-minute video. However, the video was shot in the cabin, and it was secretly taken. Coupled with the violent movements, it was impossible to give Lu Chen a super clear close-up. Therefore, now that he saw her face to face, the feeling was greatly different. Even a biased reporter couldn't find fault with Lu Chen's appearance. Lu Chen was tall and straight, and his facial features were chiseled and handsome. Even by Westerners' standards of beauty, he was definitely one of the best. Moreover, Lu Chen was very young, and his smile gave people a warm and gentle feeling. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly easygoing big boy actually had such a powerful fighting strength. The Americans' understanding of individual combat power was usually attributed to the image of a burly man with a rough appearance and a mouth full of profanity, the template characters in Hollywood blockbusters. Lu Chen really subverted their common sense. In fact, some Americans have a very complicated mentality about Lu Chen's heroic deeds on Flight UD-725. They admire Lu Chen's bravery and fearlessness, but they are also a little upset. Because the culprit of the incident was an American, and he was also a member of the Marine Corps who had served his country. He should have been the prototype of an American hero. However, in a head-on confrontation, he was defeated by a young man from China. They felt a little embarrassed. Among this group of people, there were also several reporters present. So while they applauded, they couldn't wait to ask Lu Chen their own questions. The official host of the press conference was considerate and immediately announced a free Q&A session. As soon as he finished speaking, a reporter immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Lu Chen, I'm James from the New York Times. I admire your heroic actions on Flight UD 725, but I want to know, what's your evaluation of Sergeant Wolf Cook?" According to the rules of the official press conference, during the free Q&A session, the reporters should raise their hands first, and then the host would choose one of them to ask a question. It was impossible for the New York Times reporter not to know the rules, so he was very anxious. Of course, he was also very confident, because the New York Times was one of the top 3 newspapers in the United States. It was distributed all over the world and had great influence. The host didn't stop James from breaking the rules. His question was quite tricky, and it could be said that he didn't have good intentions. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied calmly, "I personally think that the accident that happened on Flight UD 725 can't be used as a standard to evaluate Sergeant Wolf Cook. Also, personally, I would prefer to be a friend of Mr. Wolf Cook, not an opponent." "Thank you." James was stunned. Lu Chen's watertight answer made the New York Times reporter unable to find any flaws to continue his attack. It was too accurate. Also, Lu Chen said Sergeant Wolf Cook in the beginning, and Mr. Wolf Cook in the end, which was very meaningful. After a moment of silence, there was another round of applause. The host took the opportunity to say, "Thank you, Mr. James, but please pay attention to the rules." He pointed to another female reporter who raised her left hand. James returned to his seat in embarrassment. He felt his face was a little hot. The blonde reporter who was pointed out stood up and asked Lu Chen again, "Mr. Lu Chen, I'm a reporter from the Daily News. Can you comment on your brave behavior at that time?" The Daily News was also a major newspaper in the United States. Unlike the New York Times, which was politically serious, the style of this newspaper was more social. For example, its reporter was a beautiful blonde with blue eyes. And the major newspaper reporters in the United States had one thing in common, which was that their interview questions were very bold and direct, which was quite difficult to deal with. If ordinary people were faced with their continuous questions, it would be very easy to deal with them. So before coming, the FBA provided Lu Chen with an interview draft so that he would be mentally prepared. But neither James from the New York Times nor the blonde from the Daily News were included in the draft. Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Lu Chen's answer made everyone's eyes light up. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lu Chen's words were not only in line with his own deeds, but also contained a deep meaning and a considerable social philosophy. It was also easy to understand and had the charm of a maxim. The greater one's ability was, the greater the responsibility one should bear. However, in this world, there were many people who had great ability or strength but chose to be selfish and only care about their own interests. In contrast, the courage and responsibility that Lu Chen showed were truly admirable. He knew the danger at the time, and it was impossible for him to ignore the power of the bullets. However, in such a dangerous situation, he resolutely rushed to Wolf Cook, who was out of control. In addition to his ability, the most important thing was that Lu Chen had the will to bear the responsibility that matched his ability. Now that I think about the situation at the time, I'm also afraid, but if I were to turn back time, I don't think my choice would change. Stopping Mr. Wolf Cook's irrational behavior was not only to save everyone on the UD 725 flight, but also to save myself. If I were to evaluate my own behavior, I think I did it with a clear conscience. Thank you. When Lu Chen's voice fell, there was a thunderous applause in the conference room of the New York City Hall. Many reporters stood up and applauded for his wonderful answer, and even gave him a thumbs up. The reporters who were qualified to sit here were all from well-known local media in the United States. They were by no means easily convinced, but their admiration for Lu Chen made them abandon all prejudices and send the warmest and most sincere applause. This scene was faithfully recorded by the cameras on the scene and transmitted back to the TV station in real time. Then, it was transmitted to the televisions of thousands of households through cable and wireless networks. In fact, it was not the first time that Lu Chen had said the phrase, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." The last time he said the same thing was in Hangzhou, when he was also asked by reporters, and it was also because of his heroic behavior. Lu Chen's veteran fans were certainly familiar with this phrase, but the Americans had never heard it before. Therefore, through the dissemination of media reporters, it was quickly known and regarded as a real maxim. Later, when Hollywood's Lions Pictures filmed the movie One Flew Across the Pacific based on the UD 725 incident, they used this sentence as the theme of the movie. Of course, this was all later. The press conference continued, and the reporters were even more enthusiastic in their interviews. Of course, they basically used the precious opportunity to ask questions on Lu Chen, leaving the officials of the FBI, FAA, and New York City government to the side. However, these officials did not care. Instead, they were happy to do so. They relaxed and happily watched Lu Chen communicate with the reporters. A reporter asked, "Mr. Lu Chen, did you come to the United States this time for tourism or to seek career development?" According to the revelations on the internet, the reporters present knew that Lu Chen was not an ordinary person, but a big star in the Chinese entertainment industry. He had released albums, made movies and TV, and had a high popularity in China. They were naturally very interested in this and guessed whether Lu Chen came to the United States with the intention of developing in Hollywood. This speculation was not the imagination of the reporters. Because Hollywood was the dream factory of the world's movies, it was the dream place of actors from all over the world. In the past, there were many stars from China who came to Hollywood to make a living. However, there were very few who succeeded. But Lu Chen was different. After experiencing the UD 725 incident, he had become familiar with the majority of the American people. It was equivalent to holding a VIP ticket to Hollywood, and he was qualified to knock on the door of any American film company. Not to mention anything else, the UD 725 incident itself was enough to make a blockbuster. Lu Chen himself was the best choice for the protagonist, in the eyes of the reporters, as long as Lu Chen had a little bit of brains. Even if he came to the United States for tourism, he could say that he was looking for opportunities to cooperate with Hollywood. Then, there would definitely be a lot of film companies coming to him to give him the opportunity. Lucky China kid, many reporters labeled Lu Chen in their hearts. However, Lu Chen's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. "This is my first time in the United States. The purpose of this visit is mainly to participate in business negotiations, because the online crowdfunding in which I hold shares is preparing to go public on NASDAQ." Lu Chen was not a fool. How could he not know what the reporters were thinking? But now he really didn't pay much attention to Hollywood, which everyone was flocking to, so he took the opportunity to advertise on the online crowdfunding website. "This advertisement is worth at least millions of dollars, right?" The reporter who asked the question was stunned and asked incredulously, "Are you a shareholder of the online crowdfunding website?" The online crowdfunding website first appeared in China, but after Li Mushi accepted it, she quickly pushed the online crowdfunding website to the world, establishing branches in the United States and Europe, and vigorously promoting the online crowdfunding model. This new online fundraising model, with its uniqueness and convenience, was quickly pursued by netizens and small entrepreneurs, and its market potential was favored by investors, so it was able to prepare for listing on NASDAQ so quickly. This reporter happened to have been in contact with and participated in online crowdfunding, and had a certain understanding of the US online crowdfunding website, so he was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Chen was actually a shareholder of the online crowdfunding website. In addition to him, there were many reporters present who knew about the online crowdfunding website. Everyone was equally surprised and couldn't help but pricking up their ears to listen to Lu Chen's answer. Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I personally hold 10% of the founders' shares of the online crowdfunding website." Since he had advertised for the online crowdfunding website, he might as well make it bigger. He was not afraid of exposing his details, because once the online crowdfunding website went public, the shareholder information would be made public to all investors, and it would be impossible to hide it. "Founders' shares?" The reporter was stunned. "Are you the founder of the online crowdfunding website?" Lu Chen nodded with a smile. The audience suddenly burst into an uproar. This is too Hollywood. Lu Chen is from the mysterious eastern country, China. He is tall, handsome, young, and handsome. He is a well-known film, television, and singer star in China, and has extraordinary skills and courage. He has just become a hero in the minds of the American people. Apart from his skin color, he is already the template of a Hollywood protagonist. Now he is said to be a founding shareholder of an internet company with infinite potential and about to go public. He is simply the protagonist of the protagonist. The reporters suddenly found that there was so much more to write when they went back. What else is there? Lu Chen is simply a deeply buried treasure house. The more he excavates, the more treasures are revealed. Almost all the reporters raised their hands again. The press conference on Flight UD 725 held in New York City Hall lasted for 2 hours. Lu Chen was undoubtedly the real focus of attention. Later, it almost became his exclusive interview. If the host hadn't announced the end of the interview in time, perhaps the reporters would have continued to ask questions. And the final climax of this press conference appeared near the end. New York City Mayor Middleton Fergus actually appeared in the conference room. He came to give Lu Chen a very special reward, the certificate of New York City Honorary Citizen. Middleton Fergus was one of the core figures of the Democratic Party. It was said that at the age of 55, he intended to run for the next U.S. president and enjoyed a high political reputation in the U.S. The arrival of the thin, gray-haired mayor of New York City was surprising, and the honorary certificate he personally awarded to Lu Chen was undoubtedly another surprise. The title of New York City Honorary Citizen was not so easy to obtain. It had to be awarded to foreigners who had made great contributions to New York and had considerable social influence. Generally speaking, the award of New York City Honorary Citizen needed to be approved by the City Council. Even if Lu Chen was eligible to receive this honor, it needed a series of procedures from the City Hall to complete it. However, during the term of the mayor of New York City, there were 2 direct awards. The honorary citizen that Lu Chen received was one of the awards held by Middleton Fergus. This was rarer than being approved by the City Council, so it inevitably caused a sensation at the scene. New York City Honorary Citizen not only represented an honor. With this status, foreigners could enjoy a lot of benefits, such as entry and exit of New York, residence time, work permits, etc. It would be very convenient to apply for U.S. citizenship. Lu Chen was not the first Chinese person to receive the title of New York City Honorary Citizen, but it was definitely the first in the domestic entertainment industry. It was undoubtedly a commendable honor. After Mayor Middleton awarded the certificate to Lu Chen, he chatted with him cordially and took a photo with him. At this point, the press conference was truly over. Back in the lounge, Lu Chen's forehead was covered with fine sweat. These media reporters were much more difficult to deal with than domestic entertainment reporters, and many of the questions were quite tricky. He had to deal with them to avoid being caught by the loopholes in his words. Your performance can be said to be perfect, Li Mushi gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, I admire you very much. Li Mushi watched the entire press conference as Lu Chen's assistant. She was impressed by Lu Chen's performance. American reporters weren't easy to mess with. To be able to persist for such a long time and not make any mistakes after being asked so many questions, he was really extraordinary. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, if this continues, I won't be able to hold on much longer." Li Mushi smiled and said, "Then let's go back. Have a good rest. The negotiation with those people on Wall Street can be postponed for a few days. I believe they won't have any objections." This time, Lu Chen has also given a wave of beautiful advertising publicity to the online crowdfunding website. When the news is broadcast, it will inevitably let more people know about the online crowdfunding website. Big will undoubtedly increase the online crowdfunding website's chips to be listed on NASDAQ. Nowadays, Lu Chen, in the eyes of the Americans, has a heroic aura, and his favorability is max. He appeared in the public eye as the founder of the crowdfunding website, and the publicity effect is really stronger than any advertisement. When Lu Chen specifically mentioned the online crowdfunding website, Li Mushi simply wanted to hug him and kiss him hard. She has more confidence to negotiate with the vampires on Wall Street. The two returned to the Hilton Hotel together. Lunch was treated by Li Mushi in the luxury restaurant of the Hilton Hotel, and Wang Yan was also there. Until now, Wang Yan has finally recovered from her state of panic. Since arriving in New York, she has been in touch with her relatives and friends in China. The taste of experiencing a life-and-death crisis is really hard to describe in words. Just after lunch, Li Mushi received a phone call. She chatted with the other party in English for a few minutes, then hung up and looked at Lu Chen with a strange look. Lu Chen couldn't help touching his face and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Mushi's eyes seemed to have a flower on his face. Li Mushi asked very seriously, "Do you know who called me just now?" Lu Chen was speechless. "How would I know?" Li Mushi showed a proud smile. "It's Irene Christian's assistant." Before Lu Chen could react, Wang Yan was shocked first. "Irene Christian? No way." Lu Chen also remembered who this Irene Christian was. She is the queen of the American talk show. Irene's talk show is the ace program of New York TV in the United States. Since it began broadcasting in 1997, it has maintained the #1 ratings of the same type of program for 20 years. It is also the longest-running daytime TV talk show in the history of the United States. In the United States, this program has an audience of more than 30 million people every week. It is broadcast in more than 100 countries and regions overseas. It is known as the most-watched talk show in the history of TV. It has won 35 Emmy Awards and has a great influence. Irene Christian is the well-deserved queen of talk shows. She was born in Queens, New York. Her family was poor since she was a child. Her father died early and her mother was a drug addict. She completely relied on her own hard work to finish college. Later, she entered New York TV as a program assistant. Also relying on her own hard work and talent, she completed the gorgeous transformation from assistant to program editor, and then to program host, becoming an inspirational idol in the hearts of countless Americans. Li Mushi and Wang Yan both studied and worked in the United States, so they are very clear about what Irene Christian's name means. Li Mushi said with a smile, "Irene Christian invited Lu Chen on her program." Those who are qualified to be invited on the program by the Queen of Talk Shows are all current hot people. They must have a great influence, and it is also an honor for the invitees. However, even though Lu Chen knew the name of the Queen of Talk Shows, he did not have much of an impression, let alone feel flattered. Instead, he was more curious about how the other party's assistant called Li Mushi's cell phone. New York TV contacted China first. Lu Shi told them your contact information and mine. Li Mushi waved the cell phone and said, "Irene's assistant contacted me first." After the press conference held by the FBI and the FAA on the UD 725 flight incident, in addition to the live broadcast of the relevant news videos and interviews, the follow-up content was quickly broadcast on major TV stations and quickly appeared on the homepage of newspapers in the United States. At the same time, these news videos were also transmitted to all parts of the world, of course, including China. The domestic public opinion was already in a state of boiling, and this time it was like adding fuel to the fire. For a time, Lu Chen's photos could be seen everywhere on domestic TV stations, newspapers, magazines, and online media. On Wave's blog, the number of Lu Chen's fans exceeded the 70 million mark, surpassing Chen Fei-er's 10 million, becoming the star with the most fans in the entertainment industry. Countless fans poured into his blog to leave praises. But there are also fans who are worried. They are worried about whether Lu Chen, who has just been awarded the title of Honorary Citizen of New York City, will choose to emigrate. With this title, if Lu Chen wants to emigrate to the United States, there will be no difficulty at all. The Immigration Service of the United States guarantees that they will welcome him with open hands. With Lu Chen's current exposure and popularity in the United States, once he emigrates to the United States, and then enters Hollywood to develop, none of the 7 major film companies in the United States will not open their doors to him. Such a temptation, I am afraid, is hard to refuse. In the past, there were many popular domestic stars who sharpened their heads to Hollywood. Many of them have emigrated to the United States, but few have been successful. Lu Chen's conditions are much better than theirs. The worries of these fans are not unreasonable, and even caused a lot of reaction and debate in Lu Chen's fan group. However, that night, Lu Chen said on his blog that if there is a chance, he is willing to cooperate with Hollywood film companies, but he has no idea of emigrating to the United States. He said on his blog, "I was born here, grew up here, sang and cried here, and would like to sleep here forever." Lu Chen's statement immediately calmed all the debates on whether he should emigrate to the United States on the domestic internet and made him more popular. The day after the press conference, Lu Chen followed Li Mushi to participate in negotiations with Wall Street investors. This was a business negotiation that had originally been scheduled, involving the key to the listing of online crowdfunding on Nasdaq. At present, whether in terms of market scale, response, and profit prospects, online crowdfunding has met the requirements for listing on Nasdaq, but meeting the requirements and going public are not the same thing. To put it simply, if you wanted to make money in someone else's territory, you had to abide by the rules of the game set by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't even let you play, no matter how mature you were. Crowdfunding is listed on Nasdaq, and shares and share value are very important. First of all, Xianxia shares are too high, and must be diluted to introduce more investors to form the so-called healthy listing ratio. In addition, U.S. underwriters and brokers were required to underwrite the shares, and a portion of the profits had to be split. Therefore, any foreign company that wanted to be listed on Nasdaq had to go through a fierce process. Xianxia had been in the United States for several months and had conducted countless negotiations with Wall Street investors. Luqian didn't really understand much about these business matters, but as the founder of online crowdfunding and with 10% of the founder's shares, he couldn't stay out of it. In order to ensure that the online crowdfunding could finally be successfully listed on Nasdaq and not let Xianxia's hard work go to waste, he was duty-bound. The location of the negotiation was in the conference room at the headquarters of Dawson Investment Bank on Wall Street. When Luqian and Xianxia stepped into the Dawson Bank conference room with their assistants and lawyers, many Wall Street elites who had been waiting inside stood up and welcomed them with warm applause. Xianxia had never enjoyed such treatment before. Their applause was for Luqian, because now Luqian was a hero in the eyes of the American people. These elites came up to shake hands with Luqian, appearing very enthusiastic and not stingy with their praise. But when they sat down again to start negotiations, they refused to budge on the issue of interests. The whole morning passed in a battle of words. On the way back, Luqian sighed and said, "Fortunately, I chose to sing instead of doing business. Otherwise, negotiating with these people would be exhausting." Luqian was absolutely sincere. He didn't lack business ideas, but he didn't have a shrewd mind that was good at scheming. No matter how many good ideas he had, they would only be a wedding dress for others. During the whole negotiation process in the morning, Luqian basically listened. When it came to his own interests, it was up to Wang Yan to negotiate. He was completely a symbolic existence. Luqian didn't think there was anything wrong with this. If he went to negotiate by himself, it was estimated that he would be gnawed clean by these Wall Street elites in the end. Xianxia said with a smile, "There's been a big breakthrough this time, and you've contributed to it. The key to the breakthrough was yesterday's press conference." Luqian really made a good advertisement for the online crowdfunding, which greatly enhanced the popularity of the online crowdfunding and added chips to today's negotiations. So Xianxia was in a very relaxed mood. She answered a phone call in the car, hung up after a few words, and then said to Luqian, "I still have something to do. I'll take you to the hotel gate. Can you solve your lunch by yourself? Wang Yan also needs to come with me." Luqian didn't think too much about it and said, "No problem. If there's anything, we'll contact each other by phone." At the entrance of the Hilton Hotel, Xianxia put Luqian down by himself. When she said goodbye, she smiled mysteriously and said, "Then you should pay attention to your health. Don't work too hard." Luqian nodded, a little puzzled. But soon he knew what was going on. Back in his room, Luqian had just opened the door with his room card when a beautiful figure with a fragrant wind rushed into his arms, giving him a warm and fragrant embrace. "Ah, why are you here?" Luqian couldn't believe his eyes, because the person he was holding in his arms was Chen Fei-er. Chen Fei-er smiled and said, "Why can't I come? I missed you, so I came." At this moment, Luqian's mood really couldn't be described in words. He closed the door with his foot, picked up Chen Fei-er, and strode towards the bedroom with her in his arms. At this time, there was no need to say anything, just show it with action. In the luxurious bedroom of the Hilton Hotel, the sound that made people's blood boil lasted for a long time and finally subsided. Chen Fei-er's crystal-like forehead was covered with fine sweat, and a few strands of beautiful black hair stuck to it, which had a different kind of charm. Her pretty face was flushed and her eyes were closed, like a cat that had just been fed, enjoying the aftertaste of satisfaction. Luqian held her with his left hand, and his right hand wandered around the thin silk quilt, which made his girlfriend moan. Stop it, it's itchy. Lu Chen smiled, hugged her tighter, and asked, did you collude with Li Mushi? In the car on the way back to the hotel, Li Mushi was acting strange. She must have known in advance that Chen Feier would come. Otherwise, how could Chen Feier stay in the room and give him a big surprise? This business suite at the Hilton Hotel was booked by Li Mushi. Chen Feier said with a smile, what do you mean collude? I didn't let Mushi tell you. Lu Chen said helplessly, you came here like this. Huiro Studio is going to be shut down, right? You from the Star was in full swing in China and South Korea, and the shooting work of the crew was undoubtedly very tight. Before Lu Chen came to the United States, he negotiated with the director Feng Hui to modify the shooting plan, so that he could squeeze out time. Now that Chen Feier also flew to the United States, the crew was bound to be greatly affected. Chen Feier moved her body to make herself more comfortable in Lu Chen's arms, and said irresponsibly, then I don't care. I just want to accompany you. Lu Chen was moved and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on the cheek. It's okay to stop. At most, we'll broadcast one episode a week for a few weeks. It's nothing more than an apology to the audience and fans. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's so good to have you, he said silently in his heart. A strange sound came from under the quilt, breaking the warm and sweet atmosphere between the two sides. Ah. Chen Feier suddenly blushed. Lu Chen said with a smile, are you very hungry? I'll ask the hotel to send the food up. The service in the Hilton Hotel was very good. Whenever guests wanted to eat, they could lie in bed and open their exclusive app on their mobile phone to order food. It was very convenient and there was no time limit. Chen Feier covered her face with the quilt and said in a low voice, I didn't eat anything on the plane. Lu Chen laughed, picked up the phone on the bedside table, and ordered a romantic meal for them. When the two of them got up and put on their clothes, an exquisite and delicious meal was sent to their room by the hotel waiter. When they got up and put on their clothes, the room they were in, the room and the hotel, the Lu Star. Chen Feier was, of course, asking about Lu Chen's experience on flight UD 725. Although she had learned about the whole process of the incident from the media and watched the 3-minute video, it was another thing to hear Lu Chen say it himself. When Lu Chen finished, she couldn't help but hold Lu Chen's hand and said, next time, don't be so impulsive. Although Lu Chen said it very easily, how could she not know the danger at that time? Wolf Cook shot at Lu Chen, and he was a member of the U.S. Marine Corps. Chen Feier's palm was cold. Lu Chen nodded and said, I know, I'll be careful next time. Chen Feier shook her head and said, I was wrong. There won't be a next time. Her expression was very serious. Lu Chen was speechless and could only change the topic. By the way, did you get the visa so quickly? It took 10 hours to fly from Beijing to New York. It was Chen Feier's first time in the United States. Usually, it would take 3 days to get an express tourist visa. Of course, this time she got the visa and passport, so it would be much easier next time. The tourist passport was valid for 10 years. So Lu Chen was very puzzled. Wasn't it too fast? Speaking of this, Chen Feier was very proud. I used my connections, and then the U.S. Embassy gave me special treatment. The main reason was because of you. They were very easy to talk to. So that was the case. Lu Chen suddenly understood, since we're here, let's play in the United States for a few more days. Okay. Chen Feier was very happy, but she thought of a very important problem. How do we explain it to the fans? It didn't matter if the two of them played in the United States for a few more days, but the filming and broadcast of You from the Star would definitely be delayed. At that time, the fans and audience would probably be angry. Simple. Lu Chen immediately took the phone and said, let's take a photo, explain the situation, and apologize. They will understand. Fans were a very cute group. As long as they treated each other sincerely, they were very tolerant of their favorite stars. Let me. Chen Feier grabbed the phone and instructed Lu Chen to pose with her. They took more than a dozen photos in one breath. Then she picked out the most satisfactory one and posted it on her account on Wave's blog. The title was, I just flew to New York to accompany someone, asking for blessings. As soon as Chen Feier's blog post was published, it immediately attracted the attention and comments of countless fans. Ah, my Feier really flew to the United States. A candlelight dinner, so romantic. Big dog food was suddenly fed to me. I didn't even brush my teeth in the morning. Don't say anything, let's give it a like first. I guessed it a long time ago. Blessings, the fans naturally gave all kinds of likes and sent their blessings. Of course, there were also complaints of being fed dog food. Everyone was very surprised because Beijing and New York were separated by the ocean, and it would take more than 10 hours to fly there. It was really touching that Xianxia ran to New York to accompany Lu Chen so quickly. Their blessings were also completely sincere. Looking at the entire domestic entertainment industry, it was really impossible to find a better celebrity couple than Lu Chen and Xianxia. As fans, everyone also hoped that the two could be in love for a long time. It proved that true love was always there. Then, Lu Chen followed up with a blog post, apologizing to all the fans and the audience of Xianxia. He said that due to personal reasons, there would be changes to the filming plan of Xianxia and asked for everyone's understanding. In other words, the broadcast of the follow-up episodes of Xianxia would be delayed, but the fans overwhelmingly expressed their understanding. They wanted the two to have a good time in the United States and make up for it when they returned to China. The fans were actually very easy to talk to. The key was in their attitude. Some celebrities did not understand or did not care. They always treated their fans high and mighty, and as a result, there would not be many supporters left. In this regard, Lu Chen and Xianxia did their best. After settling the fans, the two of them could have an unexpected sweet vacation in the United States. However, it was not like Lu Chen had nothing to do. Other than attending the business negotiations, he still had to participate in the recording of Irene's talk show. On the second day Xianxia arrived in New York, Lu Chen accompanied her to tour the most famous city in the world. The two of them took photos in front of the Statue of Liberty, fed pigeons in Central Park, visited the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and went shopping in Times Square at night, enjoying the prosperity and scenery of the city without restraint. On the third day, Lu Chen was invited to participate in the recording of the new episode of Aaron's talk show. According to the New York TV station, this episode of Aaron's talk show already had invited guests, but it was this celebrity who suggested to Aaron to let Lu Chen participate in the show first. This was because she admired Lu Chen's bravery and fearlessness. Therefore, Aaron's talk show had a rare last-minute change of guests. The recording was in the afternoon. The New York TV station sent a special car to bring Lu Chen and Xianxia to the TV station headquarters. Although the latter was not a guest, he could get a seat in the audience. In the backstage of the studio, Lu Chen met the talk show host who was named the most powerful woman in the entertainment industry by Forbes magazine, Irene Christian. Irene Christian was 47 years old this year. She was slender and slightly thin. She had short blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes. Her smile made people unconsciously like her, and she had a unique temperament and charm. Lu Chen had heard of this famous host for a long time. He had watched several episodes of her talk show online and had left a deep impression. Irene Christian's show used social hotspots and controversial topics that people cared about as its theme. It never followed the popular shows of others, and thus established a unique and distinct style. In similar shows, her competitors often made the guests confess their personal secrets, or showed the dysfunctional individuals and families of the guests, or even took pleasure in exposing and humiliating the guests in trouble. However, Aaron found ways to comfort and help the guests who encountered life or emotional setbacks and hardships, so that they could improve themselves from the bottom of their hearts. She dug a vent for the people who were suffering from mental torture, so that they could happily release their depression. This won her the respect of countless people. "Hello, Mr. Lu Chen." Irene extended her hand to Lu Chen. "Welcome to my show, our hero." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's my honor. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to participate in your show." He shook hands with Aaron and introduced Xianxia. "This is my girlfriend, Xianxia." Xianxia smiled. "Hello, Ms. Irene. I'm a fan of yours." Aaron was pleasantly surprised. "Lu, you have an angel." She didn't shake hands with Xianxia. Instead, she gave the latter a warm hug. She didn't hide her fondness for Xianxia at all. "Miss Xianxia, how about you and Mr. Lu appear on my show together?" In the New York television station, especially in the program with the highest ratings, Irene's talk show, Irene had supreme power. She could easily change the theme and content of the program, including the guests, as long as she thought it was necessary. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and declined politely. "Thank you for your suggestion, but I think it's more appropriate for me to sit in the audience. Lu Chen should be the only guest protagonist." Irene wasn't displeased by Xianxia's refusal. Instead, she praised, "You have the heart of an angel." If it were anyone else, they would probably be overjoyed. However, Xianxia didn't want to take away Lu Chen's attention at this time. This showed her deep love for Lu Chen. Lu Chen held Xianxia's hand. Before he could speak, Xianxia shook her head gently and firmly. She knew what Lu Chen wanted to say. But now, Xianxia just wanted to sit in the audience and applaud him as an ordinary audience member. Lu Chen understood her insistence. He nodded and raised her hand to his lips to kiss it. Irene watched from the side, her eyes shining. She was touched and envious. The recording of the latest episode of Irene's talk show on New York TV began at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The 220-seat studio was already full. When the lights on the stage were fully lit and Irene Christian walked out of the backstage wearing a set of beige casual clothes, the audience burst into thunderous applause. "Irene! Irene! Irene!" All the audience stood up and applauded her arrival. These audience members weren't hired by the TV station. They were chosen from countless enthusiastic audience members by the TV station. They were all Irene's true fans. "Hello everyone." Irene greeted the audience with a smile. Then, she walked to the front of the audience and shook hands with them one by one. Some of the audience members who shook hands with her were so excited that they shed tears. Irene hugged and comforted them. The 3 cameras faithfully recorded this touching scene from different angles. She interacted with the audience for a few minutes before returning to her own stage. As usual, Irene first complained about a few hot news topics. These news topics were closely related to the lives of Americans, such as the ongoing healthcare reform, immigration, and education issues. Irene's comments could be said to hit the nail on the head, and from time to time, she made witty remarks. The applause and laughter of the audience never subsided. After telling a hilarious joke, she said, "After saying so much, I think everyone is looking forward to today's guest, right? Now, let's welcome this guest to our show. Welcome, Mr. Lu Chen from China. Welcome the hero who saved Flight UD 725. Before the recording began, all the invited audience members didn't know the identity of the guest. So when they saw Lu Chen come on stage with a smile, they were silent for a moment before bursting into enthusiastic applause. In the past few days, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the most familiar Asian face to all Americans. His deeds were widely reported by countless TV stations and newspapers. He was one of the biggest hot topics in American society. Therefore, the audience was pleasantly surprised when Lu Chen appeared on Irene's talk show. Their welcome was sincere. At this moment, Xianxia sat on the far right of the first row of the audience. Her eyes followed Lu Chen's figure closely as she applauded and cheered with the audience. This was Lu Chen's glorious moment, and it also belonged to her. Lu Chen sat down on the guest seat. The atmosphere of Aaron's talk show was very relaxed. The host and guests sat opposite each other, as if they were chatting with friends. There was no need for too much pressure and apprehension, so it was easy to open up. Aaron asked first, "Mr. Lu Chen, do you have an English name?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "You can call me Dawn." "Dawn." Aaron's eyes lit up. "Daybreak?" "Yeah, I like that name." She continued to ask, "Then Dawn, can you tell us your age?" "Of course, I know this is a very private question, but before the show started, many people asked me to ask you this question. I think those girls are all your fans." Aaron deliberately emphasized the word girls, causing the audience to laugh knowingly. Lu Chen smiled and said, "There's nothing to hide, I'm 25 this year." 25 years old, Aaron had a look of reminiscence on her face. "The best age of my life. I'm thinking about what I was doing when I was 25. Yeah, at that time, I had just entered New York TV station, looking forward to one day becoming a director of a TV station. But until now, I haven't realized my dream." The audience laughed. If Aaron really did realize her dream, it would probably be New York TV station's biggest loss. Aaron asked Lu Chen. Don, I heard you're a singer? Lu Chen nodded. Yes. Aaron, and an actor? Lu Chen, yes. Aaron, and you wrote your own scripts? Yes. The host asked a few questions in a row, and after getting a positive answer from Lu Chen, she was satisfied and introduced Lu Chen's identity to the audience, as well as his status and reputation in China. Many people in the audience only knew that Lu Chen was the hero who saved Flight UD-725, but they had no idea that he had so many other identities, such as being a household name in China. Through such a straightforward exchange, everyone had the most intuitive understanding of Lu Chen from China, letting them know that Lu Chen was not an ordinary person. Then, the topic turned to the UD-725 incident that everyone was most concerned about. Although the truth of the UD-725 flight incident had been completely exposed, and Lu Chen had accepted many media interviews at the press conference, the official interview was obviously different from the current conversation. Aaron's point of view was not to dig for more details or insider information. Instead, she was seriously discussing with Lu Chen about his thoughts during the crisis, as well as the psychological changes after the crisis. What was interesting was that Aaron also asked Lu Chen about his views on the United States. One of the biggest characteristics of Aaron's talk show was that there was no script. As a guest of the show, they had no idea what kind of questions Aaron would ask on the show, nor did they have a teleprompter. And in this interview that would be watched by tens of millions of Americans, Lu Chen's performance could be said to be impeccable. He answered Aaron's questions fluently in English. Although he did not say much, he was humble and appropriate, and occasionally had a few humorous words. This made the atmosphere very good, with the audience applauding, smiling, and laughing from time to time. Many of the audience were really surprised, because in Lu Chen, they saw a very different Chinese person from the impression they were used to. Lu Chen was young, handsome, dashing, frank, generous, and fluent in English. Aaron asked, if a Hollywood film company were to invite you to shoot a movie, would you stay in the United States to work? Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm very willing to cooperate with a Hollywood film company, but for now, I still have a TV series that I have not finished shooting in China, and I also have plans for a movie this year, so I have no schedule for the time being. Actually, I hope that I can get my own movie to be shown in the United States. Aaron smiled and said, then I'm looking forward to the day when I can see you on the American screen. Lu Chen said, thank you. At this moment, a slip of paper was passed from the audience, and it was passed to Aaron by the field assistant. This was another feature of Aaron's talk show, which was that the audience could write small slips of paper to ask the guests questions. Of course, the question slips had to be screened by the staff first, and there was a limit to the number of questions. Aaron opened the slip of paper and looked at it, then said to Lu Chen, this is a request from a live audience member. He saw your video on the internet, and he thinks that your singing is very good, so he would like to invite you to sing a song on our show. What do you think? Lu Chen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, can you find me a guitar? A normal one will do. Aaron smiled and said, of course, that's not a problem. She gestured to the staff on the sidelines, who quickly picked up the guitar. Lu Chen moved his chair and turned to face the audience. He held the guitar and pondered for a moment, then said, in my country, there's a saying, when you're in a place, you should respect the customs of that place. So today, I'll sing an English song. Even Aaron was surprised by this. Aaron's talk show had invited many singers, rock, folk, country, rap, etc. There was no lack of singers who would sing a song live. Aaron knew that Lu Chen was also a very good singer, but he was a Chinese. To choose to sing an English song on Aaron's talk show and not his most familiar native language, it really required a lot of courage and confidence. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't sing well and be laughed at by others, but the experienced Aaron did not show any signs of abnormality. Instead, she smiled and applauded for Lu Chen, I think this should be a very special song. Lu Chen said very seriously, I want to use this song to pay tribute to my favorite, Evans Joyce. I want to thank him for his great works, which accompanied me through the most difficult years of my life. His words caused the audience to be stunned for a moment, and then there was a warm round of applause. Evans Joyce was the greatest folk singer in American history. He had released 5 albums in his life, and each album sold more than 35 million. His total sales reached 275 million, second only to the band Blue Sky. Evans's folk songs influenced an entire generation of Americans, and he was also one of the favorite foreign singers in the country. When Lu Chen was in college, he had listened to several of Evans's albums over and over again dozens of times. However, this great folk singer passed away in 2007 due to drug abuse. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow, only know you love her when you let her go, only know you've been high when you're feeling low. When Lu Chen strummed the guitar strings and began to sing this song, the studio was very quiet. The audience, including the staff of the TV station, and the host, Irene, were very curious about which song Lu Chen would choose to pay tribute to Evans Joyce, the greatest folk singer in the United States. Would it be The Way Home? Would it be Towards the Distance? Or Wildflowers That Never Wither? These songs were the most classic works of Evans Joyce. However, no one expected that Lu Chen would play and sing a song that they had never heard before. Only when it's hazy and dim do I think of the light, only when it's snowing do I miss the warmth of the sun, only when I've let go do I know that it's true love, only when I'm at the bottom do I think of the past. Listening to this charming folk song, the listener felt as if they were in a village bar, chatting with strangers about the girl they once loved and the past that had passed away. They suddenly found that there were people in the world who were in the same boat as themselves. That kind of sadness surged in their hearts like a tide. Until the glass was empty, they looked at each other drunkenly, and everything was in silence. Lu Chen's interpretation of this song was soft and soothing, with the calm feelings after letting go. He used a very special and delicate singing method to sing the theme of the work that love could not be recalled and ordinary life was the most precious. The melody of the song was beautiful with a touch of melancholy and sadness, with a touching appeal. Whether the audience had experienced the beauty of love or not, they would be deeply moved. At least, the audience present was moved. Some people were exclaiming softly, some people were thinking, some people couldn't believe it, and some people's eyes were red. Only know you love her when you let her go, and you let her go until Lu Chen finished singing the last sentence and put down the guitar in his arms. After a long time, people seemed to wake up from a dream, and the applause in the studio burst out fiercely. Aaron was the first to stand up and applaud Lu Chen. Everyone followed suit. Thank you. Lu Chen stood up and bowed again to express his gratitude. The applause lasted for 2 minutes before it subsided. In the many episodes of Irene's talk show, such a scene was extremely rare. Irene bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a sparkling light. She used all her strength to calm herself down and asked Lu Chen, "Don, can you tell me the name of this song?" Lu Chen said, "This song is called Let Her Go." Let Her Go. Aaron repeated the name of the song to herself and asked, "I've never heard this song before. Is it your original?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It came from the memory of my dream." Aaron nodded. She opened her arms and gave Lu Chen a big hug, and said emotionally, "Do you know? I'm Evan's most loyal fan, and he's my best friend. The biggest regret in my life is that I couldn't be by his side when he passed away. Thank you for this song, thank you for not forgetting him." Lu Chen really didn't know that Aaron and Joyce had a sincere friendship, but he could completely understand Aaron's feelings at this moment. "I also thank you for giving me the opportunity to sing this song." Applause sounded again. On the evening of the 20th, New York TV aired the latest episode of Irene's talk show, as scheduled. Because New York TV had given an advance notice, everyone knew that the guest of this episode of Irene's talk show was the hero who saved Flight UD-725, Lu Chen. Therefore, other than Aaron's loyal audience, countless people sat in front of their TVs to watch that night's program. Then it caused a huge reaction. For most adult Americans, Evans Joyce and his ballads were undoubtedly an indelible memory in their lives, accompanying them through countless lonely nights. Many people had the experience of driving on the long interstate highway and listening to Evans's songs on the radio, other than rock music. Evans Joyce had many more fans in the United States than Aaron. This year was the 10th anniversary of Evans's death, so Lu Chen's tribute to him, Let Her Go, naturally had a special meaning. Most importantly, the style of Let Her Go had a lot of similarities to Evans's, so much so that some people on Audiobook suspected that Lu Chen had obtained a piece of work that Evans had never published before. Of course, such speculation was ridiculous, and normal people would not believe it. But Lu Chen's performance of Let Her Go spread on social networks in the United States at the speed of light and quickly made it onto the Audiobook list. Then Evans-Joyce's family expressed their gratitude to Lu Chen on Audiobook. Evans-Joyce's life was full of ups and downs. He lost his father when he was very young, and his mother was locked up in the disciplinary center for drug abuse and theft. He grew up in a foster home, and he had a sister who was separated from him at a young age. He had 3 well-known relationships, but none of them were able to come to fruition. This was very deeply reflected in his songs, and it was also a painful memory in his life. The greatest folk singer in the history of the United States was unable to overcome himself and died of drug abuse. And Lu Chen's song Let Her Go undoubtedly awakened the fans' memories of Evans-Joyce, as well as the sad and melancholy songs. In the latest episode of Irene's talk show, the scene of Irene holding Lu Chen with tears in her eyes after listening to this song also deeply touched the fans. Many singers in the American pop music industry have published articles in memory of Evans-Joyce on their respective books, and at the same time expressed their love for Let Her Go. Without any recommendation, Let Her Go reached number 3 on the radio airplay chart on the 22nd, and the 1st to 7th place were all classic songs by Evans-Joyce. As a result, hundreds of TV stations, newspapers, and magazines sent invitations to Lu Chen for programs and interviews. Another Evans-Joyce fan organization hoped that Lu Chen could attend the memorial event to be held in November. In addition, several Hollywood film companies and record companies have contacted Xianxia Media. However, Lu Chen had no time to care about these disturbances. He stayed in New York for 5 days. After participating in the last business negotiation, he flew to Los Angeles with Xianxia. Note, Let Her Go lyricist/composer, Passenger, an English song that I like very much. After more than half a year of preparation, coupled with more than 2 months of hard negotiations by Xianxia in the United States, the obstacles to the online crowdfunding listing on NASDAQ have basically been cleared, and the registration and approval process is about to enter. As the price of listing, Xianxia's shares will drop to 37.5%, and after listing, it will be further reduced to more than 30%, while Lu Chen's 10% shares will also drop to about 5%. However, once the online crowdfunding is successfully listed, Lu Chen's net worth will soar by tens of billions or even billions. After signing a contract memo, he confidently handed over the rest of the work to Wang Yan and Xianxia, and took Xianxia to Los Angeles from the east coast of the United States to the west coast. Los Angeles is located in the southwest of California, USA. It is the largest city in California, second only to New York in terms of population. It is known as the City of Angels and is also known as the entertainment capital. The famous Hollywood is one of the symbols of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is also the last stop of Lu Chen's trip to the United States. He came to this entertainment capital mainly to inspect the top special effects production companies in Hollywood and pave the way for the future development of the special effects team of Xianxia Media. Hollywood's film industry is the best in the world. It has decades of accumulated experience in special effects production, and its strength is unrivaled. Because of its late start in this regard, although it has made great efforts to catch up, there is still a big gap. Like a Hollywood blockbuster, the investment in special effects production may be as high as hundreds of millions of dollars. For domestic film companies, it is an extremely difficult peak to surmount. High investment leads to high output. Hollywood status in the industry is not just for show. In the northwestern suburbs of Los Angeles, there are dozens of special effects production companies and studios gathered on a piece of land of less than 10 square kilometers. And any second or third-rate studio is no worse than the team built by Xianxia Media with nearly $100 million investment. This is the gap in strength. Therefore, Lu Chen came here with a humble and serious attitude to learn. He will never be like some domestic filmmakers, who spend money here to hire a team to produce special effects, and then advertise the work with produced by Hollywood's top special effects team, only to be scolded in the end. In recent years, many Hollywood special effects teams have come to China to make money, but there has always been the problem of acclimatization. This was the most important reason why Lu Chen put all his effort into building a local team. Walking out of the passenger passage, Lu Chen immediately saw the signboard with his name on it, as well as the blonde girl who was holding it up. "Hello," he brought Xianxia forward and said, "I'm Lu Chen. Are you Miss Jenny?" The blonde girl in her 30s was stunned for a moment before she smiled warmly. "Yes, I'm Jenny. Mr. Lu Chen, nice to meet you." Welcome to Los Angeles. You can call me Dawn. Lu Chen shook her hand and introduced her to Chen Feier. This is my girlfriend, Fei. Fei was the English name of Chen Feier. This Miss Jenny was the junior of Li Cha, the chief special effects artist of DreamWorks Special Effects Studio, a subsidiary of Chinfei Media. She graduated from the University of Southern California and also worked in special effects production. She was currently working for a special effects production studio called Blue Sky Digital. And this Blue Sky Digital was the focus of Lu Chen's visit to Los Angeles. As for this Jenny, Richard had already contacted her a long time ago. She would be in charge of receiving Lu Chen. Hello, Fei. Jenny gave Chen Feier a warm hug, then said to Lu Chen very seriously, Dawn, you have a charming girlfriend. I swear, Fei is the most beautiful Asian woman I've ever seen. Chen Feier pursed her lips and smiled happily. Her fame and popularity in China were no worse than Lu Chen's, but in the United States, not many people knew her. Even if they introduced her, they would only say that she was Lu Chen's girlfriend. Although Chen Feier didn't mind, she still felt very happy to hear Jenny's praise. Lu Chen smiled and said, Thank you, this is my luck. Jenny said, You are a true hero. You deserve this kind of luck. Although this American chick wasn't very beautiful, her figure was quite good, and she was cheerful and enthusiastic, so they quickly got to know each other. Jenny drove a blue Toyota over and drove the two of them to downtown Los Angeles. As she drove, she asked, Dawn, how long are you going to stay in Los Angeles? Lu Chen replied, 2 days, no more than 3 days at most. Since Chen Feier flew to the United States to accompany him, the filming of You from the Star in China had basically stopped. Whether it was the impact or the loss was not small, so he planned to go back as soon as possible. The impact of the UD-725 incident had basically subsided, and the FBI no longer restricted him from leaving the country. That's a pity, Jenny said regretfully, there are many fun places in Los Angeles. 2 or 3 days is not enough. Lu Chen smiled and said, We will come again next time, and we will have to trouble you to be our tour guide. Jenny said, Of course, it would be best if. How is Richard these days? Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other and said, He is very good. He is currently the chief special effects artist of our company. Jenny nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Is he married now? Sure enough, there was something going on, Lu Chen replied, No, as far as I know, he has always been single. Jenny nodded and said, I've never been to the capital before. Lu Chen smiled and said, Then you can fly over when you have time. Fei and I will treat you to the most delicious food in the world. There was no doubt that Chinese cuisine had a place in the world. Jenny's attention was immediately diverted, and she turned to discuss Chinese cuisine with Lu Chen and Chen Feier. They chatted and laughed along the way, and the Toyota smoothly arrived at the Hilton Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. The room had already been booked, so Lu Chen did not bother Jenny. He made an appointment with her to meet the next day, then dragged his luggage and checked into the luxury hotel chain with Chen Feier. Lu Chen also stayed at the Hilton Hotel in New York. He registered for a VIP membership, which allowed him to enjoy special treatment in Hilton hotels all over the world. After staying at the Hilton Hotel for one night, Jenny called his room at 9 o'clock the next morning. Lu Chen and Chen Feier had just finished breakfast, so they left the hotel to meet up with Jenny. They rushed to the location of the Blue Sky Digital Special Effects production studio and began their formal inspection. In the northwestern suburbs of Los Angeles, in the Flushing Art Park. There were no high-rise buildings like in the city. 3- or 4-story, artsy buildings were hidden in the shade. The clean roads were wide and straight, giving off a sense of tranquility far away from the bustling city. However, this art park adjacent to Hollywood was an indispensable part of the American film industry. Dozens of special effects companies and studios were gathered here, and the annual output value was astonishing. The Blue Sky Digital Special Effects studio that Lu Chen was going to visit was one of the best. This special effects studio was very young. It had only been established for 5 years, but it had already participated in the special effects production of many Hollywood blockbusters. It had a passionate and energetic team. Moreover, the members of Blue Sky Special Effects were very young. The 3 co-founders, Mil, Andrew, and Christopher, were all graduates of the University of Southern California. The oldest was only 29 years old. It was for these reasons that Richard specifically recommended Blue Sky Special Effects to Lu Chen as a partner of Qinfei Media, instead of other older but more powerful special effects companies. These older companies were often very arrogant. They liked to make money from the Chinese, but they were never willing to share their technology. Even if they were willing to sell some of their shares, they often asked for exorbitant prices. Blue Sky Special Effects was also currently facing financial problems. This studio did not have the problems of big companies, so it was undoubtedly a very suitable partner for Qinfei Media. The only problem was that Blue Sky Special Effects was not well known in the industry. Not many people in the country knew its name, but Richard was sure of their standards. If it wasn't for the fact that Dream Workshop had just received an advertising assignment, Richard would have flown over in person. Jenny's car stopped in front of a 4-story building. The circular building was shaped like a flying saucer. The silver-gray glass curtain wall on the surface shone brightly under the sunlight. The monument erected in front of the entrance door was inlaid with a row of different company logos and names. Blue Sky Studio was located on the 3rd floor of this building. Under Jenny's guidance, Lu Chen and Qinfei took the elevator to their destination. As soon as the elevator door opened, the camera flashes immediately lit up, shocking Lu Chen and the other two. He saw a group of young men and women surrounding the elevator lobby. They were either holding SLR cameras or holding mobile phones. They looked like they were watching excitedly. "Mr. Lu Chen, welcome to our Blue Sky Studio." A young man in a blue t-shirt and jeans took the lead and extended his hand to Lu Chen with a smile. As soon as Jenny stepped out of the elevator, she immediately introduced to Lu Chen, "This is Mil Joyce, the CEO of our studio." Lu Chen suddenly reached out and shook hands with the other party. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Mil Joyce." "Just call me Mir," Miller smiled and said, "They are all my colleagues. When they heard that you were coming, they all came out to welcome you." This was undoubtedly the effect of the hero's aura. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Hello." It didn't matter if Lu Chen greeted them, but the employees of the Blue Sky Studio immediately surrounded him like fans chasing after a star, asking for autographs, photos, and hugs. Then, they uploaded the photos to their respective books. Lu Chen did not expect these Americans to be so enthusiastic, but after all, he was used to such situations. He handled it with ease and satisfied their requests one by one, making the atmosphere very harmonious. This also showed that the Blue Sky Studio was different from other large companies. The atmosphere itself was more relaxed, and the boss and employees were more like close friends, rather than a strict hierarchy of superiors and subordinates. After a simple but warm welcome, Mil introduced several important members of the studio to Lu Chen, including his partner and chief special effects artist, Christopher. Christopher was a very shy young man. He was not tall, thin, and wore a pair of big black-rimmed glasses. His face was covered with acne, and he stuttered when he spoke. However, Richard respected Christopher very much. He told Lu Chen over the phone that this 25-year-old young man was definitely a genius in special effects production. Half of the value of the Blue Sky Studio lay in him, therefore, Lu Chen was very polite to Christopher, which made Christopher feel a little flattered. Accompanied by Mil, Christopher, and others, Lu Chen and Qinfei visited the studio together. The scale of the Blue Sky Studio was not very large, and the current number of employees was less than 200. It could not compare to a large company that easily had hundreds or thousands of employees. The rented business space was also on the small side, and the interior was quite crowded. However, the company's hardware standards were first class. The workstations used for special effects production were all new, and their computing power was very powerful. They also had the digital synthesis software ZPDT that they were proud of. This set of digital synthesis software was undoubtedly the core technology of the Blue Sky Studio. It had been jointly developed by the 3 co-founders for a full 5 years, and it had been successfully used in the special effects production of many film and television works. It had won a very good response. Compared with the top software in the industry, ZPDT did not have any technical advantages. It was even lacking in detail processing and rendering effects. However, its advantages were that it was not difficult to learn, and it cost less to use. In other words, it was very cost-effective. Moreover, the Blue Sky Studio also intended to further develop a more advanced version of ZPDT, but it lacked enough funds. At present, there were a lot of special effects production companies and studios in Hollywood, and the competition between them was very fierce. If a small company like the Blue Sky Studio could not maintain continuous technological progress and win more business, the result would either be bankruptcy or be swallowed up by a large company. Obviously, the three founders did not want to see either of these two outcomes, so they urgently needed external investment. Meyerton's enthusiasm for Liu Chen is not just because he is now a popular hero. Liu Chen was rich. The CEO of the Blue Sky Studio had already learned about the strength of Chen Fei Media through Richard Cha. It was definitely a master who did not lack money, so he did his best to talk about his company's technical strength and bright future. To this end, he asked Christopher to demonstrate the special effects of the latest version 2.75 of ZPDT to Liu Chen. Not only that, but Mill also took Liu Chen to the only digital studio in the studio to let the latter personally experience the motion capture technology developed by the studio based on ZPDT. Motion capture, or mocap for short, referred to the use of sensors, signal capture, data transmission, and data processing equipment to measure, track, and record the trajectory of an object in three-dimensional space, and finally establish the corresponding three-dimensional spatial coordinate data. This technology was first developed in the 1970s as a photographic image analysis tool in biomechanical research. As the technology gradually matured, it expanded to education, training, sports, computer animation, television, movies, video games, and other fields. In 2009, when America's most famous sci-fi director, Mike Cate, filmed the sci-fi blockbuster Starry Sky, the special effects CG was completed using motion capture technology throughout the entire process, achieving the perfect combination of motion capture technology in the film, making mocap a milestone in the film industry. Starry Sky was officially released in 2011, and the global box office exceeded $2 billion. It won 5 Academy Awards, as well as several Oscars for science and technology. Motion capture technology was indispensable. Since the success of Starry Sky, motion capture technology had become popular all over the world, and its development was extremely rapid. In terms of advanced technology, Hollywood's special effects companies were absolutely unparalleled in the world. In the past few years, China had also introduced a full set of motion capture technology, but the domestic special effects companies' mocap always had problems with stiff, unsmooth movements, and poor details. There was a huge gap between the standards of Hollywood and mocap. Liu Chen had a certain understanding of mocap. This time in the United States, he was very concerned in this aspect, because in the big wuxia IP plan that he was going to create, it would inevitably involve a large number of motion capture technology, including movies, animation, games, and so on. Therefore, Miller's proposal was exactly what he wanted. Blue Sky Studios' mocap was not the best in the industry, but it had its own unique technology and patents. Compared to their counterparts in the United States, in addition to lagging behind in funds, technology, and personnel, the accumulation of technology research and technology patents was like heaven and earth. Small companies like Blue Sky Studio also invested a large amount of funds and manpower into technology research and development, forming their own advantages and patents. The digital studio it owned had an area of nearly 200 square meters, and a height of 12 meters. It was transformed from the original open-air central garden of the building, and a large number of high-end equipment was concentrated in it. It was considered the studio's core asset. There were hundreds of optical cameras in the studio, which could record the target 360 degrees without any blind spots, and it was also equipped with a 3D holographic scanning system. When Mill introduced them to Liu Chen, there was an indescribable pride in his voice. "We are the best." He asked his staff to send him a set of black clothes and said, "This is the FGK data suit that our studio has registered and patented. It has 277 high-precision sensors that can capture the slightest movement. Mr. Liu Chen, do you want to try?" Liu Chen nodded. He was really interested. Miller smiled and said, "Very good. I'll get everyone to prepare. Please put it on first." It was not easy to put on the data suit. With the help of 2 professionals in the changing room, it took Liu Chen 20 minutes to put it on. The size of the data suit could be adjusted, so it fit perfectly. Liu Chen tried it on, and his joints were very flexible. There was no sense of obstruction. It felt like he was wearing a set of close-fitting underwear. However, it looked very high-tech. Nearly 300 high-precision sensors flashed a faint blue light after they were powered on, creating a psychedelic visual effect. Under the guidance of the staff, Lu Chen came in front of a huge green screen. 3 digital cameras were aimed at him from different positions. Male stood at the side of one of the cameras facing Lu Chen. There was also a row of computer screens in front of him. The CEO of Blue Sky Studio said aloud to Lu Chen, "Lu, you can play freely. Do whatever you like. Walk, run, jump, whatever you like." Lu Chen's understanding of motion capture technology was limited to the relevant information. This was the first time he had experienced the magic of this technology. After getting used to the data suit, he began to move. Lu Chen did not follow Mill's suggestion. Instead, he improvised a set of mountain-crushing fist. Mountain-crushing fist came from Mo Rant's memory in the dream world. This set of fist technique was not a traditional martial arts routine, but a military boxing technique passed down from ancient times. It was equivalent to ancient military boxing, fierce and focused on actual combat effects. In the beginning, the speed of Lu Chen's moves was not fast. His punches and kicks were steady and strong. However, as the muscles and tendons of his body gradually became active, the speed of his punches and kicks increased, and the strength increased exponentially. Mountain-crushing fist, as the name suggested, was a fist that could shatter rocks and break mountains. Although it was impossible to truly shatter a mountain in reality, the emphasis on strength and momentum was the essence of this set of fist techniques. The mountain-crushing fist that Lu Chen performed undoubtedly brought this essence into full play. The fist blasted forward, and the wind howled and awe-inspiring. In the studio, there were more than 20 people from Blue Sky Studio. Everyone's attention was on Lu Chen. At first, they were puzzled and did not understand what Lu Chen was doing. Lu Chen's movements were neither boxing nor judo. Could it be a Chinese style of acrobatics? However, soon, the doubts, curiosity, and even mockery on their faces all turned into shock. Mill was dumbfounded. Even at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, he could clearly feel the power contained in Lu Chen's punches. Putting aside the unfamiliar feeling of novelty, Lu Chen's mountain-crushing fist also made him realize what was called the beauty of violence. Although there was no target opponent, Lu Chen's attacks were like a storm, making the onlookers feel suffocated and even tremble. This was because they could imagine themselves standing on the opposite side of Lu Chen, and what kind of harsh blows they would have to endure. This kind of instinctive awe stemmed from life's strong power made everyone hold their breath. The only thing that could be heard in the studio was the whistling sound of Lu Chen's fists and feet breaking through the air. The whistling sound was endless. Then, these Americans could not see Lu Chen's moves clearly. They only saw the shining light of the sensor on the data suit connecting into a faint blue light and shadow, dancing and circling in front of the green screen. Many people swore that this was one of the most incredible scenes they had ever seen in their lives. Ever since the life-changing dream, Lu Chen began to practice martial arts every day. It gradually became a deep-rooted habit in his life. Usually, unless he encountered a very special situation, he would wake up every morning to practice martial arts to strengthen his body. Compared to 3 years ago, his physique was many times stronger, and his skills were getting more agile and sharp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the bullets on Flight UD-725 and subdue a former elite member of the U.S. Marine Corps in one fell swoop. Now that he was wearing the data suit to practice the mountain-collapsing fist, it wasn't that Lu Chen was deliberately showing off. He needed to test his opponent's technical strength to determine if he should import it into China in the future to serve his wuxia IP plan. According to Lu Chen's plan, he would release a series of wuxia works in the next 10 years. Then, he would create movies, long-form TV series, online games, mobile games, animated videos, and so on. Due to the uniqueness of the wuxia theme, motion capture technology would undoubtedly play a great role in it, although in practical applications, actors or stunt doubles didn't need to be so fast. The more advanced the technology, the better the effect it could achieve. Therefore, when Lu Chen used his fists and kicks, he didn't hold back and went all out. This brought great shock to the Americans present. Even Chen Fei-er, who was the most familiar with Lu Chen, opened her eyes in surprise. She knew that Lu Chen was very good at martial arts, but she didn't expect it to be at such a high level. Whoosh, Lu Chen punched again, but his fist hit the air and made a loud explosion. His figure then stopped, as if time had frozen in that instant. After a while, he pulled back his fist. With a long breath, Lu Chen made an okay gesture to Miller, who was already dumbfounded, indicating that he was done. It was only after the other staff reminded him that Miller woke up from a dream. He said helplessly, "Huh? It's over? Okay, that's great, OMG." He couldn't even speak coherently. Lu Chen smiled and said to the staff next to him, "I'm going to change." Back in the locker room, he changed out of the high-tech data suit and put on his coat. The attitude of the two staff members who were in charge of assisting towards Lu Chen had obviously changed. Not only were they much more enthusiastic and considerate, but they even had a bit of worship and respect towards him. He really lived up to his reputation. When Lu Chen returned, Mill finally returned to normal. However, he was still very excited and asked eagerly, "Mr. Lu Chen, what skill did you just demonstrate? Was it a fighting skill from China?" "More accurately speaking, combat techniques," Lu Chen explained. "You can call it China Kung Fu." He said the word Kung Fu in Chinese. Chinese Kung Fu. Miller repeated the words Lu Chen had just said, a little awkwardly. He nodded and gave a thumbs up. Good. He pulled Lu Chen to look at the monitor in front of him. The computer was playing back a full-angle ultra-high-definition video that had just been captured. It used slow motion to show Lu Chen's every move clearly. The image that was displayed on multiple monitors was quite shocking. And this was just the beginning. Christopher personally retrieved a 3D character model from the database and attached the data collected by mocap to it. After a simple rendering, this fantasy elf-shaped 3D character was given Lu Chen's movements. It was as if it was Lu Chen's incarnation, reenacting the mountain-crushing punch on the computer screen. Even though Lu Chen was not an expert, he could see the power of the Blue Sky Studios technology. The most important thing was that the movement was very smooth. There was no stiffness or pretentiousness in it. It was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. Mill asked, "How was it?" Lu Chen gave him a thumbs up. Good. Mill laughed loudly, looking very proud of himself. To be honest, after dealing with the elites of Wall Street in New York, Lu Chen liked Mill's character even more. He was simple and direct, not a playboy, and his thoughts were all on his face. He pointed to the screen and said, "This set of movements is more suitable for, strong characters." Okay. Mill immediately asked Christopher to replace the elves with orcs, and then redo the rendering. It was the same CG character, but the burly, muscular orc was using the same mountain-crushing punch, but the effect of the aura was completely different. Christopher had even expertly added simple sound effects, and it could be used as a promotional video for a game movie. Lu Chen was very satisfied after watching it. He even had a series of ideas. Richard's recommendation was right. Blue Sky Studio was undoubtedly a suitable partner for Chinfei Media. Of course, he would not immediately decide how much he wanted to invest or anything else. The specific negotiations had to be done by real professionals. What Lu Chen wanted was to buy as many shares of Blue Sky Studio as possible and reach a more favorable agreement. After personally demonstrating Blue Sky Studio's mocap system, Lu Chen's inspection of this special effects studio was complete. They could now sit down and have a formal discussion. Mill warmly invited Lu Chen and Chen Feier to have lunch together. The afternoon was not really a negotiation. At most, it was to state their intentions and requirements for cooperation. Mill represented Blue Sky Studio and was willing to sell up to 15% of the shares, and their offer was $60 million. This meant that Mill valued his studio at $400 million. Lu Chen did not express his position immediately. Instead, he said that he would carefully consider Blue Sky Studios' request and hire a professional to evaluate it before carrying out formal negotiations. Mill did not expect Lu Chen to agree immediately. Although he could see that Lu Chen was very interested and sincere, it involved tens of millions of dollars. Even a billionaire would be very cautious. The atmosphere of the conversation between the two sides was still very good. At the time of parting, Mill and Christopher were a little reluctant. Christopher suddenly said, "Mr. Lu Chen, can I upload the video of your Chinese Kung Fu that was shot in the studio today to Audiobook?" His eyes were very eager. I think it should be seen by everyone in the world. Lu Chen was stunned. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Sure. Thank you." Christopher was very happy. He impulsively gave Lu Chen a big hug. "Thank you." Lu Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Compared to Mill, he had a better impression of this rather typical technology geek, so he agreed to the other party's request. After completing the inspection of Blue Sky Studio, the next day, Lu Chen took Xianxia to Hollywood as an ordinary tourist to get a taste of the powerful American film industry. On October 27, he and Xianxia took a Jinmei Airlines flight back to China. Shortly after the plane took off, Blue Sky Studio's chief special effects artist, Christopher, posted a video on his personal Audiobook account, which immediately caused a sensation on the world's largest social media site. The video was about 10 minutes long, and the content was a recording of Lu Chen demonstrating the mocap system in the studio of Blue Sky Studio a few days ago while wearing a data suit. From 3 minutes and 15 seconds onwards, Christopher attached a re-rendered orc CG and made a split-screen comparison with Lu Chen's demonstration. The title of the video was very simple, Chinese Kung Fu. Although Lu Chen's popularity on Audiobook had declined significantly in the past few days, the UD-725 flight incident had become a thing of the past, and the follow-up impact was not great. Other than some veterans organizations that were still using this as a pretext, there were basically not many media outlets that continued to pay attention to him. But thanks to the influence of Irene's talk show, Lu Chen's name was still in the top 10 searches, so Christopher's video with keywords was quickly searched, and then spread like a virus on Audiobook. Audiobook. After watching the video, many American netizens first felt that it was unbelievable. OMG, is this for real? Brothers, don't be fooled. This is a special effects video with special effects. It's impossible to be that fast. This is not scientific. He must have turned on the video acceleration function. Don't forget, the host is a special effects artist. Chinese Kung Fu. I can only say that it's too amazing. It beats Taekwondo and boxing in seconds. The video is accelerated. Can't you see the time displayed on it? The magical Chinese, what they exclaimed and ridiculed was precisely the speed that Lu Chen displayed when he practiced the mountain-crushing fist. It was as swift and violent as a violent storm, causing people to be completely overwhelmed by it. Even the naked eye was unable to see the moves clearly. However, that kind of sharp power could still be clearly felt through the screen. This kind of combat technique that condensed skill, strength, and momentum gave people a great visual impact. Although it also belonged to the category of fighting, the beauty of that violence was truly breathtaking. If Lu Chen wasn't wearing a data suit but a samurai suit, the effect would be even stronger. Christopher might have realized this, so he added a comparison CG, perfectly presenting Lu Chen's mountain-crushing fist on the meticulously rendered CG orc warrior, giving the viewer a different visual impact. The comments on Audiobook were more turbulent than the tide. Is this a movie or a game? No matter what it is, if it has such an effect, then I will definitely support it. It's really great. After watching this video, I want to learn Chinese Kung Fu. Can anyone teach me? I still can't believe it's real. Soon, professionals jumped out and said that according to their work experience, the video was completely real, without any editing or acceleration, especially the latter part, which was very important. At this time, the doubts turned into amazement. Some people compared the two videos of the UD-725 flight and Blue Sky Studio and thought that Lu Chen's skills and strength had indeed reached some kind of human limit, which was why he could create such an unbelievable miracle. In just 2 hours, Christopher's video had more than 1 million views, and the number of likes and forwards had reached hundreds of thousands. Chinese Kung Fu then appeared on the homepage of Audiobook. This was the first time the term Chinese Kung Fu appeared on the media and the internet. Then, it was known by everyone in the years to come and was included in the English dictionary. This term also had an inextricable connection with Lu Chen and had been firmly with him for life. As the video continued to be forwarded, the number of Christopher's Audiobook fans soared by 100 times, and even Blue Sky Studio became famous. Many people Christopher or sent private messages to ask various questions about Lu Chen and Blue Sky Studio. Christopher was silent for a long time, then said through his personal Audiobook that the video was absolutely real and did not answer the other questions. Interestingly, the netizens on Audiobook quickly shifted the focus of the debate. They were no longer obsessed with the authenticity of the video, but instead discussed Lu Chen's Chinese Kung Fu, boxing or kickboxing. Which was better? The United States accounted for 3 of the 5 major boxing organizations in the world, and the 2 major kickboxing professional competitions were also held in the United States. These 2 professional fighting competitions had countless audiences in the United States, and many well-known champion boxers in the United States emerged. In addition, Taekwondo, Judo, and so on also had a certain market size in the United States. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. The question of which was better, boxing or kickboxing, had always existed. Although the 2 could not be directly compared because of the different rules, the discussion on the internet was in full swing. Now that Chinese Kung Fu had suddenly appeared, there was a clear difference between boxing and kickboxing, so it was inevitable that some people would compare them and the topic became very hot. As a result, 7 hours after Christopher's video was released, the defending champion of the AFS middleweight gold belt in the American Kickboxing Professional League, Jack Ross, posted on his Audiobook, expressing his interest in having a spar with Lu Chen. Jack Ross had won the AFS middleweight gold belt 3 times in a row. The number of fans on Audiobook was as high as 10 million, and he could be said to be famous in the United States. His challenge undoubtedly added a fierce fire to this debate. It burst into flames, while the social media in the United States was stirred up by Chinese Kung Fu. The flight that Lu Chen and Xianxia took landed on the runway of the Capital International Airport. Home. Lu Chen's mood was completely relaxed. He had been in the United States for almost 10 days, experienced a mid-air crisis, then became a hero in the United States, and then appeared on Irene's talk show. It was really too exciting and colorful. However, in Lu Chen's heart, he did not like this kind of excitement and vanity. If he had a choice, he would rather complete this trip to the United States safely. Fortunately, he was accompanied by the person he loved the most. Perhaps after experiencing that dream, he was destined to not live a peaceful life. This was particularly felt when Lu Chen and Xianxia walked out of the passenger passage together. Click. Click, the sound of the camera shutter was like rain hitting on a banana leaf, and the flash was blinding. Outside the exit of the passenger passage, there were countless reporters with all kinds of cameras that made people dumbfounded. Lu Chen and Xianxia, who were walking among the returning passengers, were recognized as soon as they appeared. If the airport had not arranged a large number of security personnel to maintain order at the scene, the reporters would have swarmed over. Even so, they tried their best to put the microphone in front of Lu Chen and Xianxia. Mr. Lu Chen, can you talk about your trip to the United States? How does it feel to be an American hero? Can you say a few words? Miss Xianxia, what do you think? Lu Chen, Jack Ross challenged you. Will you accept it? Yes, can you say a few words? Lu Chen had seen a lot of big scenes, but the scene in front of him still made his scalp tingle. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken the VIP passage. He did not expect these reporters to be so powerful. The information about his and Xianxia's return flight was leaked. Not only did a large number of reporters come to the scene, but many fans came to pick them up. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen would interact with these hardworking fans, sign autographs, take pictures with them, and so on. But today, he really could not. There were too many people and it was too chaotic. It had a big impact on the order of the airport. So he could only apologetically wave to the fans who held up the support signs. He did not answer any questions from the reporters. Under the escort of several airport security personnel, he met up with Xianxia, the assistant who came to pick him up, and left. Sitting in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz, Lu Chen was finally relieved when the car drove out of the parking lot. Xianxia wondered, I just heard someone say that Jack Ross challenged you. What's going on? She followed Lu Chen everywhere in the United States and never knew about this. Who was Jack Ross? But since the reporters asked, it was definitely not a trivial matter. Lu Chen shrugged. He was also baffled. Instead, Xianxia, who was driving, said, Jack Ross is the AFS middleweight champion of the American Kickboxing Professional League. He has defended his golden belt 3 times. I've seen a lot of his competition videos. He's a very powerful person. Lu Chen frowned. I'm not playing AFS. Why is he challenging me? Xianxia smiled and said, Boss, the Chinese Kung Fu that you filmed at Blue Sky Studio was uploaded online and caused a huge sensation in America. Then this golden belt came out to challenge you. So that's how it is. Lu Chen came to a sudden realization and laughed involuntarily. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to Christopher's request. When he left after inspecting Blue Sky Studio, Christopher had made a request to upload the video. At that time, Lu Chen did not care about it, and also because he had a good impression of the chief special effects artist, so he casually agreed. He did not expect to provoke a challenge from an AFS golden belt. Lu Chen was no stranger to AFS. He had also watched the broadcast of the American Kickboxing Professional League on television and was very impressed by several famous players in it. Strictly speaking, kickboxing and kung fu had a lot in common. The rules were not much different. Jack Ross's challenge was not without reason. If it was a boxing golden belt who challenged him, it would be ridiculous. Zhang Xiaofeng continued, now that it has spread to China, it's very noisy on the internet. Your blog has been flooded, and you can't even pick up Boss Lu's phone. You're on the plane, so you don't know. Lu Chen nodded. He spent most of his time resting on the return flight and did not turn on his phone. Of course, he did not know about these things. Although the distance between China and the United States was only about 10 hours, it was enough for a lot of things to happen. Zhang Xiaofeng sighed and said, Boss, I found that you're getting better and better. I've also seen the 2 videos on the internet. I'm afraid that even 2 of me combined would not be your match. Lu Chen smiled and said, Brother Zhang, you're too modest. Zhang Xiaofeng was not an ordinary person. Although he was Lu Chen's assistant, he was actually a bodyguard. His skills were quite good. When he was free, Lu Chen had sparred with him several times. As they chatted and laughed, the car arrived at Zicheng Yuan. Zhang Xiaofeng helped to send the bags of luggage that the 2 had brought back from the United States to their home. This time abroad, Chen Feier bought a lot of things in New York, such as bags, perfume, clothes, and so on. It could be considered a big satisfaction of his shopping desire. There were also a lot of gifts for his family and friends. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaofeng could not help but ask, Boss, will you accept Jack Ross' challenge? He was actually a fan of Jack Ross. Lu Chen laughed, shook his head, and sent Zhang Xiaofeng out of the house. His current identity was a singer, an actor, a screenwriter, not an athlete. He did not need to be in the limelight. Therefore, challenges and duels were too boring. Finally, I'm home. Chen Feier threw himself heavily on the soft sofa and said lazily, going abroad is so tiring. According to the habits of Chinese people, it was better to be at home than at home. Lu Chen felt the same way. Only when he was home could he really relax completely. Therefore, home was the harbor of the soul. He sat down on the sofa, stroked Chen Feier's hair and said, have a good rest. You have to shoot tomorrow. The shooting of You from the Star has been suspended because of the 2 of them. Ah. Chen Feier grabbed a pillow and threw it on him. She said coquettishly, you're so annoying. You just came back and you're talking about work. I don't want to shoot, I don't want to work, I don't want to do anything. Lu Chen laughed and said, well, you can do whatever you want. That's all right, right? Although Chen Feier was older than him, sometimes she was very childish, and he had to coax her to make her happy. Perhaps the 2 of them lived like this. Occasionally quarreling was also very sweet. He reached out and held Chen Feier in his arms. The 2 of them quietly enjoyed their own warm time. But good times were always short-lived. The sound of the key opening the door interrupted Lu Chen and Chen Feier's tenderness. Lu Shi came. The 2 of them quickly sat up straight. Lu Shi had the key to the house. Since she could not get through to Lu Chen's phone, she came to the door in person. You too, why didn't you call when you came back? Sister is here to denounce us. Lu Shi came over with a big basket of food and vegetables, and she had a lot of things she wanted to say. Don't be so impulsive next time. Think about your family. If something happens to you, what will happen to us and Feier? Don't think that you're strong now. What made his sister angry was still the UD-725 incident. Although it had been more than 10 days, she still had a lingering fear. She grabbed Lu Chen's ear and scolded him endlessly, as if she would scold him for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and could only let her scold him without daring to refute. But he didn't feel the slightest dissatisfaction or disgust in his heart. Instead, he deeply felt the deep sibling love that Lu Shi had for him, so he didn't feel uncomfortable listening to her. Instead, he felt a strong sense of warmth. Chen Feier watched with a smile on the side, without the slightest intention of dissuading her. Moreover, when Lucy's mouth was dry, she tacitly gave her a glass of water. Lu Shi scolded Lu Chen for more than 10 minutes. At the end, her eyes were red, and she hugged Lu Chen. "Do you know how worried we were?" Lu Chen was speechless. After a while, he said, "Sister, I know. I won't let you worry about me anymore. This kind of thing happened by coincidence." Chen Feier said, "Yes, I don't know if he was lucky or unlucky, but he's really fine now." Lu Shi nodded. She reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Let's stop talking. I'll go cook for you." Chen Feier quickly got up and said, "Sister Lu Shi, I'll help you." The two went to the kitchen together. They had lunch at home. Although the dishes were not very sumptuous, Lu Shi's cooking skills were inherited by Feng Yun. With the love snacks made by Chen Feier, this lunch was undoubtedly delicious for Lu Chen. After dinner, Lu Shi left. Lu Chen and Chen Feier took their own showers. Chen Feier didn't sleep well on the plane, so he went to take a nap. Lu Chen was still in good spirits, so he ran to the study and turned on the computer. He hadn't been online for the past 2 days, so he didn't know much about the current trend of public opinion on the internet, so he had to pay attention to it. As soon as he logged into his blog account, Lu Chen was shocked. There were too many private messages and @s in the website, and the notifications from the system were terrifying. After spending a lot of effort, Lu Chen finally sorted out his thoughts. First of all, he finished watching the video that the fans had uploaded from Audiobook, which was the one that Christopher had personally made. It had caused a great sensation on both Audiobook and Wave's blogs. Watching the popular video with himself as the protagonist on the computer, Lu Chen felt that it was very interesting. Christopher's technology was very good, and he completed the CG in just a day or 2. He couldn't help but like it. This also made Lu Chen firmly believe in the idea of cooperating with Blue Sky Studio. At present, for his big IP plan, special effects production was undoubtedly a weak link, because whether it was a martial arts movie, TV series, or games, it would inevitably involve a lot of CG special effects. Although DreamWorks Workshop had been established, it would take more time and more investment to really mature. Investing in Blue Sky Studio and pulling this first-class special effects team into the camp of Chen Fei Media would undoubtedly make up for the weakness in this area and help DreamWorks Workshop grow faster and better. Currently, Lu Chen's business assistant, Wang Yan, was negotiating with Blue Sky Studio in Los Angeles. With the help of Li Mushi, he believed that it was only a matter of time before they reached a cooperation agreement that both parties were satisfied with. After watching the video, Lu Chen turned his attention to Jack Ross again. To be honest, although he had watched the television broadcast of the American Kickboxing Professional League, he really didn't know much about the famous gold belt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ignorant when Chen Feier asked. The chat with Xianxia in the car earlier also aroused a lot of Lu Chen's interest. There was a lot of information about Jack Ross on the internet. After reading several articles about him, Lu Chen knew that the defending AFS middleweight champion was a very impressive figure. His father, Ross Sr., was a kickboxing player, but because of his mediocre talent, he did not achieve any decent results in his career. Then, he pinned his hopes and dreams on his son. Jack Ross lived up to his father's expectations. He had shown outstanding talent in kickboxing since he was a child. He entered the professional arena at the age of 18 and had a 12-year history so far. He had won the middleweight gold belt 3 times in a row. His record was extremely impressive and he was one of the representative figures of AFS. Jack Ross also had a hobby, which was to challenge the top figures in other fighting events. He had fought with Taekwondo and Muay Thai masters and won all of them. It was precisely because of this that it was normal for him to challenge Lu Chen on Audiobook. It was not a deliberate hype or anything else. Jack Ross' motto was to constantly challenge himself and become the world's most powerful fighting master. On the Waves blog, Lu Chen's fans were clearly divided into two factions regarding Jack Ross' challenge. One faction supported Lu Chen's fight with Jack Ross. They believed that with the strength shown by Lu Chen, it would not be a problem to defeat the defending AFS middleweight champion. It would be best if he could snatch the opponent's gold belt. The other faction was far less optimistic. Jack Ross was a real professional player with 12 years of professional fighting experience. Although Lu Chen was very good, how could he compete with him? Most importantly, Lu Chen was a star. What was the point of competing with a professional player? As for snatching the gold belt, it was simply a joke. It was a complete layman's statement and not worth refuting. The two factions of fans were in full swing in the comments section of Lu Chen's blog. There was also a group of onlookers watching the show, making it a little messy. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen thought for a while and then wrote a new blog post. In this blog post, he first thanked his fans for their concern and said that he had just returned to China. He would soon be involved in the filming of You from the Star and try to catch up with the lagging progress. As for Jack Ross, Lu Chen admired his achievements in kickboxing. He was very honored by his challenge, but he would not consider it for the time being. Because the video Lu Chen shot at Blue Sky Studio was not to show off or anything else. It was to verify the key technology that would be applied to the martial arts movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, which would start shooting at the end of the year. As soon as his response blog post was posted, it immediately caused a wide response on the Waves blog. End of chapter 730. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.